the clip, Peyton. The interview Jankowski did with Cheech in Arizona.
Marin?
Yeah, Cheech Marin. Also Eric Chiafalo. Where you remember he said to him, Eric asked him, he's like, how many dong balls are you going to hit this year? And he's like, 1. And he goes, 1? He goes, 1 is all I need.
That's right. That's all I need.
He got it last night.
He got it out of the way.
He got the 1. 1 is all he needed, and he did it.
There are some guys that'll
El
go.
Blondie.
If they're not home run hitters, they'll go, and the longer the season goes, it starts like, uh-oh, am I going to get this thing? What's going to happen? It's like May. No big deal. It's
not
June,
him. He
July.
wasn't worried about it.
He got it out of the way. He got it out of the way real quick. That was the ball don't lie moment.
That's a glue guy. That's a guy you need on your championship team.
No, there's no doubt about
Regardless of whatever I know the OPS is under 7 last year. It doesn't matter. That's a guy that's the type of guy you just need on every championship team.
I mean, just write down what this thing had. It had bad base running. It had boneheaded plays. It had bad calls. It had big hits, big home runs, good pitching. It had everything. Like this game had it. It was a fun opener.
It was a good game. Evaldi was solid. Justin Steele, obviously.
That was a bummer.
Yeah, that was a bummer. He gets hurt, but it's, overall it was pretty entertaining game. Like I said, you got the big hits, you got the big moments.
Baseball go.
It does. That's the way baseball go. Record-breaking regular season crowd out there at the Globe. People showed up. Now, I will say, I got a text yesterday from somebody. Let me pull this up because you're not going to be happy about this, Chop. His name's Cole, Tarleton State Cole. He's one of the guys we met over there at
nice.
Tarleton.
We support other than Tarleton State.
And he goes, packed stadium, top of the ninth. I'm 3 rows back on the right field line, standing up cheering on Leclerc to get the out, and people are behind me telling me to sit down.
Look, there's still Bopsa crowds. Bunch of people sitting around. There's still that. It's not Fenway Park. It's not Philly. It's not New York. It's just the way it is. You got to deal with it. We know what it is. We know this. We don't have to lament this, I don't think, every day.
Yeah, but if you're going to sit, it's opening day coming off a title.
I know.
And you're going to sit right there in the middle of all the S. Yeah. You need to stand up. You need to not be directing people to sit down.
I agree. The down in front crowd has got to stop. And we'll get into that. We'll get into the banner.
Ooh. Do we want to upset people on such a happy day with our banner takes?
I mean, I don't know. It's gonna be.
Well, yeah, we'll get into it. I
just needed someone to shake it. It was creased up the whole game. Just someone nudge it, man.
Come on. Everybody was a little OCD on Twitter last night talking about when they had trouble getting it out.
They did.
Then when they got it out, it was like creased in the middle.
Over a little bit.
It's a hard spot to reach. I don't know. Once you're down from there, does somebody go back up on a catwalk and just, all right, yeah, let me straighten this up?
How many times do you think they practice that, though? Surely they got to go through a couple trial runs. Like, hey, let's throw it down.
That's a great question. I don't know.
It's funny. So I was looking. I was like, I'm curious what other banner raisings have looked like because I wanted to compare Texas's banner to other teams. And I'm watching. I go back and I look and I find the Cubs banner raising from 2016. The Cardinals banner raising in like 2012 or whatever it was. And both times they didn't have enough wind, and so they raised it as a flag instead of a banner. And so in raising the flag, it was like the shot of, here it is, we're raising it, the thing's just drooping down and you don't even see it both times. And so I don't know if Texas was trying to learn from that and going, we'll hang a banner like one of those.
Yeah.
That'll be easier. But I mean, I don't know, their decisions, and the design of that one certainly was a decision.
Yeah, I had to go around and look because to me a banner is more NBA.
A lot of people do the you mentioned it last time in the text. A lot of people do
it's like a fake flag plaque that's like
Houston does
metal
that, Atlanta
wood.
does that.
Yeah.
In recent years. I think the Nationals did that.
And I would say that outside of Houston, a lot of the outdoor stadiums don't have flags.
Well, and that's what I was saying was tough for St. Louis and Chicago.
They're outdoors.
They were raising it as like a flag, like you would, and there was no wind. And so when they raised their championship,
Right.
like nobody could see it because it was just drooping. You
Right.
needed BlueChew.com, promo code RJ.
That's absolutely. But, if you're an outdoor stadium, I think you got to have a hard plaque, fake flag out there because, you want to make sure that it doesn't blow around and it's standing still. Obviously, this is a dome. This is not a retractable roof. This is a dome stadium we play in.
It's never open.
It's never open.
They tricked people with that. I remember a bunch of people who, because I think you were one of the ones at the time too, who expressed like, I don't want to play indoors
baseball.
all the time.
Yeah.
And
I like the stadium. I generally think the stadium's great.
It's good. There's just no character to it yet.
No, not yet.
It's so sterile. It's so museum like.
Needs more banners.
Yeah, it does. And they're gonna get another one this year, and then another one in 2025. That's what's coming. But it is. There was always the push from people whenever you express that, like, well, no, I want to play outside. But people was like, you can open it, right? Like whenever it's good to open, it'll be open. It's like, no.
That if there was a day for it to be open, it was yesterday. 72 degrees at the start, 66 overall. What a game! What a game! It had everything. It had everything.
This game had everything.
And now the grind starts. Let's be fair. Like this is Brett Boone talked about this with us. Opening day is super fun. You want to not embarrass yourself. You want to get a win, and then you got to realize that after opening day, it becomes an absolute grind because now there's no more pomp and circumstance until the All-Star game.
Do you like and I know it's built in for rain delays and stuff like that, but do you like the day of rest after opening day? Or would you rather roll right into more games?
I mean, I'd rather roll right in, but I understand why they do it because, and look, you can get away with that, but by not doing that, again, there's 14 dome/southern baseball cities.
Mm-hmm.
You could play all but one game, one series, in favorable weather, you would think. And then you may not have to do that. Like the Rangers don't have to do that.
Yeah.
The Rangers don't have to take today off. The Astros.
They don't have to, but I also think it does give a little bit, and I don't think this is even their intent. It does give a little bit more weight, I think, to the opening day energy.
It makes it more standalone.
It's even more
it makes it more standalone.
This is a day. Get a day to breathe back to the series.
Right. It does make it more standalone. Like there's a lot of games today. Like the Blue Jays, the Braves and Phillies and the Mets and Brewers didn't play after they got rained out. They're going to play today. And then just about everybody else, there's several off days today. But, the Astros, they play in a dome, obviously. They're back at it today. They blew a 4-zip lead, and they're playing. They've got the Apple TV game, if anybody has that. They've got that game.
I've got Apple TV.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good day across Major League Baseball. I thought there was some really good, like generally this time of year, first game out, you may not have great contact being made because the pitchers are ahead of the hitters. I thought there was some really good content. There was some really good plays across the sport yesterday. We will get into all that. It was a great day, though. Great day for the Rangers to get their first win of the season in the opener in walk-off fashion over the Chicago Cubs.
Hell yeah,
We
brother.
also had March Madness last night.
Ugh.
Peyton, I don't know about you, but I had a much better day than Bobby Belt did. We tell you that. Tell you that one right now.
This is bull.
Yeah, baby. We have half the Elite Eight set. We'll talk about that coming up next year on The Fan.
Coming up today on the KNC Masterpiece, we'll be live at Buffalo Wild Wings.
throw no good. Rebound Ingram, his shot blocked by Nelson fittingly, and it is over here in Los Angeles. Alabama has knocked off the 1 seed North Carolina, and the Crimson Tide, for only the second time in their program history and first in 20 years, are dancing to the Elite Eight.
Oh, baby, what a night in college basketball. Upsets galore. 3 seed upsets last night. Actually, all 3 were money line and point spread upsets, too.
Well,
Carolina was a 4.5-point favorite. Iowa State was 1.5 or 2.5, and then you had Arizona as a 7.5-point favorite. All of them going down. And then, of course, UConn, who is doing their best 1991 UNLV impression.
This man is scared. This
Peyton?
man is scared. We were on the phone this morning.
go Cougars.
You guys talked this morning?
Yeah, on my drive-in. I was calling him to ask him something, or I don't remember. I just get lonely. And anyway, I called him, and he was like, yeah, because he's the only one that picked Houston. We all picked UConn to win it all. And he's like, yeah, that's not looking great right now.
Yeah,
UConn's a juggernaut, man.
We're getting a
My
free
goodness.
6 points. They are a wagon. They are a wagon right now. So that was the Alabama against North Carolina game. Again, I still can't for the life of me believe that Alabama's got no defense. I mean, they gave up almost 90 points again. They're still moving on. Grant Nelson, 24 points. The dude that looks like he's got the Peyton Russell mustache.
Oh, that's
It's a
unfortunate.
terrible
good.
one. Yeah, UConn by 30 over San Diego State. Great clip at the by the San Diego State coach after the game. We'll play that a little bit later on for you. Clemson gets a 5-point upset victory over Arizona. Boy, you want to know, the tournament is all about draw. It's not about seed. It's not about location. It's about the draw. Alabama, the 4 seed, is going to get to play a 6 seed to make it to the Final Four.
I am so screwed after last night.
And then Illinois, a 3-point win over Iowa State. Illinois will take on UConn. That's going to be the toughest game UConn's played in a long time.
You lied to me.
Why?
You told me no upsets happen after the first 2 rounds. That was nothing but upsets.
It was a lot of upsets. Which means we should get chalked tonight. That's good, baby, because that means Tennessee would move on.
No, that'd be bad for me. That means Tennessee and Purdue would move on.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bobby. I'm sorry, Robert. Yeah, a lot of upsets.
Last night, I had all of my Elite Eight going into last night. I lost 3 of those 4. I had UNC, Iowa State, and Arizona.
I think the reason there's not a lot of upsets after the first weekend is because generally there's a lot of upsets in the first weekend. And then, you're going to be playing against 1s and 2s, and you're not going to upset them. And then that's when the chalk holds. This year, though, we had hardly any upsets past the first day. And there's only 1 double-digit seed in the Sweet 16. Normally, you have, 3? So I think that's the reason why you're going to get more upsets, because you have better teams. A lot of these games are coin flips. 2s and 3s are coin flips. Those are all coin flip games. Illinois, Iowa State, Tennessee, and Creighton. And then the other side, Marquette. There's no more 3 on the in the South. So tonight you're going to have Houston Duke at the American Airlines Center. You're going to have Marquette NC State in a 50th anniversary rematch of their national title game. That's tonight at the American Airlines Center. Then in Detroit, you're also going to have Gonzaga and Purdue and Creighton and Tennessee.
Would you like a bracket update?
Sure, Let's do it.
All right. Heading into yesterday, I was in last place, but my futures were looking sweet. I was a good 13 points ahead of you, Chop. Peyton was tied in first place with Sean at 43 points. You had 39, and I was bringing up the rear at 35, but I didn't feel too bad about it because I was like, we're good. Now, after last night with me losing a Final Four team in Arizona and losing a couple games, here is the points standings, and then we'll go into the futures. Points: Peyton Russell, first place, 49.
Well,
Second place, Sean, 46. Third place, RJ, 45. Last, 38 points.
Oh!
Now that hurts.
Yeah.
Maybe I can make it up in the futures. You were way behind in the futures, Shop. Max points, Sean and Peyton, 90. RJ and Bobby, 82.
oh, babe.
So big.
This Creighton, Tennessee game tonight is critical to any bet payoff.
I might hedge it, man. I might just put a milli on Tennessee, man.
Go ahead.
I might
do it.
just
hedge it, baby. Oh, baby.
I was sick after last night.
Yeah. I hear you. I hear you, man.
No, you don't hear me. You feel great. I don't even want to hear. No, I don't want to hear your fake effing sympathy. This is pissing me off this morning.
Feel much better about it.
Very upset.
Feel much better, but we'll do more of that at 6:20. Want to talk about one of my favorite subjects. Porn.
What?
Porn.
Excuse me. Corn.
Porn. Adult entertainment.
Oh, okay. I really like corn.
So a couple weeks back, last year the state of Texas put an age verification thing in place where under 18 you need age verification to view adult websites.
Okay.
So they're forcing these companies to verify your age, which I ain't putting my stuff out there, and I'm I love the law because I don't think kids should be watching that, because I have 2 kids that would love to watch that and they shouldn't be, and you can't control them all the time. So you need rules in place. I love this.
Hustler's about to make a comeback.
The problem is that now if you want to watch it, you've got to put your driver's license on the internet. I'm like, well, I'm not going to do that. So I'm adult entertainment free here for about 2 weeks now. And it appears so are the Mavericks and the Rockets. Did you know that going into last night's action?
How are you going to tie this together?
Going into last night's action, the Mavericks and Rockets have not lost a game.
Oh,
since
play action.
Yes.
I thought we were still talking about the.
They have not lost a game since this rule went into place. 5-0 and 6-0.
That's
Oh baby.
Oh baby. Oh baby.
And I mean, the Rockets are on a crazy streak. They've won 10 in a row.
Yeah, so they were obviously abstaining before this.
Yep.
But the Mavericks clearly they've been laser focused.
Locked in, man.
They have been laser focused. And this is all due. I think this is 100% due to this age verification rule and in subsequent workings. You can't get the hub here anymore, right? Go to the hub's website. It won't even pull up for you. It says, no, we're not even gonna go down that road.
Should I try?
So at least I tried it a couple weeks ago.
What's the URL? Thehub.com?
I wouldn't know.
I don't
not
know
on this
what it
Wi-Fi
is.
though, Bobby. Let's connect to hot.
Oh, okay.
Your hot.
Yeah, I'll do it on your phone.
Oh, it's a hotspot.
But yeah. So there you go. The Mavs and Rockets.
Dude, this is legitimately like I've seen there was somebody had shared a photo on Reddit. There's some adult entertainment store in Dallas. I don't know where around here. Pick a street corner, I guess. But there's one of them here that they've already updated their little billboard out front to say basically can't get your free content anymore. Come on in, half price DVDs.
Oh, wow.
They're back.
Yeah, they're
back, baby. Dude, this is a huge comeback for no pun intended. This is a huge comeback for the adult entertainment stores, Hustler, we don't have time for it. When we get in the break, I'm gonna tell you the story of when I went into a shady gas station one time and what the employee offered me, and we'll have to see if I should talk about it in the junk drawer later.
I used to go. Gas stations were the place to go when you were 18 years old looking for a magazine.
Oh no! This is, like I said, I'll tell you during the break. You tell me if we talk about it at 7:40. If you think we can talk about it at 7:40, we'll do it.
People that truck on the Franklin Injury Attorneys Hotline, fan text saying no verification, it's free. Use a VPN and you'll be fine. I don't even know what that is. They're giving us websites to go to where you can get around that. Man, you guys, I love you. All right, how is that not reviewable? Wyatt Langford getting mad respect.
Oh, baby.
And Jonah Heim totally redeems himself. 6 a.m. Club next on The Fan.
in studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Count is full to Jankowski. The pitch is swung on, hit high in the air, deep right field. Suzuki back, he's at the wall. That ball is history. Travis Jankowski with a pinch hit home run has tied this game. He hit one home run all last year. It's the Rangers 3 and the Cubs 3.
Eric Nadel with the call. Feels good to say that right here on 105 through the Fan. The Rangers get the opening day win in extra innings over the Chicago Cubs 4-3. They get the victory, and Travis Jankowski in part played a massive role.
You were you that excited about the game that you forgot the most important part? You didn't do the Good Morning Metroplex.
Good morning, Metroplex. 6 a.m. club.
Dude, so apologies, mea culpa, everything else.
What happened?
We did get the text yesterday that was like, I, as a loyal 6 a.m. club listener, which we appreciate very much, he said, highly offended that this entire week with Sean out, there has not been the 6 a.m. club shout out. And you guys are right. Oh. Look, here's the thing. We're very stressed when Sean is out.
Listen, we're a skeleton crew here, okay? I don't do this. I don't do this.
This isn't Choppy's.
This is what I do.
Look, do you expect Andy Dalton to go in there and
I'm sorry.
Let's not the same way.
No.
Why you say that?
Don't look at it like that. Look at it like if Justin Jefferson were playing quarterback, he ain't running the same offense.
Yeah,
he'll call me some spare.
His cadence is going to sound a little different.
Yeah, it's going to sound a little different. Relax.
But
I'm sorry. I'm a joke guy. I'm having to talk sports all week. This is miserable for me. All right, this is my hell. So I'm sorry to the 6 a.m. club that I didn't shout you out.
But we do love you guys, and shout out to the 6 a.m. club. You're appreciated. So
there you go. What were we talking about?
Texas Rangers.
I don't even know.
Defending their title. We're kicking off talking about the Rangers, starting things off last night. Travis Jankowski with the big home run.
On a ball don't lie moment. What does that mean? It means that it was a BS call on the top half of the inning. And it was the wrong call and allowed the Cubs to take a lead. And then Jankowski was like, nope, I'm just going to hit a bomb. Put in the seats.
And it's not his MO. That's not his game.
No.
But man, he absolutely smoked it. And did you? Okay, I mean the call from 105 through the Fan, which you can hear every game, every Rangers game, the defending world champion Texas Rangers. You can hear every game right here on 105 through the Fan, and you should listen there because man, if you compare the calls to what you heard last night on the Fan compared to what you heard on the TV, it's almost like they didn't think the ball was going out at first.
On TV?
Yeah. And he smoked it. That was gone.
They had talked about this on the broadcast that they didn't. They're like, man, we are so high up here. It's hard to see. I don't know how many games like Cone has done at the ballpark. He was like, it's hard to see up here, like how far these balls are going because we're pretty high up. We got to watch the fielder instead, which you're supposed to do anyway.
Which he turned and looked at it immediately.
Yeah, he didn't.
So I thought it was a little bit of a muted call. They got excitement once it went out, but it was a little muted, kind of like Jankowski swings, drives it to right field. It was just a little. Yeah,
they've been surprised it was Jankowski going to put one to the seats.
Little tepid, but man,
10 rows in.
You got this game. It legitimately had everything. You had Nate Eovaldi pitching his ass off early.
It was fine.
You had the Adolis Garcia bomb and another classic bat flip, which look, I'm still not a huge fan of the bat flips.
Oh, I love them.
I know. I'm an old crusty that way.
I don't think the bat flips are big enough.
I'm an old crusty
They need to get those bat flips where you throw the bat and the players in your dugout have to duck. Those are the bat flips I want. Yeah. I want some Josh Hamilton swing and miss like bat flips. That's what I'm looking forward to.
That's a bad reference.
Just throw those.
It's a great reference, but it's a bad reference.
Nobody got hurt when he did that, right?
People got hit by his bat.
But hurt?
One person I think got hurt.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I take that back. I didn't know. I can't remember. I have zero memory. I don't remember what it did yesterday. So I love the bat flip. There's a lot of things that happened and that took place in this game. Where do you want to start? Do you want to start with the Wyatt Langford intentional walk, Jonah Heim boneheaded play and then redeeming himself.
Oh, okay. So you think boneheaded? Do you think he was there a little bit of? Let's start there. Let's start with the Jonah Heim play. So
swing and miss.
This is
good pitch, very good pitch.
Yes, this is a
that's a foul ball. I should say it was a foul tip off the very, very end of the bat.
Yeah, just the tip, and sends it off the side, and immediately
it rolls about what I would say 20 feet.
Something like
15,
that.
20
And
feet away from
Jonah Heim does not get up right away because he thinks
runner's on second base.
Yes. And he does not get up right away because he's just like, okay, that was a foul tip. And then he realizes the ump is saying, no, pass ball or wild pitch or whatever. And Jonah Heim kind of stands up and kind of hurriedly starts going that direction, but then stops and starts trying to say, like, hey, that was tipped.
Yeah.
And then he turns around, runs over there. Guy scores from second base, throw not in time, and it's it's a bad break. And so they end up trailing at that point, 3-2 in the ninth inning. And I don't view this as like there was no I don't see why he should have hustled. I know we were texting with Sean last night, who I think it's starting to kill him that he's not been able to be here to talk about some of this stuff.
Look, I mean, he missed opening day week.
He was trying to stack the show on Wednesday.
He missed opening day week and March Madness. I mean, that's a big week.
He missed Dak news. He missed so much stuff. But last night, like Sean texted, and he's like, should Jonah have hustled? Like, should there have been more hustle there? You say yes.
No, I
don't view that as a Chuck Knobloch play.
That's Luka complaining about a call, and the play's going the other way. Like that run was on him. That run is on him as much as it's on the umpire. You played the whistle, or whatever you want to call it in baseball. You gotta. And when I posted that on social media, like everyone on Twitter was going for Jonah on my replies.
I don't blame Jonah. I think it's just kind of natural reaction. Like, wait, that was tipped. Like, I don't think he was like sitting there just trying to argue. I don't think it was totally registered because he was so caught off guard. Like, how did you think that was a pass ball? That was a foul tip. That, like, I think he was like,
right, I get it.
Dude, like, that was tipped, and he thought the ump was going to go, oh, yeah, sorry, tipped.
But you let a guy, when the guy was on second, well, not like he was on third, he was on second base. You let a guy from second.
I understand.
That means you could do that, but I think he took a little bit too long to get after that ball. And then, I mean, look, and that's where I said ball don't lie, because Jankowski was able to, get up in the next inning, and he never hits home runs. He was able to hit a home run and tie the game and make that play not matter as much. Still mattered because now you were tied instead of up one, but that was that. But then Jonah redeems himself in extras with a walk-off.
Well, he didn't need to redeem himself because he wasn't wrong. Chop. Now Peyton, I know Peyton has a take on this.
Okay,
because Peyton was like, yeah, I don't know. Are we going to be in disagreement on this? I was like, that depends. What's your take, Peyton? And I'm surprised that you came down on it where you did. Chop. Peyton, your thoughts on the Jonah Heim play last night?
Well, and Choppy making the Luka comparison, like that makes sense. It did widen my eyes a little bit, but it's like if Dulce is going after a ball down the right field line and it hits, obviously on the right side of the foul line and it's a foul ball, he's going to stop running because he knows it's a foul ball. And if they call it fair, he's going to take a second to realize it. Like that, and it wasn't like that ball was just tipped. That was an obvious foul ball. I mean, that ball moved 2 inches. That was an obvious foul ball. I don't blame Jonah for standing there. Like, yes, he took a little bit too long, but complain about that call. It was a big call at the moment. I don't blame him a lot.
Is that enough? Do you think Jonah being wrong, whatever else, is that enough though? That if the Rangers, like if Jankowski doesn't get out there in the bottom of the ninth, hit the home run, do the Rangers do you think that's a game where MLB goes, okay, yes, this is a legitimate one. You can play this under protest, and we'll pick it back up from the ninth?
No, because protest is that was technically a judgment call, not an enforcement of a rule.
Man, but it's a very clear, Pine Tar is a judgment call, and they that was under protest.
Which I don't know why you can't review that.
If the ball,
I don't know why.
Down the line,
to me, it was
fair
so
foul
stupid.
Down the line.
It's so stupid you can't review that. You have to be able to
fix.
Yes, you have to be able to review that play. That the fact that you can't review that play, which was the biggest play on social media the entire night, the fact that you can't review that is insane to me. It's insane. Why even have replay? Just get rid of replay. If you can't replay the stuff that's important, get rid of it. I don't understand. I don't understand how anyone could think it's a good idea that is not a reviewable play. It would have fixed everything. It would have made the guy, obviously would have made it a foul ball. The guy would have had to go back to second base. I mean, everything changes. The entire scope of the game at that point. Now look.
Well, that's saying if everything changes and the Rangers put that under protest, I think that's what, like, putting things under protest is usually such a waste. They're not going to, it has to be really egregious. But I think that's one that, like, if you're talking about, that was definitively a foul ball and it was getting killed the way it was on social media. It's like, well, you've got to correct this. So I think I would have, and I mean, I don't know, is that something you could have used today's off day to finish up the game? Protests usually don't turn around that fast.
They don't. I also think that they stopped allowing protests. I don't think they allow that anymore. I know the NBA put a stop to that. I think Major League Baseball's put a stop to that too.
What do you think? Look, I've not typically been a fan of it. I don't love the mic. I know you and Sean, I think, both have said that I'm a fun sucker because of it. I'm not a fan generally of the mic'd up player interviews during the game.
Love them.
Did you love the Josh Young? And we've got the clip here. This is Josh Young mic'd up last night and gets a ground ball hit to him.
I love the player interviews in the mid-game. I love being mic'd up. I love when the players are having to get on their horse during the mic'd up and they're huffing and puffing.
I like mic'd up segments. I don't like mic'd up interviews. I don't like an interview within a game. So when they're talking to him and he's having to
okay,
all right, give me a sec. Let me get this ground ball here or whatever.
So you want the player to be mic'd up, then go back in the lab an inning later and bring back the sound.
Yeah, or honestly, let's just have some. Let's go. I know you have to worry about curse and stuff like that, but technically it is cable. ESPN doesn't have to.
They don't
worry.
have to. Yeah.
So you could just play a full mic'd up segment and just tell the guy, hey, remember, you are mic'd up. You're live on TV here. Don't say anything too aggressive.
True. That's true.
But this was Josh Young's viral moment from the game last night.
Oh, I'm going to get a ground ball for you guys. Baby. Perfect. That boy, you vote. Perfect. Man, maybe I'll need to be in my ear more often. Amen to that. That boy, Evo. Get ahead, pounds over. Let's go, baby. Go get it. That's me. Oh, love those. All right, guys, I appreciate it. Very impressive. That's a new record for us. 2 out of the 3 outs by the guy wearing the microphone. Thanks, Josh.
That's great.
Dude, and he's
fantastic.
He's fun.
He's fun.
Like
he's
you can
fun.
tell in that interview.
And I'll tell you, he's being forgotten.
Yes.
So he's eligible. Evan Carter, obviously, with and he's being forgotten too because of Wyatt Langford. But Josh Young last year, for half the year, was the rookie of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And we are completely forgetting how good this dude is and how fun he is.
He started the All-Star game.
Yeah. We're forgotten how good and how fun he is because we're all focused on Wyatt Langford. And we'll get into Wyatt and his debut and his respect that he has had. But, Josh Young is still he is trending to an elite player. It's fantastic.
Now, we mentioned a little bit earlier, so Jankowski hits the big home run in the 9th inning, ties it up. I found the audio. I sent it over to Peyton. Peyton got it set up for us. This was Eric Chiafalo talking to Travis Jankowski in spring training, this is a month ago. And this is Janko kind of maybe calling his shot a little bit.
How many dong balls you gonna hit this year?
Hopefully 1.
Just 1 dong?
That's all I need.
Game winner?
Yeah.
Walk-off dong?
Yeah.
Janko, baby. Glue guy champion. Love you.
He said, all I need is 1.
All you need is 1.
He said, hopefully 1. How many are you going to hit this year?
Isn't that the song, All You Need Is 1?
No, that's All You Need Is Love.
I know.
But
I'm
close,
trying
very close.
trying to make a play.
It's a
on
good future
words.
song, though. RJ's song.
Yeah, could do that one. Yep, could do that one.
That is good. No, but this is, that last night, just Janko kind of calling the shot a little bit, says, look, hopefully 1. All I need is 1. It's I just need that one. Now, he did say game winner. Not a game winner, but they don't win the game without him sending it to extras there.
No, they do not. They do not win the game without him sending it to extras. It was a big at-bat. Big at-bat for him. Big hit for him. Big fly. Good
Big
win.
fly.
Great win out
Old
there.
Victor Rojas call.
Great win for the Rangers out there as they get the 4-3 extra innings victory in the opener. And now they take a day off. We don't care for the day off, But here you go. You've got it. You're going to have an off day today, and then you get back at it tomorrow. And that's when the grind really, really starts. We wanted upsets. We got upsets. Are you finally happy? Are you finally happy? We'll do that next in the Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info.
here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by State of the Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosses over left wing, settles left wing, goes to Momcilovic, got away with a travel, and a steal by Shannon into the open floor, slams it home with two hands, 70-64, 25 seconds to play.
Oh, baby, the madness was mad. Madness was mad last night. You had 3 seed upsets. 3 seeding upsets. You had Illinois, the 3 seed, beating 2 seed Iowa State. You had Alabama, the 4 seed, beating number 1 seed North Carolina. And you had Clemson, a 6 seed, knocking off 2 seed Arizona. UConn is just an animal. And that means that now, are you happy? Are you happy out there, folks? You wanted all your upsets. You had no upsets in the tournament. Well, now you got them. You got 3 last night. 3 out of the 4. 75% of the games were an upset last night. I think that counts as upsets, boys and girls.
Does. Look, we were talking about last night or just yesterday. I had asked you during your mini degenerate. I was like, who are the ones that you think, or maybe I did this during a break. I was like, who are the ones that you think have the best shot,
right,
to be an upset? Just so we could, like, you think all the favorites generally are going to win, but who has the best shot to be an upset? And we looked at it, and you're like, this one maybe, this one, but you didn't name Clemson, you didn't name Alabama. Like, no. and not to say like you should have. Nobody was expecting to win, but I mean, like, that just says it. Like, we weren't even considering Clemson over Arizona or Alabama over North Carolina as one of the legitimate upset options yesterday.
It was a 2-1 night for the degenerate. I lost the Carolina game, had them -4.5, but I won Illinois plus the 1.5. Or you could have taken a money line. I took a money line too, and I had UConn. So I was 2-1. I will take it. This is where, as I always said, Sweet 16, Elite 8 is where you make your money gambling on the tournament because they're much more stable. Games are more stable.
Do we
generally?
Do we know how our guy did with his $1,000 bets on the money line last night?
Oh, he'd have won big.
Did he make up his debt?
Yes.
How far was he down?
$900.
900. Oh yeah. If he kept that going, he cleaned up last night.
Oh, big time. The Illinois money line would have been, like them winning outright. I mean, Clemson winning outright, that would have been big. That was 7.5 point spread. I mean, he probably tripled his money there. He probably got 200 to 1, 250 to 1. Illinois, you're probably gonna get 180 to 1, 150 to 1, something like that. Or I'm sorry, plus 150, not 150 to 1.
Yeah,
UConn, he would have lost $1,000 there, and then with Alabama, I mean, he's probably winning, plus 170, plus 200, something like that.
Just at least according to USA Today yesterday, Illinois was even money on the money line. Bama was plus 165.
Okay, so if he bet $1,000, he would have won 1,625.
But so he would have gotten what, 625 on top of that, and then the Clemson game was plus 250. So yeah, he's out of the hole. Big time out of the hole. If he bet those, he's out of the hole.
Big time out of the hole. Okay, it's good. It's good. So there you go. That's that tournament guy. He's bet $1,000 on every underdog. He would have cleaned up.
Do you stop now? Would you stop if you're him?
Yeah, I mean, I think no. I mean, look, these aren't really upsets anymore. Now you're not going to get a lot of value. NC State will be good value if they win. I mean, you'll get, plus 3,000, right? But other than that, I wouldn't. I mean, I would not stop because these upsets they could easily happen. I mean, Creighton could beat Tennessee. NC State could beat Marquette. I mean,
Creighton better beat Tennessee.
There you go.
Gonzaga better beat Purdue.
How did y'all manage these games? Because the early games were on the same time as the Rangers. And I mean, I don't have the split screen feature.
Yeah, it's tough because it's one of those things where how do you choose? Because if you don't have split screen, oh wait, Chop, I have YouTube TV, so I have split screen. I was able to do the picture-in-picture. So that's what I did.
Now, is it easy for you? Do you have a 4-screen? Can it go 4?
I can do 4.
So you were able to watch all 3 games at once.
Mm-hmm.
Dang, Peyton.
I have DirecTV Stream, but with 3 minutes left, I changed it over to Arizona Clemson. That was a pretty big game right there. Now
Yeah.
I kept them on my phone with with the Rangers, or if I was watching Rangers, keep up with March Madness on my phone. But yeah, with 3 minutes left, I tuned over to Arizona Clemson.
I didn't. I didn't put my phone on. We kind of have a. It's not really a rule, but we're just hanging out. We keep the phones away, watch TV.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I try to adhere to it. Not great at it.
Yeah, I'm not great at it either. Half the time we're on it anyway. Or if I'm watching the game, she's on her phone because she doesn't want to watch it. But so I was just flipping back and forth. I would say during the Clemson Arizona game, I was probably 90% of the Ranger game. I would flip over here and there.
Yeah, if I had to pick one, I was gonna Rangers, and then during a break I'd flip over.
Yeah.
Now obviously we do have the benefit of, the radio broadcast right here locally. It's on 105.3 Fan, but I mean, you can listen locally really easily too. You can kind of if you want to flip over, you can also just turn on the Ranger game. You can listen to that, have the basketball game on mute, and you can still keep up with what's happening.
Right. Yeah.
And determine, there's action, basic guys in scoring position. All right, I'm flipping back over to Rangers.
But when Steele got hurt, I knew that was going to be a 10-minute break.
Yeah.
Right, because the pitcher's got to get warmed up. So, all right, back over to basketball. That was at a crucial spot of the basketball game too.
Dude, I think the play here for you, if you're not going to do if you don't have the picture-in-picture, is the next time you have a spare $100, go buy one of those, just cheap, like the smaller smart TVs from Walmart. And just do the 2 TV setup.
Side by side on the wall?
Or just put one over in the kitchen or something. Just somewhere else where you can just dart your eyes over or move back over. We did the on college football, because I got the picture-in-picture. Opening week of college football, we had the one TV up front, and then we got the TV from the back, the girls' room, and brought it up front, plugged it in right by the kitchen, and I had a different 4-box on both. So I was able to have 8 college games on at once. And then if we needed to blow a specific game up, and we would open one on the main TV and then keep a 4-box over here. But even still, even if I didn't have the picture-in-picture stuff with YouTube TV, then what I would do is I would just have the 2 TV, I'd bring the second TV up front. So
okay,
I say that's if you're a big sports fan and there's multiple things going on, the second smart TV.
Yeah.
If you've got $100 and you're just what do I spend this on? Just go to Walmart.
Are they really that cheap?
You can find some the ONNs or some of those type of TVs. You can find those for $100 at Walmart, 120, something like that.
Okay.
So that's the play, I think. Because then you just if you get the smart TV, it's got all the apps built in. You can download DirecTV, stream to it, and then put it up there.
Yeah, it was today, there's no baseball, no Ranger games, so I will be locked and loaded. Plus, it's Tennessee's on. That completely changes things for me.
Boy,
I'm in on that one, regardless of what's on.
I'm so disappointed that this game is being played on a Friday night, though, because win or lose, it'd be so great to see you the following morning after the game.
I need this on a Friday night, man. I'll be honest with you. Those games were so late last night, so late. It's 11:30 when that Iowa State game ends at 11:30. That is so late, man. And then tonight, there's no way I'd be able to get up in the morning because I don't know what I'm gonna do in terms of I'm not going anywhere for the game. I'll watch it at home, and I probably won't drink much because of the soda thing. I don't want to drink and ruin all my gains. But if they lose, I'm gonna need alcohol, and it's a little bit too late to get started at that point.
That's fair. Now, we talk about this game, like these games that were played last night. The Arizona game, Chop. I'm looking at this. Right. I was curious specifically because it's man, I feel like as much as I've been upset with Purdue, I feel like Arizona is developing some of the reputation that, or should be getting more of the reputation that Purdue's been getting as well.
They've had that reputation for decades, really. It went away because they finally won a title. But even before they won their title with Bibby and Miles Simon back in the 90s.
Jason Terry.
He was on that. Well, he was on the 97 team, I think. Right?
Yes, he was.
On the 97 team?
There's a picture of him, Miles Simon, Bibby, all of them.
You're right.
Yeah, he won that title.
I think you're right. So before that, I mean, they had that kind of mantra, that moniker about them, where they were the team that choked. Kansas had that too for a while.
Yep,
couldn't get over the hump.
Always
were getting knocked out early. Arizona was having that moniker, and then that kind of went away. Look, to me, if you make the Sweet 16, like that's once you get to the Sweet 16, you're playing quality teams. But this is all about the draw. Alabama and Clemson have to go up against each other to get to the Final Four. UConn's going to have to go up against Illinois. Purdue might have to go up against either Tennessee or Creighton.
Dude,
like sometimes Houston's got to go through Duke, and then maybe they're 2 seed. It's just a different. It's all about the draw, man. Whatever draw you get, that's the benefit.
Here's the problem, though. This is what I'm looking at, Chop. Over the last 10 tournaments, Arizona has been a number 1 or a number 2 seed.
What, 6 times?
6 times they've not gotten to the Elite Eight, or they've not gotten to the Final Four. The last 4 times they haven't even gotten to the Elite Eight.
Yeah.
And in fact, the last 4 times that they've been eliminated as the 1 or 2 seed, they've been eliminated by 11 seed Xavier, 5 seed Houston, 15 seed Princeton, 6 seed Clemson.
There's a question about the conference. How good the conference really is, the Pac-12.
I mean, it's not going to exist.
It's not going to exist. What they have? They had 2 teams in this year.
Yep. Which they just cut a deal. The 2 remaining. Who was it? Oregon State
and Washington State.
They just cut a deal, a TV deal for next year. So they've got football games figured out. But Arizona, I mean, this is as much as Purdue has been getting shots, and I know you're high on how they look right now, Purdue, and that they look like a juggernaut. Arizona needs a lot more of that on
Yeah,
them.
they do. I guess they had 3 teams in the Pac-12 this year. So that's it, 3 teams. And now you have like the Big 12's got 9 or 8, and the SEC's got 8. That you run into those conferences, and you're just not as good. Maybe we've just been overrating and overseeding Arizona, and maybe they shouldn't have been seeded that high, and they were seeded only that high because the conference that they're in kind of stinks. I don't know. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe that's just me. Their games are too late, so you don't watch them the same way you would watch a Big East game or an ACC or Big 12 or SEC game, Big 10. But look, when you have a team like Clemson who was not great all year, now they're healthy finally. They got healthy, and that's the key. And like we've always talked about, this tournament is about guard play, and they've got it. They've got very good guard play. They don't turn the ball over. That's huge. That's what you got to do. Clemson did it. Arizona did not. And Arizona's got good guard play.
None of us.
Let's be fair. Like they've got a guard that was in the national championship game a couple years ago at Carolina.
None of us picked Clemson to even get out of the first round.
Right. They were the chic upset pick in the first round against New Mexico. And here they are, dog walking everybody to the Elite Eight. Everybody.
What do you always say? Styles make fights.
Styles make fights, man. That's not inaccurate. All right, it is Sean and RJ here on a Friday. We're going to get you to your weekend as fast as possible. We'll go around the rest of Major League Baseball. Oh, by the way, how is Peyton Russell going to screw up another epic Sean Sharif blog post? We will do that all coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. But let's get you out to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters and the place to watch all the action. It was a great time to go yesterday. Go out yesterday to Boomer Jacks. Any locations around DFW, you can watch the baseball games and the basketball games and the hockey. Watch that hockey team clinch a playoff berth. You could have done that at Boomer Jacks last night, and you got a great opportunity to do it again. It's all-day happy hour today because it's all-day happy hour every day. Every day, happy hour pricing all day at Boomer Jacks. Any of their locations spread out. It's a gorgeous day out today. Spread out on their patios. They're both covered and some are open air. They're all outdoors, indoor, outdoor patios. It's fantastic. It's Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters. Find yours online, boomerjacks.com.
Coming up today on the KNC Masterpiece, we'll be live at Buffalo Wild Wings off of Lemon.
Relax, ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Dishes off to Hintz, down low, Pavelski in front, Ben scores! A goal and an assist for the Victoria native. His 901st point and a power play goal puts Dallas on top.
Canucks TV with the call. Stars get a 3-1 victory over Vancouver. And Bobby, I've been told by the internet that they clinched a playoff spot last night.
Internet's never wrong.
I don't believe it is.
Certainly not in this case. They absolutely did.
Playoff spot. First team in the Western Conference to clinch. You got a couple of teams in the East that have, I think you have 4 in the East that have already clinched. But they are the 1 seed overall in the Western Conference. 3 points clear of Colorado in the division. But they also are just 1 shy of the Rangers for the top spot in the NHL.
Go Stars, baby.
So the whole
Stars,
thing,
baby.
The whole thing could come through here. So again, they are currently the 1 seed. 8 to play.
Longest active winning streak in the NHL.
Yep. 8 games left. They are in Seattle tomorrow night.
And I'm sure there's probably a new Spits and Suds up.
I'm sure there is. Spits and Suds podcast. We're the best podcasts in all of the Odyssey family of podcasts.
In fact, while we're shouting folks out, today, Friday, KNC Masterpiece, they're going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings today on Lemon, just around the corner from us. That's from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., 4140 Lemon Avenue in Dallas. And then for Game 2 of your Texas Rangers against the Chicago Cubs tomorrow night, since we have the off day today, tomorrow night the game starts at 6 p.m., pregame at 5:30. But from 2 to 5:30, taking you up to the game is Alec Medford and Blake Elliott. They're going to be out at Globe Life Field 2 to 5:30 on Saturday, and they'll be in the center field concourse if you want to go by and say hey.
Did you know we are the home of the Rangers?
I did, and everybody else should know. Shout it from the rooftops. This right here is where you can hear the only world champion in the DFW Metroplex.
That's true. Let's get you caught up around baseball from yesterday, from the opening day festivities. Anything stand out to you? Because I know that you were keeping an eye on the sport during the afternoon as well.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that was, of course, there was a little bit of, and I mean, it's not anything that I'm sure was actually actively in his head. It's just he's a great player, and it's probably coincidence. But I did like that all of the, has Mike Trout lost it? Mike Trout finally slipping down something. Then he steps up there his first at bat yesterday and hits that home run. Orioles end up just absolutely bludgeoning the Angels 11-3. But Mike Trout says, Wyatt Langford who? I'm still the real Mike Trout.
So the real Mike Trout.
He went 1 for 3 yesterday, hit a home run in the first inning. Angels end up losing that one. But also, did you see what the Cardinals did? Or not the Cardinals. I was sitting here thinking Arizona. I was thinking Arizona, and then I went Arizona Cardinals. Did you see what the Diamondbacks did?
A 14-run third inning.
Dear God.
Yeah, they're not happy with losing the World Series last year. This is their revenge tour, I think. And they put up a 14 spot in the third. They beat the Rockies 16-1.
John Smoltz was in attendance, I believe.
Was he?
I think
Is
so.
that
I don't know.
is that confirmed?
No, I don't know. He wasn't.
We confirming that one?
Yeah,
I like that. Let's give you the so Kyle Freeland got the start for Colorado. 2 1/3, 10 hits, 10 earned, 2 strikeouts, 1 walk, 1 home run. Imagine being in there to allow 10 runs and only giving up 1 home run. Just the 1.
Dude, and it's so funny. Like, you look at this game and just how brutal.
And it was only a 2-run homer.
Yeah. No, but this is like, I mean, they gave up those 14 runs that inning. They were getting, smacked around or whatever. Then you look on the other side where the Diamondbacks only give up like 4 hits in this game. Zach Gallen threw first pitch strikes to 8 of 21 batters. So, like, they were in these favorable counts too. And Colorado just couldn't get anything going. But the Diamondbacks with the home opener absolutely bludgeon the Rockies. That was something that stood out to me. I know you were talking about this morning the big game in Houston with the Yankees.
Yeah, I mean, the Houston Astros had a 4-zip lead after like the second inning, and they blow it. They blow the game. The Yankees come back. Their largest opening day comeback win since 1950. They come from 4-0 down, and they win this thing. And then Juan Soto throws out an Astro player in the 9th inning at home. Guns him down in a single to right. Guns him down, and that made it 2 outs. Then they get the next out, and they win the game.
Quite an impression. he makes
quite an impression. Yes, he did.
He makes quite an impression in this game because Soto, obviously, he comes out of this with an RBI. He had a couple walks. He had the gunning down with getting the second out in the 9th inning there with the throw from right field.
I think it was Dubon he threw out.
And man, they're gonna love him. They're gonna love him out there.
They are. They're gonna love him, and then their ownership will go full on Jerry Jones and go cheap and not pay him.
So he'll be
one
ready
and
to
done.
become one of those big old Yankee legends out there. But he had a fantastic day yesterday. And then the Seattle Mariners, they get off to a rough start. Peyton's Seattle Mariners, who finishing above the Texas Rangers, right,
That's
Peyton?
Right. Yep.
Yeah. They end up losing to the Red Sox at home 6-4 yesterday.
And then the A's lose 8-0 to the Guardians. God, the A's are bad.
Did you see the attendance there? Or the crowd?
Oh, no. Hang on a second. Don't tell me. I want to look this up.
Oh, man.
Are we opening day, bad crowd?
I just saw the view, like when they were calling out the lineups and stuff. So this was, 10 minutes before first pitch. And it,
oh, no.
There might have been 17 people in the crowd.
First of all, that game ended in 2 hours and 22 minutes. Thank God. There was only 13,000 there. It's opening day, guys.
13,000 sold tickets.
30,000
too.
sold tickets. Don't blame the owner. The owner's giving you a competitive team for the most part his entire run, not the last couple of years. You've never showed up.
They're boycotting.
They didn't show up when they were winning 3 straight titles in the 70s. They didn't show up when they were winning 95 games a couple of years ago. They didn't show up when Giambi was there and Eric Chavez and Mulder and Hudson and Zito. They've never shown up. Yeah. Don't blame the owner.
They were I saw there were a bunch of different things that were going around social media yesterday, just like images from the parking lot where there were Oakland fans there in the parking lot that were not going into the game. They were just out there to protest with their signs and take photos. And look, makes a difference.
Yeah, makes a difference.
That's what California does, right? They just protest things.
That's what they do. But here's the thing. This protest is actually working. They're going to leave. That's what you do. When you protest something, you generally want that person to leave. You protest a speaker on a college campus because you don't want them there. They leave. The A's are doing the same thing.
I hate it. I really do, because I think the Oakland fans that exist, the Athletics fans that exist, are really passionate, committed fans.
They are. They just don't go to the games.
It's just there's so few of them.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
It's not what it is. Did you see the Wander Franco update?
Commissioner's exempt list,
yes,
right? He will still be paid.
He's been placed on administrative leave through June 1st amid an ongoing investigation into an alleged relationship with an underage girl. A source has confirmed. The Rays open their season on Thursday at home against the Blue Jays. Major League Baseball and the MLB Players Association agreed on the clerical maneuver that removes Franco from the 40-man roster this week. But he's never playing baseball again.
I would think not.
I wouldn't think so, but I mean, there's also a little bit of this, and I don't know if this is just they're trying to let due process play out or whatever else, but there hasn't seemed to be this, let's make an example of him type of move from Major League Baseball.
No, I mean, they banished Bauer in a worse way.
Yeah. And there hasn't been the same sort. Now, again, it's also because, wasn't there a long stretch there where nobody could find him? Like he was hiding out in the Dominican Republic or something.
So.
Like you couldn't find, like there was a while there where they couldn't even find him, but he has not been completely purged yet.
No.
Look, he was one of their brightest stars heading into the future. And I don't just mean Tampa, I mean Major League Baseball in general, but the dude was having problems. You remember he was having problems before this story even came out. He had gotten benched.
Yep.
Right in like a month before all this happened because they said he was just like bad behavior, maturity issues and things like that. And so
it's a sad story. It really is. I mean, he was a great player, but
I mean, sad from the perspective of the girl for sure.
Well, yeah, like I'm just talking from the player perspective. Like it's a sad story. He was a great player. He was supposed to be the face of the league or the team, and then now you get to the fact where you throw the girl in there, and now it's like her life is ruined.
Mm-hmm.
Ruined. 14 years old. Her life is. I mean, she'll be in therapy for the rest of her life. It's really sad. It's troubling from many avenues. Okay, let's do some happy stuff here.
Yeah,
let's make fun of Sean Sharif.
Let's do it. So all this week except yesterday because it was the payload, and Peyton says we're not allowed to encroach on his segment.
We
asked him if we could read it.
I didn't say that.
We asked him if we could read the Sean Sharif blog post that we've done every day this week at 6:40. We were like, hey, can we do this at during your segment, and he screamed several expletives at us. And it was like, F no, like I look, I'm all about like me and what I do.
That's why I played my
screw
song
you guys
yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't even tell you could make a song. You just made one, and then you played it for us. So, but we've been reading all this week with Sean Sharif out, and this is our last opportunity. Some of his old blog posts that we found from the internet, and these are legitimate blog posts. We're not just making these up and like doing this as a bit. These are blog posts he wrote 17 years ago for Russell Street Report, which is a Baltimore blog,
Baltimore Ravens blog,
and this blog post comes from May 16th, 2007, and it's from his ongoing series, Shots from the Sheriff. And he says, the ultimate trash talking shield. And it's a little bit of a, he's talking about how Ravens fans like to talk so much and what have they even done and some of that. But then he went on to some NFL thoughts. And that's where today's excerpt comes from, and where Peyton Russell walks in. He had a little bit of commentary on Ricky Williams after Ricky Williams once again had failed a drug test. Peyton Russell or Sean Sharif through Peyton Russell.
Take it away.
Take it away.
Sean calls it the sticky, icky Ricky.
Oh, yeah.
As hard as this is to believe, there may be a bigger idiot than Pac-Man Jones. That's right, Ricky has come to the rescue. He reportedly failed his 5th drug test last month, just weeks after telling Dan Patrick he hadn't blazed in 3 years. Right. The positive test can't come as a surprise. My favorite part of the story was the statement issued by Ricky after smoking his latest joint. Last month, following a psychological evaluation requested by the NFL, we, the psychiatrist and I, came to the realization that there were a few things I needed to iron out about myself in order to make my return to the NFL as successful as possible. Really, Ricky, a few things? Thanks for the epiphany. Here's a list of things Ricky needs to work on before stepping back onto the field.
Okay. So we got a list of 10 things here that Sean's going to give us that Ricky needed to work on. Okay, all right. Let's see what I'm sure there's a lot of really good advice here. And,
I'm sure there is.
And no trolling at all, and certainly no pop culture references, right? You would guess?
I would think there's going to be all pop culture references the way things go.
Let's see. Top 10. Okay, what are his 10 pieces of advice for Ricky Williams?
Number 1, come to the realization that Papa Roach isn't an old blunt.
Wow. He went to his last resort on that one.
That's good. That's good.
Number 2, stop mentoring Cedric Benson.
Rest in peace, Cedric.
Discontinue your Cheetos stock options.
What?
Okay.
Like munchies, I guess?
Yeah, it'd be munchies joke.
Okay.
Yeah.
Number 4, realize it's okay to talk without a helmet on. Number 5.
Yeah, Ricky did that for a while.
Was that what he did?
Oh, yeah, Ricky would do interviews with his helmet on. He felt like it was some kind of social awkwardness where he didn't want to show his face or something.
Okay.
Number 5, Vicina is always an option for job interviews.
Wait, what? Hang on, stop. What?
Is it Vicine?
I don't have the printout here in front of me. What are you saying? What are you saying?
Visine?
Visine.
Visine. Okay. Well, I put
it's
the
eye drops. Well, that means he doesn't smoke. Good for you, Peyton. Number 6.
Visine. Medicine. Take down your Bob Marley poster.
Oh, Bob Marley
Bob
reference.
Marley.
Erase Snoop's cell phone number.
Snoop reference.
Snoop joke. There we go.
Number 8, 420 should only relate to your 40 time.
Boy, Ricky ran a 420. I wonder why they traded all their draft picks for him.
Number 9, try not to wash your bong more than your dishes.
Jeez, man. How much do you think he stretched coming up with 10? Like,
I think a couple of them were stretches. You gotta clean the bong water, though.
And number 10, RJ, your favorite. Understand that the Ebola virus is not a type of weed.
Did they confuse the Ebola virus with Mirahoochie at any point? I don't remember that.
Was Ebola really big in 2007 even?
There was a big outbreak of it. I don't remember when it was. There was a big outbreak of it at some point.
I feel like that was like 15,
maybe 04.
Though. Here it was like 2015.
I don't know. I know it's been, it's been around for a lot. It's been around for a long time.
Those were your NFL shots from the sheriff.
Good stuff. Peyton Russell coming through yet again. We told you. We said, how's he going to butcher it? Vizine. I like it. Okay. Let's see the Sean and Roger here on 105 through the Fan. 6 a.m. Club. Thank you very much.
You're appreciated.
What do we make of the Rangers banner? The Rangers get the opening day victory out at the Globe. We will go through all the festivities coming up next on 105 through the Fan.
There's no reason to search sports headlines. We've got Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 0-1. Swing and a drive up the alley in right center field. Jonah Heim has walked off the Cubs. Jonah gets that chance, and he drills that pitch up the alley in right center. He's getting mobbed by his teammates out near second base. Jonah Heim with the game-winning run batted in to give Texas a 4-3 win here in 10 on opening night.
Hicksy with the call to game you heard right here on 105 to The Fan. It's Sean and RJ. Sean is out. He is back on Monday. Bobby alongside, as always. Peyton and Ryan in the back. Jonah Heim had a terrible 2.5 hours prior to that. A couple of strikeouts, a boneheaded play where he's not paying it. He's not hustling up to the ball.
To be clear, we disagree on that was boneheaded.
You're wrong.
Yes.
You're wrong. Everybody else agrees with me. Except you and Peyton, so I know I'm on the right there. And then he finally comes through in a big way and completely redeems himself. And he forgot about the previous 2.5 hours.
Yeah,
he is the hero last night.
Look, he was he came up big when it mattered most. There was a lot of guys coming up big in big moments. Spores last night. You look at what you got with Travis Jankowski and the home run in the 9th inning, Jonah Heim's hit, and look, it was we even got the first RBI from Wyatt Langford, got him on the board, and he was last night, man,
sack fly.
Yeah, sack fly. He also got the infield single, which you were saying if you would have found
if I would have found a way to bet on that, to where what is Wyatt Langford's first hit? I wonder what the odds would have been on infield hit. Now, he's fast.
Yeah, I mean, Sandler said last night, so he's
lightning.
The scale that they use in MLB scouting is 20/80. So 20 is the low end of a tool.
From a scouting perspective,
80 is the high end.
An 80 grade, every 10 is different, right? So 50 is
it's every 5. It's like 20, 25, 30, and so it goes up in those increments. Sandler was saying yesterday, hey, a reminder for everybody, there are some scouts who graded Wyatt Langford's speed as a 70 tool.
Yeah, that's
huge. That's part of why this guy's such a stud.
Yeah.
He had a lot of steals in his short stint in the minor leagues. He had some triples, He's gonna
get a lot of
those. He showed it.
He's gonna get a lot of this, especially early on in his career.
Now, what did you think about them essentially pitching around him last night?
Okay, so a couple of things. One, it shows immense respect for him, for the hype, for the talent. Two, it may have said something about Jonah Heim.
Okay.
Right? Because you have, it may have said something about him. And then 3.
I mean, Jonah Heim's developed a pretty good tool.
He has. No, he has. But last night at the time, he hadn't looked great.
Sure, and I'm sure you would still rather probably pitch to Heim than Langford.
And if I remember right, they were going to turn Jonah around for the first time that night, right? Because the lefty started, and they were going to turn him around.
Mm-hmm.
So that may have been another thing that you wanted to turn him around for the first time that night. And then also, there's not really a scouting report on Wyatt yet. So you don't really know where to throw.
You don't know where to throw, but it looked very clear that Neris knew he needed to be careful.
He was careful. He was low.
So
he made sure all the pitches to him were low.
Man, he throws a splitter on the first one, and then he comes right back and throws a splitter that was a borderline strike. It wasn't one, but it was close.
He wanted to stay low.
And they were bragging on him on the broadcast immediately after that pitch, Wyatt Langford, on the second one.
For him to spit on that?
They were like, man, young hitters, 1-0, you're going to be looking fastball. You're going to say, all right, this is a fastball count right here, and that's how you get somebody on that. They're like, that shows how disciplined Wyatt Langford is. There was another point where they came at him in a previous at-bat, they came at him with a high fastball that they were like, you don't see most guys get around on. He fouled it off, but they're like, most guys can't even make contact with that.
He's got quick hands. He's got a good stance. He's very balanced. That first strikeout he had, there's a 3-2 pitch, and you could tell he got caught looking, and I couldn't tell. This shows how good his balance is. You can't tell if he was looking away and they busted him inside, or he just thought the ball was inside and laid off it.
Yeah.
Like, you couldn't really tell, and that just shows his balance is so straight. And I mean, he's going to be good, man. He is not going to have any problem adjusting to the major league level.
He looks like obviously, we're probably going to have a little bit of overreaction. Everything he does is going to be great. And the announcers were maybe a little guilty that last night. Like, whoa, he fouled that off. Like, you're going to have a little bit of that. But he looks like he has a good eye. He looks like he's got a good awareness of the strike zone.
He has a very good awareness of the strike zone. He's got a 2 for 30 in him somewhere.
But
they all do. Everybody in Major League Baseball is going to have a 2 for 30 stretch.
Neris kept everything low to him, first 3 pitches, and they just go.
They said, that's 3-0. Let's not risk it here because you don't want to groove one.
Yeah, this was bottom of the 8th, 2 outs, man on second.
So you put him on, and then you set up. Even though there's 2 outs, you set up a force play at second. And then you get the slower runner on in Heim, and maybe not as good of a, even though he's more polished because he's been in the bigs, not as good of a hitter, not as big of a threat maybe. So there's a lot of reasons why you would do it there. There's also, again, there's not a scouting report on Wyatt yet, so it is a little even more dangerous. It's probably more dangerous to pitch to him now than a year from now because you don't really know where to throw. Like, you don't know where his get out pitch, you don't know what he could do. All you're doing is going off of spring training at bats and some college tape. That's not really going to work. So it was a lot of respect shown to Wyatt Langford. I love to see it. Love to see it. Evaldi was not bad at all. No pitcher's going to go 9 innings on the opening day. He was not bad. I thought it was a really well-pitched game. I felt bad for Steele getting hurt because he was pitching well. Both starters were kind of cooking at that point.
I felt bad for Steele getting hurt, but it was not because he was pitching well. Like, him pitching well. Like, I feel bad that he got hurt.
I like to watch it go. I love to see a well pitched game.
Sure.
Like,
I was not celebrating the injury, but also it was like, well, it's a good thing they don't have to deal with Steele for another couple innings because they were having some trouble with
Evaldi goes 6, allows 4 hits, 2 earned, 3 strikeouts and a walk, only threw 88 pitches. I assume they were not going to let him go. That was probably his number. 85 to 90 was probably the meat where they wanted him to settle in at, and they did. They didn't bother sending him out there. So Evaldi the win went to Robertson because you're getting extra innings. Great calves on Robertson, by the way.
Of course, that would be your takeaway.
Big calf game. Big, and I love his demeanor after. Remember, so he gives up this monster foul ball. Monster foul ball. And to Morel. And then he's able to get out of the inning. And he's sitting there laughing at the dugout like, man, it was just like a little bit.
That close.
It was that close. It was that close to going out. And it was. I mean, that would have been a grand slam. That would have probably ended it. I mean, for the most part, unless the Rangers would come out and scored a ton of runs. You never know. I mean, they did score the next inning. So the Rangers get the 4-3 victory out at the Globe. What is the update? Because, Evaldi pitched yesterday, and now it's kind of up in the air on their rotation. After yesterday, they're going to have, Bradford, then Gray. We don't know who pitches on Monday in Tampa.
Yeah.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So it won't be Evaldi. They're going to go somebody else.
Dunning.
Could be Dunning. Could be Heaney.
Just kind of depends.
Yep.
It's not going to be Max Scherzer.
It's not, but we got some updates.
We're getting closer. Look, after a bad run of injuries, feels like they've gotten some decent luck. Josh Young, Corey Seager, both of them ready for opening day. That didn't initially seem like that was going to be the case. And then they were ready to go out there and play yesterday. And now Max Scherzer, when the Rangers got their roster ready for opening day, he was not placed on the 60-day IL, which would have ensured that he was out for at least 2 months. So he was put on the 15-day list.
That's great
yesterday.
News.
After undergoing back surgery in December for a herniated disc. He spoke. He said, it's kind of early February for me right now. So early February, I mean, that in theory is 6 weeks away.
Early February?
Like for him, for his process, where he's at.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So he's at the start of spring training.
So we're 6 weeks away is what Scherzer feels like?
Yeah, so...
Boy, if they were to get him back in mid-May.
Yeah, because if they had put him on the 60-day, that's going to keep him out until Memorial Day.
He says, it's kind of early February from right now. Just have to come in and continue to do the rehab, do the process, and hopefully I'm back out there sooner than later. He threw 2 innings in a bullpen session Tuesday. It was his highest stress action since the surgery. Came out of it encouraged by his body's response. He said, that was a good work day. My body felt good the next day, so that was a big check mark for me. But in my head, I'm in early February. He said, it's one thing to throw a bullpen. It's another thing to get into a game. Then you start to ramp up pitch count, so there's still a number of hurdles to cross. But, man, he's such an intense competitor, like as we've seen even just the short while that he's been here. He just, I wouldn't put it past him that he would be back early. Do you have any concern at all about, though, like, hey, let's, even if you are feeling better, let's just stick to an original timeline when we're talking about a 39-year-old coming off of back surgery? Do you have any sort of pause?
I mean, I would think an original timeline would be, it has to be fluid. You have to go based on each individual is different, right? Some people heal faster, others take longer. I would absolutely use caution. So let's say he's ready to come back by May 1st.
Mm-hmm.
What's the record on May 1st?
Yeah.
Are they 10-20?
Yeah, like is the rotation pitch, is Bradford getting you by? Is Bradford, shown that he can handle it?
Are they 20-10?
Right.
You're 20-10. It's like, hey, Max, you know what? Why don't you take an extra week or two?
But if you're getting shelled in the rotation every day and your bullpen's getting worked,
I think it has to be a fluid situation. My assumption is Evaldi, assuming health, goes out there every fifth day and gives you a quality start. All right, saves your bullpen a little bit.
This would be fantastic news, though. If you're able to get Scherzer back by mid-May, or even back end of May a little bit, that feels, because I mean, what we're talking about, like I felt like it was a lot of the discussion for Malley, DeGrom, and Scherzer was like, you're talking about, I mean, different timelines for those guys, but July to August is what it felt like really,
just
deep into the summer.
Just go to last night. All right, so Evaldi throws 88 pitches in 6 innings. 3 weeks from now, he's going to go out there for the 7th.
Mm-hmm.
Right, he's going to be stretched to 100, and he's going to go out there for the 7th inning. So it's a bullpen saving day. The Rangers bullpen had to pitch more innings yesterday than they would have on a normal Evaldi start, given the same pitch count after the same amount of innings, because they weren't going to push him. It's opening day; you don't have to. It's why run that risk? So that's just kind of a little bit of that, and it's good news on Scherzer. The Rangers get the victory, and they hang the banner. We didn't even mention the banner.
Yeah, so Ryan, if you can put the banner up on the fan cam. First off, there were a lot of people complaining about this, that they had some trouble dropping the banner.
It's big. What I love about it, it's huge. You can't miss it when you're in there.
Sure, it's great. It did kind of
it creased.
It's like it didn't get straightened out all the way.
I don't know that they can have an ironing board that'll go up there and fix it, but maybe they have somebody on a catwalk to get a steamer out there.
It looks like it's almost like it's kind of like kinked up. You know what I mean? Like
you just gotta tug the top left. Just tug it a little.
It just looks, tug it. It's like like when you're doing a blanket, like when you got a little wrinkle and you just kind of. Just do the little tug at the corner, straighten it out a little bit. Yeah, you
can do that. They can fix that. That's no problem.
Here's my problem.
That will be crystal clear looking, flat, seamless, no crease by tomorrow.
Here's my only problem though, and yes, I agree with you. It's a very bland banner. I mean, I love it. I'm happy to see it. It gives you chills just looking at it and watching it get dropped. But it just doesn't it feel a little.
Well,
bland.
If you compare it to the Cowboys one, right? The Cowboys ones, they did it back in the day where they had the Super Bowl logos that aren't generic, right? Every Super Bowl logo is different.
Yeah.
So it's got that flair to it.
But doesn't that one feel like it needs a border at least? Like there's no border on it.
I mean, I would have liked to. I would like to have seen like a.
Here's what it honestly looks like, and I'm not exaggerating. If you're not looking on the fan cam, and this is not an insult, but I'm just saying this is what it honestly looks like to me. Doesn't that just look like a large version of like a rally towel they would have put on the seats yesterday? Like the same sort of
maybe that's what they designed it as. They wanted to have that as the same logo that they're going to put on the rally towels or same look, so everybody feels like they can have a piece of the championship banner. I mean, typically like you'll see a lot of outdoor stadiums will have like a hard plaque metal things because the wind is going to be in effect. But at Toronto at Skydome, they've got like football style banners. This is a football style banner or an NBA style banner.
Let us know what you thought of the banner. Do you like it? Do you hate it? Or being too nitpicky? Franklin Injury Attorneys text line 877-881-1053.
It's Sean and RJ. The commercial-free expressway is coming up next. How the Cowboys can fill holes in the roster NFL overreactions or not, and, of course, the junk drawer. Woo! Which I'm told Benjamin Franklin invented. That is next on The Fan. Let's get you on over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ on this Friday. We are going to get you to your weekend as soon as humanly possible. Junk drawer coming up. It is the commercial-free Expressway. During the Expressway tomorrow, next week, Bobby, I believe we have a wonderful giveaway.
An awesome giveaway. I don't know if you know this,
I do.
RJ Choppy. We are the home of the Texas Rangers.
I heard a rumor.
The world champion Texas Rangers.
Are you sure they won it last year?
I'm certain of it.
Okay.
I mean, maybe I should check with Smoltz. He may have a different view.
Yeah, I keep hearing things.
On air next week during the Expressway, every single day next week, we are giving away a 4-pack of Texas Rangers tickets. That is to the April 10th game against the Oakland Athletics. So we're giving away 20 tickets next week. 4-pack each day in the Expressway for that April 10th game. First 10,000 fans in the gate will also receive a World Series replica trophy presented by T-Mobile. It's $1 hot dog night, so you can get yourself a $1 hot dog. And if you want to get a preview, say, all right, wait, what's this replica trophy that I might be able to get? Go ahead and go to MLB.com/Rangers/tickets/promotions. You'll be able to see it there and get a look at it. But all next week during the Expressway, don't miss it. Giving away tickets to the World Series champion Texas Rangers all next week.
Heck yeah, and the Oakland A's will see what it's like to play in front of a stadium crowd with 13,000 for their opening day. Good job, A's fans. Let's do a little NFL stuff. Take a break from baseball and from March Madness. NFL overreactions or not for the offseason, free agency.
These are overreactions to 2024 free agency deals, trades from Dan Graziano over at ESPN. He had this up. Just several questions or overreactions that we can get from this offseason, and then he issues a verdict on it. So the first one, RJ Choppy, is that the Bears misread the market on Justin Fields. He writes, the Bears had been dangling Fields in trade talks since they found out they would have the number 1 pick in 2024 draft, courtesy of the Panthers. Early in the offseason, we thought Chicago could get a second-round pick for Fields. Well, a couple weeks ago, the Bears shipped him to the Steelers for a conditional 6th rounder. The list of quarterbacks who were traded this offseason before Fields includes Mac Jones, Sam Howell, Desmond Ridder, and Kenny Pickett. And essentially, there wasn't a whole lot of capital given in return. So, RJ Choppy, overreaction or not, the Bears misread the market on Justin Fields.
Not an overreaction. They absolutely misread it. Didn't Mac Jones get more in return?
Essentially.
Pickett?
I mean, so Jones got a 6th, but I mean, Fields could get up to a 4th round pick if he gets a certain amount of playing time. But I mean, the Commanders for Sam Howell, they basically got a late 3rd rounder.
Yeah, they definitely misread the market. Now maybe it's better for Justin Fields in the long run because he gets out of Chicago for one. Which is an organization that never wins and goes to an organization that really only wins. And that's good for him. But, I mean, I don't know that I don't know how much playing time he's going to get. I would play him a lot.
Oh, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't play him a lot?
Nope. Let him sit, let him learn, and don't let that draft pick get any higher.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you're trying to win, I get what you're saying.
I recognize that.
Right, I get it.
They're a little bit in a season of change, and so I think that's why they want somebody like Russ to be there. And look, hopefully, I mean, I don't know what kind of a mentor Russ is at all, but I mean, I think if you're Pittsburgh, you just hope, hey, let's get him here, get him used to what we do here for the year, save that draft pick, and then if we're ready to roll with him in 2025, we can do it. Dan Graziano's verdict on it is not an overreaction. He says when the offseason began, it wasn't too wild to think that some team might view Fields as its 2024 starting quarterback. Had that been the case, a 2nd rounder was feasible. So definitely misread the market. Said the Bears lost a lot of leverage because of the minimum market and the league-wide belief that they were planning to replace Fields. All right, overreaction number 2. Derrick Henry will put the Ravens over the top and into the Super Bowl. He says Baltimore made a big splash with the signing of Henry, the powerful former Titans running back who rushed for 12 touchdowns in 2023. The run game threat of quarterback Lamar Jackson combined with the might of Henry looks like a terrifying combination for opposing defenses. So RJ Choppy, overreaction or not, Derrick Henry will put the Ravens over the top and into the Super Bowl.
Overreaction. Look, listen, Mahomes is going to lose one day. He's going to lose one of these.
Won't be to Derrick Henry, though, or because of Derrick
And
Henry.
it won't be because of Derrick. It'll be because Lamar Jackson plays great, or the Ravens defense plays great, or Mahomes is a bad day. I don't think it'll be because of Derrick Henry. I think the signing's fine. I don't have a problem with the sign. I wouldn't have done it, but I don't have a problem with it. But no, that's an overreaction.
I agree. Total overreaction because look, it was interesting. Was it was Taylor Lewan, right? Who right before he signed in Baltimore talked about how, well, the place you don't want to have Derrick Henry go is like a read option quarterback. Like you don't want him to play there. You want him to play with a more standard drop back kind of quarterback who they're just going to turn around, hand it to him, and he goes instead of having to be part of the read of what are we going to do here. And that's going to be the Baltimore offense is going to be read option. So at least according to a guy who blocked for Derrick Henry for a lot of those yards, he's saying that's before he signed there in Baltimore, he's saying that kind of offense wouldn't be a fit for him. And that's where he ended up being. I think he'll be a fine player. I don't think that's going to change. I don't think Derrick Henry being there against Kansas City in January makes a difference. I don't think they end up in the Super Bowl if Derrick Henry would have been in that game. But Dan Graziano says not an overreaction. Says nothing against the Henry move, which I like a lot. But for me, the story of this Ravens offseason is about what they've lost more than what they've added. It started with 3 defensive coaches departing. And starting linebacker Patrick Queen is a Steeler. Safety Geno Stone is a Bengal. There are going to be a lot of changes for the Ravens this season, mainly on defense and in a division in which every team had a winning record and 3 made last season's playoffs. I think the Ravens might end up taking a step back in 2024. So he says overreaction there. Next one. The Kirk Cousins signing makes the Falcons a legitimate Super Bowl contender, saying Atlanta landed the biggest prize of the negotiating window, signing Cousins away from Minnesota with $100 million in guaranteed money that he'll see over the next 2 years. Adding Cousins, who was one of the best quarterbacks in the league in 2023 before his season-ending Achilles injury, to a skill position group that includes high first-rounders Bijan Robinson, Drake London, and Kyle Pitts should, the theory goes, unlock this offense and take it to a new level. RJ Chopper, overreaction or not, Kirk Cousins makes the Falcons a legitimate contender.
Overreaction. If Minnesota wasn't a legitimate contender, why would Atlanta be? That's how I would look at that. I think he's good. I think he's clearly a top 10 quarterback. I think he makes them a lot better, and he puts them in the postseason. But I'm not going to say they're a title contender. I mean, shoot, man. I mean, I'm not really ready to say that the Cowboys are a title contender. And they are. But, like, you're clearly, obviously, San Fran's the dog on the block.
In the NFC.
In the NFC. You're clearly, if you're Atlanta, behind the Cowboys and Detroit.
Yeah. I mean, you're definitely behind Detroit. We think you're behind Dallas. But, I mean, look, if you don't know.
You could be behind Green Bay.
We have no clue. This could tilt either way right now. We have no clue how good the Cowboys' offensive line is.
We don't.
If the Cowboys' offensive line is putrid, I don't know how good they'll be.
But, man, here's the thing.
Who's burned out,
this is the one thing that everyone has, I think, failed to mention. The Cowboys' offensive line was an anomaly anyway. What position group has 3 All-Pros on it?
Fair.
So now they're just like everybody else.
No. See, that's the difference.
Every offensive line has at least one hole, right?
Okay, sure. But I'm saying, like, I think the concern is, like, I'm talking about them teetering right now on they could be a top 10 offensive line or they could be a bottom 10 offensive line, depending on how things play out over the next month or so.
Is that, but are not most teams in a predicament where, like, they have a lot of questions on the O-line where they can, I mean, every team feels like, we can now there are some that are just great offensive lines, and the Cowboys have been that team. They've been that team. You know, Detroit's got a good offensive line, right? And, you know, there are teams out there that have had really good offensive lines. Baltimore's had a good one for a while, right? But, I mean, a lot of the teams are just kind of in that predicament. Like, if things go south, like, our offensive line could be a major problem.
I think Dallas has, right now, this second, I think they have 4 questions out of their 5 positions on the offensive line.
Assuming they move Tyler Smith?
Because I just think I think they believe in Tyler Smith, but they don't know where he's going to be. So because they don't know where he's going to be, that means left guard and left tackle are a question because you don't know which one you're solidifying. Center's a question. And they got to see, okay, is Terrence Steele going to bounce back after a really rough year coming off the ACL at right tackle? And Zach Martin is not a question, but Zach Martin's a question for the future. And Zach Martin is not quite as good. Like, I mean, it's just a slight decline from where he had been previously. But I mean, you do have a lot of questions there. So I don't know how good that offensive line is going to be. They might have their problems. Well,
they might.
Well, let's just have to see. But in terms of the Falcons as a Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, that's an overreaction.
I think it's an overreaction as well. I think they're definitely a contender to win their division, but overreaction that they're an NFC contender. Graziano says overreaction, says Cousins is going to be 36 years old in August. He's coming off a season-ending Achilles injury. Also never played past the second round of the playoffs in any of his 12 seasons. Number two, or next one here. The running back market is back. RJ Choppy, after we've seen deals for Tony Pollard, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, DeAndre Swift. Guys, we're getting a little more money this offseason. So RJ Choppy, overreaction or not, the running back market is back in the NFL.
Not an overreaction.
Oh.
There is cause to sign. There's reasons that you can sign running backs. I don't think it's. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily do it to a big contract like Saquon, where he gets like $13 million a year. Or whatever. I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
but 6, 7, 8. I mean, I'd absolutely would have done the Aaron Jones contract.
Sure,
1 for 7.
Yeah,
I mean, I would absolutely have done that. I think the running back market is back in the sense that I think you're gonna see running backs take or teams offer money to running backs, but shorter deals, obviously. It's a 2-year deal, 1-year deal, like with Aaron Jones. And I think running backs eventually will take that. They're going to start like wising up, like, hey, I'm going to take some money here. I'm not going to hold. I'm going to get my money. If somebody's going to offer me $7 million, there's a lot of things I can do with $7 million. Even though it's 1 year, I'm going to take it anyway.
this is tough. I don't know that it's an overreact. I don't know that it's an overreaction, but I also don't know that it's like totally accurate, because I think the running back market is trending up. Like it's you know, it hit a valley and it's going back up a little bit, but I don't think it's back, and I don't think it'll ever be to what it had gotten to ever again. Like I don't think the running back market is going to be that way. I do think that eventually we're going to see the power running game kind of come back into style with how light some of these defenses are now.
Right.
That you're going to see more teams go like, well, we can just run over these guys. And so I think you're going to start seeing that come back a little bit. Dan Graziano says it's an overreaction. Saquon Barkley cleaned up. Texans were offering a lot of money too here, but the rest, it's kind of just growing with the market in general. One more here before we get to the junk drawer. RJ Choppy.
Bobby Belt.
The Houston Texans are a real threat to the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC. And I mean, we already know all about the Chiefs and the Texans and what the Texans have done with CJ Stroud, D'Amico Ryans. They just added Danielle Hunter. So we know who the Texans and Chiefs are. Is that an overreaction that the Texans are a real threat to the Chiefs in the AFC?
No, I don't think it's an overreaction. No, I wouldn't pick him yet. But if Stroud is that, look, he was great last year, and then I assume he's going to take a jump. Like, that could be...
I mean, that's scary if he's taking a jump. He was really good last year. Like, how it depends on how big a jump that is. That might be scary for people.
I mean, I think most quarterbacks take a jump in their career. Like, even the great ones will take a jump from, like, you know, even Tom Brady took a jump.
Tom Brady took 3 jumps.
Yeah, right? You know what I mean? Like, the great ones, Pat Mahomes taking a jump at times.
Sure.
Like, he's better now than he was his rookie year.
Yeah,
he's more polished.
Man, he was
great his rookie year, but he's more polished now, right?
Yeah, Stroud finished 8th in the MVP, made the Pro Bowl, won Rookie of the Year, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 4,000 yards passing, 64% completion percentage, won 9 out of his 15 starts. So it was a really good start for them. I think just with what D'Amico Ryans is doing there, the culture that he's put into place, how good Stroud was making some of these guys who have, like, I mean, Noah Brown was playing really well for a lot of the season. You know, you saw what Tank Dell did before he got hurt, and I think the Texans absolutely are setting up to be a big time challenger for Kansas City moving into the future, and a lot of it has to do with Stroud. And Dan Graziano agrees, says not an overreaction. Why not? We saw the Bengals knock off the Chiefs and advance to the Super Bowl in Joe Burrow's second year, and they were not even close to a playoff team in his first. If things come together for Ryans, Stroud, and company in 2024, how big of a stretch is it to imagine they could have a similar level of success? So there you go. Those are some NFL overreactions.
All right. Very good. Good stuff. Love to hear it. We got opening day. The Rangers is in the books. They get a big 4-3 extra innings victory.
Damn right they did.
Over the Chicago Cubs. Love to see that happening. We're going to tell you how they were disrespected by one of their own coming up at 8 o'clock. But it's time now for the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
All right. let's hit up the junk drawer here. Now, we have been talking about this squatting issue plaguing the United States.
Yep.
We saw last week, we talked about the lady in New York City who had her mother and father had passed away, left her their house. She's getting some work done on it. She goes back to the house, and there's people living in it. She can't get them out because the state law said they'd been there for 30 days, and she can't get rid of them.
She goes to jail.
She goes to jail.
Changing the locks on the home she owns.
She goes to jail for changing the locks. So I know myself and a lot of us are like, that's New York. That wouldn't happen here.
Yep.
It done did.
Yeah. And in fact, when we were talking about it the other day, I looked at the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, or as I like to call it, the morning show watchdog, because they'll let us know when we're wrong. And they were, when I was saying, this is New York, somebody came back and went like, dude, this exists in Texas too.
It does.
It's like, what?
It exists everywhere. It's basically existing everywhere. Except for one place. We'll tell you about that in a second.
That's a tease.
But let's go to Mesquite, Texas, which is here.
It is.
It's right here.
I've watched high school football there. Mesquite Poetry.
Yes. We had a barbecue
beautiful
cook-off.
stadium there.
We had a barbecue cook-off there at one point in the early days of 105 through the Fan. But
did Sean lose that one too?
This was before Sean was a cook.
Oh.
A woman's home was turned into a drug den, and her possessions sold at a yard sale or a garage sale, however you want to call it, or a tag sale, depending on where you're from.
Never heard tag
Terry
sale.
Boyette was in Florida caring for her sick mother. A friend calls her and says someone had squatted in her Mesquite home. She had previously hired workers to renovate the house. After she left, a painter broke in, wrecked the place, left cracked pipes in her oven, needles in her drawer. So she had cracked pipes and needles all over the place, according to her.
Crack pipes. I thought you said cracked pipes, and I was like, who has pipes in their oven?
I may have said cracked pipes. I don't know.
I thought you were talking about like water pipes. I was very confused.
I absolutely may have said cracked pipes.
Okay.
I don't know.
Continue. Okay, gotcha.
It took 6 months. She finally got her home back. It took 6 months. But she says, listen to this, all of her belongings have been either damaged beyond repair or sold, with her bed situated in the backyard, a bike and scooter in her shower, trash, dishes everywhere. Everything's been sold at the garage sales or online. She would, apparently the squatter let people sublet rooms from him. He took over the house acting as if he was the landlord.
The police are on their way, mofos.
No, they weren't. And then charging people to live there. She had told the workers to leave before she left to Florida. The squatter broke in, would not leave. She was alerted. She called the police, but was told because he had been there for more than 10 days that she would have to evict him.
It's 10 days here? It was 30 in New York.
I know. The process took months. They sent a 30-day notice. So he gets the 30-day notice that he's going to be removed. He gets another 30-day notice that had to be expired. She sent those. She gets a court date. They go before the judge. The squatter does not show up, so the judge grants the eviction. But here's the rub. This was in December when the judge granted the eviction.
Mm-hmm.
The judge says, I don't want him to be homeless over the holidays, so you can't evict him till February.
Really?
Really? And
this makes me...
And the lady said, Miss Boyette said, Your Honor, I'm now homeless over the holidays.
He's like, oh, that's tough.
Because this is my house. I'm homeless over the holidays.
She should have squatted in his house. So how do you like it?
So the squatter had him encouraging others to squat in the home and basically subletting it out. So the police department did not respond to comment for this story, but what a wild story that was. And it's right here in our backyard, man. I hate hearing that. Like I get it, you know. There's rules and stuff, but this is somebody's house. This is thievery.
Well, you know what she can do? If she never wants this to happen again?
What?
She can move to Florida. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a law on Wednesday that squashes squatters' rights.
Oh, really?
Squatters
So that's
beware.
improvement.
This is from WPTV in Florida. Squatters beware. Florida's latest law makes it easier to remove those illegally staying on private property. Governor Ron DeSantis signed HB 621 into law Wednesday, eliminating squatters' rights in the states. He said, "We are putting an end to the squatters scam in Florida. While other states are siding with the squatters, we are protecting property owners and punishing criminals looking to game the system." DeSantis said the law provides homeowners with remedies against squatting and increases penalties for squatters. Marin County's sheriff made national headlines this week after warning of a viral video teaching squatters how to circumvent the laws. Under this new law, a property owner can request law enforcement to immediately remove a squatter if the person has unlawfully entered, has refused to leave after being told by the homeowner to do so, and is not a current or former tenant in a legal dispute. Jump back to that here just a second. The law also makes it a first-degree misdemeanor to make a false statement in writing or providing false documents conveying property rights, a second-degree felony for squatters who cause $1,000 or more in damages, and a first-degree felony for falsely advertising the sale or rent of a residential property without legal authority or ownership. Here's the only problem that I see with this job, is that when it says you can call law enforcement to remove the squatter if the person has unlawfully entered, refused to leave after being told by the homeowner to do so, and is not a current or former legal or former tenant in a legal dispute, I feel like it takes minimal resistance from these squatters to then have them go, well, it doesn't check all the boxes, like for the police to say that.
Well, they would have to show proof that they were a former tenant, right?
Well, it says that they were a current or former tenant in a legal dispute. So if they start saying like, well, no, we're going to court over this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that you would have to have documentation that wasn't the case, or that is the case. I don't know, maybe not. I mean, I like the idea of the rule.
I do too. I'm happy
sounds
somebody's
great.
doing something about it, because this is like one of these, I feel like this is something we can all get on board with. This is a common sense like issue that we should all be united on, of like, hey, this is stupid, like fix it. Like there's not a lot we can agree on in this day and age, but this feels like one of them. Like I've not seen one person on the Franklin injury attorneys text line when we've talked about this issue go, well, look, like you really got to watch out for the squatters. Like, I mean, they need help too. Like nobody's done this.
The Franklin injury attorneys fan text says, I had guests show up to my Airbnb in Lake Fork. Great lake, by the way.
Oh, I haven't been to Lake Fork in 15 years.
And they found squatters in it. It took me 5 months to get them out. And then people were saying, you know, because Sean's trying to sell another house. At some point, what happens if if this thing is on the market and all of a sudden there's people there?
Dude.
Can you imagine?
Should we go over there?
That should be our... Yeah, let's squat at his house. See how long it takes for us to get kicked out. I've needed a house.
You need a house. You need a pool. You got a pool there.
Dude, this is a good idea.
You start taking pictures, post it on Twitter, and see and like tag him and see how long it takes him to recognize. He goes, wait a minute.
He's like, that's my house.
Yeah, this is my old place.
He's like, I recognize that bullet hole in the window.
I can't believe that one.
So there you go. Florida's doing something about these squatters' rights, even if nobody else is. You know what's another scam in addition to the squatters' rights?
What's that?
You ever heard of an insurance scam, Chop?
Yeah, I mean, I plan on partaking in one at some point.
Okay, well, maybe don't say that into a microphone.
I'm just kidding.
A student, a university student. This is a wild story. This has to be the
Isn't insurance the insurance scam?
Yeah, this has to be the biggest, like just waste of time, and like the fact that this guy did this and ended up still getting screwed anyway. I kind of feel bad for him, but not really. A university student in Taiwan got his legs amputated in hopes of receiving a $1.3 million insurance payout. He has been arrested on suspicion of fraud, local prosecutors say. The 23-year-old, identified only by his last name, Zhang, plunged his feet in a bucket of dry ice for more than 10 hours to get them so badly frostbitten that he would need a double amputation, the Taiwan Criminal Investigation Bureau said last week. The Bureau said a friend of Zhang's from high school, identified only as Lau, persuaded him to carry out the insurance scam. Lau, also 23, suffered losses from trading cryptocurrency. They got suckered in by the crypto.
He got the Sam Bankman-Fried stuff.
And he tricked Zhang into signing a legal note obligating him to pay about $800,000, investigators said. The local media outlet Taiwan News reported that Lau told Zhang that gangsters were pursuing him. On January 26, 2023, Lau and Zhang rode around Taipei on a motorbike at night, wanting to present the claim that Zhang was afflicted with frostbite while riding the vehicle in the late evening, investigators said. Just days before Zhang bought several expensive policies for life insurance, travel insurance, and accident insurance, prosecutor said. After the motorbike ride, Zhang soaked his feet in the dry ice, was admitted to the hospital, and got his feet cut off, and they had been busted for this. Not only was he busted, they were convinced they were going to get $1.3 million in insurance money. He got $7,200, and he's now been busted. So he was tricked into believing he had an $800,000 debt from his buddy. The buddy then convinced him to get his feet amputated so that he could cover the debt. And then, hey, look, you got like an extra $500,000 for you. It's a good setup. He only ends up getting $7,200, less than $10,000, well short of $10,000, and he now has to return it, and he's probably going to jail with no feet.
With no feet.
Can you imagine how difficult it is to get around like prison? I would imagine just with no feet. Like, think of all the challenges of being in prison in the first place. Then you have no feet.
You'd have to like glide.
This guy is
slide
like
your feet, you know.
This is
or
You don't have a leg to
slide
stand
your
on.
legs.
oh gosh. Chop. This has got to be the worst luck, and now it's all bad luck created by him. But I mean, this really just starts out with him being kind of a dummy and being tricked by his POS friend into saying, "Hey, you owe me this money," and then he probably felt a little desperate. So I do feel a little bad for the guy, because I don't know that I've heard of worse luck in my life, Chop, than this one. Have you ever been like really worked over? When was the last time you were like completely even like in a very basic way?
But that's a good question. I don't know.
I remember
this poor. I feel bad. This is so bad.
I feel bad for the dude.
Yeah, I mean, he lost his superpower.
Why? You're damn lucky Sean's not here. He would tell you to go home right after that. Super.
You think he's gonna go on the keto diet?
How many of these have you banked up?
I mean, how many do you want?
Let's move from the feet to the fingers.
Do we have to?
Yeah, we got to, because I can't stand many more of your puns here. Let's talk about the middle one specifically.
All right, so there's a study out there that says, and we knew the study was true.
Yeah.
All you gotta do is look at us. We have none of us have any. Like, we're very stress-free.
Me?
Well, I am.
I am not.
I am. Because I think it's because I curse and I give the middle finger a lot.
I get worked up. I give the middle finger a lot.
According to a study, cursing and using obscene gestures like giving the middle finger can help reduce pain and increase pain tolerance.
Really?
Yes. In the April issue, this month coming up, of Psychological Reports, the study known as the cold presser task is when a person submerges their hand in a bucket or tub filled with freezing ice cold water for as long as they could take the pain. 61% of the students were women.
Make sure it's not dry ice. You'll have to get it amputated.
That's right. So 61% were women, and their average age was 19 years old. During the test, one group of students were told to submerge their non-dominant hand in a tub of water and drop the F-bomb over and over and over and over again as a light blinked in 1 second intervals. The other group was told to do the same thing, only instead of saying the F word, they would say the word flat over and over and over and over again as a white light blinked.
Okay.
Another test, students submerged their hand in a bucket of freezing water, and instead of cursing, they would do the middle finger. And the other bucket, the other group of students would do their index finger instead. And they found that producing the taboo act in either language or gesture increased pain tolerance in the cold task and reduced the experience of perceived pain compared with producing a neutral act. Which is why when you stub your toe, you
say what you say.
You say what you say.
What's your go-to swear word when you have unexpected pain?
I merge them.
I have heard you use them. With unexpected frustration. I've heard you default, I think more often around here, to GD than F.
It's an unfortunate. Look, my dad did that a lot.
Good Friday,
your son would be disappointed.
My son was very disappointed.
And it's Good Friday.
My father would do that a lot. That was his go-to word.
Here, let's
it's just you learn what your daddy did.
I want to let's try something out. Come smack me in the back of that. Seriously. Okay?
Backhand or forehand?
Just back of the head. Okay? Not
shoe?
No, just back. Okay. No, it still hurt. That still hurt. So we tried it out. It doesn't.
Maybe you have a weak threshold for pain.
I mean, look, I know my sample size is smaller than theirs probably. That was one person. But it could be that I have weak threshold for pain. That's true. Maybe it's, yeah, that could be it. I feel like generally pain doesn't get to me too bad. But Sean would say it does because Sean says, you're always crying about your neck. You always saying your neck hurts. I was like, I'm just saying it hurts. It's not like I'm calling out for it or anything. But I don't know. I definitely see like this. So this is like just a catharsis thing. Like, oh, it's just like, it's a release so you're able to tolerate the pain better. It's not necessarily that like it builds it up within you is what they're saying.
I guess it just builds up. Yeah, I guess so. But I like it. I mean, I think I agree with that one. Maybe the guy who cut his feet off would feel the same way.
Yeah,
that was
maybe he should have done that.
That was a hilarious story.
Okay, yeah, that's very good.
Somebody
on the text said he's still not going to be able to foot the bill.
Wow, well done, well done. Well done. Big win for the Rangers in their opener. We got a little update on our boy Shohei Ohtani. And the Rangers were disrespected by one of their own. That is all coming up next on 105.3 The Fan in the 8 o'clock hour. Get you on over to Gaylord Golf Mecca. That's right. If you're a golfer like me, like a lot of you out there, love golf. It is a great way to hang out with your buddies. If you like to get on the course and enjoy a couple of brews, you could do that. But golf in Michigan in the summer, there's no place like it. First of all, the golf courses are fantastic. Best golf course you're going to play. 16 championship golf courses. I mean, they are picturesque scenery. The mountainous terrains they have up there in northern Michigan. You wouldn't think it's mountainous. It very much is. Rolling hills, plush green grass, all the forests. It is tremendous. It's also great weather. You know, the average summer high in July and August in Gaylord, Michigan is 72 degrees. And you know what it is here. It's like 110. So head on up to Gaylord, Michigan. Every year I've gone there for over 10 years in a row now. We got engaged there last summer. It's tremendous. It's a great place. The ultimate guys trip. It's a great place to bring your girl to if you like to go golf with your lady like I do. So head on up to GaylordGolfMecca.com. Stay and play packages available online. You take a short flight to Traverse City, Michigan, a couple hours, and then you drive an hour to Gaylord, and you are on a tee box in some of the most plush earth you're ever going to see. And if you're not into golf, some of the best fishing and hiking and boating is up there in northern Michigan. You're getting lost up there in the woods in the great weather. It's a fantastic summer getaway. GaylordGolfMecca.com. GaylordGolfMecca.com.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Monte into the glove and the 3-2. Swing and a high drive. Deep left field. Happ won't be able to do anything with this. It is gone. Adolis Garcia, who hit 39 home runs during the regular season last year, hits his first in 2024 and ties this game at 2.
Pixie with a call. Game you heard right here. Rangers with a 4-3 extra innings win in the opener. Opening day at the ballpark here on 105.3. The Fan. Was a great day, great victory. And the Astros lose. And the A's lose. And the Angels lose.
And the Mariners
lose. They go wire to wire.
They
go wire to wire, man.
This really could not have gotten off to a better start.
No, I don't believe it's possible.
It's not. And so you're in a great spot right there. You're essentially UConn. You know, they threw up the stat this morning on ESPN. You know how much of the tournament, 3 games in now, you know how much of the tournament UConn's trailed for?
28 seconds.
28 seconds.
You know what their average margin of victory is?
Like 69?
29.
Oh.
Their point differential. I'm sorry. Their average point differential in the games is 28.7. That is
juggernaut.
Stupid. They're approaching UNLV, Larry Johnson, Stacey Ogman levels right now.
And in their last 7 tournament games dating back to last March Madness, they've trailed for a total of 5 minutes and 50 seconds. Total. Out of 280 minutes.
Boy,
total.
Where's Herb Brooks? We need Herb Brooks.
Trailing.
We need Herb Brooks out there. Someone's going to beat those guys. To give them those miracle speeches.
Look, I mean, Peyton thinks it'll be the Houston Cougars.
He does.
Speaking of which, 9 o'clock, next hour, we'll talk with Brandon Scott from our sister station, 610 in Houston, about the Cougars and about the tournament in general.
That is here. That game is here. The NCAA tournament's here tonight. The reunion, the ball, reunion tower ball was lit up with a little NCAA today.
I thought when you were first saying reunion, I thought you were saying the game was going to be at Reunion Arena.
No.
I was like, that's been gone for a while.
I wonder how many people still call it reunion. Like, just even though it's a completely different place, like you just refer to it as like the original. Like, how many people call it Texas Stadium? Where they,
some people do. I'll tell you, I fall victim a lot to ballpark.
I still call it the ballpark. Even I still a lot of times will catch myself calling it the ballpark.
You know what I still have done occasionally? It's not often, but like they've had a couple different names that's mixed up. I will every now and then start saying AmeriQuest. Remember?
No, stop.
I know. Isn't that nuts?
Absolutely.
That wasn't even that long.
No. Remember they tried? Could you imagine? Like, what other I've never seen a team take seats out to put a bell. They took seats out to put a bell out there.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I forgot all about that.
I love that bell though.
I do like that. Nice. Ring the bell when they hit a home run. Boom.
God, there have been some. I'm glad the Hicks era is over. Not the Matt Hicks era, who you can hear every Rangers game here on 105 The Fan this year.
Just the
Tom Hicks era.
Tom Hicks era. All right. So, what was your big takeaway from opening night?
I like that. My biggest takeaway was probably just, and we talked about it when you see Josh Young doing what he did last night, and you see, all the hype around Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford. Like, the biggest thing to me is just it's really setting in how bright this future is for them. Like, they've got just such an impressive young core. It's funny, I was out at Big 12 Combine yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Talked to Brett Yormark for you.
Oh, did you say hi to him? Did you tell him how much I think he's great?
You told me when I was leaving here yesterday. You're like, if you see Brett Yormark, tell him how much I love him. I think he's a great commissioner. He saved the Big 12. I was like, all right, I'll do it. So when I saw him, I did. Told him, I said, hey, buddy thinks he saved the Big 12. He's like, oh, that's very kind. I was like, yeah, hook him. And okay. And he walked off. So, but I did throw a hook him at him. And he was like, all right, jackass, and then walked off. No, but we're out there for NFL Network. And while we were out there, one of our great producers at NFL Network, Ed O'Brien, was just asking me, he's like, how do y'all feel about the Rangers? Y'all are the Rangers station, right? Mm-hmm. He's like, how's everything going there? What's the outlook for them? And we're talking about things. And as we were talking through about like Young and Langford and Carter, he's like, man, he's like, y'all are like set. And it's like, man, it's, you get so excited about, like, you get so focused in on Langford and stuff like that you forget just how deep the young talent is here, especially because it was a veteran group last year that in a lot of ways scared you. Adolis isn't young necessarily. Seager, Simeon, those are two veteran players, but I mean, you've got like a
Garver too. I forgot him.
You've got a really, and I know it's easy to think of what their pitching is, like with DeGrom and Scherzer being older players, Evaldi's into his 30s, but you look at it and it's just, that was the big takeaway for me, is like, they're so young in so many ways and so exciting. The future's so bright, and you saw it on display last night. You saw Wyatt Langford get his first RBI, the infield hit, show a lot of really good patience at the plate, an advanced approach, I think. Evan Carter didn't have a big night, but in general, we already saw what he's done in the biggest moments in October. And then Josh Young in the game that he played, it's so easy to forget how good a player Josh is. You brought that up earlier today, that like we get swept away in the Evan Carter, Wyatt Langford talk so much that you forget, like, hey, you got an all-star third baseman there who was the favorite, for a lot of the summer for Rookie of the Year last year. And clearly you hear him mic'd up last night. You hear like just the way he keeps things loose, and he's somebody who I think is going to be a big time leader for them. And that was the kind of the big takeaway for me, is just it's settling in, not just after you got past the nice feelings you had from the banner hanging, was just settling in and going like they really have such a bright future.
They do. They got a bright future. They got a bright present too. That's the key. Like, they've got both. They have done exactly what you want to do as a team building organization. They have built a good team, and they've got a farm system and young players that can kind of carry it over through the next handful of years. I don't know what they're going to do in terms of the contracts with Carter and Langford. Right? It's very in vogue around the Major League Baseball, around Major League Baseball right now to sign these guys to long-term deals.
Sometimes it works out really well. Sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes doesn't work at all.
See Wander Franco.
Yes. Now, that probably would have happened with or without.
Yeah.
So I don't know that you can blame them for that, but
no, I mean, blame them. It's just, it's a risk.
Yeah.
Whatever you invest 15 years in advance on anything.
Is
Julio Rodriguez looks like it'll work out.
Are they on the hook for all of Wander's money? Like, even if he's suspended and banned?
Yeah, that's not clear how that's.
I know he's getting paid right now. He's getting paid $2 million this year on the commissioner's exempt list. That's his normal contract for this year.
It's amazing.
I know. Just sit there and do nothing. I think Bauer got paid out.
Yeah, and then blackballed essentially.
Yep.
But Franco, it seems like they at least want to keep things active and open for him. Like they're just trying to delay dropping the hammer fully. It feels like Major League Baseball is.
Yeah, I don't know how you let him back on a roster.
What about if they drop the hammer on Shohei Ohtani?
Okay, so speaking of Shohei, this is an ESPN article. Tim Keown wrote this. I'm just going to give you some blurbs here. They're talking about his privacy. Nobody had any idea of this gambling thing. Nobody had any idea what was going on.
Most of all, Shohei. He had no clue.
Yeah, according to him, yeah. So it starts with this. First of all, one of the tidbits of this article, the Dodgers. Ohtani's reps gave the Dodgers about 1 minute notice before announcing he was signing with the team. So the Dodgers didn't announce the signing, Shohei's reps did. And they called the Dodgers about a minute beforehand and told them that he was going to sign. You got to be kidding me.
This might end up being my
best take.
I've had so many great calls over the years, Chop.
This is like LeBron, though, decided he's going to go to the Cavs in a Sports Illustrated article.
Yeah. And look, don't we all think, LeBron's great. He's a fantastic player. He's so great. He basically has turned Darvin Ham into an assistant coach, which maybe we'll touch on later. But we all recognize he's an egomaniac. And Shohei, my argument the whole time has been, this dude is just an egomaniac with everything he does. Just because he's quiet doesn't mean he's humble.
That's true. Next one. He announced his marriage on Instagram during spring training, despite no teammate with the Angels or Dodgers knowing he even had a girlfriend. Hey, guys, I'm married. Huh? What's that? Yeah, I'm married. What do you mean? Like, they even tell me he had a girlfriend?
Dude, this was you remember this is You might remember this from back in the day when you were working at ESPN. You remember how big a deal it was when people talked about the only teammate that was invited to Alex Rodriguez's wedding was Michael Young?
Yeah. Now, I guess in A-Rod's defense, because he had said it was me and a bunch of kids, Michael Young, I mean, everybody else was like barely there.
It's like you're punching a little person.
Right?
But like, that's, again, that was it considered a big deal. Like, okay, you don't even like invite teammates to come to your wedding. Like, how are you supposed to connect with them? Stuff like that. Like, there is a danger in really isolating yourself like
No
this.
doubt. His press conference in Seoul for the Seoul series, the Dodgers had to have negotiations with him for weeks to arrange for him to appear at a news conference.
This is ridiculous.
In LA, he would only speak once a week, and that was after his starts. Well, now he's not pitching this year, so the Dodgers are having to negotiate how to having him speak to the media. They talked about the Japanese media. It's an anonymous Dodger player said it's crazy they're here every day because he never talks to them. He walks right by him. He never talks to the Japanese media. Phil Nevin is manager with the Angels. I don't know what Shohei does every day at the ballpark. I leave that to him. Like, he didn't even talk to him. And then his old Angel teammates said they can't believe he would gamble or that Ippei would steal, while also saying, we honestly have no idea. We don't know anything about him. His Angel teammates had no idea. How do you not even let your coworkers know you? Like, that's very odd. Like, but that's Shohei. It's part of what makes him great. He's just like so singularly focused, but he has apparently no desire to be involved with anybody on a personal level.
Look, and I mean, that has existed in some form or fashion with, different superstars in different leagues over the years, and it's worked out and they win titles or whatever else. But it does feel like, and you don't want to make too many assumptions. Does he feel just completely out of place? Like how much are you connecting with people if this is reversed, right?
Yeah.
Like if the biggest baseball league in the world was in Japan, right? And a U.S. player went over there and couldn't speak the language or anything else. How much are you feeling really comfortable talking to anybody? But again, you would figure like, all right, U.S. media is there. You'd be like, well, here's somebody. Like, if that was the case, if that was the reason why you had that hesitation, you'd figure he'd be like, that's somebody I can connect with. I'd be more willing to interact with them.
It's a very odd situation, to say the least. Could you imagine, if the Rangers signed Corey Seager and then they had to beg him to do interviews. The teammates didn't know him at all. They had no idea. He's basically a ghost. I don't know that that's going to work. You got to. I don't know. Maybe it does. Maybe it works because it's an individual sport in a team environment. Maybe it does work, and it obviously works for Shohei because he's the best player on the planet.
I'm incredibly interested to see how his career progresses there.
But here's the other thing. This goes to show you how maybe he made a mistake going to the Dodgers. We didn't hear any of these things when he was at the Angels because nobody cares. And now you get to the Dodgers, and the Dodgers are baseball's version of like the Steelers, right? The Yankees are the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And the Dodgers are like the Steelers, the Giants, a team that they get a lot of mentions. They get a lot of talking points. But
I mean, imagine if the Steelers, which are a big brand, imagine if the Steelers were in a top 3 market.
Yeah.
And the attention that comes with that.
Right. So it's big. And I wonder how this is going to happen for Shohei. Okay. We got to do it. We didn't do it here. It's my fault. I'm sorry. The Rangers were betrayed. They were betrayed by one of their own, and we have another chance to make fun of A-Rod. We will do it next on The Fan.
First, it's an addiction. Let's just call it what it is. Food is an addiction, and with Soda's help, you can break free and take control of your...
Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Langford struck out in the second, but drove in the first run with a sac fly in the fourth. Here's a ground ball deep in the hole that's short, backhanded by Swanson. One hop throw to first, not in time. Langford legs it out for the infield hit, his first big league hit.
There's Hixie with a call in a game you heard right here. We are the home of the Texas Rangers, the world champion Texas Rangers, and they get the 4-3 victory in the season opener, the opening day game over the Chicago Cubs in extra innings. Jonah Heim, a walk-off. This is after the pass ball / foul ball that was incorrectly called. I don't know why they can't review it. No idea. But good win for the Rangers in opener.
Yes, and you mentioned we are the home of the world champion Texas Rangers. Every game can be found right here on 105 through the Fan. And you can we don't just let you hear the Rangers, we also send you to see the Rangers.
We do. We're doing that next week, I'm told.
All next week during the Expressway. We're going to be giving away a 4-pack of Rangers tickets. That is for the April 10th game against the Oakland A's, where they will be handing out World Series replica trophies to the first 10,000 fans in the gate, presented by T-Mobile. It's also $1 hot dog night. So, I mean, that's about as perfect as it gets, Chop. $1 hot dogs,
very good.
Replica trophies,
can't beat it, man.
Free tickets. So we'll be giving that away all next week during the Expressway. So you'll want to tune in and harass Peyton for tickets.
Yeah, absolutely. Harass them, and that's great. The Stars clinch a playoff berth last night. First team in the Western Conference to clinch a playoff berth, so good for them. They are the 1 seed in the West as of today. They're a point back of the New York Rangers for the 1 seed overall in the NHL. So that's good. This is been a good year. It's been a very, very good year. I want to do this real quick. Been betrayed.
We have, or you have, or who?
We have.
Damn, you found out what I did.
Yeah, I mean, I find a lot of things out. But this is not it.
Okay.
The Seattle Mariners announced a 1-day contract with Nelson Cruz to retire as a Mariner. He was a Mariner for 4 seasons from 2015 to 18. His quote says, "I've always identified myself
Careful, Chop.
with the Seattle Mariners.
Oh.
When I was playing here, I felt comfortable playing the game." Now, he did have really good seasons with them. He had, he hit 284, 163 home runs in the 4 seasons, 414 RBIs, so over 100 RBIs a year, a 908 OPS. The most of the major leagues, those 163 homers were the most of the major leagues in that span. So, I mean, he was great there. There's no doubt about that. But I do believe that he played 8 years here.
Yeah. This is tough.
Do we, the fans, deserve some blame for him not retiring as a Ranger because we rode his butt so much for Ron Washington's mistake?
So I'm very conflicted with this. I'm extremely disappointed that this 1-day contract is going to come with the Mariners. I get it because and this is just assuming, obviously we're filling in gaps here a little bit. I understand.
That's what we do.
That is what we do.
That's what we do.
I understand that he may have a sour taste in his mouth because even after winning the World Series last fall, there's still a lot of people they don't.
Well, it should have been 2.
They don't forgive him for what happened, and I still to this day say, not his fault. Difficult
play, guys.
Difficult.
It was not this like lazy fly ball necessarily. It's a tough play.
Difficult ball to play.
He's not an outfielder.
He's
a DH.
He was played out of position, and it's one of those things where also Neftali Feliz, don't groove a meatball that's smoked to the fence. You got that too, and don't play essentially no doubles or play the outfielders all the way back in the 10th inning when Lance Berkman hits a 2-out single.
Yeah, they learned. They were
from second.
They were trying to. Initially, they were playing no doubles on that play, except they didn't position them there
in the 10th inning. Or are you talking about 9th with Nelson? I'm talking about the following inning. Nobody talks about that you're playing Josh Hamilton almost to the warning track. Berkman hits a single to center that should not have scored the guy from second if you're playing normal depth.
You're right.
And so to me, it's like there are other things you can point to. And Nelson Cruz, you are not getting to the World Series that year without Nelson Cruz. That was the 2011 year where Nelson Cruz
of the LCS.
Nelson Cruz was incredible along that run.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of
good Tigers team.
Now, I understand people are going to hold him against that. I also wonder if you remember his exit here, where he had the steroid suspension, the 50-game steroid suspension that he was going to be eligible to come back. It was going to run out right at the start of the playoffs. And a lot of people felt like you could have appealed it and kept playing, and you just chose to take it because you knew you were hitting free agency next year. That was how a lot of people felt. So he took the suspension, was not there during the entire run leading up to the 2013 postseason for the last 50 games because of that.
And that was the collapse, right?
No, the collapse was 12.
12.
But still 13 was another year where they were in position, and it would have helped to have Nelson Cruz for the final 50 games. Then they played Baltimore in that. It was the first year, I believe, of that play-in wild card game.
Right. The one-gamer.
And he showed up for that one. But that was, a lot of people were put off by that. So I think people within the Rangers were probably put off by that too. And so there just may be more harsh feelings there that go deeper than just fan sentiment from how that World Series ended.
Yeah, I got to be honest. Fanhood aside, that was him sitting out the final 50 game. That was the right move.
It's the right business decision.
It was from a free agent because he's a free agent, so he knew going into the next year he'd be suspended, and he was going to get a bigger contract. You're not gonna have that hanging over you. So from a business standpoint, that was the right decision. I don't know that I could get upset with that.
And I mean,
because I would have done the same thing.
He played 8 years in Texas, 8 years, quote unquote.
Yeah, but not all.
He played 4 in Seattle, but he played in 190 fewer games. He played just basically a season plus less in Seattle. And if you look at his numbers, he had more home runs than he did more home runs in Seattle than he did in Texas. His batting average was higher in Seattle. He was 80 points higher on his OPS. It's just disappointing because your biggest career accomplishments in terms of the ultimate goal of getting to a World Series, they came in Texas.
They came here.
And your legendary status that you developed that October, it came here.
It did.
I mean,
it did.
Boomstick, that whole, it feels like people forget, that whole Boomstick thing was a Nelly thing.
It was.
That was Nelly's creation. That was from an ad campaign they did in 2010 or 2011 where he goes, "This is my Boomstick."
We don't have When the Stick Goes Boom without Nelson Cruz. That song would not have been made. I mean, he just did it.
If you're talking to me about the most disrespected legacies in DFW, the two that come to mind for me the fastest are Nelson Cruz and then Greg Ellis. Because Greg Ellis was always held hostage by the Randy Moss stuff that he had nothing to do with, and he was a really good player here and just doesn't get the credit he deserves. But Nelson is one that always pops my mind, and that's a very unpopular opinion. I know there are a lot of people who are still very heated. It makes them actively angry to even say anything positive about Nelson Cruz. But this is a bummer. This is a little upsetting. I'll be honest. This put a sour taste in my mouth.
It did for me too. I want to take this time to make fun of Alex Rodriguez, A-Rod. His purchase of the Timberwolves collapsed. The team is no longer for sale. Now, he has a 40% stake in the franchise. Him and a former Walmart CEO purchased a 40% stake from Glenn Taylor, they were reportedly set to finalize the acquisition of an additional 40%, but the team announced the team is no longer for sale, that the sale had fallen through. Now, they're going to continue to work with them as business partners, but the closing was required to occur from within 90 days following the exercise notice issued by A-Rod, and that expired on March 27th. So yesterday or 2 days ago? And which means that the buyer could have been entitled with a extension, with circumstances and extension. Those circumstances did not occur, so they have pulled the sale, which I have no idea why. I don't know why they're pulling the sale, but they're saying that A-Rod's breakup from J-Lo is major reason. And why? Because he doesn't have the money. He had to come up with an extra $200 million. Him and this Walmart CEO had to come up with an extra $200 million between the two of them. And apparently he didn't have the money, which surprised me because A-Rod made like $500 million as a player.
Oh, yeah. No, I remember.
And he
the
didn't have, now, obviously, he had to come up with all $200 million. They had to come up with a portion of it. He's got a private jet. He's got all kinds of, he's A-Rod.
Got a great tan.
Great tan.
Yeah.
So they're saying, I just, it's funny because this is in peak A-Rod fashion. He choked.
Obviously, this isn't his liquidity. What do you think according to CelebrityNetWorth.com, the net worth of Alex Rodriguez?
$302 million.
Peyton?
$480 million.
$350 million. By Price is Right rules, you would get to go up and do the showcase. Now, Jennifer Lopez, her net worth.
$750 million.
Peyton?
I'll go 751.
Both of you way off.
Oh.
$400 million.
Really?
According to Celebrity Network, that's what it is. So
she broke.
I guess they were having to combine together.
Yeah,
they were gonna have to. They're sharing finances. Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union style.
Yep, they would have had to. But A-Rod, it's funny. It happens. It's an A-Rod move.
He's a big fan of the morning show. Remember?
I love A-Rod. I like it. I think A-Rod has turned the corner. But it's always funny because he always. The joke on him is that he always choked.
Did you cover the Rangers when he was there
for 1-2 years?
Did you ever deal with him in the clubhouse or anything?
That was great.
Was he removed at all? Or was he pretty?
He didn't mesh with anybody because he was a superstar.
Dude, people say
everybody else were kids.
So Tom Segura.
It was like Emmett Smith with in 01.
So Tom Segura, who is one of the greatest stand-up comedians of all time, coming to Dallas. Just came through Dallas. Rangers actually hosted him for a day.
Did you say of all time?
He's one of the greatest comedians of all time, Tom Segura. He's great. But Tom Segura's got this running bit about Garth Brooks is a psycho. And he has people leave comments on his page where are the bodies, Garth? Where are you hiding the bodies? And it's become this thing. But he's talked about it before, when he makes a joke. He's here's the thing. He's Garth Brooks is kind of weird when you see him talk in videos and stuff like that. He's you got to remember, Garth Brooks has reached... Segura's argument is Garth Brooks has reached this level of fame and everything else for 30 years that's you probably forget how to be a normal human.
You probably do. A-Rod he has to be.
So I wonder if that's where A-Rod's
at. Image conscious. Has to be.
A-Rod was just at a point where it's you forget how normal people interact.
Yeah, you probably really do.
And you don't know how to connect with anybody.
I know. It's probably very, very true. This is a little sad moment here. I just got breaking news. Louis Gossett Jr. has passed away.
Oh,
and I
he
always
used to run. Never mind, I'm not even gonna make the joke.
Who are you thinking of? I was thinking of Louis Riddick.
I was gonna make an Eddie Gossage joke. I was gonna say something about TMS.
God, it's Gossett, not Gossage. Yeah. Gossett.
Yes.
He was an Iron Eagle. Theme song for Iron Eagle, Peyton. King Cobra. Great stuff. This is one of the great 80s theme songs that you've got going here.
Who is this? This sounds
King Cobra.
That's who the artist is?
Yeah, I guess so.
This sounds very Kenny Loggins, sounds like Discount Highway to the Danger Zone.
Peyton's having
problems
with the mix over there.
I don't know.
This board, man.
It's the board. It's not human factor.
Blame the technology. I don't know that I've ever seen anything of his.
You saw Roots? He was in Roots?
I never saw Roots.
Iron Eagle and Iron Eagle 2. He was Chappie, which I always like because my last name was Choppy. He was Chappie. And so Lewis he was in Officer and Gentleman.
Okay, he was in Why Did I Get Married Too? Seen that. All right, so I guess I've seen him some stuff.
Very sad. Dies at 87. That's very, very sad news. And I love that theme song. I love Iron Eagle. I might go watch Iron Eagle and Iron Eagle 2 today.
Look at that.
Maybe this weekend.
Snowy Eagle's son, right? Or that's his dad.
Iron. It's Iron Eagle.
Okay.
Iron Eagle. Not an Iron Eagle will be here.
Oh.
He's here for the tournament.
Good for him.
He's doing the Houston Duke game tonight and the NC State Marquette game. So Iron Eagle is in town. Raftery's in town, baby. And did you see the story that Iron Eagle will not? He has given up. If you're out and about, you see Iron Eagle, Grant Hill, and Bill Raftery this weekend, Ian will not be drinking with them because apparently he cannot hang with Bill Raftery. Like,
Really?
Raftery is like a animal.
It's like y'all with me when we go on road
We can
trips.
hang with you. We have to carry you out of there. we hang just.
I'm hanging from your arms.
Yes. What's next in Below the Belt?
What if
The
Dallas Cowboys have no intention of picking an offensive lineman in the first round of the draft?
Whoa.
That's next in Below the Belt on the Fan.
Let's get you over at A Number One Air. Great opportunity to save some money at A Number One Air when you get on over there and you get this awesome.
vehicles than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out my belt.
we're not. What if the Cowboys have zero intention of addressing the offensive line in the first round of the draft?
Well, let me ask you this. Would it not deviate from their... Do they not usually pick best player available?
They do.
So, they would not pigeonhole themselves into a specific position group.
That's true. And we've got a lot to discuss.
Right.
There's a lot here that I think is interesting to look at in terms of the way that the Cowboys are potentially approaching this draft and approaching the offensive line question. Because we brought up offensive line earlier. We were talking about something with the Cowboys in 720, and I know somebody texted in and was like, why? Why do you have to do offensive line? They've got players. They got, not just Tyler Smith and Zach Martin, but I mean, they've got, TJ Bass and Brock Hoffman and Awesome Richards and stuff like that. And so we're going to explore that thought. What if the Cowboys think similarly? So more on that here in just a second. First off, a couple of items to alert you guys of. Today, the KNC Masterpiece is at Buffalo Wild Wings on Lemon Avenue from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. That's 4140 Lemon Avenue in Dallas, just around the corner from us here. And then tomorrow, you can go out to the ballpark for the second game of the Rangers and Cubs series. Alec Medford and Blake Elliott will be at Globe Life Field tomorrow from 2 to 5:30, taking you all the way up to Rangers pregame that starts right here on the Fan at 5:30. First pitch at 6:05, and then of course we have Rangers baseball for you on Sunday as well. So those are some of the items to look forward to. And then of course we brought it up to you guys coming up all next week during the Expressway. We've got a 4-pack of Rangers tickets that we're going to be giving away. And then next segment, RJ Choppy, all the promo. Next segment, we've got Brandon Scott from our sister station 610 down in Houston. He's going to talk to us a little bit about the Houston Cougars and some of the tournament discussion out there. Okay.
Because it's here. They're here at American Airlines Center.
They are. What is your general... Chop, let me just kick it off with this.
Okay.
And I want to get some thoughts from the listeners on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Chop, what is your general thought on where the Cowboys offensive line is at? What's your level of concern in relation to the rest of the roster building? How do you look at where the Cowboys are at in the trenches right now?
Well, 40% of the O-line is still an all-pro. Right? And Tyler and Zach. I think whatever rookie center you put out there is going to be fine playing between two all-pros.
If you're playing him at guard, right?
Right.
Because then if you're going to play Tyler at guard, what are you doing at left tackle?
Fair. We don't know.
Potentially draft pick.
Potentially draft pick. I think we have overhyped this story, not because it's not a big, important story, but because we're now just like everybody else at the offensive line position. We had an advantage for a decade by having this super offensive line. And now we don't have 3 all-pros on it, and we're just like everybody else. The Cowboys still have a better offensive line. Even with 3 unknowns, what other line in the NFL still has 2 all-pros on it? I would say none. Maybe 1. And that means that we're still a really, really, really in a good position with the offensive line. There are some holes on it. There's no doubt about it. A lot of question marks. But it's still, compared to the rest of the league, incredibly stable.
So you've got the right side of your line generally figured out right now, because you've got Zach Martin at right guard. You've got friend of the show, Terrence Steele at right tackle. Maybe a little question about, okay, was Steele just coming back from injury, which is what Mike McCarthy kept telling us every week when we'd interview him and say, hey, how's Terrence coming along? When there would be some struggles, how are you feeling about this? And Mike would say, look, it's a big injury he was coming back from. He had a serious knee injury, and it's just the process coming back a little bit. So Terrence Steele, you hope, is just had a bit of a down year coming off of an injury, will be back to his normal self next year. So that's the right side of the line. You've lost Tyler Biadasz at center. You've lost Tyron Smith at left tackle. You need to figure out what you're doing with Tyler Smith if he's playing guard or tackle. So a lot of people have been figuring, keep Tyler Smith at guard, go draft a tackle, or draft a center. Maybe you double dip. You pick 2 offensive linemen in the first 3 rounds. Maybe you just address center and you move Tyler to left tackle and you plug in, a veteran guard or TJ Bass, who you had as an undrafted free agent last year at left guard. I think there's a scenario where the Cowboys say, we can operate with move Tyler Smith to left tackle. We can operate with Tyler Smith at left tackle, Terrence Steele at right tackle. Our guards are Zach Martin and TJ Bass, who was the undrafted rookie last year from Oregon. And then our center is Brock Hoffman, who was an undrafted free agent a couple of years ago, who's been, on the practice squad and kind of hanging around the roster. Was on the active roster last year.
All right, so hang on. Let's go right to left again.
So right to left, it's Steele, Zach Martin. Then center would be Brock Hoffman. Your left guard in this instance would be TJ Bass. And then your left tackle would be Tyler Smith. And this is a very deep draft for offensive tackles. And so you may be saying, hey, you're comfortable approaching it this way, going with two recent undrafted free agents at left guard and center, but who have been in the building. Brock Hoffman played in a couple games last year for you. I think if Zach Martin would have held out, he would have been involved. So you've got some experience there. TJ Bass had to step in and show some experience. But I want to address specifically the idea of Bass and Hoffman and how the team views them right now.
Okay, now listen. Is moving Tyler? I still don't know about moving Tyler.
I don't know that they may not.
I still think it's a bad mistake. I think it's a mistake.
It's a thing to explore. Well, if you don't move him from left guard, who do you play at tackle? Do you absolutely have to draft one in the first round? Or do you play Awesome Richards, who was your 5th round pick last year, who seemed to struggle to get playing time?
You draft one.
And you're gonna have to, so you'll
play
run
left tackle at a rookie.
You'll run a rookie out there. And you just have to hope the board falls the right way. Because a lot of the tackles who are currently projected to fall there right now, or who could be there, Amarius Mims at Georgia, Tyler Guyton at Oklahoma. You're talking about two guys who are right tackles.
Well, what about the kid from Notre Dame, Graham, something or other? Is he Notre Dame?
The Notre Dame tackle is Joe Alt, and he's gonna go. Yeah, he's gonna go way.
Who's the
high.
Graham kid? He had
Graham Barton.
He ran like a mega 40.
Graham Barton played tackle the last couple years. I think the NFL, most of the NFL, and I think this football team views Graham Barton as a center from Duke. And I think Graham Barton could be in contention for them.
That's right. Yeah.
But if you do that, you are then moving Tyler Smith to left tackle, I think. Because
if you're taking a first round center, you might be able to, you're thinking, okay, this guy's got a chance to be a Pro Bowler. We can do that. We can sandwich into guard there. And that's fine. You got to take who you can take. My question is that, there's a good chance that there are 6 quarterbacks gone by the time the Cowboys pick.
Especially after the way Michael Penix tested yesterday. And Lord.
He looked like he was just gliding. He reminded me of Robert Smith running that 40. Just smooth,
Vikings, Ohio State running back.
Smooth run, right?
Yeah.
Looks like you're running in slow motion. There's a good opportunity that someone good is going to fall to them now. So they may not get the 7th tackle, they may get the 5th.
Yeah, very much. Look, there are positions that could push it down the board. Now the question, look, TJ Bass at left guard. I think they believe that is their next, and I don't mean this in any sort of a derogatory way, since some people don't think he's a very good player. I think he is, but I think they view him as their next Terrence Steele. That, hey, we identified you as an undrafted free agent, brought you in, fostered you, and you're going to be ready to be a full-time, legitimate NFL starter on our offensive line. I think they really believe TJ Bass could be an NFL starter. And that may make it easier to say, well, let's clear open a space, because he would be a guard for them. He cross-trains, he does some different things. They tried him out at center at one point, but Bass playing guard could then free up Tyler Smith to go to tackle, then you're just looking at center. Well, the question of Brock Hoffman comes up then. The guy who played a little bit for you last year, started at Coastal Carolina, transferred to Virginia Tech, went undrafted, has been training with Duke Manyweather over in Frisco, friend of the show, Duke Manyweather. But DallasCowboys.com had a really interesting piece up on him recently. Nick Harris writing about it, that a couple weeks ago, he participated, Brock Hoffman did, in the team's first ever STEM event for a local boys and girls club for students at the Star, where he ran a station teaching kids how to properly snap the ball. He said, my mom was always a school teacher, so it's about being an inspiration for kids to stay in school, get that education, something that someone can't take away from you. It was cool for it to be my first time really in Dallas to give back to the community, so I couldn't really pass up the opportunity. Nick Harris writes, it was a fitting station for Hoffman, who took on the responsibility of starting at center early in the season against Arizona last year and is now starting at an open job in the middle of the Cowboys' offensive line going into the offseason after the departure of Tyler Biadasz. What may have seemed small on the surface, Hoffman's community effort was a clear depiction of the biggest thing he's working towards this offseason. Hoffman said, it's on my mind every day right now, to be honest with you, talking about the open starting spot. I'm training like I'm ready to be that guy. I'm humbled. I've done everything that I've had to do. I've faced some adversity, being cut off the practice squad. I feel like that's all led to the moment. I'm ready to do what I need to do to help this team win a championship. This is a very competitive football player. This is a smart football player. I wonder... He's ready to seize this job, and he's trying to show the Cowboys everything he can that I'm ready to do this, and you don't have to draft a center. Look, we can roll with the guys we have on the roster without having to use capital in the first round on offensive line if you don't want to. But I think that for the Cowboys, they're more likely to think Bass is ready to start right now than Hoffman. I think they believe Hoffman. I think they think Hoffman could start eventually. I think they believe in who Brock Hoffman is. I don't know that they would necessarily want to roll into next season with him as the starter. I think they would as a failsafe. If they had to, they'd do it and they'd roll and they'd go that way. But I think if they had their druthers, if you told them, hey, one of these guys will start, Bass at left guard or Hoffman at center, and you replace the other with a rookie, I think they would pretty quickly say, we'll take Bass at left guard, move Tyler to tackle, and figure out center in the draft.
And I guess they could take multiple offensive linemen, first round, second round. I mean, I guess that's also the option.
Got a lot of holes on this football team you need to fill, though.
There are some holes. They can fill them with the draft. They don't have as many picks as they might want. No fourth? Is that right? No fourth
round pick?
So maybe they trade down and they pick one up.
Their fourth round pick was at the Star yesterday, running Big 12 quarterbacks through their workouts. Trey Lance was out there.
That's right. Trey Lance, the old fourth round trade. Okay. It is Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan, 9 o'clock hour. Coming up next, Brandon Scott, 610 in Houston. Going to get you set for the South Regional. It's being played right here at the American Airlines Center. We will do that next on 105.3 The Fan.
our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It is Sean and RJ here on a Friday. Get you to your weekend as fast as we can. We're fist pumping because it is the 9 o'clock hour, and we are going to get you set. We got crosstalk, obviously, with the KNC Masterpiece coming up. But we want to do a little college basketball. We have done much college basketball today. We've done a lot of Rangers today because they had a big win on opening day yesterday. There's a little bit of college hoops earlier. We're going to continue that now, and we are going to go to Houston, joined by Brandon Scott of Sports Radio 610 in Houston, our sister station down there, Bobby.
On the DNM Leasing hotline.
Yes,
as well.
sir.
He joins us, but he also joins us by video if you want to be on the fan cam.
Yes, he is on the fan cam as well. You can see his gorgeous face right there. Brandon, good morning, man. Thank you for popping on with us. I've always wondered this one. In a situation like this, like what kind of play does the University of Houston get in Houston, in town? Like they're not, like, I guess Duke and North Carolina and Raleigh, Durham would get a ton of play, but Houston's a mega sports town with professional teams. What kind of airtime do they get?
Yeah, RJ, I've talked about this, and I appreciate y'all for having me on. I've talked about this with a lot of people in town. It's kind of a shame, really, that you would have a team that not only is good this year, but has gone on somewhat of a dominant run here, you would say. Over the last several years, all of these appearances in the Sweet 16 consecutively, 5 years now, second straight year as a number one seed. You would think maybe that they would get a lot more play than they do. But like you mentioned, man, there's just so much more going on. I mean, we just had opening day yesterday with the Astros, obviously. The Rockets are up. The Texans are looking good. So there's like a lot going on in the city, and U of H is very specific. The Cougs are very, very specific, very niche. But at the same time, it's an exciting time. You got to be excited for a team like this to be able to go on a run like this. But to your point, man, it's obviously not a college town. It is a town with a college in it.
So, like A&M fans and Texas fans who are like, they make up a lot of it. They don't get caught up in the fever at all.
Well, think about it. I mean, just think about how big the city is, and Dallas is similar in this way. Like the alumni, think about just the spread of the alumni base. Texas A&M's largest alumni base is in Houston, right?
Right.
You can even go down to LSU. Their largest alumni base it has historically been in Houston. So like you just think about how many different college allegiances exist within the city alone, and the fact that honestly, Houston as a sports institution, like I grew up here and have an affinity for the university, but as a sports institution, it was dormant for the majority of my time growing up, say for the last 5 or 6, 7 years or so. And, before that, it was kind of an afterthought, aside from being a school in town. So this is kind of a new thing post Phi Slama Jamma days. And, it's still, I think, taking some getting used to. But I'll tell you this, if you go to a U of H game, like go to the Fertitta Center and go to a U of H game, the setting there, the scene, it takes a back seat to none. I mean, including Minute Maid Park and NRG Stadium, it's obviously smaller, but the actual vibe there within it, I would say rivals none or would rival any.
We're talking with Brandon Scott from 610 in Houston, our sister station, as the Houston Cougars and the Duke Blue Devils get ready to face off here in Dallas tonight. He's also the host of the H-Town Hoops podcast. Okay, Brandon, so obviously like the headliner for a lot of people when it comes to Houston and the type of basketball they play is everybody talks about just how good they are defensively and how difficult they make things on teams. I think, what was it this year? They averaged they allowed like 54 points a game or something like that for most of the year. So they've been really good defensively. A little bit of a scare against A&M in the last round with that hard charge at the end, and gave up more points in that game than I think they gave up all season. Just talk about, like, is that the way that Houston has to win basketball games? Are they going to have to keep Duke below a certain threshold, or can they hang if this starts turning into a little bit more of a track meet?
Yeah, so to answer your question, yes, they can hang if it turns into a track meet, but just sort of to the point, that is just how they play, Bobby. That they don't know any other way than this frenetic pace, this, like I've said this before, that when you watch them, especially in person, it feels like there's an extra guy out there on the court. Like, I know that that's the headline, or it's what everybody talks about is their defense, but it is really that good and that jarring in person. Like, I watched them. I can remember the game against Texas at the Fertitta Center, where it was just smothering. The final game there against Kansas was another one that stood out. Their defense is just, it's special. It really is special. So I don't think you can overstate it. But when you're talking about a track meet, they've got, what's the cliche that you hear this time of year is what are the keys to tournament runs, right? Elite guard play, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is the fun part about this matchup, is that I think both squads have it or have the potential to have it on a given day, on a given night. And to Houston's point, we're talking about Jamal. Everything starts with Jamal Shedd.
Yes,
they're All-American point guard. And then you've got LJ Cryer, the former Baylor kid, but has been a stud for U of H since he's been there, and Shaedon Sharpe. The sophomore, they're sort of their sharp shooter, not to even make a corny pun there. That's just his name, but he can really shoot. And so it works, it fits. They've got potential for elite guard play on any given night. And I think it comes down to how they're going to guard Kyle Filipowski. I think they'll be fine there because, they've done a good job of guarding bigs in the past. So yeah, no, I think they can survive in the track meet. And this is just going to be one of those kind of Clash of the Titans sort of matchups.
You know how you can guard Kyle Filipowski? You just have Cougars fans storm the court before the game, and that'll rattle him so much, like it did with Wake Forest.
I don't know how he came back from that. So
I know. I heard he died.
Dead.
He is the Lazarus of this tournament. It was
hey, I tell you what. Don't threaten the Cougar fans with a good time.
That's right.
Don't do that.
Is Duke more like last year? They got kind of bullied in the tournament a little bit. Right. Even Derek Lively, who has had a great year in the NBA, got kind of bullied. Are they more physical this year than they were?
Maybe, but look, I'll say this. I'm not sure what the right answer to that is, but I will point out that their physicality, toughness has been called out at various points of this season.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the thing that's been done. John Shire himself, the head coach himself, has kind of called them out at various points of the season. And that is never a thing that has ever come up with a Kelvin Sampson-led U of H team. And this one is no different. So, when you talk about, that level or that element of the game, it is advantage Houston 100%. I think that you can make arguments for Duke as the more talented team, as kind of has some of the more decorated players. They've got a handful of McDonald's All-Americans, and U of H has none. But when you look at it, kind of sort of a pound for pound, mano a mano sort of thing. This U of H team has kind of proven itself to be never have been a pushover, sort of how Duke has been despite their talent. So I would give that one advantage U of H.
Brandon Scott, 610 Houston, join us here on 105 through the Fan. Has Kelvin Sampson gotten a lot of overtures to go somewhere else? And I know he's got there's a line of succession right there at Houston, but has there been any concern that he would leave? I know they're the Big 12 now; they don't really need to. But has if a Kentucky came available, has there ever been concern over the last couple of years with that?
Yeah, I think more so maybe several years ago as opposed to recently. I think the more recent concern is, just when is he going to retire? It's less so. I think there was a couple of years ago where there was a surprising. His name surprisingly came up in some NBA talks. And I think that was more of the surprise years back, is that he didn't go NBA. He was the assistant with the Rockets back in the early Harden days, before he went back to college. And so the thought at that point, and I think even early on in college, because until he built them up, having the Houston gig was not oh man, that wasn't a big deal until he made it one. So it was always a thought of he was going to go there to go to the next spot. And then it just kind of worked out that, he's built sort of a legacy there, honestly. So I don't know if in the last couple of years there's been as much of a concern about that. I know he gets paid a little bit more every other year, so it feels like, like he's getting more money. But who doesn't?
Must be
right?
nice,
I
right?
mean, and yeah, credit to whoever makes that happen. Like if good work if you can get it, and he's earned it. I mean, not to be like snarky about it, he's actually earned it. So and the succession plan is for his son to take over at some point. We'll see how long he wants to keep this thing rolling, man. How long he's feeling it.
We're talking with Brandon Scott from Sports Radio 610 in Houston, our sister station, also the host of the H-Town Hoops podcast. And then Parker Hillis, former teammate here at 105.3 The Fan, had said, is like, yeah, if you want the basketball guy to talk to, this is your dude. This is Brandon Scott. So outside of just Houston, Brandon, your thoughts on just overall some of the action we saw last night, and how do you kind of look forward to these other games that we have coming up? A couple big ones: Creighton, Tennessee, Purdue, Gonzaga, and then obviously, if Houston were to make it, the potential matchup waiting for them on the other side between NC State and Marquette.
Yeah, I gotta say I was shocked that here he is dominating the college game. It was real interesting watching him last year. Obviously, you guys know the Final Four and the championship game was here last year.
Mm-hmm.
So we had him here when he was, accepting his postseason awards and all of those sort of things. And I'm kind of, surprised to see like he's kind of like one of those rare guys that kind of builds this college legacy. You know what I mean? And so I'm kind of trying to see how that ends up, especially given how disappointing they were last year. So I'm intrigued by the Purdue story. So yeah, man, no, like I'm just fascinated to watch all of the hoops, man. I think it's a really interesting layout.
Look, last night was great. I mean, you people were clamoring for upsets. They said, "Well, this tournament has no upsets." We had 3 last night, and who knows how many we're going to have today?
Hopefully, Creighton.
Hopefully not Creighton, Bobby. Thank you very much. But it's going to be an interesting night for sure. And I'm fascinated with Edey too. Like, as Rick Pitino would say, he's slow laterally for the NBA. I don't know where he gets picked.
Yeah,
I'm seeing
he's poor man's Chris Mem.
Stop it. I'm seeing second round. I'm seeing late one, and it's like, okay, the back-to-back player of the year. There was a time where that happened, and the last back-to-back player of the year went first overall. So I don't know what to make of it, but hey, we appreciate you coming on, man. This has been a great little interview, and good luck to Cougs tonight.
Yeah, man, for sure, man. Y'all are gonna be in for a good one. I don't know if y'all are gonna be able to get out there, but they are jarring to watch in person. I mentioned that earlier, where it almost looks like damn near there's an extra person out there when they're playing defense.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the fun little charms about watching U of H, man. But man, I appreciate y'all for having me on. Big fan of what you guys do, man. A lot of respect for it.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate
We didn't get to talk NC State Marquette. Appreciate it. Brandon Todd from 610 in Houston. NC State Marquette is
Brandon Scott. Todd is Fox.
What?
Brandon Todd is Fox 4 here in Dallas.
What did I say?
You said Brandon Todd.
Oh, my bad.
Brandon Scott.
Marquette, NC State, 50th anniversary of their national championship game.
Yes. Yeah, that's the 50th anniversary, and maybe we'll get an NC State Houston rematch.
That would be something. That would absolutely be something cool to see. All right, very good. Let's get you caught up on the Rangers' victory yesterday. How was Wyatt Langford's debut? The rookie got intentionally walked in a major spot. Let that sink in on how good Wyatt Langford is. We'll do that coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan after we get you on over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist.
Segment here brought to you by Good Feet Stores and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Mike Bassick's Crosstalk coming up in 18 minutes. Cannot wait for that. It's my favorite part of the week.
We should have let Bassick do crosstalk all week. Every day of the week, because Sean wasn't here to stop it.
That's a good point. It's a really good point.
We can't let Mike do it.
Mike is too all over the place.
No, Mike.
It's Cartman.
That's what Sean sounds like. Sean, when he says no, Mike, sounds like Cartman when he's talking to his cat.
No, kitty.
All right, that's good. That's good. I like it.
Gotta be focused, Mike.
Rangers with a 4-3 victory over the Chicago Cubs at the I almost called it the ballpark. I almost did the same thing we did the other.
I know.
We talked about it an hour ago, right? Where we still call it the Globe or the ballpark, and
or AmeriQuest,
you call it AmeriQuest. So they get the win over the Cubs in extras on a walk-off single from Jonah Heim. What did we make of Wyatt Langford's debut? Grade it, Robert. And I'll give you his stat line real quick.
Oh, I memorized it by heart.
Did you?
Yeah.
He was 1 for 3. He had a hit. He had an RBI and a sac fly. He had a walk, and he was struck out looking.
And
his average is 333, the 400 on base, and a 333 slugging. What did I miss? What did I miss?
No, nothing. You got to it. So you and the hit, the single, infield single.
Yeah, I did. Yep.
Shows off the speed. I thought he was really good. Like, honestly, what I was really impressed with was, and they were talking about it on the broadcast last night a little bit, the television broadcast. The Rangers radio broadcast can be found right here on 105 through the Fan all year.
Really?
Yep. Mm-hmm. And so the thing that I was impressed with Langford more than anything else was just the approach. Like, he didn't seem...
He wasn't anxious trying to
you can read a little
jump
bit
on the first pitch.
You can read a little bit too much into body language sometimes. But I know from talking to Bassick and Holland and guys like that they'll tell you, like, yeah, you do got to watch for guys who show off signs of, like, all right, gathering themselves or maybe feel a little bit of the pressure. Did you notice at all? I thought he was very calm, very solid approach. Did you notice him doing this one a little bit though, Chop? He did a lot of those
breathing.
He did a lot of those big.
I see a lot of the guys out there breathing. It's
okay.
It
You know what I'm saying. I'm talking about the big, like, exhale, like the big. Whew, okay, come on, let's lock it. I know I'm doing a couple of those, but overall, like, I thought he looked completely steady, and I thought the plate approach was really strong. He wasn't really chasing anything. Had a good eye for the strike zone.
I'll tell you, it's funny because you mentioned that a lot of pitchers will do that before every pitch. Like, they'll do it big exhale, right? Get their breathing right. You want to you come set, you get your big exhale, then you go. And I'm sure hitters do the same thing.
No, yeah, I just remember Holland saying, like, he knew, like, when he saw a guy like after every pitch that came in, he like, oh, I got him. Like, he's not. He doesn't.
Derek's not a breather.
Okay. I think that was Derek. Would you stop? You are totally twisting this. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, that was easy. Easy.
Like, Chop sees somebody hyperventilating. He's like, "What's the problem? You're just breathing.
Just breathing.
You're just breathing a little more than other people."
Put a paper bag over their mouth. Will be fine. Why do they do that? Why do they breathe into a paper bag?
I don't know.
I saw Sheldon Cooper do that once. That's all I know.
I don't know why they do the paper bag.
It's I'll tell you, the strikeout where he struck out looking. I'm not gonna sit here, but you want to really want to talk about being Pollyanna, where you would just sit there and praise a strikeout.
I have the answer for you, by the way, if you'd like, real quick from Healthline. Breathing into a paper bag is a technique that can help you regulate hyperventilation. So when you start panic breathing, it works by putting some of the lost carbon dioxide back into your lungs and body. This helps to balance oxygen flow in your body.
Interesting. Okay. I couldn't tell, and we'll talk to Bassick about this, but I couldn't tell on that strikeout if he was looking away, because he didn't even make an attempt at that one. So I couldn't tell if he was looking away and they busted him in, because you can't cover both sides of the plate, right?
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't tell if he was looking away and they busted him in, or if he was just playing kind of straight up and he just thought the pitch was inside, he let it go. Right, and that speaks to the fact that he's got pretty good balance. He's not caught leaning.
Mm-hmm.
Right, you couldn't really tell if there was a pronounced sort of lean out there. And maybe I was just trying to read into it too much and really look into it, but that was the first thing I thought. I was like, all right, you know what? I mean, he struck out, but like I can't tell, and I think it's a good thing if you can't tell because it shows that he wasn't leaning one way or the other. I can't tell if he was just playing neutral and he just thought the pitch was in and he let it go, or if he was looking away and they busted him in.
You ask for a grade, B+. I'd say B+. Maybe even like an A- because I think even though it's not filling the stat sheet, I think he showed an advanced approach and showed that some of those big moments late were not too big for him. He showed discipline. Like, I mean, is it some obnoxious like 2-homer game with 6 RBIs? No. But I mean, that's what like the A+ would be reserved for.
Yeah, like Joey Gallo's first game was better, right? Would Joey Gallo have like two bombs in his first game?
I know he hit one at least into the upper tank.
White Sox?
I don't remember that, but I do remember that he hit at least one in the upper tank. And so, I mean, obviously, like you can have a crazy debut where you hit a couple home runs. That's what we'll reserve A+ for. But I mean, I think overall, when you talk about approach and the moment potentially being too big. I mean, you're walking in there when they're hanging a championship banner and it's opening day and you're this like highly touted prospect. It feels like it'd be really easy for you to kind of get overwhelmed by all of it. And not even like this is too much pressure, but almost just kind of like swept away in the emotion of it all. And he didn't. He was very even. And I thought that everything you saw in terms of the way that he has his plate approach, the way that he sees the strike zone, it was all really encouraging.
Yeah, it was a good day. It was 1 for 3 is fine. It's a good day. Sack fly, get an RBI. So he got everything on the board the first day. He got an RBI. All right. He got a hit.
Did you think off the bat the sack fly? Were you like, oh boy?
Yes.
Did you get a little excited?
I mean, of course, because you're not in the stadium, so it's hard to tell. And I was like, oh. I was like, imagine that one. But I mean, he's got good plate presence. They're obviously scared of him a little bit. They intentionally walked him.
Neris was not going to give him anything.
And that wasn't a true intentional walk, right? They pitched him around him, and then they're like, all right, it's 3-0, we're going to walk him.
Yeah, it's one of those, like, you remember they used to call them the unintentional intentional walk.
Yeah. So they were pitching around him. They didn't want to give him anything to hit. I think a large part of that is A, he's a good hitter, and they know it. B, there's not a scouting report on him. There's really not a scouting report, so they don't really know where to pitch him yet. And then C, they would rather... Because I do believe that would have been the first time Jonah Heim switched around to the left side. He's up next.
Mm-hmm.
And he had been batting from the right side the entire game. They were going to switch him around. Maybe they were like, all right, let's just flip him around. And then you get a force out too at second.
Yeah.
A lot of those could have played into it. It wasn't strictly just Wyatt Langford, but the fact that they were pitching around him was all Wyatt Langford. And the fact that, again, they don't have a scouting report on him. But I mean, this is a chance for him to eat right now.
Yeah, but I mean, like, here's what I'll say is that the Wyatt Langford effect certainly has to exist.
It does.
Okay, so when Evan Carter was first called up, like, Evan Carter was thought to be, like, really mature approach at the plate, but, like, not really a power guy. And you didn't know how quickly he was going to get the bat working. Because at certain levels, like when he's been elevated, the bat didn't always come around right away, but he got there. His approach was always right. His patience was always good. But the bat, like, he adjusts and he only swings at strikes and things like that. So if that was Evan Carter when he first came up last year, I don't know that they're intentionally walking him.
Oh, no, they're not. No.
And so I think that is a Wyatt Langford. That is some of what Wyatt Langford's reputation already is.
Evan's not the power threat that Wyatt is.
Right.
Wyatt is look at those forearms, dude. He's got McGuire forearms back in like 87. Like he's a unit.
All natural.
Absolute
McGuire arms.
Unit. Yeah. All natural for sure. No doubt about it. I want to make fun of Wolchuk here for a second, if I may. I heard this yesterday. I got a lot of people text me about this yesterday. Now he tried to clarify this and say that this is just how he says it. No. This is not just how he says it. They were talking about some of the food at other ballparks, including this one, around the country. And they were describing some of the items in the food. And there was a item that he said, it's very near and dear to me because I put it on every drink that I possibly have. I cannot have a ranch water.
Except when you're in Arizona.
Without this. Oh, yeah, because they didn't have it.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't know what a ranch water was in Arizona. They didn't have, I do believe it's called Tajín.
The elote Mexican street corn supposed to be awesome.
Fish
The
tacos.
Mexican-style grilled corn with fuego sauce, the cheese, the tagine.
The Tajín.
Okay.
Sounds about white.
So this is
he tried to say later, oh, I don't say it like that. No.
Sounds
Absolutely
about white.
I ain't letting you get away. You ain't getting away with that one.
I don't know. Okay, so for me,
Tagine.
I obviously know what tahine is. I don't know that I've ever seen it spelled out.
I think it's Tajin.
Tajine
with a little accento.
So, like, I was gonna try and justify it, but like, I think if I saw that, I probably would think like that is not a J when I'd see the J. But I also can't say. I don't know. I said Venetian, so I don't know.
Venetian, yeah, we've all got that. That's his. That's his now.
I mean, so like, I can't speak to it. I feel.
Encourage. Peyton's got encourage.
This one's worse though. This is worse.
Ooh, I don't know that this is worse than getting entourage wrong.
Yeah, entourage. That's an English
That doesn't even
word.
look like it.
That's an English.
No way. That's an English word.
Entourage.
That's not English. No.
I do believe. What did you think?
It's gotta be French.
How did you think?
Entourage?
How did you think they spelled entourage?
Started with an A.
Entourage, according to Wikipedia,
It might be French. He might be right. It might be French.
unadapted borrowing from French. So,
I'll take my dub here.
I think he's right.
But no. But like, it looks like
here we go.
no, because it's borrowing from another word. Entourage, it looks like is a English word, but like the French word is
the root word, right, would be a French word.
Yeah, I don't know how you'd pronounce it. It looks like entourer. It looks like it's Entourer. So I don't know how you would pronounce that with a French accent.
Roll.
Entourer. Yeah, sure. Yeah, just sound like you're. So yeah, here's how you pronounce most French words. Take the word, and then
vomit in your mouth.
Just imagine you're Choppy after he's mowed the lawn, and just go, and like you're just trying to clear it all out.
I'm gonna do it today. I'm gonna mow today.
Choppy here.
Movid 2024 happening again. I'm scalping today too. This is a big mow. It's a big mow. I'm gonna do a 3/4 inch. I'm gonna go down 3/4 inches.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go down 3/4 inches again as soon as I'm done.
Oh, a reduction.
Keep going down. All right. So and then see how much higher I have to go down or lower. I'll go down 3/4 inches again. I'm gonna scalp today. Fertilize today. All right. Light little sprinkle on the water on the yard, and we are ready to go, baby. Oh, I got a thatch. Scalp. Thatch. Fert.
Margaret Thatcher.
Scalp, thatch, fert. Scalp, thatch, fert. That's what I'm gonna do today. Peyton, you with me? Are you gonna scalp?
Just be here Monday.
I fertilized last week.
That's fine. You gotta scalp though. Did you scalp? You gotta scalp it.
I just mow.
Okay.
I fertilized this week too. You know what I mean?
All right. Okay. Yeah, I know what you mean, Bobby. The crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece coming up next. Let's get you on over to K Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official roofing and waterproofing partner.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Leo 1. Swinging a drive up the alley in right center field. Jonah Heim has walked off the Cubs. Jonah gets that chance, and he drills that pitch up the alley in right center. He's getting mobbed by his teammates out near second base. Jonah Heim with the game-winning run batted in to give Texas a 4-3 win here in 10 on opening night.
This is the Mike Bassett Crosstalk, brought to you by nobody.
Oh,
But you can be that somebody. You just have to give me money. Well, not me. You give the station money, and then they maybe give me a fraction of it, and then that's how you get your commercials. So,
goodness gracious.
We're at Buffalo Wild Wings today, Mike.
Hey,
Off
Corey,
with
you're
two
Corey.
M's.
Corey, where are we at today?
Buffalo Wild Wings off of Lemon Avenue. We're down here hanging out, getting ready for all the hoops.
And they'll let you in now if you show up.
Yeah, it's open.
Yeah, the doors
Now-
are already open, so let's do it.
Before I get to talking to Choppy and Bobby, as they had a great week where they didn't get yelled at one time by Sean.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I was about to say, you got to put the caveat in there by Sean.
Does he like call y'all after the shows whenever he's out and
No.
like gripe about stuff?
He
or-
doesn't listen.
Nope.
No, he
Do you think he
tried to
listens?
stack. He tried to stack Wednesday for us at one point, but through text.
Oh.
But we're good.
Do you think he listened to y'all's show, or do you think he was busy? You said he has cracks in his driveway or something.
Well, it's so they're just they're surface. They're cosmetic, right? Little tiny hairline cracks in the pavement. When they lay it down, it just gets cracks almost
it's
immediately.
the Earth. The Earth moves.
The Earth, yes,
Right.
The Earth
He had
moves.
Pangea at one point.
If
That's a big crack.
If you believe
second time
and
this
if you
week?
believe the Earth is a sphere, if you believe the Earth is a
I
sphere,
do.
which I think I do, most of us
You
do.
think?
You think?
No, I said I think. I was gonna say I think most of us do. And I just combined it and said I think I
Okay.
do.
Okay.
I know it's a sphere.
Okay.
I know
Good.
it is.
Good.
Ow.
All right, so let's get the bad part out of the way. Corey, I'm sitting closer to you than Kevin, right?
Yep. Is that bad?
No, it's great.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
All right, Kevin, tell us why you think Evan Carter should go down to the minor leagues.
Oh no!
I was just.
That's how we're gonna do
Yeah.
this.
You texted yesterday
Yeah, Kevin.
after he missed that triple over
Yeah.
his head. You texted classic Carter.
Yeah.
Don't
And then I
forget-
think you
Don't
texted-
forget he got picked off. Too.
Yeah, you said pick
Nah,
up.
Picked
hang
off, he got
on.
doubled up.
That was a double up. That wasn't his
Double
fault.
up. Sorry. Double up, Carter.
Are
Sorry.
we
Put more
blame-
things on my
That's
guy.
a-
Are
tough
we
one, 'cause-
blaming that? Are we blaming Evan Carter for the double up?
I'm
No.
just kidding because that's what I was like. Hey, let's send him back to the minors. He's
I'm
not
not.
ready. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Suzuki played Simeon twice really well on shots that usually Simeon has like die right in front of the outfielder or get into a gap.
Well, just to defend him, he should be a junior at the University of Duke right now.
Yeah, man. But he hated Duke
From his
so much.
age.
I'm just giving you a
I
hard
love
time.
Duke.
Mike.
School.
I love Duke. You think he's gonna go to the game tonight because they're an off
Yes.
day?
Oh,
Yes, I do.
yeah, he has the money to do it because if you go to any website right now to try to buy tickets to tonight's
Man,
Sweet 16, it
it's
is a son of a
expensive.
gun.
Is
To
it?
sit in
That is
the-
true.
to sit in the lower bowl for 2 tickets behind the basket in the upper part of it, like, row, let's say P through Z pretty much. It's about, with taxes and fees, you're looking at about $600 a ticket.
Dang!
Keep an eye on
So
those
if
last
you
minute
want 2
deals.
tickets tonight, you're looking at around. I mean, I don't know if they're going to come down today. Like, that's the one
Yeah.
thing is that when they're priced like this, at what point, if you want to sell your tickets and make a profit, do you go, instead of making 2 times the value of the tickets, I just want to make a time and a half of the ticket? I don't know, but it's for 2 tickets in the lower bowl is definitely over $1,000.
You got to keep looking at the game time.
Look at the game time app. Keep an eye on it.
I looked at it.
Then you got to wait till Sunday when half the teams are gone.
Yes.
Yeah, but then the Rangers are playing.
Well, the Rangers play day game, right?
What time is the Sunday?
I don't know.
Elite
They don't have it. They don't have it. I don't think they've
I feel like
announced the
it's-
times yet.
Maybe I'm wrong, Kevin. You watch a lot of college basketball and remember these things. I feel like the Elite Eight, like the last game of the night, is like at 5 or 6 o'clock.
That is correct.
Yeah.
usually.
Which would you'd be pushing it, right?
Yeah.
I guess you definitely could not go to both. You could not go to the Ranger game and go to the Elite Eight game.
True.
And I've been trying to do this in my head of, all right, there's 2 games tonight. So I'm getting, for the ticket, I'm trying to split it in half.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But even I went to a lot of the Maverick playoff games when they played Utah and people like that. And it didn't cost me $250 to go to those games in the upper tier of the lower
this is a
bowl.
bigger, more specialized deal, right? Because
I guess not for me.
Okay, fair
so that's
enough.
the thing is I don't have the emotional connection at all to college basketball or any of the teams. So that's why I'm definitely having a tough time going, I want to pay this to go to that.
For the experience. So
Yeah.
You just want the experience,
Yeah.
but is it worth that much? I was going to go back to baseball real quick.
Yeah,
and
go
ask a
ahead. That's
question.
fine. I got nothing.
Okay, good. Do you think MLB.com yesterday was like, oh, that Jonah Heim?
They couldn't believe he
that's
still played
Jonah
baseball.
Heim.
Which
That's
part?
the guy we were talking about for the top 10 list of
Yeah, I know.
catchers. You think that they were like, oh crap, we forgot about that guy.
But were they like, see, I told you, he thinks non-hit balls are foul balls.
Yeah, that's
and
probably
that's
a
why
valid
we didn't have
point.
him in the top
yeah,
10.
that's probably a valid point there. So, yeah, that could have been a situation. I mean, I think we all agree, right? Everybody agrees you have to go get that ball.
Yes.
But umpires have to get it right. Like, you got to get it right. I do. And the umpire after the game, did you see Levi Weaver's post?
Oh,
The umpire, they had the Q&A for the post-pool questions or whatever, and the umpire, they asked it, and they said, did you watch it on video? And he said, I did. And they said, so what do you think? And he goes, I'll stick with what I said on the field.
What?
No way.
So did he think that
He
the
wouldn't even
ball,
acknowledge it.
the second it deflected off the bat and took a sharper turn than any pitch you could ever imagine?
I'll just leave
Yeah.
it.
This is
I mean,
magic.
unless you're playing wiffle ball, and then no
Yeah,
pitches
that's
moving
fair.
like that.
In wiffle ball, you could drop it in.
You could drop it like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, like, because that we were talking about that earlier. Bobby's not really on getting on Jonah for not going after that ball.
It's just, to me, it's not Chuck Knobloch going, oh, it's not that to me. It's like a
How
quick
does it go?
snap reaction. It's the thing where he's like gesturing, he goes, oh, like where he pointed to the outfield when the ball went by him in that playoff game. But to me,
I
it's
think that kind of is.
no, because like, I mean, he stopped for like a quick second, then I think he processed and was like, run, and then he went. But I think he was
saw
so
the
caught
runner
off
from
guard that it
third
wasn't
sprinting
called
home, and he's
correctly.
like, oh, crap.
Yeah, and you're right about that, Mike. In spring training, that's probably it doesn't really matter that much. But in these kinds of games now that season has started, your effort is you just make sure you do it no matter what. Just like if you strike out on a swinging, Mike, you strike out or whatever, and you think the ball dropped, you take off running.
You play to the whistle.
Yeah, and that is the thing. You have to ensure that you're taking care of your job first, and then let everything else play out.
It's definitely a lesson learned.
Yep.
But I can't remember. I'm sure it's happened in Rangers history. They've played a zillion games. I just can't remember a late inning situation where a dude possibly foul tipped a ball and the umpire missed it, and then the catcher ran and got it, and guys only advanced one base. Like, I just can't remember or recall a time where whoever, Pudge, Jim Sundberg was catching, like, oh, yeah, I remember that on HSE when Robin Yount tipped the foul ball, and then
Robin Yount.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel a little bit for Jonah Heim. I'm kind of, Bobby, on your side a little bit here. Is you have to go get the ball if the umpire gives you it wasn't foul tipped. You just have to go get it and then deal with it. But at the same time, he knew it was tipped. He was right. It was tipped. And how many times has that ever happened?
Yeah. Okay, all right. So and you're right about how many times. But it's something happens at first base, and the first baseman gets the call at first, and he says safe. And now the guy's running home, and the first baseman turns around and starts arguing with the umpire. We're all bitching at the first baseman for arguing with the umpire when he thought the guy was out, right? So it's kind of kind of a similar situation there.
It's just like in Major League the movie. All right, when Jake Taylor bunted and Haywood got the ball at first, like if he disagreed with the call and looked back at the umpire and didn't throw home, I mean, he would have been Willie Mays Hayes would have been even more safe.
Yeah, even safer than usual.
That is a good point. Why didn't Jonah watch Major League?
I don't know.
before
We
the game?
need to watch it with him. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, you have to watch it on opening day, I think.
is the like I guess what's frustrating to me also is that that's not reviewable, and I don't know why.
Terrible.
Considering all the things that are reviewable in the sport, and how many times have we seen a ball hit the knob of somebody's bat, and they're like, did it hit the pinky first? And they'll do that for like an hour, and then they're like, yeah, it's a walk. But on something like this, they wouldn't go, hey, we should probably get this right. And I don't understand the rule on that.
I'm with you on that. I think it's the weirdest thing. I mean, obviously, I thought the broadcast did a good job of quickly pointing out this isn't reviewable because they would overturn it. And I'm thinking, there's times where guys slide choppy to second base, and as their belly goes over the base, it comes off of the base for a fraction of a second, and they held the tag, and they're like, he's out. We had, I mean, the replay showed that as his forearm came off the base and his belly was going to the base, there was 0.2 seconds where he wasn't on the base, so now he's out. I'm like, wait, so that's reviewable.
Yeah, but not this.
But not a person swinging a bat where there's no human being on the face of the earth who can see a foul ball from the umpire's position. The ball's coming in at approximately 90 miles an hour, and the bat's being swung at approximately 100 miles an hour. It's all off of sound. So because he didn't hear the ball get nicked, he said there's no foul ball here. It's it's all based off of sound.
Yeah.
I guess I'm done talking.
I agree.
Is that why you did that to make it sound?
I hate the technicality of it. It's like, imagine like in basketball, you got a guy who slaps the ball out of bounds. And if you look at it, it's like, well, technically, for 100 years, the call's been the call. You set the ball out of bounds. It's right. It's off on who it's off. Now, then they switch it all of a sudden because, well, the ball technically may have left your fingertip at the end. No, man. Come on. I hate to call it second base. I'm with you on that one. But you have to have it here.
Last thing that I'll leave you with, and then I'll get to my man Kevin here, the Carter hater.
Just kidding about that, Mike.
We're gonna love Carter together, okay?
Can we talk about Iron Eagle today, too?
Man, we talked about that today, too. Louis Gossett Jr., man, R.I.P.
Hey,
Bobby's never seen
Choppy.
Iron Eagle.
You should watch it.
How did baseball start off? Mike Trout hit a home run.
That's right. He did, baby. He's back.
He's back. He's going to hit a home run every game.
Yes, he is.
Hope so.
He's going to set the record.
That means the music's coming on, and that means we're going to, what's our first segment? Let's just tease the first segment.
Complete overreactions from Game 1 of Rangers baseball live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Lemon.
And we have a president
in Dallas
showing up
off
today.
of Lemon.
Yeah, in Lemon.
In Dallas, off of Lemon. The Marquette University president, by the way, Choppy, is going to come to the Buffalo Wild Wings at 11 to hang out with us. Yeah, that's right.
Dwayne Wade?
Oh, not Dwayne Wade.
If Dwayne Wade showed up, I'd leave.
Shaka's going to be there.
I'm going to ask him.
I love you, Mike.
If he's as crappy of a person as I think he is.
Oh, stop it. Him and Dirk made up.
No, they didn't. That was all fake.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, coming up next, sports.
Oh, my God.
Is it good? Was
You're
that
a
good?
new listener to Sean. our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. If you want to come and see us today, and why the heck would you not? Corey, you predict exactly. Thank you very much.
Hey, we got Jets fans here. We got Ranger fans.
It is a confusing hodgepodge of people already.
We just gave him tired.
Corey, that's true. That's why he's here, to support us.
Is that a Bloody Mary?
Yes,
we got Bloody Marys flowing.
It's Friday, baby.
This
Let's
is where
do
the
it
Bloody
right.
Marys flow like wine.
Yeah, they do.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Corey, you said the Rangers would go 162-0, but you had to go 1-0 first, and they did just that. They had better luck than the drone last night. What? And also,
is that story? Can we talk about that?
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
Leave you in the ballpark. You could see it. But I will tell you this. Last year, we talked about it deep into the season that the Rangers hadn't made a comeback after the 7th inning, let alone in the 9th inning when you bounce up to the World Series. Hell, we knocked that out in Game 1, Mike.
How does Boch know who to put in to, like, tie a game or win a game? I don't get it.
He's just
like,
good.
there's no way. Jankowski, that was his 12th home run of his career. Am I correct about that?
I'll have to look that up.
He just came up against their closer. He's like, yeah, let's just tie the game because Boch put me in.
Well,
how does Boch do this? How does he know?
Hit cut number 4, because as soon as he hit it, I didn't think it was gone because it was Jankowski. But then I was like, holy crap, did he just hit a home run?
Count is full to Jankowski. The pitch is swung on, hit high in the air, deep right field. Suzuki back, he's at the wall. That ball is history. Travis Jankowski with a pinch hit home run has tied this game. He hit 1 home run all last year. It's the Rangers 3 and the Cubs 3.
Hell yeah. So my question for you guys, and we frequently do this to kick off new seasons, your complete overreactions, good or bad, to Texas Rangers opening day.
We'll never lose again.
Well, and what I really thought was going to happen.
Never underestimate the heart of a champion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even when the umpire gets foul balls wrong.
Yeah, that was really concerning. I really thought Wyatt Langford was going to walk that thing off. I was almost positive that was going to happen.
Can I explain to you what happened in that moment?
Sure.
Because I had gone to the restroom and just stepped away for a second, and I looked down at my phone, and I look and I see that Derek Holland had texted us and said, walk off Wyatt. And I lost my mind. I was like, are you kidding me? I'd step out for 1 second, and Wyatt Langford steps up and walks off for us. And so I run into the living room, and there's Wyatt Langford standing there. And I was like, oh, no, is it about to happen? Is it about to happen? And then he hits the grounder, and I was like, oh, okay, he was calling for that. So I was freaking out, but then I was able to see the Jonah Heim moment, and it just made everything completely worth it, man.
So this is really weird. I don't know what is wrong with me, but this morning – when Jonah Heim got the base hit live, I stood up, was like, yeah, here we go. You know, not Dak Prescott style, but just like saying it like in like, yeah, like I'm going for the Rangers.
The show has just started.
I didn't even know I was going to do that. I didn't even know I was going to say that. But then it just, our guy, man, I just popped into my head.
Yeah.
And then I'm telling my wife this morning because obviously she loves sleeping. And so she goes, so I'm assuming the Rangers won. I heard like cheering downstairs. And I was like, yeah. And so I'm telling her about how the Rangers had the game tied and they lost the lead because Jonah Heim, the ball was tipped and Jonah didn't go after it and was complaining to the umpire. And that's how they took the lead. And I was like, it's not reviewable, this and that. But then Wyatt Langford came up, and then I started tearing up telling her the story of Game 1 of the Texas Rangers.
Oh, man.
And Jonah Heim, after looking like, I don't want to say like some sort of, like, oh, no, he lost us the game. I wouldn't have said that if they would have lost the game. I said, man, that's just unfortunate. That's a weird way to lose a game. I've never seen a team lose a game that way. The closest I can come to, and they didn't lose, was when Chu put his arm out in Game 5 of the divisional series, and the catcher threw the ball back to the pitcher, and it hit his arm, and then Rugi Odor ran home and scored. And I was like, that might have been the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's weird,
especially in a playoff game. But then I started tearing up, and then Jonah Heim came up, and And, you know, he looked like he was going to be the guy that they were going to blame game one on, and he came up with the bases loaded and 2 outs and got the big hit to win the game. And I'm like, what is wrong with me? It's just a game.
Nothing's wrong with you, Mike. Here it is. A, you're passionate about this game, for one. For two, we were told the standard has changed on this team, and it looks like it's continuing on. They look like the same team pushing forward here. Nathan Eovaldi looked like the same Nathan Eovaldi, if not, he was in his bag last night for a little while, man. It was really nice to see what he was doing. No, Mike, we've watched baseball that has not lived up to this for so many years. And now here we are in this moment, and you're just recognizing it. Like, you're just recognizing what we actually have in front of us, and we actually have another chance to go do something special again this year. And I think that's a great thing, man. I don't think there's anything wrong with you for tearing up about being excited about a game like that, especially, Kevin.
Playoff game, I would assume I would do that.
But you said opening day is close to a playoff game.
I didn't assume this morning when I was explaining to my wife how the Rangers won that I would get emotional over that.
And that environment last night was playoff environment. I mean, the way that Steele was pitching last night against the Rangers, he was on fire until that unfortunate injury last night to him. He was on fire. And Kevin, I don't know if you have this note. I saw this morning. I might need to fact check it. I was told on Twitter that the last time the Rangers walked off on opening day was Saltalamacchia in 2010. And then
we went to the World Series that year.
We lost the World Series, but we did go to the World Series.
Just say we went to the World Series.
This team has the capabilities. We know it can win the World Series.
I want to shout out.
And there's no pitchers hitting in the World Series anymore, so then we don't have to put
good point.
Like a person out there. And nothing
base.
Against Vlad, he's awesome, Hall of Famer, but that kind of messed up a little bit of the Rangers' flow.
Mike, I really want to know this because Tolo Bryan messaged me at 9:51. Mike's on eBay right now, I bet, buying Langford cards. Because when he stepped up to the plate, I thought for sure, I was like, Mike's going to come into work tomorrow broke. He's going to be like, I spent $17,000 on Wyatt Langford cards because he hit the game-winning home run or something along those lines.
I want to so much. In fact, there's a YouTube channel that I like going to, Sports Card Investors, and every week they do the top 5 hottest cards in all of sports. And number 3 was Wyatt Langford coming into the baseball season. It wasn't 5 hottest baseball. It was 5 hottest cards. Obviously, right now, there's a lot of basketball cards that are hot because you're getting close to the playoffs. But I want to buy all the Wyatt Langfords. They're so expensive. We gave that story a few weeks ago where his 1-of-1 rookie card sold for $50,000 already without even playing a day in the major leagues.
And it jumped almost 100% in the span of a couple of weeks.
Right, because of what he's doing in spring training. And so, yes, I did look at Wyatt Langford cards. In fact, it's really weird. I did look at Evan Carter cards. He didn't have the best game. Evan Carter did not have the best game. I can admit that. Being at the game,
I don't really want to send him down either.
No,
I'm just kidding.
I had the angle. I was way up in the press box, and there was a perfect angle on where that ball was hit in the second inning, and it was directly over his head. And you saw him turn one way, and then after about, let's say, 4 steps, he turns the other way, and then it gets over his head. I don't know if it nicked his glove or not, but and then the wall was right there. And I was just thinking to myself, man, not being obviously a professional outfielder ever, I wonder the difficulty of playing center field your whole life and then going to left field. And a ball being hit directly over your head is always a tough play because you don't have an angle on it. It's right over your head. So a play been made? Yes, it could have been made.
If that happens,
but that is a very difficult ball.
If it happens any other time in the season than this early in the season, I think he makes it. As he gets more comfortable in that spot, he'll be able to make that play easy every time. He'll have better reads off the bat from left field for sure. I think he'll be a lot better as we go along there.
And then obviously getting doubled up in the 9th inning. That was not a good read off of the bat. He read it as a base hit.
Because of how hard and how low it was hit, right? But I realized the right fielder was all over that read, and he moved instantaneously. That was an easy double.
Yeah, 2 times Suzuki was short and shallow in right field, and Semien hit it almost directly to him. And I was like, "Dang, that's really good. That's really good scouting by the Cubs to know Semien so well."
And I'm sure there's a lot of energy. Look, it's weird because Evan Carter got to play in every round of the playoffs last year to start off his major league career. But that building, getting to be there yesterday, the energy was there. And so you kind of by accident maybe get a little bit more aggressive.
I can see that.
In those situations then. And the great thing is guess what? Tomorrow's energy is going to be pretty high. I don't know if it'll be opening day
World
high.
Series
but,
ring day.
Right. So it's going to still be this weekend. And then the next time you play at home is against the Houston Astros. So I don't think the energy of the Globe is going to go down anytime soon.
Go ahead.
If it's an overreaction, Corey, do I have to say then that the banner is going to have a fold in
Shut
it
up about the
forever?
banner, Kevin. Just be happy we have a banner, damn it. All right? Not like Houston, all those people that are like, oh, your stupid banner. Our banner's up, and we have one, all right?
know what?
We got it fair and square.
I did see that tweet from the Houston Chronicle this morning,
Mm-hmm.
and they're the laughingstock of social media, and I was like,
for lowering a
but they
championship
won the
banner.
World Series, so I would rather have like 5 straight janky banners and have them all for winning the
Janko banners.
Janko banners, good point, for winning the World Series, and everyone's like, your World Series dynasty is crooked.
You have 7 banners up there. They're all crooked.
I do have this question.
What?
So at 9 a.m., nobody wanted to put the banner down just to make sure it flowed right or
That is
anything?
weird.
Like, it was such a surprise. Nobody wanted to.
Okay.
I'm just asking.
I watched that video a lot of times.
Valid question.
And it seemed like the error was on the left side
Yes.
until you watched that guy on the right side take off. And he was like, hold on. I think the left side guy was like, no, man.
on you,
You didn't
buddy."
get it down right. And he was like, oh, crap. And he took off running over there.
This came in from the 469, Kevin. I tried to get the whole section under Carbach to get loud and participate in cheers, but those lazy people didn't deserve those tickets. I left in the 7th to move to 133, and guess what? We won. So the magic
you need
of
to try to get season tickets in 133.
magic of
is
section 133 right now.
what
baby.
I just heard. There is a shocking amount of people also on the Frankel Firm text line that are saying two-peat. So Derek Holland's work
Two-peat,
yesterday
baby.
was
Let's
successful with the two-peat.
Do we get to carry somebody from the 575? I'm not sure exactly where that is. Asked, can we carry this over as a win streak from last year? Does this count as we're continuing?
Yeah.
It's continuing.
It's a one-game win streak at home.
But we also one game,
But
we won last year to win the world. So this is how many? Would that be 2 in a row?
We won four straight.
All right, there you go.
Because this is 1-1.
Yeah. Look at that.
You're right.
Boom.
Yeah, that's a streak
He's
right
right.
there, baby. Team of Destiny Part 2 from the 817,
We won
Kevin.
all the games in Arizona.
That's right.
All of them.
We did.
We own Arizona.
From the 214, what I'm excited about is the way they celebrated. Okay, it was game 1. It was a walk-off. You run on the field. You celebrate like you just won the World Series, right, on opening day. Like, you do that. And I think every time you have a walk-off, it should be celebrated that way. It should never be Lance Berkman.
Yeah, I always thought that was such a weird response. He's like, I've seen a walk-off before. And I'm like, so you weren't pumped that your team won?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to give – I do know Lance Berkman a little bit. And he was so disengaged because of his injury and couldn't play.
Okay.
So that was kind of
yeah.
what happened with
Yeah.
his career in Texas is he was coming to a winner. He wanted to play. His body couldn't play, and it was just total disengagement. Is that right? No, I'm not saying that's right, but his kind of attitude wasn't that attitude on Houston or St. Louis.
Yeah.
His attitude had changed because he's like, I can't play anymore.
You know, we talked about the game itself, and you talked about the emotions this morning. Were the same emotions there when they rolled out the banner or when Chuck Morgan said, you're defending world champion Texas Rangers, either on the show or in the stadium?
I didn't hear Chuck Morgan say it. Did you
Oh,
hear
did
it on
you?
the TV?
I did, yeah.
Okay, here's why. We have some work being done in my house,
You
and
still have no floors?
They were still working, and there was a vacuum cleaner down the hallway, and I turned it up as loud as I could, so I didn't get to hear it. So if we can find audio of that, so I can hear it, I would love that at some point because I
right.
just didn't get that special moment. Mike.
I cried twice.
Good job,
at the
buddy.
stadium.
I'm so
Okay.
proud.
I was by myself, and I was up
Did you
in
find
a
a pillow
press box
and-
by myself, and not bawling.
I don't think you
But-
should be. I don't think you should say it like that, though.
carry a little blanket
You
with you,
have
bro.
lived here, and you
comfort
were
blanket.
from here your entire life. Your dad played for the Rangers. You played for the Rangers. All of it, pretty much.
We lost in 11.
Yeah.
in a very bad way.
It was so awesome.
Yeah.
It was so awesome to be there, guys. I can't. look, the ticket was very expensive. If you're not a season ticket holder and you had to go to the secondary market, it was very expensive to be at the game last night. That being said, just the highlights that they played, that
the
3-minute or
yeah.
5-minute clip, and the players stopped warming up.
Did
what
they
was
really?
amazing was all the Rangers players stopped warming up and they just stared at the screen. And then I'm taking in, because you're on the 4th level where the press box is, you're taking in the whole stand standing up and cheering and everything. And then they bring out Bochy and Spores and the trophy. It was just outstanding. After I got over it, and what I mean is started like, okay, I'm not crying anymore, tearing up in my throat as it's a little bit like getting a little bit that way right now. I walked over to the radio booth and Jared yelled at me for a second. I was like, I didn't expect to get yelled at when I came in here, but that's Jared.
And then for a no-hitter again.
And he wanted me to stand next to him, and then they started doing another thing, and I didn't tear up in there, but Hicksy looked at me and he was like, showed me his arms. He had goosebumps. It was the loudest cheer when they named all the players. Jankowski got the loudest cheer for all the reserves, which was really cool because then he ends up hitting a game-tying home run in the bottom of the 9th inning, was Adolis Garcia. We talked about that a while back.
Yeah, man.
And Seager got a huge cheer, but the biggest cheer out of all the players was Adolis Garcia.
You get it, right? Because he seems like, I don't know if this makes sense, he seems like the common man in terms of how his emotions and what goes into it. I think people can easily watch and be like, that's exactly what I would want to do in that case.
I was thinking about getting some gear when I got to the stadium at, a little after 3 o'clock. But I went down and went onto the field for press conferences and everything. And then when I went back up at 4 o'clock to jump on with G-Bag Nation, there was a line to get into the team shop, and I was like, I'm just not standing in line to go into the team shop and then have to stand in. I'm all the Ranger fans, I felt like, went into the team shop and got like a new jersey or the hat or whatever. But
by the way, I saw a thing from the Dallas Morning News we might talk about more later. As you can probably guess, their merchandise sales are up almost 10 times year over year.
There's a lot of cool merch to get, bro.
For sure. And by the way, we're going to talk about it throughout the day. I promise we'll talk about it more in long form later. The Dallas Stars did get a big-time win over Vancouver last night.
They're the best in the West, aren't they?
Yes, they have the most points in the West, and they remain 1 point back of the New York Rangers for the most points in all of the NHL.
That's why Hockey Mike was crying.
Yeah, we're in the playoffs.
The Rangers dominate everything. It's pretty much what I learned from that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Sage Steele, the Jags again, and Valley Sports Southwest. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas on Lemon on 105.3 The Fan.
Sports.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Langford struck out in the second, but drove in the first run with a sac fly in the fourth. Here's a ground ball deep in the hole that's short, backhanded by Swanson. One-hop throw to first, not in time. Langford legs it out for the infield hit, his first big league hit.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas, off of Lemon. If you want to come see us, it is also a shout-out Friday from the 325. Shout out to the Astros bullpen for blowing a 4-run lead. That is outstanding. Shout out to the Rangers for winning, and shout out to the Dallas Stars for defeating Vancouver 3-1. Who is atop the Central Division? It's the Dallas Stars. Who is atop? By the way, Winnipeg is just spiraling, man. So it's looking more and more like, I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's looking more and more like you'll be C1 or C2 on there because they have been terrible.
More like lose a peg.
Oh, that's what Mike's always said.
Do not encourage
Mike
that.
has always
Do
said
not
that.
encourage that.
Yeah.
Also atop the entire Western Conference and 1 point off, having the most points in the NHL. Your Dallas Stars. But right now, how about we do a little Forgiveness Friday right here? 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? Corey, does Bobby need to ask for forgiveness for not seeing Iron Eagle with the greatness of Louis Gossett Jr., who unfortunately has passed away?
Bobby's our age, right?
Yeah. Give or take.
Is he a little bit younger than us?
Maybe a couple years.
If he's a little bit younger than us, I can kind of get it. Because I'm still kind of on the cusp of, I was watching it because my friend that was y'all's age watched it. Y'all are a couple of years old, a year or a couple of years older than me, and my friend was watching it, so I was watching it, but I was all in. And when I saw it, I was like, man,
They play, we're not going to take it as they figure out the plan to send two people to go take over a country.
Yes, exactly.
No, it's just rescuing one person.
Come in and you're flying your airplane. It's just like all these things, dude. Like Louis Gossett Jr., that was his role for me. I know he had many other
He won an Academy Award.
phenomenal roles.
Yeah.
But that was the one that's what I knew him from. And so I will say he needs forgiveness for not seeing it. Because maybe he just isn't at that age yet. You know what I mean? Maybe, but he needs to go back and watch it. And he's not going to go back and watch it and be like, this is the greatest movie ever. He's going to go back and watch it and be like, hey, we've advanced a lot in like the ability to do
like
CGI
when he puts in
and
the recorder of Louis Gossett Jr. after he's dead to tell him like what to do. Isn't that right?
Yeah. So
I'm not ruining a movie from 1985.
But is he really dead? So in Iron,
I mean, I think he really passed away.
Are you saying he's like the Star Wars Emperor or something?
In Iron
That's weird.
Eagle,
That's a weird
here's my basic recap of the movie. So this kid's dad gets shot down over, I didn't remember which country. He gets taken,
probably Russia.
He gets taken prisoner, and the government is not ready to make a deal or bail him out or whatever. So the kid goes and finds Louis Gossett Jr., who either used to fly with his dad or like trained his dad or something. And he's like, hey, what about me and my ragtag group of friends? We could figure this out. We could steal an airplane and go fly over there and get my dad and take him back to the United States. And I know you might think, did you just make all that up? No. And there's also multiple sequels.
Kevin, while it received negative reviews, being unfavorably compared to the similarly themed Top Gun.
That movie is nothing like Top Gun. They both have planes, and that's it.
The film earned $24 million at the U.S. box offices in 1986.
Because everybody wanted Top Gun again.
Yeah, they were like, oh, man, give me some more of that action. But, yeah, it doesn't say what, like where, Kevin. It just says, oh, yeah, the Mediterranean Sea. So it was over enemy territory.
Look, that was a big thing in the 80s. They like to give you these, like,
Areas.
vague bad guys, and they're like, they could be from here or
the top
maybe
influence
not.
on that movie is it inspired a young kid named Ian Eagle to change his name to Iron Eagle.
Yes, it did. And then Ian Eagle, otherwise known as Iron Eagle, said, I can't drink with Bill Rafferty. I believe it is.
If we found out that Iron Eagle used to go by
when he was a
Eagle
kid?
and changed it because of that movie, That would be
change everything for
one of
for
the
you?
greatest reveals ever in an interview, at least to me.
Here's some Kevin from the Los Angeles Times critic Kevin Thomas at the time. He called the film ludicrous, preposterous, a total waste of time, saying it achieves a kind of perfection of awfulness that only earnest effort can produce.
Hey, I agree with the total waste of time. The ludicrous and preposterous part, you make a fair point. The kids fire up, we're not going to take it, and then they create a blueprint of how those two are going to fly over there and get the dad back. You make a fair point. But I still thought it was entertaining as hell. At the beginning of Iron Eagle 2, were there emotional things that happened that made me sad as a kid? Yes. Yes, there were.
What country was he in? Does it say?
But I think they said it was like over the Mediterranean.
Film historian
Mediterranean food.
and reviewer
Fair.
Leonard Maltin dismissed the film as a dumb comic book movie full of jingoistic ideals. Jingoistic ideals.
I think that's where you pull things out.
No,
like
that's
wood.
I guess that would be Jenga-istic. I don't.
And dubious ethics, along with people who die and then miraculously come back to life. Not boring. Not boring, just stupid.
Where was he?
I don't. It's been a long time.
You thought he died.
I'm gonna
You thought he
rewatch.
died, bro.
Yeah, but I think at the end you find out like Chappie's still alive.
He's
or
like
something.
Obi-Wan Kenobi? He's
I don't
just like
think
a
he
ghost
actually
now?
Variety
died.
magazine said breakneck action and some dandy dogfights, but the dialogue is simply laughable.
Fair.
Did they have the power of the Schwartz?
That's a different movie. I don't think so.
Rotten Tomatoes gives the film a 20% with an average of 4 of 10 based on reviews from 5 critics.
Doesn't it really stink when you thought a movie was good and then you realize later in life it really wasn't good? But in the moment, I enjoyed the movie.
Isn't that what the movie's supposed to be about, is what you feel in the moment?
Like I
rather
thought
than
A
what you feel
Decent
later
Proposal
on?
was a good movie, but you go back and it doesn't get good reviews.
We talked about we'll bring this Masterpiece Theater back next week.
All right.
It used to be, what's the worst movie you own? And people were like, well, if you own it, do you really think it's the worst? And I was like, not necessarily to you, but to like society. Like I told you, I own the movie Legend with Tom Cruise, where they have to go defeat the devil, but they can't call it the devil, and to save the unicorns and create light in the world. It's ridiculous, but I love that movie.
So you were going to take a shot at the Jacksonville Jaguars this
Yes.
segment. What happened? What did my T-Law do?
Actually, this one is like really, really dark.
Not good.
It's really bad.
I have no clue what the story's about.
All right, so a former Jacksonville Jaguars employee has been sentenced to 220 years in federal prison for producing, let's just say, underage material, because the details of it are horrifying, and also hacking the Jumbotron at the Jag Stadium after the team fired him when they learned he was a sex offender, because, you know, he didn't tell them that, and then they found out, and so they're like, hey man, we gotta move on. And so he managed to hack the Jumbotron, but that's not like why he's going to jail for all of these years.
I need forgiveness, Kevin.
Okay,
Because
did you hack a Jumbotron?
when you started telling this story, the last thing I'd heard was, what did my Trevor Lawrence do wrong? And then I looked at my phone, and our boss man Gavin Spittle said, should we grab a theater and Bobby has to attend and watch Iron Eagle?
Oh my God, yes.
And I said, absolutely. So all I thought was, as you were saying that he hacked the Jumbotron, I thought it was Trevor Lawrence. So I will ask for forgiveness here.
No.
Because during that story, that's what I
It
thought,
was-
Kevin. Wow. That's
It
bad.
was this other fella, Samuel Arthur Thompson, and he is a terrible, he's done some terrible, terrible things, and he will spend the rest of his life in prison. Now, you want to go to lighter Forgiveness Fridays?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think that Joe Rogan and Dana White kind of look alike?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, I could see that as
They
well.
both have shaved heads. Their faces are kind of flat because they've been punched a lot.
Oh no,
Joe Rogan, did he?
They both like to wear too tight black shirts. I
Absolutely.
got what you're saying. So let's go to cut number 16. This is Sage Steele and Dana White, and I want to reiterate that one more time. This is Sage Steele interviewing Dana White.
What's Joe Rogan's dream?
What's Joe Rogan's dream?
Joe Rogan, Dana White. What's Dana White's dream?
Did you just think that was Joe
did.
Rogan?
I totally did.
Just call me Joe Rogan. You thought it was fucking Joe Rogan?
Yeah, I thought you were Joe
I was
Rogan.
bald
No.
before Joe was ever
I know,
bald. Okay?
I know.
Just
I
did
think
a
that was the
2-hour podcast. I flew here from Vegas, and she thought she was
Jesus.
interviewing Joe Rogan.
Jesus.
Kevin,
That's unfortunate.
they had been talking for 2 hours, and she said, "What's Joe Rogan's dream?" The question, like, I love the question for one, but for two,
Because you kind of want to know the answer to that,
yeah.
right?
But at the same time, why didn't he just answer?
Yeah.
Like, you know what?
Here's his dream.
I think Joe Rogan's dream is this. Like, he could, but he did figure it
Yeah.
out. He was like,
I don't
"Hold
know.
on, she thinks I'm Joe Rogan right now. What is happening?" But yeah, I totally would be confused too. But she sounded lost there. I do like the fact though, she used that as a trailer for this episode. This is a podcast that she could have deleted that from, and she said, "No,
I appreciate that.
leave it there.
Yeah.
It's great." And you know what? Everybody's going to listen to this episode now because they heard that moment happen and on the trailer. They're like, "I got to go hear the rest of this interview." And Dana White's kind of one of those guys you want to hear what goes on with him anyway.
Should we do that to the Marquette president, whoever he looks like? We just start asking him questions about that person.
I would prefer that we don't,
All right,
but
Gary, let's look
if
him up
you
real
want
quick.
to, we can definitely do that.
Let's look him up, Mike, so you can start getting a good idea of who he might look like. There you go. Good luck.
But at least, but the thing
like a
is,
handsome
those
older
two
white
work for the same. They're in the same promotion. You can see how
Yes.
you can't just say, "Oh, you look like this plumber guy I know," and I confused you.
But
together.
after 2 hours of talking to this guy, you do that. That's the confusing part to me. She was
So she asked
talking,
all these questions thinking it was another person.
Maybe so. Maybe she did. Maybe she thought she was talking to Joe Rogan the whole time.
Now, I look, I can't rule that out.
What makes? Can I ask this question? I know Dana White is the CEO. Is he the owner of
Something like
UFC
that.
or
Since
something?
the merger and sale, I'm not.
Okay.
But he still has a huge say in the UFC.
I know Joe Rogan has a podcast where a zillion people watch. I get that. Is that what made him popular, or did something else make Joe Rogan? I don't know who Joe Rogan, how he became
News
popular.
radio.
Yeah, News Radio, and then the Man Show. But he jumped in on the UFC like back at I don't know.
Joe
UFC
Rogan did?
50, yeah.
Oh, so
as
then that
as a
is
commentator.
confusing.
He was a commentator.
No, yeah, he's a commentator
Oh, that
for
is
the UFC.
confusing.
So I could see how
Yeah.
they're at least in the same
Okay.
kind of business.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, he did news radio. He did stand-up comedy for a while. He floats into that. And then, like, he took on that world. And wasn't he, like, training with Glazer and stuff like that, too?
Oh, yeah.
So.
And I want to finally bring up Bally Sports Southwest.
I love him.
Do you, though, Mike? Because
I don't know.
they put you in a tough situation when they released their broadcasting lineup for 2024.
Uh-oh.
There's 11 pictures on here. 7 of these pictures are of men. Every single one of these men has a tie on, except for casual Mike Bassett.
Yeah, casual Mike.
Yes!
Who
I'm Cash Mike.
who does not have a tie on. Do you think they did you wrong?
That's our picture from our show.
I
It
know.
is the picture from the station. So
Everybody else, Murph's got a tie on, Valley, Macklemore, Sandler, they all got ties on. Where's your tie?
I like it. Stand out in the crowd.
Do you think you can get Casual Mike to catch on as a nickname?
Probably not.
That's what.
Will you wear a tie this year?
I do like how cash I am right there.
Do you want to wear a tie or do you just want to wear a Rangers
I would
polo and
rather
everything?
never wear a tie.
Yeah.
I don't know a human that likes wearing ties.
Yeah, there's got to be somebody out there that's like, oh, I love this thing.
I mean, I get it looks better. I'm not going to argue that, a nice tie makes the suit or the sports jacket look better. I'm not going to argue that.
it's
But
like an arrow that points at something.
it's not like the most comfortable thing. Hey, you want to kind of slightly choke your neck for the next 4 hours? Like, no,
just slightly.
nobody does that.
I mean,
Nobody's
there's
like,
people listening right now who are like, sounds good.
well, I don't get it.
By the way, Fear Factor also was a Joe Rogan.
Oh,
that
yeah,
was a
that's
pretty
right.
significant thing where they were eating horse rectum.
Oh, my gosh. We're the Kansas
I didn't do it. They
masterpiece.
did.
Sounds
right
like
here.
Philadelphia celebrating a Super Bowl to me.
You know what I'm really worried about is that they're driving the Marquette president up here to the Buffalo Wild Wings, and he's listening, and he's like, "Really? The hell does y'all put me
with
on?
these guys?"
Hey,
Yeah.
we're number one.
This is what happens.
All right, coming up next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas, off of Lemon, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Well, there's a lot to get into. In fact, the Game 2 starter is who for the Rangers? Next.
If you're not using Game Time,
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The 0-1. Swing and a drive up the alley in right center field. Jonah Heim has walked off the Cubs. Jonah gets that chance, and he drills that pitch up the alley in right center. He's getting mobbed by his teammates out near second base. Jonah Heim with the game-winning run batted in to give Texas a 4-3 win here in 10 on opening night.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on your official home of the defending world champion Texas Rangers. They get the walk-off win last night. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. Coming up in just a few minutes. He really is here, and hopefully he wasn't listening on his way up to the building.
Yeah.
We will have the Marquette president, Michael Lovell, right here on 105.3 The Fan. But now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so we talked yesterday. We talked the start of the show with what the offense was able to accomplish, the crazy play with the foul tip from Jonah Heim not going and getting the ball, and Jankowski, all this stuff. But I wanted to talk about the pitching staff.
Okay.
It's just one game out of 162. But I thought Nate Eovaldi pitched great yesterday.
I agree.
He was great. Obviously, the first run in the second inning, that ball could have been caught by Evan Carter. It would have been a very tough play, and it would have been a very nice play. But if he catches that ball, you don't have a leadoff triple, which led to the first run of the game. And from there, Eovaldi gave up back-to-back doubles in the sixth inning there with 2 outs to give up the other run. But that was a tremendous start from him. And then the bullpen did a pretty darn good job. Was it clean? Was it beautiful? No. Spores.
But you got the zeros, right?
Spores gave up a couple hits. It didn't look beautiful, but he did his job. He put a 0 on the board. Yates looked great in his inning. That was clean, efficient, great. And then Leclerc, unfortunately, he gives up a run on no hits. He did walk 2 guys that where they were at in their order weren't the best walks.
No.
So in a way, you would look at it and say, hey, that really stinks, the unlucky play of a foul tip. But we also don't want to walk 2 guys kind of getting closer to the bottom of the order.
And that's the tough part to argue about, right? Like, I get it was a foul and they should have gotten that back, but you don't have those walks. You don't find yourself in that perilous situation.
And then Robertson has to pitch the extra inning where there's a runner on second and nobody out to start the inning, and he didn't, allow that run to score. Yes. Did he almost give up a grand slam? He almost gave up a grand slam.
Yeah, he did.
But you know what we call that? Strike one.
Mm-hmm.
When you hit it foul, all it is strike one. And so he was able to get out of that situation. He had 2 walks, but one of them was intentional to Belly. So
let me stop you for just 1 second there.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying, and you're right. Is it really that simple? Do you really walk back to the mound and you're like, that's strike one? Or are you like,
no, you have to
crap,
take in. You don't holy crap it, because then now you're in a negative spot in your head. But you do have to take it in as, okay, I threw a bad pitch. He threw a hanging breaking ball. It was crushed. Luckily, it was foul. So you take in, hey, I gotta execute that pitch better. But you do take it in as now I am in an advantage. I am 0-1 in the count. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm 0-1 in the count.
I got ahead of him. I mean, Eovaldi, when we listened to him at the All-Star game, he was like, finally got ahead of a guy. And that's what they're constantly trying to do.
So you say, okay, it is 0-1. But you do have to take in, that was not a good pitch. I didn't execute it. So the next time I need to do a better job on that pitch.
I did have a coach once. I saw a guy just destroyed one at Bishop Lynch, and it went foul, but it went almost to the football field. And I was like, don't throw that pitch again. And my coach looked at me and said, it was a strike. Don't worry about it. Throw that pitch again. He isn't going to hit it like that.
Now, if somebody crushes a ball, if somebody does crush a ball foul and you executed the pitch and you knew off the bat, you're like, that was foul. And it was foul by, let's say, 40, 50 feet. I don't care if he hits at 120 miles an hour. I got the ball inside. He crushed the ball, smoked it into a dugout. Well, that's all he can do positively with that pitch. He can't hit that ball hard where it was executed. So, really good job by the bullpen so far. You have 4 innings with 1 run, and it's a weird run that they gave up. But you'll take that. If they have to pitch 4 innings of work.
And they're going to give up 1 run compared to last year, I feel like I usually will take that.
Yeah, and so we move on to Game 2 tomorrow. And I found this really interesting. Yesterday in the dugout, I was there when Boch was talking, and he would not commit to his Game 2 or Game 3 starter because he said, look, we have an off day. We're going to talk about it after this game is over. I think they knew. They just didn't want to tell the media for some reason. But now we do know. Tomorrow, the starter for Game 2 will be Cody Bradford. And it's not based off of he's your second best starting pitcher. It's based off of, I think, that they want a variance here. They want 97-mile-an-hour right-hander Evaldi, then 90-mile-an-hour fastball changeup Cody Bradford. Then Sunday you have John Gray, 97-mile-an-hour right-handed pitcher. And then we don't know yet who will pitch fourth and fifth. Heaney and Dunning will be pitching against Tampa Bay. And then I don't know this. This is where all the extra stuff comes in. They have to know what Dunning and Heaney and Gray and Bradford did against Tampa Bay. There's really not against Chicago, you might not have enough information, especially on Cody Bradford, but you might look at Tampa, and I'm trying to remember this. I think they hit left-handers really good last year.
Yes, they did.
And so they just didn't want Bradford probably going on the road to Tampa Bay against a good lineup and facing a team that his stuff looks like he'll get hit against that lineup. So I guess they're assuming he'll do a better job against Chicago. So I've studied the next two pitchers for the Chicago Cubs, and this is interesting. Last year, the Chicago Cubs were 30th in fastball velocity, which is obviously last place. So you saw last night Steele throw the ball, and he was only throwing the ball 92, 93, but he made it look a lot harder because of how good his slider is. He has one of the best sliders in the game. Well, now you're going to face Kyle Hendricks, who the Rangers developed a little bit, and then they traded him back when they were making runs in 2013 or 14. They traded him. Was that for maybe Garza? I can't remember if it was for Garza or Dempster, whoever they traded him for.
Something we do not look fondly back on.
Right, and he's had a really good career. He rarely throws 90 miles an hour. Like, it's kind of when he hits 90, that's a little bit of a power fastball for him. But he throws two changeups, and here's where I'm going to go with this. What's weird to me is we have the cutter, the slider, and the sweeper. We have now defined the slider by three different terms. It's the same pitch. It's a slider. It's just a tighter, shorter break is called a cutter. A kind of normal slider, we still call it a slider. And then the bigger breaking one, we call it a sweeper. Well, Kyle Hendricks, on his, let's say, baseball savant page, registers as he throws 90% of his pitches as a fastball or a changeup. But he throws two different changeups. He throws a traditional changeup, which fades away from a lefty, and then he throws I call it getting around the ball. He leads with his pinky when he's throwing his other changeup, which makes it slide/cut, which goes into a lefty, which he doesn't throw that when he throws that one to righties where it goes away to a righty. So it's a breaking ball. But we say, no, it's just a changeup. He throws 40% changeups. When it's like, this is easy to see. I can tell that it's a changeup grip, but it's not the same changeup. It's literally going in two different directions. They're breaking exactly the opposite. And yet I'm like, with all this technology, we're still just going to call, just because he grips it as
just
a
lump
changeup,
them all in together. Yeah.
And then the last guy you're going to face is a young lefty who is a fastball changeup guy too, who doesn't throw super hard. So it's going to be interesting in this series. The Rangers are going to now on Saturday and Sunday face two guys, righty on Saturday, lefty on Sunday, that are primarily, they do have breaking balls, but primarily fastball changeup guys.
I want to talk a little more with you about this later in the show, because they were talking about changing planes as opposed to changing sides of plate and the importance there. I still think there's so much importance on using all four of those areas, but it seems like we're hearing Major League Baseball is talking more about going high-low rather than being concerned about inside-outside so much. But I will talk about that more later on the show.
Excellent breakdown right there, Mike. Appreciate it very much. Coming up next, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. We get you ready for the Sweet 16 at the American Airlines Center with Marquette University President Michael Lovell right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas, off of Lemon. And for this segment, we have replaced our usual co-host of Mike Bassick with another Mike. I got permission to call him that.
Nice.
It is Mike Lovell, the president of the University of Marquette. How in the world did you get drug into hanging out with us?
I'm not sure, but we love talking about Marquette basketball, and so I'm here to talk about why we're so excited to be in Dallas for the Sweet 16.
All right.
How does Marquette do this all the time? Like every time I look up, you guys are here. Like it's just a tradition at this point.
Shaka. We love. We invest in our men's basketball program because we want to compete at the highest level, because I know that that just helps the university be better. And so we're so excited that we have the tag is the 3-year anniversary of when we hired Shaka, and he had his press conference, and he's done great for us. This is 3 years in the tournament. Now we've made our way to the Sweet 16, hopefully to continue on through another week. And it's so exciting for the university. It's so exciting for our fan base. It's so exciting for our alumni, and we couldn't be happier to be in Dallas.
And my co-host here, he's a big Duke guy. Well, you have any feelings towards him
I can
now
root for
that
you
you've learned
tonight,
this?
though.
Yeah, no, I'd love it if we were playing Duke on Sunday.
That would be great.
Yeah.
See, we just found common ground in your face, Corey.
Well, and I was just looking at my bracket because I was like, hey, where did I have Marquette getting to? And I do have them here. I do have them squaring off against Houston, so I got Marquette.
in the Elite Eight.
Yeah, and I don't know.
Who do you have winning that game, Corey?
It doesn't say. It doesn't go any further than that.
Does
so
not say,
I can't
does
really. I
it?
think I got Houston. And you know what, Kevin? I should have probably picked against Houston anyway.
You probably should.
Because Houston stinks, and that's the big factor there. We saw what they did after the Rangers lowered their World Series banner. The Houston newspapers are making fun of the fact that it was wrinkled a little bit. So you know what? I'm changing it. Can I go change it on my bracket, Kevin?
I don't know if that's how it works.
All right.
But we'll look into that. Now
I got a president here with me. He can help me do anything.
I say just go ahead and do it.
Thank you.
That's a good point. When you were growing up as a kid, did you have aspirations of president of the United States, and along the way you're like, president of university will work?
I didn't have aspirations of either one. I'm an engineer by training with my education, and I never expected to be a president of a university someday. And somehow, when you go through life, you make decisions, and you go left instead of right for opportunities. Next thing I know, I'm an administrator. Next thing I know, I'm leading a university. And so, yeah, it's just I feel blessed to be at Marquette. It's a really great place, and we really value people and relationships, and I think that's why Shaka fits in so well, because he's really all about relationships.
Can you confirm something for me real quick? Because neither of my co-hosts believed me whenever I said that it's called Cream City because of the color of the bricks.
Yes,
in your
that is
city.
a Cream City brick. That's where it was started.
Yeah, I just wanted to, so you know that Milwaukee, Wisconsin is called Cream City because of the color of their bricks,
Yes.
Kevin. So now I have confirmation
Yes,
here.
I can confirm that.
I will not go against a university president. That feels like
Probably
it
smart.
would be foolish to do. How long have you guys been here in Dallas then? And then I know you don't have to play in the game, but what's the excitement level for the game this evening at the American Airlines Center?
Yeah, so we flew in on Wednesday. We got in landed at Love about 6 o'clock. So we got to our hotel about 6:45. The team already had a full schedule on Wednesday night for shoot around over at SMU. They had practice yesterday and another shoot around, and so they've been pretty busy. And I would just say is over the last 2 days, our alumni have been pouring in to Dallas. It's been great. We've been able to have some receptions and see some of our best friends here. And I would just say the level of excitement is really, really high. Among our alumni base, among the team. I saw some of the players yesterday who were trying to relax but we're really excited. And last night I started to get a little nervous.
I was going to ask if you
anxiety
get
is coming
nervous.
on now. Today I'm really lucky. We had an alumni run this morning, so I got some of that nervous energy out with some of our alumni. But we're excited. I will say that I was about as nervous as I've ever been the last 3 minutes of the game against Colorado last week, and I'm hoping it's not so nerve-wracking today. So. We can get the win and not be such a white-knuckle thing.
Do you think it would be a motivating factor to walk up to any of the players in the warm-ups and be like, hey, just remember your scholarship is renewable year by year?
I do not want to put any more pressure on these guys than they're probably already feeling. I was thinking this morning, and as I woke up a little early because I was so excited and anxious. I just can't imagine how they feel.
You look anxious now. Like you're kind of bopping around.
Yeah, I am. But I'm excited though too. It's such a great opportunity for us.
Then if you have those nerves going and you're feeling that right now, is Shaka like the complete opposite and he's cool, calm, collected? How's he doing right now?
I will say, Shaka, when you see him from the outside, he does not look, he seems very calm and he seems, like he's relaxed. But I know inside, things are churning for him too. And I know how much he wants this, and he wants it, really for the players who've worked so hard to get us here and have worked so hard really throughout their careers. And so, it's really, he wants wants us to win for them, and he doesn't want this ride to end.
What's his approach like? How does he connect to these kids?
I played sports, and I've been around sports and coaches my whole life, and I've never met any coach that has had as deep a relationship with his players than Shaka. And really what he does is and I remember we flew down to Texas to talk to him before we hired him 3 years ago. And, I asked him, what'll make you a better coach at Marquette from what you've learned at VCU and Texas? And he said, I've really learned that the most important thing me to do as coach is get to know these players at such a deepest level as possible, so I know what intrinsically motivates each one of them individually. And those weren't just words. I've seen over 3 years how much he's helped our players grow by understanding what makes them tick and how he can actually help them grow as people and not just as basketball players. And I always say he's not just a basketball coach for our players, he's a life coach.
Talk with Mike Lovell, the president of the University of Marquette, right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know the plan is obviously to defeat North Carolina State, keep moving on to Sunday. How does that work logistically, travel-wise? Do you have to book flights tonight, in case?
Are you a travel agent?
Yeah. So when we get to the NCAA tournament, the NCAA controls the team's travel, and so they'll have 2 planes probably fly out tomorrow morning. Charters for the 2 teams that lose tonight, and so and then on Sunday they'll have charters for the other teams that are left.
Which team do you think will be on that other charter flight?
Well, I'm hoping it's not us. That's
okay.
I'm hoping it's North Carolina State. Yeah,
that is very fair. We talk about this all the time. I'm curious. We talk about NIL in terms of athletic directors and coaches and players, but you clearly have to have thoughts and input on how NIL is changing the college game as well, yes?
Yeah, so it's really, again, when NIL first came out, I was really supportive of it because it wasn't fair that we could have athletes. Actually, we had some female basketball, women's basketball players who were musicians and artists, and they couldn't actually, sell their music, for example. And the general student body, everybody could do that, right? And so it wasn't fair that just because they play basketball, they weren't allowed to do that. And so, the spirit of it was actually very good. But what has evolved to is something that's much different. And now we have, even at Marquette, we have a collective that is raising several $1 million a year for NIL opportunities, for our players. And it's part of, the reality of what college sports has today. And so my big thing is it's not regulated. And so, we don't know exactly where it's going to go and how big it's going to get, and we don't want to create a situation, particularly in the NCAA tournament, where one of the great things about the NCAA tournament is that you have these Cinderellas, you have these mid-majors, and if the NIL becomes more and more prominent, it's going to be harder and harder for them to get players who are going to be able to compete against the Power Four and teams from the Big East like Marquette.
We've talked about this a lot in football, but I have no doubt in many other sports it's an impact. Do you see a difference in the amount of undergrad applications or transfer applications based on the success of your different athletic programs?
Yeah, no, there's no doubt that most people across the country know about Marquette because of our men's basketball program. And the more successful the basketball program is, the more applications we get. And actually, just in the last 2 weeks, the number of people who have visited our website have increased by 40%. Our social media impressions are up 112%. And so, again, actually, just after we beat Colorado in Indianapolis, I was just walking. I was down the street to get to the bus we needed to go to get to actually come home. And several people stopped me on the street and said, "Well, where's Marquette?" They want to know more about Marquette University because they've just seen us beat Colorado.
Do you just have a bunch of flyers in your pocket and you're like, here you go, it's got all the information you need?
Yeah, no, but we actually, my first year, I've been at Marquette for 10 years. My first year, we had a sports economist out of Indianapolis named Brian Brewer doing an analysis. What's the return on investment for every dollar we put into our men's basketball program? And it's 6 to 1. So our brand, our reputation, and there's probably another part of the university that we get such a return on. And so for me, the fact that most years we're in the top 5 universities in the country that are investing in men's basketball, that's well worth it.
So you've been at Marquette for the last 10 years, you say, and that's in Wisconsin, where the Green Bay Packers play.
Yes.
Oh dear.
And in that last 10-year span, our Cowboys have lost to the Packers at least 3 times in the playoffs.
Yes.
How Is it you? Are you the reason that this is happening?
I will tell you. So I grew up in Pittsburgh, so I'm actually a Steelers fan.
I don't know if that's better.
Kevin's a huge Steelers
Hey,
fan.
there's
too.
2 Super Bowls that we played the Steelers in that we lost in the 70s. Do you want to take the blame for those?
I was a huge. I mean, I was a kid, obviously, and so, winning 4 Super Bowls in the 70s. When you're young, you just expect that that's the norm. You're not realizing that it's really hard to win Super Bowls.
Oh, I get you. Let's say, for instance, if you won 3 out of 4 years in the 90s and then stopped winning altogether.
Yeah.
I get you.
I think it's going to come naturally.
I definitely
Every single
understand
time.
that. Now, you talked earlier about being a mechanical engineer by trade. I see that you have 3 degrees in mechanical engineering, including a doctorate for the University of Pittsburgh. How many degrees is enough?
Yeah. Well, I will say that, I always wanted to be in academia ultimately. And so to teach, in most universities, you need that PhD. So, I stopped at 3, and that was more than enough for me.
I have a degree in broadcast journalism, but I'm also 4 hours away from getting one in philosophy and sociology. And my kid's like, just go back and get it. And I'm like, nope, those are useless, is what I told him. And actually, no, they're
What
very
about when they
useful.
open the big philosophy factory
Exactly.
downtown?
The huge
You don't
philosophy
know.
factory is going to need me for sure. I was like, you know what? Maybe I should go out and motivate him for the future.
Yeah, and I will say this, as an engineer, the philosophy course that I had to take in college was about proving the existence of God, and in engineering everything's black and white. There's a right or wrong answer. I struggled in that class because it was gray, and so that was actually really important for my development as a person because I trying to write papers proving something that you really can't prove was really difficult for me.
This is great because I live in the gray. Like, I really do. Ask Kevin every time we have an argument. I'll ask him, but have you been to all the states? And that gray area is where he's like, I can't win this argument with you.
It kind of sounds like you and I should spend more time together because I also have struggled at time with the gray area. Now, I hope this is okay to ask. You talk about how you've been at Marquette for a decade. Can you walk us through, you said Shaka Smart got hired about 3 years ago, but also about 3 years ago was the cancer diagnosis, the sarcoma. It seems like the Marquette student body kind of rallied around you, but I don't want to speak out of turn there.
No, it's been so supportive for me, and I always talk about particularly the student athletes are constantly doing things to help uplift me and keep me positive, and it's been almost impossible to get down because of all the things they've done for me. And I look at some of the things that not only our men's basketball team, but many of our other sports teams, the videos they send. One of the most one of my best days at Marquette University was the first year that I was diagnosed. The student athletes actually, I'm a runner, so they put on a run on it was in November on a Sunday morning at 9 o'clock, and we had 800 students show up, and all the student athletes were there. All the teams were there, and they all participated and took part in it. And it was just, and to me, it was just so supportive and inspiring. And it's when you go through something like this, to have a whole community behind you is really something that I don't take it for granted, and I just really appreciate kind of the culture we have at Marquette of supporting each other.
Well, I have Houston listed right now, but in my heart, it's definitely Marquette.
Okay,
all right.
good. I appreciate
pulling
that.
for Marquette.
Yes.
What I do need, though, is if we do meet in the playoffs, Cowboys and Packers again, if you can go find me a playbook or something.
Okay, yeah, I can help with that.
Yeah, that would be a
But if
huge
it's a
help.
Super Bowl with the Steelers, he's going to be like,
No way.
brother.
No way.
Well, and I can agree. Don't ask me a follow-up question. I will 100% root for you guys tonight.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
I can't say anything about the Elite Eight, depending on who
I'm
you're
definitely
facing.
rooting for Marquette against Duke. Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely, I want to see him cry.
Oh my gosh, that's so rude. I guess to be fair, John Shire's not here right now,
Exactly.
or the president of Duke University is not here right now. Is there anything for people? I mean, because we have people of all ages, if they're interested in not just the basketball program, but perhaps the university in general. Like, where do they go? What do they do?
Yeah, well, obviously, Marquette.edu is our website, and we actually have well over 100 students from Texas that matriculate to Marquette, even though it's a far distance. The climate's a little bit different. We have two of our basketball players right here from Plano, Cam Brown and Chase Ross. Both from Plano, and so we're hoping we have some more student athletes follow them up north to Marquette, and again, I will say that I've been to Dallas before, but the past 2 days I've seen parts of Dallas and done things, and it's a special place down here. I really like.
What have you done here in Dallas that you thought stuck out or was fun, or where did you eat or whatever?
Oh yeah, so I mean the food has been great. We're right downtown, and so we've had some great Tex-Mex. Is something I really enjoy.
Absolutely.
And got to see a little bit of the sights. Went over the grassy knoll, walked down there yesterday, and. Again, we've the past 2 days I've run on the Katy Trail, which is, and again, that's something unique. I can just tell you, I've been to a lot of cities. I'm not sure there's been a trail that goes through the middle of the city in the way that, and it's the way that the things you get to the sights you get to see with the city and having the shaded with the trees. It was kind of a special place.
When you went to the grassy knoll with your engineering background, did you take a look at some angles?
Yeah, we did. We looked at the window on the the sixth floor up on the southeast side of the building and thought about where the motorcade was going and how that all could have happened.
And your conclusion?
What's our takeaway from this?
Thoughts?
I mean, it's pretty clear that from where that shot was taken, he had a great line of sight at the president, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Corey, do you have a more uplifting question?
Yeah.
That's kind of a downer.
We want to go on a downer.
Okay. All right. So you're going to root for Marquette tonight.
Absolutely,
I'm going to root for Marquette tonight. Don't worry about Sunday. We'll deal with that when we get there.
Duke's not even getting there.
That is probably true. That I appreciate you jumping on very, very much. American Airlines Center tonight, Marquette, NC State, and then Duke and Houston will follow up with the Elite Eight being on Easter Sunday. So it is an action-packed weekend here in the Metroplex. Again, Mike, thank you very much for jumping on with us.
Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. Mike Lavelle, the president of Marquette, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's bounce back to the Rangers. How does this young core of talent stack up against the rest of Major League Baseball? We'll do it next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas, off 11 on 105.3 The Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
Almonte into the glove and the 3-2. Swing and a high drive, deep left field. Happ won't be able to do anything with this. It is gone. Adolis Garcia, who hit 39 home runs during the regular season last year, hits his first in 2024 and ties this game at 2.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. A lot of feedback to that last interview with Marquette president Mike Lovell. For the 817, after listening to the guy, I'm cheering for Marquette. And Mike, I think we can confirm this. Did Mike not join in on the interview and boycott of Dwayne Wade? I believe that is correct.
100%.
There you go.
He was a pleasure to talk to, man. I really, a lot of people now rooting for Marquette, Kevin, and I hope I'm rooting for him too. Especially
as long as Dwayne Wade's not at the AAC, I might root for Marquette.
But if you see him there,
I see him, it's over.
NC State for sure.
What if you see him against Duke?
I'm going for the future offensive tackle of the Dallas Cowboys anyways. I've thrown that out. The kid
from NC State. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
6'9", 275. Yeah, right. I'm 146 then.
Now, golly, Mike. I wanted to talk about the Rangers' young talent, specifically compared to the rest of Major League Baseball, because we're all stoked about the young players here in Texas. We've talked about that many, many times.
Name one.
Evan Carter.
All right, yeah, I'm excited about him.
But Rowan Kavner with Fox Sports put together the MLB Young Core rankings.
Okay.
So without looking at it, put whatever amount of thought you want into it. I know it's going to be a snap decision. Would you think of the Rangers and be like, this got to be top 5, top 10, or is that overrating it?
You have two. I guess does Josh Young count in his second year at 20? Is he 26 years
and you
old?
Have players that are 26 or under
so now
are
you have,
given priority.
So you have Young, Carter, Langford are the first three that come to mind. I don't think there's any other position.
You put
player.
Durant in there, or is
okay? You can put Durant. He's a very nice piece to have on a team.
Leote?
Oh, he's
pretty young.
Okay,
right? I think
that's good to know. I just didn't know where he was.
Yeah,
at.
he's 25.
Okay, that's okay. So as you're doing this, position player wise, top 5 for sure. Now pitcher wise, Cody Bradford, is that it?
If you wanted to include, and I think that they do, and this just shows, to your point, how much of a deficit there is, would you go with Kamar Rocker and Jack Leiter? And you're like, those guys haven't
So now
even...
we're going with I thought you said MLB, and then I thought of it has to be on your MLB team.
I think it can be in your system, but if you think about that, that puts the Rangers at a huge deficit because you're talking about their 2 young pitchers haven't even been in Major League Baseball yet.
Yeah, I mean, I guess because I feel like our 3 young players are premium players, and I guess throw Leote in there, that's 4, because Leote's a premium player at center field at that age. Then that's where I get all hyped up. But it does feel like there are other teams out there that would have a higher ranking, considering they're probably younger teams with more depth at their youth.
There is a 2-way tie for first place, and I don't think one of these teams... Baltimore is correct. Care to give a shot for the other one?
I'm trying to think of a young and upcoming team.
Atlanta is correct. So here's what they look at for Atlanta. And you can be 27, but they give preference to players that are 26 or younger. For Atlanta, A.J. Smith, Shawyer, Michael Harris, Jill Klinik, Bryce Elder, Spencer Strider, Ronald Acuna. Remember, he's still just 26.
Wow.
And then Ozzie Albies now is 27, and Austin Riley is 27.
Did you go into their pitching? Was
he said Strider?
Okay, yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah.
And Elder.
Oh yeah, and I mean that didn't even take Max Fried's older. I guess he's 28, 29.
Yeah.
So but you still kind of consider him part of that young group. That's
because he hasn't hit free agency yet.
Yeah, that's a stack right there, man.
And then if you look at Baltimore, similar situation. Jackson Holliday, Gunnar Henderson, Grayson Rodriguez, Jordan Westberg, Adley Rushman, Kyle Bradish, Ryan Mountcastle, Colton Cowser.
If you want to know why Mike keeps bringing up Baltimore as his team to be afraid of for the next 5 years, that's why. That what Kevin just named off right there.
And then they added, obviously, Burns, who's not young, but also in the middle of his prime right now. So they added a top 10. He might be top 5, but a top 10 starting pitcher in the game. And they didn't have to give up Jackson Holliday or anybody like that to even get the guy. So
number 3 is the Cincinnati Reds. They're anchored by Hunter Green, Ellie De La Cruz. Number 4, the Houston Astros. Now, there's good and bad that comes along with this is they list off Jacob Melton, Hunter Brown, Diaz, Jeremy Pena, and then they have a whole bunch of 27-year-old players that are right on the cusp with Yordan Alvarez, Kyle Tucker, Christian Javier, Brian Abreu. So if you use 26, 27 as the cutoff, that is a lot of young talent, which Houston is going to need because their farm system is rated dreadfully.
All right, I kind of know where you want to navigate this, Kevin, and everything, but I want to stick on this.
Okay.
Mike and I, and you were involved in this conversation pretty heavily too last year. We kept pointing out that this is a win-now team. Last year, we were looking at our Rangers, and we were like, look, man, they aren't a built-for-the-future team. This is a window of the next 3 to 5 years. They need to accomplish something now, and then they got to start building that depth, which we have talked about that conversation for a long time. The supplement of adding Wyatt Langford in for Mitch Garver-ish. Let's just say that's the case. And even Ezekiel Duran, he's 24. You've added him in that conversation. That supplement we felt was something that could continue to help us go for the next few years. But this definitely was a conversation of they're not a young team, although they do feel young because a lot of these guys are in that spot of they are in their prime to succeed in a world championship chase at this moment.
I'm looking down the list, and one of the things that you see pretty consistently at the top of the board, for example, Cincinnati has 4 pitchers in their list of young players.
Yeah.
All the other teams seem to have at minimum 2, because after Houston, you go Seattle, and you've talked plenty about with Seattle, Gilbert, Kirby, Wu, Miller. That's 4 pitchers in their mix. So I would just want to compare that by saying Seattle's number 5. And that's another one who their farm system is not looked upon with a lot of favor. So they're going to need this young core to carry through. And then you go the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Diamondbacks, the Blue Jays. And then at 10, you get to the Rangers. And to your point that you made earlier, Mike, if it was just position players, these players are all 26 and younger. Josh Young, Ezekiel Duran, Leody Taveras, Justin Foscue, Wyatt Langford, and Evan Carter. That is a crap ton of talent.
Yeah.
The only 2 pitchers on this list are Rocker and Leiter, which, as we talked about, I know Leiter did well in spring training big league camp, but neither one of those guys have made any semblance of an impact, let alone been particularly close until now to being even in the big leagues.
What's disappointing right now, and I don't know if they can recover, is Cole Winn and Owen White should be helping your major league team right now. Now, Leiter should be on the cusp, and I think he is. Obviously, how he does in AAA to start the year is going to mean a lot to win or if he can contribute to the 2024 Texas Rangers. But unfortunately, Cole Winn and remember Owen White at this time last year, what we were thinking about him?
Yes.
That he was going to be in the rotation, possibly at some point in 2023, and then be kind of a maybe back into the rotation guy to start his career, but work his way to middle of the rotation during his 6-year, I call it rookie contract. And now it looks like, I'm not saying you completely have written off Owen White, but it's really tough now to see what he did in 2023 and go, oh, I know he's going to be a major league pitcher in 2024 or 2025. And Cole Winn, over the last 2 years, has kind of worked his way so far away. In a weird way, he's worked his way so far away from the majors, you're not even sure if he's ever going to pitch a day in the majors.
Just think, Kevin, Cole Reagans would have been on this list for us.
No, I'm not.
Won a World
You told me
Series.
I need to move on from that, and we wouldn't have won the World Series, so that's fine. You could have 5 Cole Reagans on this team, and you're like, would you take that or the World Series? I take the World Series.
I do think this. Cole Reagans is a scary story for the Texas Rangers.
Agreed.
I don't know. I will take away the injuries, the 2 Tommy Johns. I'll take that away from the Texas Rangers, right? I'm going to be nice there and say that could have happened anywhere. We're seeing injuries happen left and right around baseball anywhere. But why was in 2022 and last year in 2023, when they wanted Cole Reagans to be part of this staff, whether it was bullpen or starter, in 2022 they gave him the opportunity to be a starter, and he put up, I don't have his numbers pulled up, like a 6 ERA?
Yeah.
And then in 2023, last year, he put up almost a 6 ERA again. And then that is when they traded him. He still had trade value because he had jumped his velocity from low 90s to high 90s in 2023.
It was the talk of spring training.
And so it's weird that what happened. You know, now I've been told this, that they were able to teach him how to throw the slider/cutter a lot better, so then it worked off of his fastball way better. So his ERA in 2022 was a 4.95 in 9 games for the Rangers. And then last year he did pitch 17 games for the Rangers with a 5.92 ERA.
Yeah.
So I know, Cole Reagans would be an ace for the Rangers. Well, they gave him 17 games last year, and he had a 5.92 ERA. You kind of look at that and go, good job by trading him before maybe he lost all value.
You're right.
And then he was great. I can't deny how great he's been with Kansas City. At the same time, I don't know the answer, the exact absolute answer. If you had Cole Reagans and he was a guy who looked like a Cy Young candidate in 2024, he's on the board in Vegas as a top 10 candidate to win the Cy Young this year, why weren't the Rangers able to get this Cy Young candidate to pitch that way for the Texas Rangers in 2022 or 2023?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Is also a shout-out Friday. This is funny. For the 817, shout-out to Fanatics for allowing me to see what color underwear my favorite players were wearing under their white pants. Man, Fanatics has not gotten super positive coverage. And from the 972, shout-out to you guys for being the baseball show of record and all of the hard work that y'all put in. Thank you very much. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas, off of Lemon, if you want to stop by and see us. And coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the good, the bad, and the ugly of the NFL rule changes. We'll do next right here on The Fan.
Babe Loffenberg here.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Now it's Haskinen again. Here's Robertson. Ben. Robertson. Pedersen was down. Puck is centered. And they score. Higgs tipped it in. And on the power play, Dallas is open to scoring in this first place showdown in the West at Rogers Arena.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas, off 11. Want to throw some love out there to the Stars, who not only won that first place showdown, they have now officially clinched a playoff berth. So congratulations, shout out to the Dallas Stars for getting that done. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Deep.
Here we
go. Oh, no.
I love Alec, man. He just knows what he's doing.
He does know what he's doing, which makes it all the more agitating when he does things like that.
I love when we irritate Kevin. All right, like it's fun. It's all fun for everybody. Even Kevin loves it.
No.
All right. But whenever it starts to irritate me is when I don't love it. And that's irritating me.
It is?
And I don't love it.
I like it even more.
Kevin, bless you, Kevin.
Yeah. I thought Kevin was going to throw up in his mouth there for a second, but luckily it's just a sneeze.
No, that's how much I'm tired of listening to. Here we go.
You're going to hear it next year, right? You think they're going to change that?
Yeah,
First football nugget. Do you think they're going to change that cadence? It works out so well for 17 weeks.
The Cowboys have let us know that there's no problems. They're like, stay the course, buddy. We're rocking and rolling.
I mean, there is nothing wrong with that cadence until it's a do-or-die game.
Yeah, that is a fair point.
All
right.
Get this second football nugget.
Let's talk. Here's your next football nugget. I'm going to go through all the rule changes that got made and see if you guys are yay or nay on them. The new kickoff rule. You like it or don't like it? It feels like, Corey, you've come around to this kickoff rule.
I am a yay now that I saw it in action, and I saw a couple of different areas where because the blockers are so close to each other, I think you can create more spaces. And I think there will be more kick returns this year based on, it really does depend on what the kickers decide they want to do, but I think there are more opportunities for it. And I actually, Kevin, I think there might be so many that they go, crap, we got to come up with something a little bit different just to kind of take it back, because we do want to see offense on the field too. Like we want to see sustained drives or big play drives, but I think there's going to be a lot of fun to it, man.
We'll see when it happens.
Okay.
I'm not like, all right, because don't most kickers kick it far enough that you can't even catch the ball? Like they're kicking it into a field goal.
But if you do that now, you get penalized for it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. I'll care about it in September when they play football.
All right.
Sounds like a deal.
The NFL has decided, you know what? Christmas is our day, too. Yay or nay on the NFL staking their claim to Christmas Day?
It doesn't matter. Like, we can't.
I think this is a
we can't do anything. They do whatever they want, and we just accept it.
Not with that attitude.
I think it's going to be a crap-ass game because at that point, it's really tough to have buys in late December. So you're going to make a team play on a Sunday, then play on a Wednesday?
Oh, yeah, that is kind of
weird.
weird.
That's going to be a
This
horrible...
one they said Saturday and Wednesday.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that means it's going to be good.
No, and it does get, and honestly, at that point, an extra day does help because obviously you have teams that have to play Thursday night football, but Thursday night football is usually a crap ass game, and the teams just aren't ready or prepared to put on a good product. So the ratings are going to be unbelievable. They're going to steal 80% of the audience away from just casually watching a few basketball games.
Yeah,
but I think it just shows the NFL could care less about the product they're giving us. They just know that we'll watch it no matter what. And so, throw games on Wednesday. Why not do a Christmas Eve game and have a team play on Friday and then on Tuesday?
Honestly, here's the other thing that goes with that, Mike, when you're talking about they don't care what the quality is like. Front Office Sports is reporting that the bidding for these Christmas games starts at $50 million.
Yeah.
And so you're looking at, most likely, I assume they'll probably get more. They'll probably get $100 to $120 million for just saying, Now let's put these games on Christmas.
Yeah. No, yeah, and they're going to take advantage of that
Sure.
for sure. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you if everybody understands that the NFL is the biggest plate to eat off of?
What a weird ass schedule that's going to be, because then that means you're going to have a Saturday game, a Wednesday game, and then probably a week and a half until your next Sunday game.
Mm-hmm. And then like 7 or 8 months until playoffs if the owners get their way.
Actually, I do not think that you're incorrect about that. All right, next, yay or nay when we go to the new rules in the NFL. Banning the hip drop tackle. This feels like it's going to be really hard to enforce.
Probably good. But, yeah, I think that the defense, it just makes it so hard for them to tackle. They can't tackle with their head.
Yep.
They can't tackle, especially a quarterback low. I don't know how you get your head to be further away from the tackle than your chest is. That's a weird thing and it's not enforced a lot. But you add this, I totally get it. Guys, seasons in because of this tackle. But it's just going to make it tougher and tougher for defenses.
Yeah, the thing that I see on the text the most, Kevin, is a lot of people that are like, hey, if you take better angles, the reason these types of things happen, the reason most of these things that they're banning happen is because of poor angles. You take you miss a step, and now you're having to tackle from behind a certain way, and that's the reason that it is. Now, that's the thing, though, is that happens. Then make a rule that says a running back can't make a cut to put me in a bad position.
The most crazy thing that I think is when running backs do a great job of grabbing the face mask, making sure the guy's head stays, about 3 feet away with their arm doing that. But if then the defender grabs the face mask to try to get them down or to get their hand out of the face mask, that's a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah. It's tough. This rule specifically is very tough, but I am for not losing my guy in the middle of a game, but there's no proof that there isn't going to be something else that pops up like this.
Now, you think about it, you already get football on traditionally Sunday, Monday, and Thursday. Once we get into December, you'll see it on Saturday. So now that just leaves you Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. I already told you they're playing Christmas games, which is Wednesday this year. So that only leaves you with Tuesday and Friday. Next thing, yay or nay. The Philadelphia Eagles will open the season Friday in Brazil in a game streamed exclusively on Peacock. So that means, as of right now, there will be an NFL game at some point on every day of the week with the exception of Tuesday.
Well, I will tell you this. If I'm watching that game, it will be because I'm swiping it from you.
Okay, yeah.
So
what's that mean?
I don't have Peacock.
So
I'm not paying for Peacock.
Are you serious, Kevin?
And so I will be calling up one of my friends that has Peacock and saying, if I'm going to watch this game, I'm going to watch this game through your Peacock channel thing.
Yeah, I'm probably not logging in for that one, but I kind of do want to know what that environment in Brazil is going to be like. Will Vin Diesel show up in one of his cars and you're like, Brazil?
Would that make you feel better? And the Black Friday game, too.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know, man. There are things that I think will be very entertaining about it, but maybe I'm not going to see that.
So they're having Thursday night football where Kansas City defends the title at home against somebody. Like last year it was against Detroit. Am I correct? And then Friday night will be in Brazil. And then Sunday will be the kickoff to the season for all the other teams?
I believe that is correct.
All right. Well, good for Philadelphia going to Brazil.
Yeah, good job. Against to be determined.
It won't be the Cowboys. I know that. There's no way. There's no way Philadelphia would agree to take their home game against the Cowboys to Brazil.
I would agree with that. Trade deadline moved back a week. I feel like we were all pretty positive when this news came out.
For 31 teams, that means something.
He's not the Cowboys, as I believe.
They don't activate during that time. They're like, we're good. Everything's great.
We talked to Steven about that. And I remember he goes, we already made our deals. And we were like, but you could still do something. He goes, no, we feel comfortable.
Yeah, he called up Pepsi, Nike, Papa John. He called up all those companies that week, and they're like, we're good. We already done our trades. They've given us millions of dollars to be sponsors of the Dallas Cowboys.
So much.
I'm just, Kevin, I'm still curious when it comes to trading if I don't think all NFL owners and GMs are on the same page of value, and that's why a lot of that stuff doesn't get done, because you're like, nobody really knows. We need to come up with a trade value chart player for
just
player,
like they have the draft chart,
position players and what their values are, and then we can sell that to the owners, and then they will all work off of it and then give us monies every time that we come up with that.
Plus, I'll help them get football on Tuesdays. If we go ahead and fire off...
Are you talking about Tuesday night football?
We can make it happen.
Are you kidding me, dude? I'm so in.
Could be in the
I
afternoon.
wonder if there is a time.
Are you saying Tuesday afternoon football?
There's only 17 of them for your team, but when you give so much of something, because just imagine if last night was one of 17 Ranger games this year.
Yeah.
Like, you'd be really engaged. Thank you so much. You'd be really...
I would be as engaged as I was last night.
Yeah.
You know, I would be for every game.
And so that was obviously, during a Thursday, but let's just say they played every Thursday night, and you didn't get another Ranger game, and Evaldi was on the mound again.
Oh, yeah.
For Thursday night against...
stoked.
You'd be like, this is unbelievable. Like, I got to... But then at some point, obviously, 82 is way too much for American sports fans to engage into and to give you ratings. And NFL isn't close to that. But I just wonder, they're going to get to a point where ratings are actually going to go down a little bit because we are oversaturated with it, just like we are in all the other sports. But it'll still be number one by far.
And that's what I'm going to be curious about, though, Mike. Do you think, what I wonder is, will the Sunday ratings go down, or will it be all these offshoot nights that are lower than a usual NFL game that they're like, well, who cares? We still crushed everything. So
because you're adding a whole nother night, and you're just giving them one option of, there's just one game. Like yesterday, I'm guesstimating there were 10 MLB games. There might have been a few more than that, but some got postponed. And I just think that they won't ever really run into that issue. But I just wonder if we ever get to a point where people are like, I'm to this point. I couldn't care less.
There you go.
If the Tennessee Titans are playing the Las Vegas Raiders on Christmas Day,
you're out.
I'm not watching that. There's nothing. You'd have to pay me money. Like, you'd say, hey, Mike, we'll give you $500. Like, for $500, I will sit there for 3 hours and watch that miserable football game.
But are Titans and Raiders fans watching?
Yes.
And then there's somebody with a fantasy football team that has.
Oh, I have no doubt that you're
then
correct.
There's Vegas guys
doubt.
who have bets on it, so that's how they eat, man.
I agree with you on all of that. By the way, it's a shout-out Friday. Shout-out to Jaden Daniels. Did you see during his pro day, he wore the number of teammate Greg Brooks. Brooks was diagnosed with brain cancer in the fall. And Brian Kelly was quick to say, that's another example of who Daniels is and how he's always thinking about his teammates.
I have another Brian Kelly, Jaden Daniels conversation coming up at 1 o'clock, Kevin.
And he's going to be Washington's quarterback?
I think so.
Well,
that would be my...
That was my 1 o'clock.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. I was just saying...
You know what, Mike? I'm going to go home now.
People are saying that he's going to be the second quarterback taken now, and they have the second pick.
Yes, we'll talk about that more at 1 for sure.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
I'm rooting for that kid.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas, off of Lemon, the Rangers have officially begun their quest. But is it tougher to repeat in baseball than any other sport? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. If you want to come and see us, and honestly, why would you not, as we celebrate all excellent things Texas Rangers. I want to talk about one of those things right here. Specifically, they started their quest to defend their World Series championship. But I was looking at a few different things, and I didn't realize it seems as though, especially in modern times, it is far more difficult to defend a title in baseball than the other sports. Do y'all have theories as to why that might be?
Believe it or not, as a baseball guy, I do. When you get a superstar basketball player, let's just take Jokic, for example. I know he won last year. It's a lot easier in basketball. They dominate the whole game.
Sure.
I only have one pitcher per 5 starts. So I can only, if I have the Jokic of pitching, which I would argue would be Garrett Cole last year, it didn't even matter. Like, I can only affect 20% of the games that we play in, and in those 20% of games, I can only affect the times we're on defense. I can't affect how many runs we score. I know you can give your team confidence, stuff like that, but literally all I can do is pitch the ball every 5th day, and I make up approximately 50% of the outcome, and not even that much because I'm not pitching all 9 innings. So now the most important person on your team in baseball is your starting pitcher. And he only pitches 5 to 6 innings now, and he only pitches every 5th day. So there's very little they can accomplish. The other thing, too, is...
What about the NFL, though? I mean, they have 53 players on their roster.
True, but the quarterback is the quarterback every game. So if I had... I'll take Nate Eovaldi, for example. I know he's not the Jokic of... But if Eovaldi got to start every game at a high-performing level, as in... your arm didn't get sore or tired or fatigued, and you could pitch every game your best pitcher. Now all of a sudden I have more of a quarterback situation / not even as much as basketball, but I'd have more of that situation. So I think that's really tough. The other thing that's really tough, let's just say you have a great hitter. A great hitter bats 300. And I know I'm just going off a batting average. I know there's a lot more numbers that go into it. So 70% of the time when I hit the ball, I'm out, and that makes me the best hitter in baseball.
Right.
Yeah.
So now all the other sports, the percentages are really high. A quarterback who's having a great game and having a great season is, I don't know, 75%. Is that too high now?
Maybe 70%.
70% of the time. So it's the complete opposite if you look at the percentage points of what they're doing in basketball. When Luke is on, just like a pitcher, Justin Steele yesterday was really on, and there's nothing the Rangers could do about it. Unfortunately for the Cubs, he got hurt. Is when Luke is on, it doesn't matter if I put Kawhi Leonard on him, name the best, whether it's Giannis. Like when an offensive player is on in basketball, there's literally nothing you can do. When Luke is on and effective, he's going to shoot over 50%. He's going to score 35 to 50 points. There's nothing you can do. And in baseball, it's just so tough. Your hitter then, that's your great hitter, or your 2 or 3 great hitters, they're also reliant upon the role players to be on base when they get up. And then that pitcher and that team has to go, crap, we have to pitch to him in this situation.
Kevin, I know college baseball is a little different because of the way it sets up, but who was the best pitcher a couple of years ago in college baseball?
Paul Skeens.
Paul Skeens. Was that last year? Last year. And he didn't even pitch in the College World Series. He pitched in the game to get them there. But he wasn't even available for that game. So let's say you use up your best pitcher, or he gets hurt in a playoff game, or you don't have him set for your wild card game or whatever.
Yeah.
And that was your chance, and you won. Let's say the Rangers get back in the wild card. It's tough, man, because there's just so many different elements that work against it. Plus 162. You got to make it through that first.
And so I was looking at, you're in the midst of the longest drought between repeat champions in the history of major professional North American sports. Because for the NHL, the longest was 17 years between Stevie Y's Red Wings, 97-98, and Sidney Crosby's Penguins in 2016-17. We just saw it in the NFL. It was 18 years, actually, 18 years between Tom Brady's Patriots and Patrick Mahomes' Chiefs. And then the NBA, 18 years between Bill Russell's Celtics, Magic's Lakers for the back-to-back. Right now for baseball, you're at 23 years. And that's not only the longest in the history of baseball, it's the longest in the history of any of the 4 major professional sports in North America.
Paul O'Neill.
I just find that kind of amazing.
Yeah. So hold on, Kevin. As we're sitting here today, World Series champions who just lowered a banner. We
could do it.
You're bringing
Almost-
up that nobody's
Almost perfectly lowered the banner.
Almost
too.
perfectly got the banner up. You're
Look.
bringing up today, on this day that we just defeated the Cubs yesterday, you're like, hey, guys, don't forget, nobody's repeated in 20 however many years you just said.
Corey, you're looking at this from a Kevin perspective. Am I doing that, or am I saying this is the longest drought in the history of North American sports? Nobody has been able to break it until the mighty Texas Rangers come along.
Are you telling me?
And they get it done.
So you're telling me right now that you have completely flipped, and you are positive Kevin right now.
On this one thing,
you're a dry blanket.
yes.
You're dry blanket Kevin.
Yes.
Coming in here saying I'm a
instead of wet blanket?
wet blanket's
The
cold. It's not,
That
it
makes
doesn't feel
sense.
good. Oh, dry blanket's warm, makes you feel good. You're happy and everything. So you're saying you're dry blanket Kevin right now?
Yes.
As long as crosstalk goes his way and he puts Evan Carter back in AAA for a little bit.
I do not really want to put Evan Carter back
sounded
in
like
AAA.
it, but-
Although, Mike, I don't see, you know what? I'm going to go positive perspective on that as well. I think you're thinking too short term. Go with me now. Evan Carter gets demoted to AAA. His card prices drop. You swoop in, buy up even more cards, and then wait for him to explode again.
Hey, I've thought about that.
Kevin, really?
If he gets off to a slow start, I'm going all back in.
Okay.
By the
Right.
way, the fan text is they knew where you were going with this. You got them all wrong. He said we're due for a repeat.
Exactly.
From the 214, that means we're due. From the 719, he's saying we're due for a repeat. Based on the odds, if it's been 23 years from the 469, it's bound to happen sooner or later. And then from the 817, to be clear, you raise a banner, you lower a banner when it's over and done. So hold on, I don't understand.
Is that why it didn't go well? We should have raised it? That's a long way to keep. Can you imagine being the person
That's a high roof,
milking that thing up to the roof?
Yeah, and did you see that Tampa Bay threw their, hey, we made it to the wild card game banner up?
But those players, they didn't have a say in that,
There's
right?
two
They were
of them.
like,
There's two of them.
I
We made it to
know.
the wild card the last 2 years.
You know, they were like, hey, don't put that.
Yeah, please
effing
don't do
banner
that
up.
anymore. Like, but that's
I always think it's weird. Was it 2013? It says Rangers tiebreaker game.
That is weird.
I do.
You didn't make the playoffs. You didn't make the playoffs.
We got to play 163 this year.
Yeah, neat.
I guess the one thing, I'm looking, we have the retired numbers up there and everything, but that banner has been missing. Like, that's been missing. I want more decoration. I want more. That's what I'm wanting, Kevin. So, yes, I'm with you then. If you're telling me
I am telling
that this
you.
year we're due, then I'm totally all in on that.
Now, I got a couple of other notes
Let's run
for
it
you
back.
on Bruce Bochy. That's pretty incredible.
Our manager?
How crazy, real quick, would it be if the Rangers were able to accomplish it? Because I'm sure people believed that Houston could do it last year going
Yes.
into the season. I'm
Yes.
sure a lot of people believed in 2022 Atlanta could do it
Yes.
again. In 2021, even though it was a weird 2020 championship, the Dodgers could do it.
yeah.
Nobody believes the Rangers can do it. So can you imagine if they're the ones to accomplish this after so many champions that have won recently? You're like, yeah, they are built for the long run and to possibly win multiple championships.
I want you to answer this honestly. I say even if they win again and they're back-to-back champions, they will not be installed as the favorite in 2025.
I think you would be right on that based off of the age of the starting pitching.
Yeah.
Max Scherzer's a free agent. Evaldi's a free agent. You look at
Is John Gray got one more
he
year?
has one.
Okay.
He has so this year and next year. But I'm sure that they would look at. Everybody talks about this to start a year, and they are right. They look at the starting pitching, and that's why a lot of people have picked Seattle, who always, when they start getting picked to make the playoffs, have the worst year they could possibly have. It's the weirdest thing ever.
true.
But it's
That
just,
is true.
That's just the Mariners' history since pretty much 2001. I think that a lot of people would look at the Rangers if they won it this year, and they'd go, well, who are their starting pitchers in 2025?
Okay, and that is fair. For For Boch, a couple numbers to put this in perspective. I don't think anyone around here, nobody questions how great he is. But just think about this. 102 wins. If the Rangers were to win that many games in the regular season this year, obviously that would set a new mark for best record in franchise history. That would also jump Boch ahead of Joe McCarthy, Bucky Harris, Dusty Baker, and Sparky Anderson and put him 6th on the all-time wins list. That would be incredible. And if they repeat as champions, he'd join McCarthy, Casey Stengel, and Connie Mack as the only managers to ever win at least 5 World Series. So we're not just talking about a great manager. You're talking about an all-time great manager.
And both teams he went to at the time, I know he's with the Padres before. He went to the World Series with the Padres, which was a little bit of an upset.
Yes.
If you think about it, the Padres kind of weren't the team of, I don't know, was that 2000? I get
98?
98. It might have been 98, but and then he went to San Francisco. He was the manager of San Francisco when I was in Washington in 07. It wasn't thought of like, man, San Francisco's about to take off. In fact, after 07, they were like, is this kind of a rebuilding situation? You guys are letting go of Barry Bonds. You kind of want to move on from him and his storyline and start kind of this new storyline with this young guy, Tim Lincecum, who might be good at baseball, and some other guys.
Right,
yeah, and then he took a rookie in Buster Posey in 2010, and unfortunately he did win the World Series that year, but nobody really saw that. And then I don't know if anybody ever saw, that San Francisco team's about to win 2 more, and they hadn't won one since like Willie Mays was in his 3rd year in Major League Baseball,
like that, yeah.
something like that. So you just look at it and you go, man, Boch is really good at. I don't want to take anything away from Joe Torre, but like when Joe Torre went to the Yankees, when Buck Showalter lost in '95, you could see like what was happening. They had just made the playoffs. Then they had this young core possibly coming up, and Joe Torre kind of did the Phil Jackson thing. I can take all of these egos, all of this money. I can deal with the owner and Steinbrenner, and I can get it to all come together. And Joe Torre was the right man for that situation. But Boch seems to be the right guy for like an organization that they're like, no, they're okay. Like they could compete, and then he takes them to a way higher level than you ever thought they could go.
Yeah, whether they're rookies or not, what he does so well.
You didn't say that weird.
What he does so well is he does focus on the clubhouse. But Kevin, I guess the fact he told us to our faces I want to win today. I want to win this game.
Yes.
And so he keeps those guys locked in on that moment so well each day, which is such a tough thing to do when you play so many games and have such a long season. It's so tough to keep them focused on that moment. But then whenever they get to the big moment, what happens? This is what we've been doing all year. We've been focusing on the moment, not everything else that's going on. We're not distracted.
From the 817, the Rockies are making it to the World Series. I forgot to bring them up in Forgiveness Friday.
Are they 1-0 too?
No, they lost 16-1.
What sport?
The
in
Rockies.
Baseball.
Yep.
Arizona scored 14 runs in a single inning. The last time a team scored 14 runs or more in one inning on opening day was the year 1900.
Oh, thank God. I thought it might have been 2003 when I pitched for the Mets. I was like,
No.
It was really close, guys. It was really close.
So, Colorado is they look like they're going to be terrible.
I know it's all of this is just one game, right?
Yes.
But when people were saying, hey, man, I think the Angels are really going to improve, I'm like, they lost Shohei Ohtani, and they're going to get better?
Yeah.
Like, what the crap is going on? I love Ron Washington.
It's the most ridiculous claim in the history of baseball.
Thank you, John Smoltz.
Appreciate John Smoltz.
They're going to be worse. They're going to lose 100 games. Like, I don't see how the Angels are getting better at baseball this year, and sometimes it's just one game, but they got destroyed by Baltimore. Yeah. And Oakland, heck, I didn't follow the game except I thought Shane Bieber was going to strike out all 27 guys at some point. And I was like, is Oakland going to strike out every time they come up to bat against Shane Bieber? And so I think the bad teams might be really bad.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. And coming up next, I am pumped for this segment. It's time for the Combo Platter Easter Edition. Give us a Rangers opinion, and then what is your favorite Easter food or candy? And how do you feel about Peeps? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
And the Expressway on the Fan is brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Bush at second, Horner at first. Tie ball game at 2. Here comes Leclerc. Swing and a miss, and it gets through Jonah Heim, who is saying the ball was fouled. Here comes the runner trying to score. Heim throws to the pitcher covering, and it gets away. Heim was arguing with the umpire about whether or not the ball was fouled off, and Bush just kept on running and scored.
I will say the Texas Rangers end up winning 4-3 in extra innings. That was a heck of a heads-up play by Bush. I know that was frustrating for Heim, for the Rangers, for the lack of a replay and everything like that, but good on him by being like, hey, he says the ball is live, I'm going.
And ultimately, it's his decision. It's very tough. A third base coach has a lot of tough decisions throughout a season and sometimes in a game. Willie Harris, their third base coach, he helped them out a little bit there, but ultimately, when you're taking that risk on a wild pitch pass ball, especially from second base, to keep going, that's a big risk, and he made the right decision, and you have to live with those decisions, and it was really good. And at least this, Leclerc was a little bit late covering because he was confused too, probably by Jonah Heim kind of talking to the umpire that he is like, well, I don't really need to go run and cover home until everybody saw Bush running home. Then Jonah ran to get the ball.
It actually might have been an out had Leclerc been at home.
Leclerc is late to home plate. And then the other thing, too, which allowed the runner to get to third base, which luckily didn't hurt you, Ezekiel Duran's supposed to be backing that up. So if nobody understands this, let me help you out. Because you're like, the hell, Ezekiel Duran at first base supposed to back up plays at home? Yes. There's not going to be a play at first base on a wild pitch or pass ball. Now, if a guy walks on it, then there is a runner going to first. The runner at first, if it's a wild pitch, is going to run to second. Even if the bases are loaded, he's probably going to follow the runners if the runners are running. He's looking, the runner at first base, his job is to look at the runners at second and third and make sure they're going. They can't go until they decide to go. So that's why sometimes you'll see guys throw behind a runner stealing first and second because the guy at first cannot get a good jump. His job is not to get a good jump. His job is to make sure the runner at second goes first. So because of that, what the first baseman is supposed to do on wild pitches and pass balls with a runner on third, he is supposed to sprint in front of the mound. The pitcher is covering home. The first baseman is then supposed to back up that play. Duran, because he's played such limited first base, and this was a shocking play to everybody on the field. Duran also was not there to back up the play. So then when Leclerc missed the flip, then the ball's rolling to the mound and nobody's there. So the runner at second, who's just standing there, is like, I can run to third because Ezekiel Duran is not there to back up this throw. So there was a lot of people off of Jonah Heim arguing. Leclerc was late covering home. Ezekiel Duran was late covering the backup throw, and that led the runner to get to third, which luckily didn't hurt you.
Do you think that affects Bochy's decisions to put Duran at first more?
No, but it's a learning experience right now, and most likely, he's going to play left-handed pitchers. He's probably going to start Sunday because you have another left-handed pitcher, but tomorrow you'll have Walsh start at first base. And then going through rotations, usually 3 out of 4 times, you're going to face a righty. So that puts him there once every 4 games until Nate Lowe gets healthy. And then they talked about Corey Seager getting off his feet. I'm assuming on Sunday, I don't know this is my assumption. On Sunday, they might have Corey Seager DH. Maybe on Saturday they have him DH because it's a right-hander, and they know Sunday they're going to put Zeke at first to make sure Walsh doesn't start that game. But I do think Zeke's going to fill in about 20% of games at shortstop to try to keep Seager off of the field a little bit here and there.
Now, we're going to stick with the Rangers and just mix it up a little bit because it's time for the combo platter. 877-881-1053 on the frankelfirm.com text line, or if you want to hit us up in the comments on the Twitch, on the YouTube. Give us a Rangers opinion, and then what is your favorite Easter food or candy? And I also kind of want to know, as an aside, how do you feel about Peeps? I forgot to ask Carter what his favorite one is, because I think his sports opinion would be the best way to spend the day tomorrow is not only watching the Rangers, but also watching the defending XFL champion Arlington Renegades play the defending USFL champion Birmingham Stallions, or I should say reigning, since I guess they don't get to defend their title, in the UFL season opener.
Congratulations to them for playing football, man.
Oh, man, you don't care about that at all, do you?
Kevin, I know the rules of Combo Platter.
Okay.
However,
oh no,
I want to change a rule of Combo Platter here.
Forever or just
for me?
Okay.
I don't have a Rangers opinion. I have a Mavericks opinion.
Oh,
is that okay for me to do
whoa,
this right
Mike, do you think that should be allowable?
Yeah, because then Mike likes it. I was just going to bring up the Mavericks, but you
Okay.
can bring them up now.
I hope I don't steal your topic.
If we
here.
do, we'll just go to commercial.
My opinion.
Is that what's going to happen?
Oh, I like this. I like
Let's
the
see.
risk here. It's
Yeah.
a 50-50 chance.
Oh, my God.
I don't know if those are the odds. Don't tell me the odds. My opinion, Luka's finishing the season MVP. He has climbed the ladder up to number 2
True,
on
I saw that.
NBA.com.
Really?
So he is. He's number 2. Look at this, Mike.
I wonder
right
if my son, because he
Bam.
asked me this yesterday, and I said, it just seems like Jokic just probably ran away with it at this point. They're not going to give Luka
After a
credit.
game the other day, it was like Luka's the MVP after Luka destroyed Denver single-handedly almost. Actually, what I think is even better is Luka isn't doing this single-handedly. Luka's doing this as part of a team and as the best player on the team. It looks like Kyrie is the leader. But it looks like, but Luka is like where everything. He's the cerebral part of it, and he's the one doing it. And I think if they keep doing what they're doing, they get a win against Sacramento, another one. They put themselves in really good position and make a good run down this stretch. I think his numbers are not going to lie about where he stands in this.
I'll agree with you, and part of this he has nothing to do with it. Part of it, the Mavericks record. If they get to the 4 seed by the time the regular season ends, so at the end of this year, the Mavericks go from about 8-9, where they were hanging out, to the number 4 seed because of the unbelievable second half led by Luka. I do think he'd have a chance that he would get enough votes. I think that Jokic is going to win it. Obviously, I told my son yesterday, and he's in 3rd place off of looking at your computer, Shea from Oklahoma City has seemed to have had so much momentum throughout this season. I don't know if voters are going to take away that momentum. Do they have 1 game left with Oak City, or is it over?
Yeah, they do. They
I
have
think
one
it's
more.
just
One. That maybe,
Mm-hmm.
if in that game Mavericks win, Luka has a 40-point triple-double, maybe that shifts.
That's the last game of the year too. Yeah,
and it pushes there. What's interesting to me on that, before you get to your Easter comments, out of the top 6 players in MVP odds or voting, whatever this is, one of them is an American. 5 of the top 6 players in the NBA right now, if you look at...
We might jump back to Corey real quick.
I'm going to look at this, Kevin.
I can't hear you
When
guys
I'm looking at the way I
right.
see this right now with Luka, and maybe I'm not the one. I can't hear you guys, so I can only
You can't
hear
hear
right
us?
now. I'm just going to keep talking though, and hopefully
Okay.
something works out. I'm looking at Luka, and I'm just really excited about what he's doing. I am kind of curious, Kevin, from your part of it, if Luka, are you okay if he takes down Jokic as you go along here, and are you okay that I've changed this to a Mavericks conversation instead of just sticking with the Rangers?
I do not
here?
appreciate you violating the rules of the combo platter.
Okay.
However, if Luka wins MVP, I think that would be delightful. I still think it's most likely that he finishes second behind Jokic, but even then, if you finish second, that's pretty unbelievable. We talked about it. He hasn't been top 4 yet, I believe, in his career.
When it comes to candy, all right, the Cadbury egg has always been the thing that I'm like, I'm fine with it. My kids hate it. And I'm like, how do you not like the Cadbury egg? It doesn't make any sense. There's sugar inside of sugar inside of sugar. It's amazing. But it is kind of weird. It is kind of weird that you're like, is that really yolk or not? Was it a pre-bird before? How did this happen? There's lots of questions surrounding it.
I do have to admit, I did like those commercials.
Those
where they
commercials
have
were
the
amazing.
Lion and all the other.
Lucy told me the other day. She said, "Hey, Dad, this year I want to set a trap for the Easter Bunny."
Oh, my
and I said, "But
goodness.
what if he goes to the restroom in the trap? What if he poops in the trap?" And she said, "Well, it's jelly beans, so we're going to be okay." So, Kevin, I'm going to stick with jelly beans as my favorite Easter candy.
Okay, from the 903, Rangers' opinion, Jonah Heim leads the team in home runs this year in retaliation to that BS call last night. Man, if that's all it took to get him motivated, let's freaking go and finally put some respect on his name. And the best Easter candy is by far the Reese's Egg. Agree. From the 682.
The Reese's Egg?
Yeah, the Reese's Egg is amazing.
Have you had the one with the Reese's with the caramel in it yet? Have you
I
tried
have not.
that?
Is
No?
it worth checking out?
I don't know. I haven't tried it either. I like the one with the potato chip. When they threw that in there, I was like, oh, this is a game changer. Reese's is doing a really good job of drawing me off sides.
From the 682, when DeGrom makes his season debut, he's throwing an 81-pitch no-hitter. That would be amazing.
What?
And then the Reese's Pieces eggs are the best Easter candy. I'm forced to love Peeps because my wife is putting our 8-month-old daughter in all Peeps apparel. Oh, I love it. And then he said I sent this to my wife on accident, which means that would seem to heavily insinuate, if not flat out say, that he does not approve of this decision.
Peeps aren't good. Do you like marshmallows?
Yeah.
You like marshmallows by themselves? I don't like marshmallows. That's what I
No?
found out. Like,
Are
even
you
with,
against s'mores?
Even with s'mores, I'm like, all right, I do it because the kids like it whenever wintertime comes. Carter will just leave the house. He'll, like, go up to the dollar store and get all the stuff and come back and, like, Dad, we're making s'mores. So I'm like, okay, I'm doing it for them. But I guess I'm just not a marshmallow fan. It freaks me out. I'm not sure what they're made of. Doesn't make any sense to me.
From the 254, I'd rather Heim and the Rangers have this happen in Game 1 of the regular season than Game 7 of the World Series. Good point. Favorite Easter treat is the biggest chocolate bunny possible. All right. Do you feel jobbed by the hollow chocolate bunny then?
1,000%.
Yeah?
Yeah. Because you're looking at that thing going, that is just a huge chunk
The
of
Hollow
chocolate.
app's amazing. I've been using it.
No. That is different. Although that is pretty much on brand for what's about to happen.
Marky Mark and Jonathan, who plays Jesus on The Chosen. It's really good. He doesn't sing Good Vibration.
No,
That's the Beach Boys.
The hollow chocolate bunny as opposed to the hollow app.
You bite into, and here's the other thing too, Kevin. There's no consistency in your bite. You bite into the hollow one, and it could break all the way down the middle, and now you got this huge. You're like, I didn't want that much. I just wanted a little piece. I wanted a little off of it. You know, that's all I wanted. And so I always do feel gypped by the hollowed one. But the kids love it. Did you ever eat the eyeballs off of it first? Because it's the candy eye on
Is
that
that
one.
white chocolate?
It's like, I don't know. It's like a little candy,
Okay.
like a sugar
I
pill
hope
or
it's
something.
not too controversial. I'm not a big fan of the solid chocolate bunny because I just think regular chocolate on its own can be boring at times.
Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me?
No, you can
Just
spice
eat
it
some
up a little
chocolate,
bit.
dude.
The
It's
person
fine.
who likes rolls for Thanksgiving just said the chocolate is boring.
That's not the only thing I eat for Thanksgiving, though. Do you dispute that rolls are delicious?
Rolls are delicious.
It
Chocolate
matters
is
what
great.
the bread is. I don't think I think a lot of rolls are crap.
So hold on. So like you get a Hershey bar and you're like, pass.
But I think a lot of bread is great too.
Oh,
If it's Hershey with almonds, though, I'm back
The
in.
almonds
I'm not
and-
saying I'm against plain chocolate. I said sometimes it can be boring.
Okay. All right.
All right, fine.
I can understand that just a little
But
bit.
if you dipped your roll in chocolate,
Oh my gosh, has anybody ever done that?
I'm sure it doesn't. It doesn't seem like it'd be bad,
it
right?
sounds like an eclair.
Okay.
I mean,
I guess
essentially
like
it's an eclair.
I mean, yeah, fried. That's fried bread, right? So
Yeah.
it makes it even better. But regular bread dipped in chocolate, you're gonna be like, it's solid, but it's not donut bread.
And for love of the game, Kevin Costner is sitting there eating. He has a glass of milk, and he's just putting bread in it, and he's eating it like that. I'm like, I don't know what this is. It looks disgusting, but Kevin Costner doing it. I must have to.
Oh. And then he went and bought a ranch.
Yeah, had a ranch, cut his
That is
hand off.
Yellowstone. Those are. I know it's the same person acting in those roles. Those are different roles. From the 210.
Then he
by the
figured
way,
out how to take down Tatanka.
That's. No, by the way, text in if you could still hear us. That would just make us feel really
I can't
good.
hear Kevin talking, but I bet it's good.
I mean, everybody's
happening
texting
right
in
now?
stuff, so I feel like they can still hear
I
us.
think they can, but just text us.
Ruben we're still on air.
If
So.
that's the case.
Good
From
for
the
us.
210, the Rangers will repeat as world champions and their favorite Easter food is the glazed ham. I always think of it as the honey-baked ham, but some variation of the ham for Easter feels delicious.
Do y'all have like plates that y'all specifically serve? Do y'all have dishes y'all serve specifically for Easter time?
I do not. My family members I have do. They'll break out the Easter plates and whatnot.
Okay. I've never.
What's on the Easter plate?
It's usually just kind of like your ceramic
potatoes
dish,
and
but it's got a
ham.
bunny or some like springtime
Okay.
flowers on it. You know?
Yeah, mashed potatoes and ham and green beans. I feel like Grandma always had that available. And then you were most excited about going and doing the Easter egg hunt. Like, that was the big deal.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't you think that they should serve rabbit during Easter since
Absolutely.
they've decided
Somebody
the
did say
rabbit
carrot
is such
cake.
a big thing during Easter that they should be like, yeah, here's a rabbit.
But, Mike, think about this for a second. Little Mary Grace, your kids, they're sitting there, and you're like, all right, here's the Easter rabbit. And they're like, what? We're eating the Easter bunny
No,
right
you
now?
just say this is just a rabbit.
it's Easter
So you won't
bunny's
be like,
brother.
we're celebrating
Yeah,
Easter.
obviously
Here's
the Easter rabbit is 6 feet tall. You know, like this one is, I don't know, 12 inches long. Like I don't know how long's a bunny. Maybe they're longer than that. I've seen them. Maybe they're like 8. Oh, you think they're that big?
Yeah, I used to have rabbits.
Those are wild. Those are
stretched
wild
out.
rabbits.
Yeah, like stretch out ear to toe.
when
You
you-
can stretch them out like that.
Yeah, when you see how
But
far they
otherwise,
can go.
they're about this big. And because we had about 20 rabbits at one point.
You killed them
on Christmas. A bunch of dogs jumped in my backyard, and a pack of them, and killed all my
A bunch of dogs jumped over your fence to
Yeah.
kill your pet rabbits.
They jumped over my fence. They
jumped over the
they
fence?
Are you sure they
ripped
weren't
open all of
coyotes
our
or
cages.
wolves?
It was dogs because they all got caught. All the dogs got caught by dog catching company. We had all these cages built and everything. I wake up Christmas morning and I see like my favorite rabbit Max's foot laying on the ground, and I'm just like, oh my!
Did you feel
gosh.
lucky?
I did not keep it as a keychain, Kevin. Is that what
Oh.
you just asked me?
That's how you could have honored your rabbit.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wonder if this is how when people start going deaf, is this how they hear things?
Yeah,
Like,
it is
here's
a little different in our
I kind of
ears,
hear
but
you,
nobody
but
else
it's
can hear it
really
like
not
this.
that good. I'm getting an idea of what you're saying.
I envision next week Mike's going to start endorsing like hearing aids, and he goes, "Look, last week I was with you. I really thought I lost all my hearing." From the 214, the Cowboys will be back-to-back divisional champs, and the Peeps are the best candy ever. You're damn right. And from the 972, the Rangers win 93 games, and the best Easter candy is Cadbury eggs. And then somebody said, freeze the Reese's eggs. It's a game changer.
What?
I've never done that. Like, I do that with Thin Mints. I think a lot of people do.
No.
But you don't like Thin Mints?
I hate- you do the
I hate
opposite.
Thin Mints. My family will
Bake them
freeze
in the oven. Bake those eggs in the oven.
Bake eggs. Bake
the Reese's eggs.
And what happened? It just melts, right? Doesn't it just melt?
Find out. Then you have a chocolate peanut butter pudding.
Oh man, pudding is so good. I love pudding, bro.
Do you want my
yes
opinion on sports?
I would.
I couldn't hear you, but I'm sure you said yes.
Yes, I would.
So, my opinion on sports. The Rangers are going to maybe be better than I thought yesterday.
Okay.
And I said 91 wins. Obviously, they can't be a lot better. Winning 100 games is... The Rangers have never done that, right? What's the record for...
96 and 66,
Yeah,
I think.
96 wins. I don't know. There's something about this team. And I know, look, Justin Steele's an awesome pitcher. I think when he's healthy, he's one of the best left-handed pitchers. He's trending towards. I shouldn't say he is already, but watching him yesterday, I didn't know that he had the fourth best left-handed slider in all of baseball pretty
Wow.
much. He had the fourth most strikeouts last year in baseball off of his slider. And watching him yesterday, really impressed. I just think this Ranger team is going to crush average to below average pitching around baseball.
More than 900 runs again then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a better offense than last year. Not much better because you can't really get much better
Sure.
than one of the three best offenses in baseball last year. But, yeah, I think the Rangers can be really special. And my favorite, is it Easter food?
Or candy, yeah.
Well, it goes into a little bit of both, but this isn't candy, it's dessert. I gave up all desserts and all kind of treats
Yes.
and soft drinks for Lent, is my carrot cake.
Oh, I love.
I
carrot
make
cake,
one of
dude.
the best carrot cakes you'll ever have in your life.
I challenge you
Ever.
to bring
Is
me
it
carrot
love
cake.
that makes it so good?
It's the recipe.
Oh, okay.
And the love.
But this one, there's no eggs in it. It's oil. Who's the? I know this is controversial because the lady got in trouble.
Paula Deen?
It's Paula Deen's recipe.
Boot or no.
Yeah.
It is.
Boot or no.
It is unbelievable. It is great. It's one of the best carrot cakes, if not the best carrot cake I've ever had. And obviously, off of Food Network is the recipe. So if you're ever looking for one of the best carrot cakes you'll ever make, and it's very simple. It is not that hard to make. The carrot cake on, I'm assuming it might have been taken off on Food Network. I don't know. I think they still have, what's her name again?
Paula Deen.
Paula Deen. They still have, I think, Paula Deen's recipes up. Like maybe you get to keep those. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
maybe you get to keep those recipes if they did them on Food Network type of deal. But it is one of the best carrot cakes you'll ever have.
I am. It doesn't matter. Just bring me carrot cake, and I'm the happiest person. I love carrot cake, man.
Quick side Easter question. At what age do kids get good at doing Easter egg hunts? Because Noah, at his little Mother's Day Out program, he's great at getting that first egg.
Really?
And he was leading the charge. He hustled and got that first egg. And then he stood there and just wanted to try to open it so he could get what was inside the egg instead of
He didn't
moving
understand
on.
there was more
Yeah,
eggs to
exactly.
get.
And
He
you
got
could
his prize.
see other kids. I'm amazed these kids didn't smash into each other as they were so close so many times.
I don't think until like 5, I would guess.
Okay, so we still got...
It's just like Christmas. When you give them their first present and you help them open it, they're done with Christmas. Right?
Yeah,
They're
they're
like,
playing
this
with
is
this
it.
toy specifically.
Yeah, and they don't. It's really great. You should really only buy Noah one Christmas gift.
I
He's
just
fine.
used
Oh,
to-
yeah.
I used
no,
to just-
you're telling the wrong person that.
I used
All
to
right.
just follow my sister around, though, and as she would put one in her basket, I'd take it out of her basket and put it in mine, and I just did that all the time, and I thought it was hilarious. She would be furious because she has no eggs at the end of it, and I got all the eggs because I just took them right out of her basket.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon, and it's time for some Mike Likes It.
All right, so Corey, I'm going to need your help here.
All right.
So our buddy Caden, who kind of, I say runs section 133, that April 8th game, they're obviously dressing up as umpires. A lot of the people out there are going to the game and dressing out as umpires. It's against the Houston Astros. He gave me this link. Obviously, I can click on this link. It's a personal text message. Do I just read that because he's like, hey, it'd be awesome if you could kind of, Instagram it or whatever. I'm not the best at Instagram, but it's for people that want to have that college football experience at a Major League Baseball game, and this will be against the Houston Astros, as Corey's kind of trying to figure out how to do this, but it's a good price. There's a little bit of a discount on the ticket, but it's not just to sit there and watch the game. There's a lot of chanting. It's kind of like soccer, not American soccer, kind of more I call the best soccer.
Yeah.
Where they do a lot of chanting and a lot of cheering. It's the Rangers. The Rangers players love it. They think it's awesome. They wish more people would do it, just to give you an idea.
Right there. That's the rest of the link, if that's what you're looking for.
Okay, so you go to, is it
FIVO-enterprise.com/event/Corey's Corner. It is Corey with an E 27. So that's how I would read that out.
So if you want to sit in section 133 against the Astros and have a blast, what better game to go to in that when the Astros come back into town, and then to just be chanting some really fun Ranger chants throughout the game.
Do you have umpire gear anywhere?
I don't have any umpire gear. I don't know how easy that is to get. I don't know if you can just go to Dick's Sporting Goods.
Yeah.
I mean, you can get a job at Foot Locker, but then you're an NBA referee.
Yeah, you don't want to be. Nobody wants to be an NBA ref.
That's true.
So there is that. My next Mike Likes It goes back to basketball, Corey. I decided not to just go to commercial break. You didn't take mine.
That might not be the worst idea.
Is tonight, late tonight. And obviously, I know, Kevin, you'll be concentrating on Houston Duke. That's probably going to tip off around 9 p.m. here
Well, that's
local.
a huge Mavs game tonight, too.
There's a huge Mavs game. And The Kings are favored by 1.5.
Did you know that's almost an identical spread? It varied between 1.5 and 2 for that first game.
It's going to be very interesting if you follow the NBA at all in the history of the NBA in a playoff series. If the home team gets blown out in game 1, usually they figure out a way to win in game 2. Usually, not always, but usually. In the regular season, it feels like teams that are somewhat even, they split these series. Obviously, Dallas just recently, right before the Sacramento series, beat Utah in a home road situation, but Utah is not on the same level that the Dallas Mavericks are. This is a huge game tonight. We've talked about it throughout the week, especially after beating Sacramento in that first game. You would all of a sudden have the tie in head-to-head 2-2.
Yep.
And then it would go to divisional record.
Yep.
And you have an easier division, even though you're barely up in that. I believe you're 9-5 and Sacramento's 9-6. If I looked at
close.
I looked at that. But you have your division is Memphis, San Antonio, Houston, and then I'm forgetting the other one, but that one's the other good team, because I wanted to say Oklahoma City, but it's not. It's like they still threw them over they're still the Seattle Supersonics or whatever.
It's
but
not. They're not.
I think it's the
still...
Minnesota Timberwolves is our other divisional opponent, which they are a good team. Sorry to interrupt. I just can't hear what you're saying.
No, that's okay.
So tonight is a big one, but when I look around the NBA, this is going to be an interesting game. The Timberwolves and Nuggets play tonight, but the thing is I think the Nuggets are way better because of injuries to the Timberwolves. But you could argue, hey, the two best teams in the Western Conference are taking on each other. That doesn't affect the Mavs too much, but this one does, even though you're ahead of them. We do need the Thunder at home to beat the Phoenix Suns. It would just be nice to you have just a one-game loss lead. You have 29 losses. Phoenix has 30 losses. If the Thunder at home tonight can beat Phoenix, and just in case you lose tonight, you're the underdog in a weird thing. Phoenix is a 1.5-point favorite at Oklahoma City. I think that goes to show in a weird way.
Phoenix has been a little maybe overvalued a lot of the year.
I'm just not so sure about the Thunder, and neither is Vegas. Is Vegas as a team that has 22 losses, 50-22 at home versus a 43-30 Phoenix Suns team, and Vegas has Phoenix favored. I think they're telling you they don't really believe in the Thunder as like this major contender in the NBA playoffs. If here they have them as a dog at home against Phoenix, who right now is the 8th seed in the Western Conference.
And that means if that was your first round playoff matchup for the money line for the entire round, it would be favored for Phoenix.
Another big one tonight is we're getting down to the final games in the NBA. We're about getting close to under 3 weeks away. I believe like April 15th or so is the last regular season game, right around there.
I think it's 2 weeks from Sunday.
Okay. Clippers at the Magic. Magic are 42-30. That's not a bad team. Clippers have 27 losses. If the Magic can win that game, that takes the Clippers to 28 losses. So just giving you an idea here, there are some games to kind of, you don't have to watch them, but just peek at tonight. And if the Mavs get the big win against Sacramento and the Clippers lose to the Magic and the Thunder beat the Suns, all of a sudden it just starts looking just a little bit better to have one of those. I'll even go up to 4 now. I didn't think 4 was possible, but because the Clippers are struggling so much, freaking Pelicans. Way to go, Milwaukee. Pull your heads out of your rear end and win a game every once in a while.
Fair.
That's Mike likes
That is
it.
fair.
And I also think you can make that argument with Boston struggling down the stretch for some things. But no, you're definitely onto something there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. And coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Let's talk about power hitter Travis Jankowski next on The Fan.
The place to hear sports.
Swing and a miss. Struck it out.
With lots of this mixed in. Thanks for listening and sharing some laughs, Tolos, on The Fan.
Hey, look, if you missed out on getting your tickets for opening day yesterday, don't worry about it. There's plenty of games throughout the season, but you got to make sure you use the right app for it. The only
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Count is full to Jankowski. The pitch is swung on, hit high in the air, deep right field. Suzuki back, he's at the wall. That ball is history. Travis Jankowski with a pinch hit home run has tied this game. He hit one home run all last year. It's the Rangers 3 and the Cubs 3.
And I bet they end up winning. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. We got to chat with a whole bunch of great Tolos and Twolos today. It's been fantastic. And now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. I was really caught off guard by Jankowski's home run last night.
What? Just because he only hit one last year?
And I think he hopped on with G-Bag, and they were laughing, and they were like, hey, when are you going to hit your home run? He was like, I don't know. And then he hits his one home run for the year right then. But I was really caught off guard because I just kind of looked up and was like, oh, Jankowski's at the plate. And I was sitting there going, hold on, where am I in the lineup and everything? And a lot of people have been asking the same question today, and that question is, who was he hitting for?
Right.
And, Mike, can you kind of explain to everybody why he was at the plate at that time and why Boach chose him?
Because Boach is a genius. That's why. I don't know how he does this because Duran was up, first baseman, and they brought in their righty closer. And so he was going to pinch hit a lefty. But you would think Walsh, who was an all-star in 2021, had a good spring training, has more pop than Jankowski.
And defensively plays the position.
And after the inning was over, Walsh went in to the game to play first base. So he used Jankowski. Now, it was a leadoff situation. So I'm assuming he went with Jankowski over Walsh. Yes, he probably felt like he has a better chance of getting on base. I don't think he ever thought, I'm bringing him up here because I'm trying to tie the game with one swing of the bat. If you're trying to do that, you probably go with Walsh, right?
Yeah.
If you're like, I just want a home run here to tie it up. But he was probably thinking, Jankowski's a good contact hitter. He has speed. If I can get one of my good guys, good base runners on base here, it puts pressure with Carter coming up against a righty. And then you have Leote, who did not do a good job of executing a bunt.
He did not.
And then you have Simeon and Seager to try to knock in Jankowski. And then Carter did draw a walk after the home run. So you'd have two very, I'll say, fast base runners. Evan Carter, I do think, is a good base runner. He just did make a mistake there in the ninth inning, getting doubled up on the line drive to right field. But I think that's why he went with Jankowski over Walsh. But I don't know this. If it would have been 2 outs, runner on first base.
Okay.
He might have gone with Walsh to hit, thinking he has a better chance of hitting an extra base hit over Jankowski, who had 1 home run last year and 10 home runs in his career up to that point.
Yeah, 11. Yeah, 10 up to that point, 11 after
that was
last
his
night.
11th home run of his
It's
career.
unbelievable.
And he hit one on opening day. And he got the biggest ovation from all the reserves. He got a bigger ovation than Max Scherzer, than Jacob deGrom. He was the biggest ovation
Which is
for the
kinda
reserves.
wild, but
I think fans really
love
understand how much they love El Blondie.
Yeah, El Blondie. And you know what? Like, that's you got a really good point there. He had last year he didn't make the club, and then Bochy's like, "Hey, you're going to go on the minors for us, and we're going to bring you up. We're going to need you at some point. I know what kind of player you are. You didn't have a great spring, but I know what kind of player you are." And then he gets his opportunity due to injury last year, and he hits like 480 for like what seemed like a month and a half. And you're like, wow. And then again, Mike, big moment last year in the World Series. He steps up to the plate and has a big moment. He knows how to hit in those situations. Yeah. I think when it comes to trust, Bochy trusts him for sure, too, and sit him up there. I did see from Evan Grant here, it says, as far as I can tell, Travis Jankowski's pinch hit home run was the 3rd time a pinch hit home run in the 9th or later to tie or win on opening day has happened since 1970.
Wow.
So only the 3rd time that has happened. Here is Alec.
It's happening all the time in the 60s.
Alec, let's go to the Travis Jankowski cut sent over. Our good friend Bob Stevens is in there, Kevin, getting the audio and everything. This is Travis Jankowski talking about his home run.
Should we expect a home run on your next at bat?
Guys, that's my one for the year. I'm back to hitting singles. I checked that tally box. I'm back to hitting singles.
You've got like a 5,000 OPS right now.
Yeah, that's not sustainable. Let's put it that way.
So power in the offseason tool you put in the box.
That wasn't a key focus for my offseason. But no, like I said, I'm gonna try to go back to hitting singles now. If I hit another one, it's another mistake.
Bochy said that nobody really expected a home run in that spot. What was the reaction like when you came back to the clubhouse?
Electric. I think when I came back to the dugout, a little bit of shock. I think all of us were shocked, including myself. But no, it's one of those things. That's baseball, right? Like anyone can be the hero any night. Crazy stuff happens in this game. I finally can count in more than two hands how many career homers I have, so that's nice. But again, don't expect many more this year.
Dude, he's got a really good personality to go along with it, and I think that fits this clubhouse too.
It sounded like Chiafalo asked that last question. That's what caught my attention.
I know Chiafalo did have the Milanesa tacos from Hurtado as well, but that's the other part of that, aside from Mike, he just described. Bochy said he didn't expect him to hit a home run in that situation. He probably expected exactly what you just said, and then you get the home run, and as he's going through the dugout, you can see Jonah Heim kind of giving him you got it back for that one little mistake that we had there. You got it back for us, thank you. And then what Jankowski said there was anybody can be the hero on any given night. And that's exactly what happened later in that game, because Jonah Heim gets his opportunity with the bases loaded, and then he's the hero because he ends up getting the walk-off moment there. There were multiple heroes throughout last night's game, and this kind of goes back to as soon as Jonah Heim was asked about that moment, what does he start doing? He starts talking about his teammates. And that's what this club, that's what this group is all about, man.
You're right.
They're all ready for whenever that moment does happen, but they're all about their teammates and the team success that comes along with it.
How much easier does that make it when you've just won and you can have that attitude and the wins will keep coming? I'm not saying that they wouldn't have been positive all last year, but it feels like once you've won, you're like, well, damn right, I already know this system works, and I like these people.
Yeah, I think that builds your confidence as a player and as a coaching staff and as a front office and even as a fan. If they would have lost last night, I wouldn't have been happy, and you'd have thought, man, you kind of got cheated. It happens in sports where an umpire or a referee makes a bad call, and you live with it. There's going to be a game where it goes in your favor, that something wonky kind of happens, and you're like, wow, we kind of won that one based off of a missed call by an umpire. But it did feel – but even if they would have lost, I'll go with this, I would have still been like, I still believe in this team. I still think this team is really good. But to be down 3-2, the Cubs, I believe, were 83 and 79 last year, and to be able to get a home run from a pinch hitter – then to be able to get David Robertson to get the 0 on the board. It's always a tough 0 with a runner on second and nobody out to get a 0 on the board. And he was able to do that in the heart of their lineup, too. That was the thing, is sometimes you can get a little bit lucky at times and get 7, 8, and 9 coming up. But, he had to intentionally walk Bellinger to pitch to their number 4-hole hitter that obviously almost hit the grand slam. But you get out of that situation, and it was really fun to watch. It's a team that you can believe in, and I liked what you talked about, Corey. You're kind of mentioning the way this team goes about it, and I'm not saying I like old school baseball over new school baseball. I like them both, but this team is old school baseball.
They are.
Like, we're not going to get into a laundry basket and roll it up and down the aisleways after a home run, and teams that do that or put on the samurai hat like LA did last year, and I don't know what they're doing this year, or they have the serpent fork for Seattle. Like, every team has something.
Trident?
Yeah.
Trident, serpent fork is what I
like serpent fork. I'm all right with that.
You could call it the gum fork.
Yeah. For gum?
For Trident.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. I get it now. I just didn't get it at first.
It's still, he set you up for failure on that one.
Oh, man.
But this team is like, no, we hit a home run. We give each other, a high five or a pat on the back, and we celebrate it as a team. Like, great job, but we don't need all that extra stuff. We're going to play this game hard. It is a very serious team. It goes back to in the playoffs, whether John Smoltz meant to or not, whether he realized it or not. I think because this team, in a way, I don't like saying this, in a way, lacks a little bit of personality with the way the game's going. That's why Adolis stands out so much.
Yeah. Yes.
Because the rest of the guys are like, I'm following kind of
Corey
Seager and Simeon. I'm following their attitude. They're not going to get too high.
Or their GM's attitude, honestly.
They love Adolis, though, because they know he's that guy. That's his personality. That's when he performs best. They know they're going to get it.
Yeah, they don't try to settle him down either. Does that make sense? They're not like, hey, we don't do it this way here. They're like, no, that's the way Adolis plays. That's the way he plays. But to your point, Kevin and Corey, they're following the leadership of Young, Bochy. They're two guys that are making the most money and that are their two best players right now, the shortstop and second baseman. And so this has a much more old school attitude type of team feeling than the new school of it. And I'm not saying that's good or bad. It's just their personality, and they're not going to try to be something they're not.
It's winning, and that's the thing that I think we love the most about it. And we'll take it for whatever it is. Now, I did want to add to that part of it because you're talking about Adolis and his personality, and Bochy is a very even keel guy, but that dude celebrates when it's time to celebrate. Like everybody says, you get on the plane with that guy and you've done good, you're going to celebrate. You saw during the World Series runs, during the playoffs, whenever it was time to pop champagne, he was like, "Hey, why are these bottles not popped already, guys? Like, what are we doing here?" He was the one that was just like, "Come on, let's go out there, let's have a good time." Whenever Adolis hit his home run yesterday, and it must be because I hit a few home runs in high school, okay? I know, knuckleballs.
Baby. In your face, Brian Adams.
And like that's
or for your face, I guess.
For my face, yeah. But like that, but that was it was I never had I knew it was going to go out when I hit it. It must be an amazing feeling to be Adolis and know as soon as you've come through with your bat, it's gone. Because when he did that last night, he knew it before he got done with his swing. He knew that it was a home run. But then you come around, and there's Bochy. You could see the smile on his face, and as he's high-fiving, and I could not wait. Like, Mike, you're saying, we don't do the trident, we don't do all this other stuff, but I knew what was about to come, and I was like, where's Josh Young?
Yeah.
Where's Josh Young? And as soon as he got to Josh Young, they did their celebration, whatever they call it. Do you know what it's called yet? Do they have a name for that celebration?
I don't know. I was going to ask you another question, though.
Okay, I need you to do that with your TV stuff that you're going to be doing. I need you to do a special feature on whatever that's called, whatever that thing is whatever they call it, because Bash Brothers, whatever it is.
So since this is the Corey's Corner, Josh Young plays the hot corner.
Yes.
I texted you during the game because I'm at the game. I do have a TV monitor there where I'm watching at, but I don't have any audio. And I was wondering, Josh Young playing third base and getting two balls hit to him while he's doing an interview.
Let's go to cut 7 then, because that's the one that I see right here. This is an in-game interview question. Who will be the better Young in 5 years?
Fan question. In 5 years, the better ball player, you or your little brother?
Oh, I'm going to have to go me, but he's a stud, man. The only thing I'll say is I'm a better Fortnite player, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day.
He's a better Fortnite player, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. Mike, you need to go back and give this a listen if you can. Okay. It's wonderful. He does get the first ball hit to him, and he as it's coming to him, he goes, "Hey guys, I got a ball for you." He's talking to them as he's fielding the ball and throwing it across, and the entire time he is chattering to pitcher. He is chattering. Come on, Nate, let's do this, Nate. Come on now. Come on. Hey, great throw there. Good. He's talking while they're interviewing him. He's just being Josh Young, typical. And you probably with kids as they're playing, you're probably saying, "Guys, liven up out there a little bit." And that's what he's doing. He's chirping. Yeah, well, that too. He can concentrate.
But that was I just watching it off of television. It's a dream come true for ESPN or any broadcast that gets a guy mic'd up and 2 of the 3 plays are his way.
It's a record, they say.
But what I did notice, I'm not hearing audio, is as Eovaldi would start his motion, you would see Young get into the intense moment of, for 3 seconds here, it is complete and total concentration on being ready for the ball to be hit. And then after it was over, I'm assuming then he'd start talking again listening to him. So.
But even during that one, the one where he got it, he's talking as the ball's coming to him. He's, "Guys, I'm about to get one for you." And then the last one, the third out, he gets it, throws it across the field, and goes, "Hey, thanks a lot, guys. We ought to do this more often," and runs off into the dugout because he knew he was done.
And it was a good inning.
I would have never thought this from his scouting report. He might become a Gold Glove third baseman.
He's got a great. I love his
And
arm.
he was below average defensively.
There was
the
a
thought
lot
at the major league
There's
level.
a lot of talk in 2021, obviously after COVID. He dealt with a lot of injuries of possibly maybe he's a first baseman. Maybe he's a guy that he plays some third in the minor leagues and you start kind of moving him to first. But watching him play one game last night, but obviously all of last year and in the playoffs, I start going, he's not just he can play third base. He does it at a high level.
Now, I will say he doesn't. Beltre did have the ability to pop from the elbow.
That's
across
unfortunate.
The field.
If we're going to compare him to him, he'll never be Adrian Beltre.
Josh Young does bring it back all the way to throw, and it takes a little longer, but he gets it across the field fast, man.
We have
I'm
been
very
lucky.
impressed with his arm.
If you are older, obviously it was near the end of his career, but to have Buddy Bell, Steve Buechele, and to have Adrian Beltre and Josh Young, let's see where it goes. It's also. I mean, Josh Young probably doesn't know the history of the Rangers like that, but it is a tough history because there's been a lot of really good defensive third basemen for the Texas Rangers. Plus, the offense has been there too for certain guys. Hank Blaylock, awesome offensively, good defensively, but that third base position has been a good position for the Rangers. And I was like, when I was watching this, I was like, there's no way ever, no matter how much money they would offer, that Corey Seager would ever do that.
Yeah. Oh,
which is fine. That's
not his style.
To be honest, I don't think I could do it. I'm just going back to when I was playing, and maybe, I say kids, guys growing up now, more media, more used to it, this and that. The phone situation, there's no way, Corey, I could ever be doing an interview while playing first base.
I get it. I think I could, but I never got to that level either. But somebody did point out, and hey, don't forget Dean Palmer too.
Dean was
our
a great
buddy
player.
that we just had on. Somebody did point out he does look slimmer. And
Josh Young.
Did y'all notice that yesterday? He looks ripped. He's built really well, but he does look a little thinner than he did last year.
I'll say, in the locker room, I'll be like, Josh,
dude, you're looking great,
you're
buddy.
looking great. Have you taken off your T-shirt yet today? And then just oh man, you really are.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see the abs.
I want you to roll on that. If you do that, go and roll on
Josh.
that.
Kevin, did you have
Your
some
body?
thoughts?
Hey, Josh, your body's amazing. That's how I should start off the interview in the locker room.
Would you like him even more, if not that part, if he was like, hey, I'm doing well, but I'm no Buddy Bell? Would you like him even more if he just threw something out?
He does like the history of baseball. We found out that out kind of through baseball cards on how much he likes the history of baseball.
He did point out too that Wyatt Langford's pretty tidy. He even took the trash out while they were all living together.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, he was like, he was a pretty clean kid. So
He's
I'm pretty
living
happy
with
it
the
all.
future MVP of baseball.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105. I'm telling you, I thought if Wyatt Langford would have hit a home run.
If he would have hit that
in
grand
extra-
slam, I might have passed out. I might have had to go to the hospital. I think my wife might have been like, oh no, what happened? And then I'd be
got Langforditis.
I'd be waking up at Methodist Hospital next to our house and then being like, I don't know what happened. Last I saw, some young kid just hit a bomb to win opening day.
Coming up next, we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. Puck around and find out the Stars win a heavyweight clash in the Northwest, plus Masterpiece of the Week. All of it coming at you next right here on The Fan.
RallyHouse.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Dishes off to Hintz, down low, Pavelski in front, Ben scores! A goal and an assist for the Victoria native. His 901st point and a power play goal puts Dallas on top.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Dallas off of Lemon. By the way, not only did the Stars win, that is the 6th straight game in which Jamie Benn has scored a goal. We're going to get back to that in just a second, and then we will transition over to Masterpiece of the Week. Remember, tomorrow, if you're hyped up about seeing the Rangers get their rings, Alec Medford and Blake Elliott will be broadcasting live from Globe Life Field 2 to 5:30 ahead of Rangers and Cubs. So
I heard they get a ring too.
Who? Alec and Blake?
What? Yeah, because they're working on Saturday.
Dude, congratulations, Alec.
Extremely honored, guys. Thank you.
Man, I'm stealing that from him. He comes into the office wearing it. I'm going to
Well, you just said you're going to steal it, so he
break
probably
his arm, take it off his hand.
Wouldn't come in for that. And then I want to also read this. This is the guy I was talking with said, I don't know if you remember me, but this is another text from a napkin. And I was like,
right here.
Yes, I definitely remember the text from the napkin. Kevin,
That was
Mike,
Fort Worth.
That is, oh, look at you. Look at you.
I was there.
Kevin,
Mike was not.
Mike.
Kevin, I brought
went to
you
the Fort Worth Buffalo Wild Wings.
No, it was a different. I brought you your Christmas present. That was the day that I
With
brought
Luke.
the Luke
Yes.
Skywalker thing.
By the way, Noah's obsessed with
I
him.
bet, yeah.
Thank you.
You want me to interrupt you again while you're trying to read this?
Please
Okay.
don't. Kevin, Mike, Corey, thank you guys for being part of our everyday life. When my grandma and I go out, we listen to you guys. You guys are family. Things have been better, much better, since our last meeting at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. Life is good. Love is good. Shout out to my grandma, Sharon McLeod, for everything. You are my world. Delightful, delightful right there. And his grandma has become a fan of the show as well, so
Awesome.
I'm really excited about that. Now, we're all...
Even when we talk about eating horse rectum, you know? That happened on Fear Factor once.
Yeah, it did. Now, the Stars, I guess, made the Canucks do that last night. I don't know if that's the proper transition
Good
or
job,
not.
man. I'm proud of your transitions.
3-1, you get the win. It was two division-leading teams out in the West, but the important thing, and we have talked about this again and again and again, is you continue to stack up points. And now the Stars control their own destiny in the Central. They are no longer, even though they played one more game than Colorado, they're 3 points up. So now they no longer have to scoreboard watch or anything like that. It might not be realistic to say they're going to win the next 8 games, but then again, they have now won 6 straight. What a great time to be on top of your game. Longest winning streak in the NHL, best record in the West, and second best record in all of hockey.
You know, I pointed it out when it started, I guess, Kevin, because you just mentioned Jamie Benn and that, and I was like, look, it looks like Jamie Benn's starting to do that thing that
He's
does.
cooking.
Where he starts playing like the Jamie Benn we all know and love.
Yeah.
And so whenever I saw him have dude, they had the defense last night on one of those goals. I think it was Benn's goal in a blender. Like, it was insane how many passes, and they were just dragging the puck around, and I was like, this is amazing. But Jamie Benn looking like he does. But the other thing, too, that I think is significant, and Kevin, you might have numbers on this, is like when you send a pitcher up to the mound, when Evaldi goes to the mound, doesn't everybody on the team feel pretty cocky? Because they know they got Evaldi on the mound tonight. And I know you're playing their number 1, too, but you're like, yeah, but you got to face my guy.
Yeah.
That's how I feel like the Stars are with Ottinger right now, because Ottinger's
particularly
playing
on the road. I need to do a deep dive into his road versus home splits.
And if you catch like that during playoff time, and your team's like, hey, yeah, we got this dude in net. Like that's the feeling, is you feel a little cocky when you know your dude's on there.
I think the good thing is Otter has bad games, so the team knows they need to score some. Because I think of Jacob deGrom in New York or King Felix in Seattle.
Yeah.
It's like, our guy's on the mound. We don't need to score any runs today. It's like, no, you actually do have to still score runs to win. You can't just watch him pitch 7 innings of no-hit baseball almost, because if you don't score, you still don't win. And so it's the weird thing. I do think guys feel really confident that, in a way, you don't have to do as much offensively usually when your ace is on the mound or one of the best in the game, but you also don't want to maybe get a little bit too laxed on, well, we don't have to have as good a game today because our stud is in goal or our stud is on the mound.
Look, there are times he shows flashes where he looks every bit as good as he did last year, if not better. But there's just been way too many low periods, and a lot of those have come at home as the Stars continue to surge. Best record in the West, 1 point off the best record in the NHL. You can't help but wonder, like, I don't know, do you want home ice advantage throughout because of how different the splits have been? I'll do a deeper dive into
Are you
that.
saying, because like last year, somebody pointed out, look, if the Rangers hadn't lost that last game of the year and ended up in the wild card, then they wouldn't have had 4 road games in Houston, and they would, because they were so good on the road.
Look, he's played the same number of games home and away. 16 wins on the road, 13 at home. His goals against average on the road is .42 better.
Pretty good.
So we're talking about almost half a goal better per game on the road. That is a pretty staggering split, and his save percentage is 25 points higher on the road too.
Man, that guy, I'm just looking over this. Why I don't look at this Stars losing round 1. What is that person saying?
Well, here's the good news, Mike. I have great news for you. It is looking very, very, very improbable that you would draw Colorado in round 1, because while the Stars have been surging, Winnipeg has fallen off the cliff.
Yeah.
And so
that's all Mike's wanted, is to avoid Colorado.
Look, maybe you get Winnipeg in the first round. Maybe you win the division and you go wild card in the first round. But it is looking very, very unlikely that you would draw Colorado in the first round. And that's a matchup I don't want to see either.
From the 903, Corey, shout out to you guys and all the 105.3, the fan personalities. You truly make Tolos feel like we have a vested interest in every sport imaginable. That's from Tim in Carthage, Kevin.
Dude, that's awesome. And we have a vested interest in you guys. You've helped us, like, I'm not kidding when I tell you these last 2 years at the station have literally been
the
best ratings in the history of the station, regardless of its format.
Mo money.
Yes. So that's been really awesome, and you guys appreciate us. We very much appreciate you as well. Now, I hope you'll appreciate Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
I hope you appreciate the last time I ever do Masterpiece of the Week since Corey's trying to rob me.
No, I'm just going to break your arm and take your ring.
Oh, my gosh.
That's not a robbery.
No, that definitely, you need to look up the definition of that. That is definitely a robbery.
He has to work at a bank or something.
Assault and robbery. Assault and robbery.
He has to work at a bank to be robbed.
That is, no.
I don't think it works like that. Don't think it works like that.
All right.
Yeah, I know.
You're not the Frankels. You don't know all the law.
You're right. That's valid.
I do know that this is Masterpiece of the Week, where we revisit all of the crazy, wild, and odd things that Mike Bassick says from 10 to 2 weekdays on the Fan. Yeah, I literally have 10 pieces of audio from Mike compared to 3 from Kevin and 1 from Corey. So
what's y'all's deal? Why can't you
play Corey's first?
I barely do anything on the show.
Okay, let's do Corey's first because it's one of my favorites.
Just make sure that you keep sucking on that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that like Sour Patch Kids or something?
Is that from home?
Well, I didn't know if I could say the rest of it, but that was the thing. This was a discussion about the Cowboys and how the Cowboys are the cash cow, if you will.
Yep.
And
oh, did you want to say keep sucking on the cash teat?
Teat, yes. That's. But I didn't know.
You can't say the other version.
I didn't know if I could say teat.
Tots.
Yes.
And so I didn't want to say teat whenever I did that.
Yeah, you might be pushing your luck.
And so that's why I just stopped. But it does sound a lot worse whenever you just stop in the middle of it.
Yes.
So
It does.
Thanks, Alec.
You're welcome. A lot of these, I love the way I name these throughout the week because I just totally forget what they are. So, Mike, what is this?
You're the only one that knows what they're named, though.
Yeah, but, I think it adds the same element of mystery that you guys have, so why not? Mike, what is this?
You're contorting your body in ways because you are a flexible dude. And I'd be like, this is amazing. He's doing the splits right now for no reason. It's a slow song.
That's Kevin on drugs.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a slow song.
I do unfortunately remember that.
You sounded so offended. It's a slow song.
Can
What
you
are
do the
doing?
splits?
No.
Have you tried?
But you can bend.
Yes.
You can bend in ways.
That is true. That you wouldn't think somebody like me would be able to bend.
Just anybody in particular is what I'm saying.
Fair.
This one is for Eric Chiafalo. He wanted this one to go over the air.
I will edge Houston there.
We were talking about the first three guys in a lineup. I think I gave the slight edge to Houston.
Did you edge those three guys, or?
I don't understand what's happening.
Yeah, that actually, I don't know if we could say that part might have taken it too far.
On Wednesday, I edged my yard.
My kid came home the other day and said he can't wear his Goonies shirt to work to school anymore, and I don't understand why.
Does it have a picture of the
Truffle Shuffle?
I don't know.
No, that one dude, the sloth.
No, it just says the Goonies on it, and he said the kids were laughing about it, and I was like, "What's going on?" And I don't understand what does that mean. Text in right now if y'all know anything about that and
the other thing,
the edge of a piece of paper or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shout out to our lovely video operator and social mastermind Carter Freeman because I think this is about him.
Mike,
we're gonna love Carter together, okay?
The hell's wrong with you, Mike?
We're gonna love Carter together.
I think trying to put more love in the world.
I think our show loves Carter the most out of all the shows.
That's a fact.
Yeah,
the morning show doesn't get Carter, right?
That's true.
They get Ryan Couture
because he likes waking up early.
He loves it, and then the G-Bag kind of I don't know exactly what their relationship with Carter is.
Seems like it's a little frosted.
Yeah, it's tenuous, and we love our Carter.
Let's talk about one of Mike's relationships here.
I'm not a marijuana expert
yet,
but you have smoked marijuana.
Still got
with Ricky
time.
Henderson.
No, I did that one
Did you
time.
inhale?
I don't think I did because there is no difference in the way I acted.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Maybe I'm just on marijuana all the time naturally.
I would believe that.
Yeah,
I absolutely would believe that.
Naturally, just there.
He's high on life.
Yeah.
You wake up and you're just high on life.
Yeah, I'm just like, wow.
There you go.
See, but that's a weird dynamic because there's also times when you come in and you're like, everything sucks and everyone's stupid and I hate them all.
Yeah, you seem a lot more upset and angry about things. So maybe you're just cranky.
There's different levels of marijuana, I think.
Yeah.
Some make you happy and some make you mad?
The sativa makes you more sleepy.
I'm furious right now.
Yeah.
Marijuana.
But it doesn't make you mad. You're just going to be mellow.
Oh, dang it.
Does this make you mad, Mike?
Here's my thing, Mike.
Dang it.
No. Not a great one.
It does, because then he's going to put me in my place for saying could instead of couldn't, or I got 6 minus 3 is 4, stuff like that.
Yeah, you do. You could care about a lot of things a lot less.
Bro, I did math on the show yesterday, and Kevin was so proud.
I was proud of you. You did great. By the way, just read. There are a lot of differing answers, but they're all bad for looking up why you would not want to wear the Goonies shirt anymore.
Okay. By the way, the other day, my son my oldest came and sat down and was asking me some math questions, and I was helping him out, and my wife walked in and went, "You're not asking your dad for help with math, are you?" And I felt very offended, man.
You should be offended.
Yeah, and I heard you, Alec, with your, well, I don't know, was it because I was helping him with math or that I had a kid? Which one was that you were?
Yes.
And at some point, I feel like, I don't know if this should make it up Masterpiece of the Week. It plays during our show. I've only heard it once, though. Is the couch that talks, and he's like, "Hey, I'm your couch." Have you heard that commercial yet? No. It is, I swear to God. Text in if you heard that commercial. I think it was yesterday, and he's like, "Hey, I'm your couch."
Which one do you like more, the couch or the Ticket Oak from back in the day?
Ticket Oak was amazing if you remember that commercial.
Kevin.
I definitely thought that Ticket Oak had eaten some children while also giving away good deals on tickets. Hey, back to you, Alec.
Indica makes you sleep. Sativa makes you active. My apologies.
And back to Mike Bassick.
I think you get on your hands and knees to Corey, and you say, "Please, Corey, please."
Yeah, right at the end of the show, maybe.
It sounded like you were about to say something very inflammatory.
I forget. I remember, but I forget because you had to beg for something.
Yeah,
Something.
we were having to beg for.
Where was our last show at?
Rally House.
Rally House. I think you had to beg you for the tickets giveaway or something.
Oh, that picture.
Oh, yeah.
The
That's what Mike wanted to be. Not the random names we were drawing. Mike's like, now try this
Drew,
instead.
JD, you won. If you're listening right now.
Good job, JD.
Hopefully they gave you a call. If not, I guess you lost.
I'm very concerned. Only one person said they heard the couch commercial, and then other people have questions.
Just know you lost if they didn't call you, JD.
So what was it last week that we had Mike talking about seeing dong, and now we have this?
I've seen a guy poop in a cup.
I did in San Francisco. There's a lot of homeless people, and sometimes you got to go, and they had a cup.
How quickly did you look away?
Oh, I was like, wait, what is that?
Okay,
oh, no.
So it caught you off guard.
Oh, yeah.
And then you were like, oh, that's really happening.
Okay, can I just ask a quick follow-up question?
Yeah.
How close was the cup to him?
To the stuff?
Yeah.
It was like a little paper Dixie cup, or was it like a big gulp?
It was in between.
Your standard
about,
12 ounce.
I don't know. I'm guessing 3 seconds for my brain to go.
Okay.
That's not part of his body.
Okay. 3 seconds? That's rough.
Maybe less. But you're kind of like, wait, what is he doing? Why is he squatting? What is happening? And they're like, oh, that's happening.
All right. People have heard this couch commercial. They're speculating. Somebody said it was Biz Marquis' voice. Another person said it was Tracy Morgan's voice. I don't know. I just know it's like, hey, I'm your couch.
I'm your couch.
Kevin, maybe this goes hand in hand with Mike's San Francisco experience.
I want the hot. All right?
Hot what?
It doesn't matter. The hot is all that matters there. You
That
put
is
the
a
in
weird
front
way
it.
of phrasing that.
Or whatever's
hot
going
town.
on in Houston, according to Mike. Voting time?
Okay, I thought you were
going to play a clip.
No, I'm talking about this one that we ran earlier.
I will edge Houston there.
Oh, okay. It felt like the perfect setup to a clip. I might lose this, but I'm going to vote for Mike talking about the guy that he saw in San Francisco.
I've seen a guy poop in a cup.
It sounds kind of like, play it one more time. Doesn't it sound a little bit like a brag?
I've seen a guy poop in a cup.
Like he's got his shoulders shrugged as he says it. Like,
I actually
that's
have
me.
to do that.
You have to poop in a cup?
So instead of getting
God.
the exam, which I don't want to do,
But you have the option.
yeah, you can poop in a
Wow.
cup, but you have to send it immediately. Like I'm not making this up. It's in my bathroom right now, and so I have to do this. But they say do it immediately. Like, as in, like, be ready to drive to the drop-off station.
Where's the drop-off station?
Around the corner. Around the corner.
think, like, UPS or something? I don't know.
What does Brown do for you?
Oh, my God.
Yeah. But that's good news. You don't have to get the exam.
Who is that good news for you?
Yes. I don't have to get the exam. I just have to use the cup, seal it up, send it in the mail to somebody. It's horrible that that's what people are sending through the mail, but it's part of being a doctor.
From the 903, I got to reiterate,
making it up.
Corey's sentences catch him off guard. Yeah, it does happen sometimes where I'll be, just like I'll read a fan text and be like, I should not have read that deep into it. All right, I really love Kevin's, that he wants the hot, but it's Mike's rant. Mike's rant on Kevin on drugs is fantastic.
What is it, this one?
You're contorting your body in ways because you are a flexible dude. And I'll be like, this is amazing. He's doing the splits right now for no reason. It's a slow song.
It's a slow song.
Part of that conversation, too, he goes, he'd be thrusting like 50 miles an hour to Celine Dion.
I'm going to vote for the guy in San Francisco. That guy that guy needs a vote. It was a long time ago, but me and my wife had a great breakfast that morning.
I've seen a guy poop in a cup.
So she's seen it too?
From the 561 postal worker here, please wash your hands first before you put it in the mail. So
how many times is he like, it's the, like he said there, it's the turd box.
It sounds like you're talking about Tommy Boy when he goes, I'll take a dump in a box of Market Garrett.
It's not in a, you have to do it in a cup and then seal it in a box.
Fair. Well, thanks for coming out.
It's part of being 45 years old.
Yeah.
You know?
It was a good run.
It was great, and I'll vote for it too, just to make it quick.
I've seen a guy poop in a cup.
Okay, that's enough.
That's enough. Jeez, who would ever say that on the air?
You did, Mike. You did.
Get rid of that guy.
Nope.
You wish. We're the KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We've been at Buffalo Wild Wings. Thank you very much to the good folks here in Dallas off of Lemon. And now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Hagee, we are rolling. How about you?
I'm doing great. Do you guys have any of y'all, complete and total overreaction to the first game of the season?
Just pure dominance. I think what you have is a team that's focused and enthusiastic, and they believe a lot, so I think that's worth something. There's no sign of any sort of hangover or overconfidence. It's just right back to the grind and being awesome. And we saw it in spring, their ability to pull games out and win. And so my overreaction is that, this might just be a group of winners that was firmly established last year in the postseason. And this is going to be a continuation of dominance, not a struggle year where they, try to make the playoffs and try to keep their heads above water while they're waiting for their pitchers. They're just going to, commence to ass kicking.
Wyatt Langford with the 162 ribbies. I think that's
162 intentional walks, do you think?
Yeah, I think that's actually more likely, Hagee, absolutely.
And then El Blondie leads the team in home runs.
Man,
yeah.
It's
Blondie and Bombi.
Usually you can tell a lot of times off the bat if it's a home run. I just assumed it was not because of who was hitting, and then that ball's going. You're like, holy crap, he just tied the game. That was amazing.
It was unbelievable. It really, really was. I mean, the entire game was just brilliant, even though I did think poor Jonah got a little hosed there, whatever.
Yeah.
They didn't hear the ball hit the bat. That's fine. It's super loud in there, but it was poetic justice that Jonah gets the walk-off.
Now,
Rangers win every single extra inning game this year.
Oh my God, that would be incredible for the bullpen too as well. That would be awesome.
They're not going to lose an extra inning game this year.
I like it, bro.
I heard you guys talking about this early in the show yesterday, and Dawson used the phrase "ass kicking." How about those Dallas Stars? I know it was tight a lot of the night, but getting a huge 2 points over Vancouver.
It was brilliant, I think that along with the Mavs is just, another storyline that this is probably a golden era. Are we going to get championships from 2 or 3 different organizations? How many total could they secure over the next 3 or 4 years? We were waiting for the defense. And then, last night, I think going on to an away ice like that and executing the way that they did, it reminded me of the Mavs winning in Sacramento. And it was so awesome to see Jamie Benn get the big one there.
Yeah, it's insane the run that Jamie Benn's on right now.
Yeah, it's
a
6
5-goal
with
streak.
the goals.
Yeah,
Six after last night.
They've
Yeah,
got a great mix of veteran players with their young players too. This is a well-constructed team, and their goaltending looks like at least the last 4 out have been pretty solid for the Stars. So, great win on a team that's a lot like them.
Yes.
If you start to kind of match player for player. I think it was unfortunate the goal that Dallas gave up, just chasing other offensive players, and then, Miller off the bench basically getting that goal. But other than that, they played pretty locked down last night.
What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. It is a Friday, so Chief will have his Friday news dump at 6:20. We will have what you drinking, what you thinking at 5:20, and Krusty will probably have some questions for his guys at 2:40. But top stories of the day right out of the gates here. We'll recap everything. Look forward to a big afternoon, evening, and weekend.
All right, excellent edition of the G-Bag Nation coming up, so roll home with them. We've been the K&C Masterpiece. Don't forget Alec and Blake tomorrow live at Globe Life Field from 2 to 5:30, leading into Rangers-Cubs. The Rangers getting their rings. All kinds of fantastic stuff happening here on The Fan. And we will be back on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You heard me say it right here on 105 through The Fan.
Say, let's go Marquette.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day as we are off and running here on a Friday. It's a What You Drinking, What You Thinking Friday. It's a tournament Friday, and it's to celebrate the greatness of DFW teams. It's what we have going on here with good vibes and expectations around every pro team in our area. There he is, Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout and NFL executive. You do have Chris Strong in for Lucius Alexander all week long. He's been doing a heck of a job. Woolchuck and Shia Follower are here, of course, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. How we doing, boys?
Great, man.
Good.
Great night of sports.
Man, it really was. I mean, what an epic classic on opening day for the Rangers' first walk-off home run since, do you guys know? It's been circulating.
1965.
2010.
2010. Who hit it?
It was the catcher.
Yes.
Salty?
Saltalamacchia. Saltalamacchia. Yeah, baby. You guys got it. And it was the catcher, Jonah Heim, to do it last night. And, look, I felt really bad for Jonah. I felt sick to my stomach after what happened there. Now, heady play from Bush of the Cubs to be able to recognize, this is still in play, goes ahead and steals that run. I thought it was a blown call by the ump.
It was.
But it's just ball don't lie. Like, that's the beauty of sports. It was meant to be.
Hey.
Jonah Heim comes up with a chance to win it, and he comes through. El Blond. What an epic game. The pregame was awesome being out there for it all. But then what the Stars did, Mavs tonight, it's really a sports paradise.
Hey, and before we get to all that, Woolchuck, I just got to know, is it true that Krusty made you leave before the Janko home run?
Yeah, it is. No. I knew I wasn't going to be able to stay for the whole game. I had to get to the NICU for the last feeding of the night for Eliza. So I left probably about the fourth inning, but that was a me thing.
Right on, man. Well, I'm glad everybody had a good time.
I ain't making anybody leave anything anymore.
No,
I'm going to Irish goodbye every one of you guys.
I will not.
You will not see me walking. If I'm there, I'm there. If I'm not, I'm not. I'm not doing that anymore.
No, I won't be listening to Brian again in a moment like that. There will not be a World Series game I ever leave early.
Ever.
So you'll resume with the Cubs tomorrow, but just the feeling of greatness that continues to surround this baseball team. Obviously, it won't continue forever, and yet you hate to put any more meaning into one game. But what I said during crosstalk is my feeling right now, that there's just something magical still about this team. It didn't wear off in the offseason.
No.
Evidence last night.
Absolutely. It just felt like this was a continuation of the World Series run. This is the type of way that this team was able to go on that beautiful postseason run, winning every game on the road. It was somebody else stepping up. It's everybody after the game. What are they doing again? We talked about it all October. The team, the teammates. It's not one person. It's just and then Bruce Bochy. I was really stunned to see Janko get the opportunity there to come in and pinch hit for Durant. I expected it to be Jared Walsh.
That's why he's Boch.
And he just knows.
He knows.
Boch knows. He makes the call, and more likely than not, it is going to hit. And honestly, it was nice to see the bullpen as well. I thought the bullpen, for the most part, came in and did an excellent job.
No question. And they picked up where they left off, where they scare you a little bit. And then, okay, here's a couple of guys walked. Oh, my gosh, the Jose deal, even Sporzy. But they get out. Kirby Yates was pitching his rear end off.
Yeah.
Robertson felt like inches away from this not being the conversation that we're having right now. But ultimately, like you said, Chuck, they save it. For the most part, they all put up a bagel. And that's what you'll take, man. And that's an immediate upgrade from what you had during the regular season last year. That's for sure.
The formula is there. And the Astros formula of choking is there as well as the Yankees got.
Amazing.
469 Travis Jankowski got the G-Bag blessing last night with Eric's interview. Zach and Frisco. You're right about that.
Shout out to you, Zach.
That's right,
Great
dude.
name.
He just wanted the one. He just said, it's just one. That's all I'm going to have.
It's a selfless glue guy individual right there. But I envision more than one for you, El Blondie.
Well, once you knock the first one out,
all the pressure's off.
All the pressure
now
is
he's
off.
Swinging free.
Man's on fire. Okay. Rangers baseball resumes tomorrow. Cubbies. Okay, Stars had one to remember. Jamie Benn with the game winner on power play with like 3 minutes to go.
Yeah.
As you get that opportunity before you go to overtime, and you're thinking, "Wow, could this be it?" And bang, there it was with a beautiful play, and then another beautiful play to get the open netter there for Robertson, and they win at Vancouver, taking over first place in the West with a massive statement dub. Brian.
Yeah, really a well played game. To get the late call for the Stars and take advantage of it. When they go on the power play, they just seem to. And I know Majors was talking about putting the defense in the blender a little bit, and they do. They're so good at working in front of the net, trying to screen for each other, but they just have so much puck movement too that allows them to get the opportunities to get the goals. And we keep talking about with Otter, can he be? In the last 4 times out, I felt like though he's done a pretty damn good job for it, especially against a team that gets a lot of pucks to the net, and they were able to hold off the Canucks. I'll tell you what, I was disappointed last night. I hate that those uniforms the Canucks were wearing, by the way.
Yeah,
they're all black. I like when they go with the orca. I like the orca in the middle of their sweaters. But yeah, but great win for the Stars, and hopefully they can keep pushing on here.
I think the 2 for 5
clinched a playoff
on the
spot
power play,
last
they
night
did clinch
too.
Playoff spot, 2 for 5 on the power play, but also Canucks got shut out on the power play. So their defense was fantastic as well. Rope was great. It is pretty impressive watching what Jamie Benn's doing. Like, I thought, okay, eventually this is going to slow down. Looks like Jamie Benn's found the fountain of youth a little bit here. Your captain is balling out.
I think these young guys have really helped.
The line that he's on are helping.
Yeah, I think the energy that those guys have and the way that they
setting him up for good looks.
Yeah, they're just very skilled players that he's working with,
and fast.
Very fast.
He's got some speed around him.
That area of the country or the continent, great whale watching country, by the way.
Yes.
Vancouver. Had a buddy that grew up on a place called Orcas Island, and you take the ferry out there, and in whale watching season, the whales would be like breaching the surface, having a party. It was actually pretty easy to see them. Yeah.
One of the coolest videos I saw, I think it was last week on Twitter, it's like Arctic whales. And the way I didn't realize how they hunted like the seals. Seals would just be floating on ice.
How they make the wave to get them off the ice.
It's like 3 of them.
Yes,
and they're timing it perfectly.
They band together and they just create a huge storm and wake basically for this one seal or 2 seals on the slippery ice. And they slip right into the water, right into their mouths.
My favorite one is when they get them on a big ice sheet. And then they start chipping away at the ice.
Oh, that's
like they bang into the ice to like break it, and then they put the seal's like on a raft. And then when they get the seal on a raft,
it's lonely.
But it goes from being like a front yard to a raft.
Now you're on like a little ice cube.
Now they circle back, they team up, they huddle, and then they go. And they I'll tell you, I did see a seal the other day. I get caught up in this.
You got a little seal algorithm going on in your TikTok?
Yeah, a seal jumped on the back of a boat. Like there was a fishing vessel, and like you can literally see like the guys are in the back, like, oh my gosh, open the gate, and they open the gate on the back of the boat, and the seal jumped through, and he was like sitting there like breathing heavily, and you just see the orca just go right by the back of the boat. And I'm thinking awesome. Like, okay, that orca knows that seal's on that boat. Should we take a chance? He might ram the boat and knock us into the water. Kind of.
Oh my gosh. Chances like that. No. Yeah. I've seen some of those videos where like a shark jumps onto the back of a boat. Yeah. You're fishing or just random.
But
crazy
they open the
stuff
gate.
happens.
The guy's like, open the gate. And he opened it, and that seal went whoop right in the back of the boat.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
There's nothing more awe-inspiring than being on a boat and seeing like massive creatures just underneath the surface.
Yeah.
It's like, wow. Because you can get so much closer than like a giant land animal who would potentially destroy you, like an elephant. You couldn't just walk up on.
So you're saying my days at Bass Pro of like seeing the big aquarium with the fish? That's better,
pretty much.
There's better than that.
I think so. Yeah. I've been in a cage next to sharks, like 13-foot tiger sharks. That was a lot of fun.
Crazy son of a gun.
Down in the water?
Yes. On our way home from that adventure, there were some whales sleeping, and they like pulled up the boat really slowly, and we just kind of cruised by them. They're like, "Do not touch. It's hella illegal to touch these whales." But they were just like knocked out on the top of the water sleeping, and they were massive. They were like 30 feet long. It was badass. You can do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That would be epic, dude.
Alaska, I got to do one of those. We saw the humpback whales breaching. We did like a glacier tour where you see the glaciers carved, but the humpbacks are all out there. And those, I mean, it's amazing how big they are.
Yeah.
Like you can see pictures, but when they're right there, it's like, damn, these are giant creatures.
Does every whale shoot out of the top with the water, or is that just a couple of them?
They all do breathe like that. I don't know if all of them create the necessary.
The geyser.
Yeah,
It is cool looking,
type deal.
It's awesome.
It is awesome.
Okay, so speaking of awesome, Mavs Kings tonight. Could they do it again? I am expecting a loss. I'm sorry. Okay, Sacramento is favored by 1.5, so I'm just siding with Vegas. You know how Vegas does. They don't make mistakes like this, but. There is a narrative, there is a scenario where the Mavs dominate and blow them out again, and they say, look out. Currently 6th, Phoenix a half game back, Kings 1 game back, and I want to talk about this throughout the show tonight, because I think going in it's a chance right now for the Mavs to make an impression on everybody. So maybe the consensus could be what Tim Legler's saying right now. Mavs are the biggest threat to Denver. Well, if you go beat Sacramento in their house again tonight, after you've humiliated them and they've had a chance to make adjustments, you do this again, and I think the majority of people are going to be seeing it that way. Truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053 if you want to talk about any of these local sports stories with us.
This is going to have some playoff vibes for sure.
Yeah.
It was fun because last night, the Rangers game, you had that.
Yeah, you sure did.
But this tonight, the Kings are going to come out there really trying to make a statement. You just dominated them. You embarrassed them. They've been sitting on that for a few days now. So I would expect the intensity, the physicality to be playoff-like, and hopefully they'll rise to the occasion once again.
Maybe a Mavs trip to Tahoe on the couple of days off. You got to worry about that a little bit.
Oh, you think?
You never know. Tahoe and Sacramento are not that far away.
Yeah, because I was thinking like Sacramento, it's not like you have the 3-day layover in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
But Sacramento, I guess you can go bounce around, do a little something if you got time.
You can maybe make it over to Tahoe.
I want to believe that's old Luka. I want to believe Luka has evolved beyond that as a professional. And, won't jump at every opportunity to try to crush 20 beers and party.
Well, he's probably crushing beers, but hopefully he was just doing it back at the hotel.
No, he's just ripping heaters, playing video games with his boys.
Hey, Sweet 16 matchups tonight. You have the 1 seed Houston hosting Duke at 8:40. That'll be fun, or taking on Duke. The Rockets have won 10 in a row. So down there in H-Town, they're hooping. And they're having an amazing time, even though they don't have a hockey team, and the Astros lost to the Yankees yesterday, but things are going pretty well for them. And things going well for Wrexham. 6 seconds on soccer. They defeated Mansfield Town 2-0. Hard-fought win in a battle of the top 2 teams in the table. So their chances of promotion to the next level up are increasing very significantly.
Yeah.
Okay, so congrats to Wrexham. I know a lot of people are interested in that because that show on Netflix or whatever, Hulu. Yeah, we're watching Notre Dame, Oregon
Our little
State.
freshman guard is still, she's just driving to the hoop every opportunity that she gets.
Abby's a little shorter, and she's like, Dad, I'm short. I don't know what to do in basketball. All the big girls are doing this, that. I'm like, turn on the TV right now because she's off for Easter. Watch number 3 point guard freshman for Notre Dame. She's putting on a clinic of how you just dominate with the not ideal size.
Look at her. She just picks them up at like half court. I mean, she's an
Energizer bunny.
She makes a 3, and then she'll pick up defense at half court. I think the Mavs need this gal for the playoff run.
The other team's point guard is just like, okay, somebody else is going to have to do it, guys.
So she's got offensive prowess, but she's also the agitator.
Yeah, she's a slap the floor, pick you up at half court gal.
It's like if you literally put Patrick Beverly in women's college basketball right now.
You see that big girl right there with the mask on, one of the
that's
Beavers?
Beers. Yeah.
That's Beers.
Yeah, that's massive Beers.
Nice. There's an entire Beer family right now taking over college athletics. She's the female playing some basketball. I forget her name, Raquel Beers or something like that.
She
Rachel
looks like
Beers.
She can crush him too.
She absolutely can. She looks like when she's done crushing, she smashes the can onto her dome.
She looks like a 1973 player.
Her brother is Rowdy Beers, and the other one is like Randall, Dirty Randall Beers or something like that. But they got there's a bunch of beers in college athletics right now.
Yeah, shout out
Watch
to
this,
Carter.
Dawson.
He told us about that on QL.
Drew a foul.
Yeah. The women's game is fun, and it's awesome. They're running these games during the day, so you don't have to choose. Okay, what to watch for as the Mavs try to make a loud statement in Sacramento. Then the G bag of the day is coming up next right here on DFW Sports Station 105 through the Fan.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience everywhere you go with our Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 7 minutes. The Franklin Frankel Injury Attorneys text line is open for you. What do you think we're getting from the Mavs tonight? Now, you just heard us talking about it. We want to talk about what to watch for here in this evening's contest. And, you know, one of those is that the Kings are embarrassed. But I do think it's possible the Mavs are so much better that the Kings can get as mad and embarrassed as they want to. And you might say, well, Dawson, they're basically tied in the standings. How could you say that? Sacramento has been playing their best ball of the season. They came in with basically the same team. They had a great regular season last year. This year has been a continuation of it. And they play passionate. They play hard. Well coached.
Mike Brown's a good coach, yeah.
Yeah, and so they have spent 72 games in that mode. The Mavs have spent about a dozen games like this. So if you restarted the regular season now, I'd pick the Mavs to win at least 50 games. You know, maybe 53, 54, something like that, depending on how froggy I was feeling. So that's my question for you. The frankelfirm.com text line is open. Leave your name and city you're texting from. Are the Mavs going to make it abundantly clear tonight they are the best challenger to the Nuggets and clearly better than the Kings? Or do the Kings bounce back, play an emotional game, and ultimately win the season series 3-1 and secure a tiebreaker in potential postseason scenarios?
That's huge.
Yeah.
That is huge right there, what you just mentioned. Like, if you lose tonight, now you are tied with the Kings, and they've got the tiebreaker on you. Now you've got that over the Suns, but that makes this game even more important, I think, from the Mavs. To me, the way they were able to handle Sabonis in the previous game was really the difference maker. He was having a strong first half, and they really shut him down in the second. How does he respond? Does he bounce back? I think De'Aaron Fox proved he's going to get his. But the way they were able to defend the points in the paint, the way Gafford and Lively were able to rotate, if they can continue that, I do think they can find a way to win. And maybe it's not like a 20 to 30 point blowout and they pull away in the third like they did. But I expect Kyrie and Luka to be able to handle this one and get a Maverick dub.
Yeah, they felt like that the other night that they were able to take away Sabonis' strength. You know, they played a very physical game with him, and they were physical with the other players and talking to some guys after the game about it. And that's something that they have to do. They want to crowd the Kings. They want to make the Kings. They don't want the Kings to be able to have those open shots and stuff like that. So it's important for them to be able to crowd them, make those shots contested as much as they can.
Well, if you want to crowd them, then crowd their ass.
They're crowded, but
Denny Green said.
They said they also
don't let them off the hook.
Offensively, though, they were taking the ball to the rim, and that was something that were really they punished, to their word, they punished the Kings when they trapped. So if the Kings, I don't know if the Kings are going to come out and trap in this game, but they were the staff was really, really happy with the way that they were able to handle that pressure.
Well, they played to win the game, Chief.
For sure. They absolutely did. And Luka, like you haven't seen the teams have shied away from just sending the double team at Luka.
Blitzing,
as of late, but the Kings busted that out the other night, and Luka, he knows exactly how to handle it in those situations. Then the spacing's there, and everybody was knocking down shots the other night, so it was beautiful. I don't know if the Kings will go back to that or not, but it was nice to see the Mavs have an answer for that immediately, and then that got the 3-ball going. And if the 3-ball is going to be going anywhere close to what it was the other night, then you have an unbelievable chance to win the game. But if they come out and they're playing the effort defense like they've been playing as of late, then this is going to come down to the wire, and the Mavs have been great winning games in the clutch this year.
One of the best teams in the NBA, no doubt. Yeah, if THJ goes 4 for 6 again or whatever it was from behind the arc, it's game over.
Is he back? Is he officially out of his slump? Has
he busted the slump?
Has the slump
Is
been
he on the
busted?
gold thong, you think?
Two games in a row over doubles. I think the first game was kind of a volume shooting night, but that was an eruption, and I would not be surprised at all if this leads him on a run.
Knowing who his dad is, Wolchuk, I don't imagine there was a golden thong involved.
Damn it, wishful thinking on my fault.
Well said, Chief. Okay, so that is one of the angles for this game. The other one, like who gets credit for this turnaround, is fun, and there's a story in the morning news looking at Markieff Morris. He addressed the team after they lost to the Pacers a month ago. Horrible loss. It was their 5th and 6th game. Afterwards, Jason Kidd said all scenarios are in play. We don't know who's going to be starting, who's going to finish. Well, Kidd and Irving spoke in the locker room. Mavs players and coaches say it was Morris' forceful message that carried the most weight. 3 weeks later, Morris deflected credit from teammates, laughing and saying, "I don't know about that narrative. I'm not a great teammate." But he says, "I know how we went last year. One loss turned into two to three. Every team, even if you are a good team, you don't always make the playoffs. It doesn't always work out the way you think it's going to work out." Says, "That's mostly what I talked about. I really think this team enjoys each other, but that doesn't mean the season can't end abruptly, not making the playoffs. I said, we've got to compete every game. They're coming to beat us. We've got a target on our back now because we are real contenders." And hey, if the players on the team feel like that was the message they needed to hear and they all responded to it, then absolutely that's the situation. And I think it goes to this team is finally constructed like an actual playoff team, not a collection of like Mark Cuban's favorite people, you know?
For sure, yeah. They have all the ingredients for, hey, and the expectation and the chemistry, and they're playing for something much bigger than what it was last year. That is for sure. And they sometimes, teams need a kick in the rear end, and that's why you have veterans who aren't playing on the court at all to sometimes be that for you.
Sounds like Morris is this year's Brian Cardinal.
That's right.
We've got a new custodian.
Oh, move over, Brian.
And he's got some game left in him. If you need a big man to knock somebody on their keister or hit a three, he's your guy.
Yeah. If you need an enforcer dirty play, go eat a couple of fouls. He's
just
the
go
man.
elbow Draymond, really tick him off right now.
Well, okay, so Cardinal is the custodian. We have Markieff Morris.
Yeah.
He's known as, okay, here we go. Keefe. Makes sense. Smooth.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
He's like the Sam Perkins.
Or Snoop Dogg.
All right.
This according to Basketball Reference.
Those are some good names.
All right.
Time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into that pimp cup we go. Chris Strong in for Lucius with the audio.
Let's go, guys.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Last night was electric, and it's a happy Friday.
Right. Good Friday to you, sir.
Yeah, good Friday, great Friday, whatever you like out there. The winner, I think the Rangers won last night because of Peyton Russell's song.
I'd like to think so.
Yeah, I'd like to think so, too.
He was the G-Bag of the day winner yesterday. Let's go ahead and hear his song one more time. Back to Back by Drake.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Rangers back in action, not again. Yeah, I learned the game from Bruce Bochy. You can never check me. Back to back for the Astros, I didn't get the message.
Whoa.
Back to back like I'm on the cover with a different weapon. Back to back like I'm making 93 and 94. I mean, whoa. We got Seager if I forgot to mention. When I look back, I might get mad that I gave the bullpen this much attention. Yeah, but the injuries are weighing on my conscience. Yeah, you left the pitching staff with no options. I want to see the Rangers go insane. You gonna make Evaldi throw outside the frame. Wyatt Langford definitely brings the fame. You gonna make Chris Young go out of his way. I waited all season for the chance. I drove here listening to Creed on the ramps. I'm not sure what it was that made Astros fans mad, but I guess this is what I gotta do to make y'all stop. I mean, whoa. Yeah, Jonah's fingers turn to dinger fingers. Yeah, Henderson got thrown out by Hines' fingers. I'm not the type of dude to believe in witches. Shout out to all the Astros fans, you stupid bitches. Make sure you hit him with the trash cans. Tell someone to get their mans. Man, Rangers gonna get another one. Yes, another one. You gotta back it up with another one. Got the ring on me going back to back. Yeah, we going back to back.
Yeah, dude.
Gosh, it's brilliant.
Salute.
He might be the least rhythmic person in the history of human beings.
It's really.
I think he could go toe to toe with anyone.
Dude, what did Tolo say yesterday?
Out of rhythm dance contest.
They called him offbeat. Offbeat instead of offset.
Yeah.
I freaking love that.
It's great. It's offbeat Russell.
Well, shout out to Tolo Phillip for shooting Lucius this on Twitter. I caught it in time. This is a lady in an Uber car, and I want you guys to tell me when you would kick this lady out of her Uber.
Are you Ben? Yes, I am. You in a rush? Because if you're in a rush, I'm gonna panic. It's too hot in here. Can I lower this window or something? Yeah, go ahead. So your seatbelt is really tight around my neck. Has anybody else complained about this? No, ma'am. No, they haven't. Well, then take it off. And I don't appreciate your smart remark about me having a meeting at 7 o'clock, which I'm gonna be late because of you. You showed up late. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm sorry. Are you giving me an attitude, sir? No, ma'am, I'm not. All I have to do is report you to Uber, and so be it. You will be kicked off of this app, okay? Let me tell you, I've gotten other people kicked off. That this freaking seat is leaning on my knee. You have to have consideration for passengers when they get in your car, and you don't question them where they're going. I want another Uber driver.
Bro,
I'm quitting like halfway through that drive. I'm like, wow, I can't do this again. It's like it might be time to be homeless, boys.
Oh my god! She's like, "Are you in a rush? If you are, that's
Flipping
gonna be
those
a problem."
burgers,
She's
huh?
gonna
Something
freak
else.
out, and then she's mad that she's late. I mean, she just didn't know. She was just looking for anything to complain about. That is a Karen. The definition of a Karen.
Mm-hmm.
Let's flip it over to Bill Burr. I know Lucius loves Bill Burr. You guys love Bill Burr.
Billy B.
I found this one on Twitter. He's talking about Elon Musk at Tesla while at the Troubadour.
Steve Jobs, everybody. Steve Jobs. You know who the new Steve Jobs is? Is that laminated-faced, hair-plugged Twitter. What do you mean, which one? The guy who bought it.
Which one?
The Tesla guy. My wife has a Tesla. Every time she's in the driveway and she's backing up, and I just hear... It sounds like there's a Great Dane outside that needs to get fed. Then I hear her pulling forward, and I'm like, okay, good, she got it in the spot. It's like, Jesus Christ, just take out the shrub already. Those skin cancer mobiles, like, why does the windshield like go past your goddamn head? Like, another buddy of mine has one. The whole top of the car is just opened up. I think it's for population control. They're gonna try to take us out with melatonin.
Melatonin.
The way he described Elon Musk there at the top was pretty impressive, though.
That was impressive.
Laminated faced hair plug bleep. Is that what he called him?
That's what he called him.
No, the laminated one's pretty great.
Well, let's go to a highlight from last night. If anyone was watching the ESPN broadcast, you should have been listening on the Fan or watching on Bally. But if you're watching the ESPN broadcast, Josh Young was mic'd up, and they asked some pretty interesting questions to Young.
Josh, here's a question from a fan question. In 5 years, the better ball player, you or your little brother?
Oh, I'm going to have to go me, but he's a stud, man. The only thing I'll say is I'm a better Fortnite player, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day.
He makes a play immediately.
Oh, love those. All right, guys, I appreciate it.
Very impressive. That's a new record for us. 2 out of the 3 outs by the guy wearing the microphone. Thanks, Josh.
Yep, thank you, guys.
Hell yeah, man.
That's
I love
awesome.
That. They need to do that every game.
Yeah,
Josh,
they
Josh
every
didn't miss a
game?
beat, man. He
A
was just boom, 2 outs, no big deal, on his game.
providing a good interview as well, like kind of talking about Fortnite, ha ha ha, dig at the brother.
He's literally making a play, throwing it out, and still talking the whole entire time.
I want that Josh Young on our show, man. We have like nervous, I don't want to say anything fun Josh Young. That was like, I'm a badass in my natural environment.
Yeah.
Maybe you just need to get in between the lines. The personality shows up, you know? Or
maybe we just request
maybe
you
he had a
to interview
breakthrough.
on the field.
Yeah, I think so.
Honestly, we need to try and pull that off. If ESPN can do it, so can we.
Get to third, Josh, and now we'll go ahead and do this interview.
I got one more nominee for you guys today. This was on Wednesday. I want to fit it in here. Rui Hachimura for the Lakers. They beat up the Grizzlies in Memphis, and Rui had a funny response of why he did that.
Rui, I don't know what it is about you in this building, but you remember game 1 last year. You scored 28 points, hit 5 threes. Game 2, you have 20. Tonight, you hit 7 threes. So you're pretty comfortable in Tennessee, huh?
Yeah, I guess. I'm not going to lie. I'm not a very big fan of the city, but, it's just, I always had a great memory here. I think.
Well, thank you, Rui.
Thanks, Rui.
Yeah, appreciate the honesty.
We just traded you to Memphis.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. That'd be his worst nightmare.
Man, Memphis seems like a great place to go hang out. Okay, we got to go, though. Is it Peyton Russell's song? Is it the Uber rider? Is it Bill Burr? ESPN broadcast with Josh Young mic'd
That was
up.
a good one, man.
Or Rui Hachimura. Yeah, I'm voting Josh Young, Chief. How about you?
Give me the champ, Peyton Russell.
I'm going Young today.
Bully?
I got to keep the Peyton going.
Brian?
Peyton, please.
By a score of 3-2, still your G-Bag of the Day champion, producer of Sean and RJ. It's Peyton Russell. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, Brian. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, it's Friday, and I've got a game for my guys. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Welcome back, nation. Oregon State goes up 39-31 on Notre Dame in the NCAA Sweet 16 women's side of the bracket. Time now for Krusty's Corner. NFL News of the Day is coming up at 3. The Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Broadus.
Thank you, folks. Appreciate that. Thank you, General, for doing that as well. Got it. Always such a pro with that. All right. Hey, real quick before I get going, lost art, bunting or shooting free throws?
Bunting.
Bunting for sure. It's done far less.
Man, did that just drive you nuts last night?
It did. It was upsetting.
I was like, please don't let this in because you can't get a sacrifice bunt down.
Yeah. And I've seen Leote specifically do a better job of that.
Yeah, it's tough because it's so unemphasized, and for about a 10-year period, it was treated like it was a stupid idea that nobody should ever do. So I think developmentally there was a big gap of players that were taught to do it from a young age. We're catching up now.
Man, that was just kind of hard to watch. Eduardo Perez. Yeah,
on ESPN,
he was
give it
trying.
another shot there, Broadus.
I was trying.
Right there.
I was trying, but he was trying to explain about having to move up in the box, and to kind of to be able to to open up the field more for you to do that. I'm like, that makes sense to me.
I think like crowding the plate situation.
No, move up in the box, like
Towards
go
the pitcher.
go further up because it opens the field up for you. But I can't tell you how many times we've been out there and I've watched these guys take batting practice and they practice bunting.
They do.
And
do
you're
every
like
day.
going,
well, they clearly don't emphasize it.
No, it's a small. That small ball aspect's kind of gone away from the sport a little bit. It's only in certain situations they're not calling on it, but it's effective. And sometimes I do wish it was more part of a game. The game, it's fun.
I think I could get down a bunt easier than make a free throw. There was some clutch free throw shooting last night in that Alabama game.
You think you could get down a
bunt?
I
think I could get down a bunt
versus a youth league child pitcher.
No, I think I could actually. If Bassick threw me a ball, I think I could bunt it. I couldn't swing at it. I think I have the good enough bat control to kind of I'd move up.
No, your bat control is unprecedented. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
But a free throw, you're more.
I can't make a free throw.
It's the shoulder.
No, it's just skill,
dude. Anyone.
But it's
can
just
hit
you.
a free
It's
throw.
you versus the rim,
You can
bro.
hit a free throw.
One pull-up guy over there. I can't do any pull-ups.
No, I don't think any of us. Well, Gavin does have some solid hooping ability.
But Dawson's just really, bro.
We're still trying to get a second source on this one pull-up thing.
We can all hit a free
so
throw.
just settle down.
I don't honestly. I don't.
I think you're selling yourself short.
I don't.
You can make a.
Did you not hoop at all growing up?
Not at all.
Oh, you wouldn't. Even want to try
I was.
that.
I was.
It would look
I played on a team in YMCA. How about this? Where the coach said, "You guys," there were four of us. Say, "Don't show up." Because you had to play everybody in the rotation.
Yeah.
And the coach said, hey, you guys act
Don't
like.
come to the game.
Don't come to the game.
Yeah,
and
we
that
gotta
gave
win
us
the
the best chance to win.
To every game?
And you know what? No.
We'd rather just run with
this
five.
is one
Title.
team. Just
Yeah.
this one team.
You're not supposed to say that out loud.
No, honestly.
I appreciate the honesty.
No,
Me too,
honestly, I agreed with him.
Heck yeah, you did.
I did. I'm like, what if our
That's a
best
great
chance
idea.
for us to win is me not play? I'm all
Hey.
I'm all about that.
Glue guy.
What grade was that?
Oh God, I was probably 8th grade.
Okay, 8th grade. Yeah.
I was like,
Were you
big.
guys wearing the tiny basketball shorts thing?
Yeah,
you showing a lot of thigh?
No, it was embarrassing. Yeah, it was
Almost as embarrassing as your actual play itself.
and the sleeveless, the basketball tops and stuff with the big flower dough arms that
dribble. Is this broadest
You put on a T-shirt under that.
No, I didn't.
Wow.
And
you were showing upper arm?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's what traumatized you into going.
I'll tell you
T-shirt
what's traumatizing. We played against the team, and they had they had large dudes. Most of them had hair under their arm, and you go up for a rebound, and you catch them short, and then your arm would get caught underneath their underarm.
Yeah, now you got hair and sweat.
Yeah, in that 8th grade, that was kind of.
You got to go to the bench and Get the deodorant for your wrist.
God forbid.
It was not good.
We gotta get payoff. Bet payoff Broadus. He has to make like 5 free throws, and he can't leave the gym until the 5 free throws are
on
made.
I'll
shoot
on a live stream.
I will shoot like Rick Barry, like the old Gold
However
State
you need to do it.
That's less embarrassing than I think you trying a normal shot probably would look.
You have to shoot him normal.
I'd put money. You can hit a free throw before you can lay down a bunt.
I can lay down a bunt.
You'll be in that box for the rest of time.
No, I can lay
before
down
you
a
make
bunt.
contact, bat to ball.
I am a skilled guy.
This is like you thinking you can get a hit off Frankie Montas last year at spring training.
I actually think he could.
I think I could.
It's Frankie.
Yeah. No, he couldn't.
Honestly, if Frankie's the pitcher, I'll give it to you. You'll get that bunt down.
All right, guys, going to play a game with you here today.
I'm serious about that payoff, though. Free throw bet payoff for Broadus.
I would rather drink a bottle of vodka than shoot free throws.
That's not a bet payoff.
I
That's
know.
fun.
We got to start
we got to
getting
stop
past
with like
drinking with your friends.
By the way, thanks to everybody, all the Tolos that were nice enough to buy us beers.
That was awesome.
You guys are awesome.
The
folks.
Tolo support at the ballpark yesterday.
The Tolos
awesome.
were awesome. And every one of you guys and gals, thank you so much for saying hello to.
Go beer.
All right, Dawson.
Yeah.
Is this guy a baseball player or not? I'm going to give you a name.
Wow.
And you're going to have to tell me, is this guy a baseball player or not?
MLB throughout the history of time?
Through the history of time.
Okay.
Stubby Clapp. Stubby Clapp. Was Stubby Clapp a baseball player or not?
Baseball or butt crack?
No, more likely a NASCAR pit crew member, Brian. Miss me with that stuff. That would be from a bygone era, which I'm an absolute baseball historian. Now, if you give me anything post 2005, I might not be as sharp as I am. But you go back in the day, I'm not missing any of those.
You said Stubby Clapp was a baseball player. Not a baseball player?
I started.
How about you, Chieftain?
Is this 1 or 2 P's on Clapp?
2.
Yeah, that's baseball.
How about you, my man?
I think he's a baseball player for sure. I mean, it's like prototypical baseball name.
Old school.
I know for a fact Stubby Clapp, because I have done this on a topic before. Greatest names in baseball is a baseball player, and I believe he's actually a manager in Canada.
Stubby Clapp was a baseball player for the St. Louis Cardinals 2001.
Oh, yeah, that's in my blind spot.
Okay, now that is surprising. The year right there surprises me.
2001?
Yeah.
19. I was thinking more 1901,
yes.
not 2001.
And that's crazy because that's actually not my blind spot. I was a Mariners board op that year.
Yeah, but you were getting hammered.
K-Band 1550
at the board.
Maybe they didn't have an interleague series against St. Louis that year.
St. Louis. Yeah, that's probably what it is.
I was hammered.
They
most
made
of the time.
Stubby in the 70s?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's a yeah.
Was that a popular name then?
In 2000, it was.
Damn.
Stubby Clapp.
And the Clapp was popular in the 80s.
St. Louis Cardinals.
I mean, the last time we had a throwback name like that in the bigs, to my memory, would be Oil Can Boyd in the 80s.
All right. Well, now I have to mark Oil Can Boyd off my list.
Is that first name Oil, middle name Can?
It's what was his name? Was it Dennis Oil Can Boyd?
Yeah.
Yeah. I had to mark it. I had him on my list.
The nickname came from back in the day, like they'd call a beer can an oil can.
Yeah.
This is my oil can.
Oh,
So
okay.
he was always cracking them.
Okay. Chieftain.
Yes, sir.
Dick Pole. Dick Pole, baseball player or?
I believe this is not baseball. I know there is a Dick Pole somewhere. There is a prominent Dick Pole somewhere.
Dick Pole is the Olympic committee
I'm going to
guy.
go not baseball. I'm going to say not baseball, Broadus.
Yeah, I'm going not baseball. I do think he might be the Olympic dude. He's with another sport.
I'm agreeing with the boys here. That can't be a real name.
It's baseball, Brian.
Baseball, 1978.
What? There's another Dick somewhere.
Dick Trickle. In auto racing.
What do we have a weird?
No, there's
name
another.
in
There
the Olympic,
is another.
like the Olympic president.
Okay, I'm about to go down the Dick Pole rabbit hole. I'll
Please.
see you guys in a minute.
Oh, you said there's an Olympic committee member.
Right, there
named
is,
that.
with a weird name.
Yeah, with like that.
Dick Clark is out there. Dick Clark.
Yeah, shout out to Dick Clark's
Shout
Rockin'
out.
Eve.
How's that rabbit hole treating you, Chief?
Well, the first one that pops up is Richard Henry Pole, which is the American professional baseball player. Dick stood 6'3", 210 pounds.
That's a big man.
He's Dick is 73 years old and still spry as ever. Dang good mustache in his playing days. I thought there was an Olympic Dick Pole. Who's the Olympics guy?
He's on a committee. He's one of the committee members.
All right.
Is it the same guy?
I think it's a different guy.
God, there's two
Wooly.
Nicoles?
Wooly.
Yeah,
Let me
yeah.
get through my list.
I'm
here.
sorry.
I'm gonna do my best here.
I got
Seriously, dude, quit hijacking his segment.
Yeah, please stop.
I need to do better.
Wait for your time at 4:20 when I can hijack. Is there a man, pitcher, or not?
Okay.
Or person named Budweiser?
Well, that's a beer. So I'm going to say definitely a baseball player.
Yeah, baseball and beer go together, dude. That's baseball all the way.
It's a butt crack, Brian.
Yeah, we're getting butt cracked here for sure.
Budweiser, that's a baseball player.
Thank you. Baseball guy alert.
Woo!
When?
Dick Pound. That's who it is from 214.
In your
Thank
wheelhouse.
That's who it is.
1916.
1916.
Well done, Brian.
All right,
I got my pounds of
all right,
bowls.
one final guy. One final guy.
Hey, by the way, just for the record, for those playing at home, it's Dick Pound who is the Olympics guy.
Dick Pound. Dick Pound.
Not
Pounds
Dick
and
Poles.
poles.
Nah,
You know,
yeah,
that's
okay.
easy confused.
Tomato, tomato.
First 6 letters the same.
That's right.
My final guy here, guys. Here we go. Homer Thomas. Homer Thomas.
Baseball.
I think you're trying to play gotcha with us here. It's perfect for baseball, but it's not. I think you're pulling a fast one on us here, Broadus.
I agree. I feel like we're due for a non-baseball, so I'm just going to say Homer is not a baseball player. It's a character on The Simpsons.
Full agree with the nosebleed boys.
Not a baseball player.
Yes.
Nice job, guys.
Now, did you just make
Good
that
stuff,
one up?
Chris. Good
I
stuff.
did. Okay. I
Well
like
done,
that.
Brian.
Appreciate you.
It's a good
There it
job.
is.
I gotta go work on free throws right now.
All right, perfect. We'll see you in the gym.
Dude, seriously, that's payoff. That's going to be a great payoff. Watching you do a legit basketball shot.
In your 1970s shorts with a headband.
Goes to get his own rebound, jams
thank
his
you.
finger.
Now the payoff is full.
Maybe one sweatband as well on the wrist.
Red, white, and blue sweatband.
I like
That's why I
it.
always wore the red, white, and blue ones.
America.
True patriot.
America. I'm a patriot.
You are.
NFL news of the day coming up next. Woolchuck, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we got Brian Kelly
What?
spilling the beans. Not you, bro.
No, we can't do this story.
Owners react to the NFLPA report card and a fun story from this Eagle. That's next.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from 2-time Stanley Cup champion Craig Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds, 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Wole Bole back with you to tell you about my friends at the Operators Club. I've had a lot of Tolos that have already gone to check out the Operators Club, which of course is located in Dallas right off Lamar Street. Perfect place to go over the weekend if you're going to check out college basketball there at the American Airlines Center anytime before a Stars Mavs game. You can go out there afterwards as well. Check out all the deliciousness that they have to offer. And on tomorrow and Sunday, they got that new brunch menu, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. They got a Cowboys chicken fried steak, jalapeno cheddar biscuits and gravy, the What the Flock, which I've been telling you about, the 2 pepper jack buttermilk waffles sandwiched with chicken fried chicken, Havarti cheese, 7 thick cut maple bacon strips and Cholula aioli. What the bleep. They've also got a donut tower, Texas French toast, a hangover burger. smokescreen season. Who knows what is actually true out there? But a good day we heard from Michael Penix. We, of course, still have the Big 12 Pro Days that are going on at the Star in Frisco. We've heard some good things out of there. I think Jared Wiley from TCU has been impressing some people, which is great. I also did see this. This was from Matt Miller of ESPN. And we've talked about Jackson Powers Johnson quite a bit, the center from Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
But he said in talking to scouts over the past couple of weeks, it sounds like teams are not as high on Oregon center Jackson Powers Johnson as the media consensus.
Yeah.
JPJ had a strong early performance at the Senior Bowl before leaving the second practice with a hamstring injury. It was that early impression that saw him rise up the boards. He followed that up with a good showing in position drills at the Combine, but he didn't participate in most of the other drills. The feedback that he's received from teams is that while he might go in round one, it's unlikely that he would be selected in the top 25 picks based on where teams are ranking him.
Yeah, this is turning into now Graham Barton from Duke. And the word is starting to filter out about the health concerns for Jackson Powers Johnson. And
which kind of stinks because I've always wanted me some Graham Barton, but now maybe he doesn't make it to you.
Well, I talked to a scout who was at the Graham Barton workout yesterday, and he was super impressive. He goes, he's really athletic. He moves so easy. It's moving easy for him. It's just no problem at all. He's recovering from a shoulder surgery, so he didn't do any bench or the vertical, but he did the drills.
The Cowboys are going to love that.
Yeah, he didn't punch because of the shoulder on the drills, but he did. This is interesting. He goes, this guy did shotgun snaps and center exchanges, and he goes, I think there needs to be some work there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he hasn't done it for a couple of years.
So that's just, I mean, that if everybody's projecting this guy as maybe center one,
right?
Now that Powers Johnson is kind of, the medical information's getting out about him. But I thought that was pretty interesting. That they were comparing him, Peter Skoronski, there was some comparing
from Northwestern
from Northwestern last year. That there was some
Who
comparison.
drafted Skoronski last year? Titans?
Yeah, the Titans did.
Yeah.
We thought maybe the Bears would. They went with Darnell Wright.
Yeah.
So the Titans ended up snagging him. Yeah. So, and I didn't really follow up on how well he did as a rookie.
I was trying to I was going to go back and look at that. Once this guy told me, he goes, there's people talking about him kind of like, and I kind of liked Peter Skoronski.
I loved him.
Yeah.
Especially, and he was another guy I thought like you kick him inside to guard, he might be a little bit better.
Sure.
But, I mean, I love Graham Barton. You guys know that. I've spoken
Duke, by the
very
way.
highly of him. But he might not end up making it to 24, which is kind of a bummer for me. Now we just got a trade. Hassan Reddick. It's done. Eagles sending edge rusher Hassan Reddick to
Cardinals?
The New York Jets.
Ooh.
Get him the hell out of the conference. How about this? They basically swap edges, right?
Little edge swap.
So it's a conditional 2026 third-round pick that could be a second, sources tell ESPN. So 2026.
Yeah, there you
This
go.
isn't even for next year. This is for the year after. The 2026 becomes a 2 if Reddick has a 67.5% play time this season and has 10 or more sacks. If not, it's a 2023 third-round pick. And I think they probably meant 2026 third-round pick because there's no way it's a 2023 pick.
I'm cool with that, though. If you put that in the papers and you print it and you sign it, that's just what it is, bro.
We already sent you the pick.
You had it. You had it in 23.
You wasted
That's
the
your
draft.
fault if you just didn't draft anybody there.
That's pretty incredible, though. So Hassan Reddick going to the Jets. I'm sure Aaron Rodgers approved of this, but the Eagles losing. And that's a team that I think needed to add pass rushers. I don't think they needed to get rid of them. But again, maybe that's a cap-saving move.
For sure, yeah, they've been headed here for a while now. That's probably a huge reason why they went and got Bryce Huff from the Jets in free agency because they knew Reddick was probably on borrowed time at that point. But yeah, I'm trying to think. You have Sweat still if you're the Eagles getting after people on the edge.
Yeah.
You'll see if Nolan Smith, their first round pick from Georgia, ends up doing anything. And then you still have Brandon Graham, I guess. At 50 years old.
Yeah, who wants to try and come back and run it back again. So they maybe they had some more help in the draft. That's possible. Lane Johnson, though, who is their offensive tackle, last week was on the New Heights podcast, tells a story that I think all of us can relate to. And maybe, Brian, you've got a good story about this. Lane, take it away.
You guys have any great stories?
I got one.
So I didn't date anybody in high school.
Late bloomer.
Late bloomer. 8th grade birthday party. 75 people from the school show up.
75 people from your school showed up?
Yeah, this is before I moved
You're
to my
popular.
high school.
That's like the whole school.
So we had jet skis, we had boats, we had a double-decker boathouse.
I thought you grew up in a trailer. There were jet skis? What the f*** is going on?
This was before high school. I was in a house from kindergarten to 8th grade, and then I went to high school, and then I went to the trailer. My girlfriend at the time, never really kissed a girl before.
How old are you?
I'm 12, probably.
12. Full grown man.
Her friend's like kissing and making out over there in the corner, so she's trying to match. And then, so we end up kissing.
Nice. How was it?
It was awkward.
Wait.
Every misstep, she's going to go to the locker and tell everybody how terrible you are.
Yeah.
So she goes, "You want to go to your room?" I'm like, "That's weird. Party's out here." Walk in my room. And next thing I know, before I turn around, she's like getting ready, jumps on my lap and starts making out. I have a full-blown panic attack.
I would too. Somebody attacked me like that.
Throw her off, put her on the bed, go and grab NFL Blitz, Nintendo 64. And she goes, "What the hell is the matter with you?" Leaves. Next week at school, the whole school knows. It was awkward. It's like in a Disney movie where they're all at the lockers just like doing this. I'm like, this son of a told everybody.
Oh, it's so sad. I feel like we've all been there. We've all had like at least one interaction where we just dropped the ball. We just didn't know what the hell was going on.
Like to have that one back moment.
Yeah,
for sure.
Oh, man.
That one's tough, though. That one's tough. I like that his version of like, I need a cigarette right now is just going to play some NFL Blitz.
Yeah. Let me dust off the controllers real quick.
Let me get myself back to neutral. I need to calm down a little bit. Where's my N64?
I do like that her friend's over there making out with someone, so she's like, I got a match. So I go over to Lane Johnson and I'm trying to kiss him.
I think I had a story like that in my early 30s, actually.
Hey, I had one probably about 20 years old, similar to that.
I was like, no way. That was my chance? My bad.
Gosh dang it. I just wasn't reading the signs.
Did you go hop on the sticks after and just calm down with your bros?
Probably. Yeah. Oh, man. That's so good.
That's a great story.
Now, I can't remember if we mentioned this on the show yesterday or if we talked about it off air, but I know we didn't play the audio. So Jaden Daniels did his pro day. We talked about the elbow weenus and how weird that is.
Oh, I have a follow-up on that, by the way, from the horse's mouth.
Okay, I'm looking forward to that. Well, the head coach of said horse, Brian Kelly, was talking about Jaden Daniels, and he kind of let it slip, I think, where exactly he's going to end up going in the draft.
He is going to be so committed to taking care of himself that you're going to have to worry about size or he doesn't weigh enough. Lamar's done a pretty good job with his size. I think Mahomes, I wouldn't consider him a giant because he's going to get the ball out to the playmakers and make plays for Washington.
Oh my gosh, that's such BS.
For Washington.
Let's go back. Okay, yeah. So that's the headline. Obviously,
he's going to make plays for Washington, who has the second overall pick.
Chris, if you could just run that back, and we'll stop it after just a few short sentences. Maybe it doesn't even get to sentence number 2. Listen to what Brian Kelly just lying his balls off about Jaden Daniels.
He is going to be so committed to taking care of himself.
Right there. He is the guy who plays like Johnny Knoxville. He is the guy who's getting cartoonishly hit on the field, who's cutting back into the field to play when he could step out of bounds and save his body.
Talking about his workouts,
Taking care of himself is the last thing on his football brain.
He's off the field. On the field, he definitely does.
He's ready. No, he's literally ready to die for your team. You'll know that about my guy here.
Going to sacrifice.
When he straps it on, he's
going to sacrifice. He's a true alpha.
He lays it on the line.
Hey, a true alpha knows when it's time to concede for the betterment of the team.
He does not concede. He's giving up both kneecaps at all times.
Was it Jamal Adams who said he wanted to die on the football field his rookie year with the Jets?
Yes, he did.
He's just got that level of football passion.
I got to go back into the archives on that one. Jamal Adams wanting to die on the field.
But yeah, Brian Kelly, maybe Washington's told him, that we're taking that guy. Although there was a picture of Dan Quinn at Drake May's pro day, and DQ has the look of like, I wish somebody would look at me the way that Dan Quinn is looking at Drake May. So who knows? But right now it does seem like there's very strong momentum.
If you're a Cowboy fan, hope they take Drake May.
I know. Yeah, and
that's how I feel.
That's
how I feel. I don't know about anybody
prefer
else.
them to go May than Daniels too. I think Jaden Daniels can be a real problem in the NFL.
I do see the quote here from former Jet Jamal Adams. If I had a perfect place to die, I would die on the field. End quote.
Maybe he has already. His career's down.
His career definitely.
Did somebody pick him up?
To die,
I don't think
I
so.
would die on the field.
Well done, Chris. Right, play one more time.
Topher.
If I had a perfect place to die, I would die on the field.
I would be at peace.
He's getting rid of applause.
Yeah.
Chris Strong. Yeah.
It's a football
Oh my God! Did you just say that? That's a Hebron Hawk right there, boys. Let's go. Oh man, Eric Armstead felt extremely disrespected by the 49ers pay cut request before his release. Armstead was talking on his own podcast. He said they extended an offer to me of $6 million for a 1-year deal with incentives to go up to $8 million. When they sent that over, I did feel extremely disrespected. I don't feel that that is a level of compensation anywhere near the type of player that I am. Not even just the type of player that I am, what I have committed to the game, what I have committed to my team, what I have committed to the organization, my community. I didn't feel like it was representative of what I am as a player.
Is that how he said it?
Yeah. He had a little pause in there. That's why I said it like that.
Dramatic applause.
Representative. Yeah. And he's right. I mean, what he's been doing at his position has been outstanding. And I understand the 49ers maybe are like, dude, we got to kind of save some money here. But they ended up releasing him. I know a lot of his teammates weren't happy about it. And I wish Eric Armstead the best. I'm happy that he's no longer part of that team personally. I'd rather see him somewhere else. He's been kicking the Cowboys' butt.
Yes, that is a big part of their strength on defense. Big part of their ability to be physical. So that's a big one.
Yeah, they got a couple of upset players. Brandon Ayuk as well. He said he's trying to get what he deserves. If he doesn't get that, he was on Club Shay with Shannon Sharp. He said he was ready to walk. He put up the walking fingers. Bye-bye. Adios. He really did.
That's great.
Yeah, so that's interesting. And then did you guys
So this is going to fall apart for the Niners over the next couple of years.
They're going to
and then
pay
probably by
Purdy.
26, 27, they'll be on their way back up and ready to hit another window of going for it.
But yeah, it's possible. But it seems like right now, I don't know. We'll see how the season turns out for San Francisco.
It might still be another great opportunity for him this year.
This might be the last really good year before they have to go with Purdy. Now, there was a feud apparently with Woody Johnson. Robert Saleh, the owners' meetings, right? Like this got blown up. I think it was Colleen Wolfe of NFL Network came out and said...
Low key.
Absolutely.
Low key.
But she's got into some heat here because after she went out and said that she heard that there, from a very reliable source, there was a heated conversation between Woody and Saleh to the point where it got a little awkward. Well, Woody Johnson came out and said that that was absolute BS. All this nonsense about a heated argument between Coach Saleh and me at the meeting is absolutely false. It is yet another irresponsible report from NFL Network. Please disregard. So Colleen Wolfe has had to put out a statement on Twitter. And she said, regarding my comments surrounding the Jets, I was not at the owners' meetings. I was told of the exchange by someone in attendance. Others on site have since reached out and described the interaction differently. My intent wasn't to break news. I leave that to the insiders. My sincerest apologies to the Jets organization for the unnecessary distraction during such a crucial part of their offseason.
No apology necessary, honey.
I'll tell you what.
You were trying your hardest.
Yeah, I'll tell you what happened there. NFL Network is owned by the owners.
Oh, so they got ticked off?
Woody Johnson and the best person to ever talk about how you have to walk that line. Talk to Jane Slater about this stuff.
Oh, very true.
And Jane will tell you when you try and report something, how careful you have to be because you're dealing with as an employee of the NFL Network. You're owned by the NFL. The owners own the NFL Network. So it's a very, very difficult situation that those guys walk.
No reporting about us, guys.
No.
Yeah.
We're fine. There's no feuds here. Last thing I wanted to get to as we have NFL news of the day, DeMar Hamlin and AB are in a bit of a feud right now.
Antonio Brown?
Yeah. So AB with his hashtag CTESPN just did that. He put the hashtag with a picture of DeMar Hamlin.
Dude, they're pumping out mad content over there at CTESPN.
They really are. It's actually kind of awesome. Then DeMar Hamlin quote tweeted it and said, "You just DM me on Monday. Guess you playing lame games on Twitter with my situation because I ain't DM you back. I pray God don't ever let me turn into a burnout old head like you. I used to look up to you. It's sad. Talk about a clone being real. Bring back the old AB." And AB also replied to that. And
I'm excited to see how you approach this particular tweet.
This one's
here.
a tough one to dance over. He said, "Somebody run my Twitter. F derogatory term. This entertainment, I'll leave your ass sleep in a field. For real, boy. You don't know me like that. My therapist told me you NFL bleeps, self-esteem weak, and I'm always looking down. Hashtag CTESPN. So that's our new football beef. DeMar Hamlin versus Antonio Brown.
It's the real and inside story, Wolchuk.
I'm just trying to do my reporting
for
here.
you delivering that.
Toxic Friday. You
Yes,
can go read that for yourself if you want all the full context. I can't say some of these things.
Man, I mean, how could you start a fight with DeMar Hamlin though? I mean, the guy is just like he's the guy that almost died on the field. Just be cool to him, man. You know,
Talk about
you got him mad at you. You know, the most defended man in the NFL over the last 2 years. I mean, Skip Bayless said, "Are we really going to stop the game?" And they wanted to kill this man. You know, as DeMar Hamlin was laying there lifeless, and you're gonna figure out a way to publicly be in a confrontation with him. That's tough, but I guess that's the CTE part of the equation.
CTESPN.
We got to run. It's on brand, right? It absolutely is. Biggest Dubs coming up at 3:40. Popular Cowboys writer says there is actually 5 interesting things about this Dak contract that we can talk about right now. Do you agree? That's next right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends at D&M Leasing before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, you might be stuck in traffic right now. Perfect opportunity to do a little shopping. Just look around. Maybe you just saw a sports car, truck, SUV.
Revolver Brewing. Located at Texas Live, enjoy an ice cold blood and honey or a specialty Revolver Brewhouse craft beer. RevolverBrewing.com.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Oregon State, Notre Dame coming inside the final 3.5 minutes. They're going back and forth. Beers just missed 2 free throws. It's 59-57 Irish. 3:30 to play, Oregon State ball. 5 key questions on the quarterback's contract. Segment of the Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. How much are you guys into tournament right now, going into the weekend? I mean, we got basketball, we got hockey, we have Rangers. Where would you rank those?
It's Rangers. It's Rangers 1. I mean, I know the Rangers don't play tonight, but in terms of like last night, once I got home from the game and I was watching the final few innings, I wasn't really switching over at all. I was just locked in on the Rangers game. I'll probably be about 75% Mavs tonight, 25% Tourney, and then tomorrow it'll probably be 75% Rangers, 25% Tourney.
Yeah, I think because the Rangers are champs, it's magnetic, but I'm going to go with actually Mavs and Stars ahead of Rangers now that we're on the other side of opening day. I'm ready to grind those games and see where the season goes, but we're in the middle of a battle, and I just don't know with the NCAA tournament. If I'm going to generate much interest, I'll wait for the highlights. I'm having a ball right now watching this women's game, and Oregon State just hit a 3. They go up 60-59 with 2.5 to play, but it's on, right? And it's on, and I've been watching this game for like 2 hours now, so you kind of get invested, and it's fun to watch, but I don't know. There is so much going on with our local sports scene. I don't have a lot of time to get interested and invest the time that it takes to learn about programs. Obviously, Houston against Duke, national brands and a local team, and Drexler's my guy. As State hits another 3
in our backyard too, down there to AAC tonight.
Yeah, we get NC State, Marquette, and then Duke and Houston. I mean, both those are good games, but I'm with you. Like the tournament outside of the first round, which is always fun because we have games all day. I'm really not as plugged in on
I'll tell you what,
hasn't
though,
really been grabbing my attention.
I found myself, like you say, the last couple innings with the Rangers sweating that thing out. The Stars, that was late, sweating that one out. Alabama,
North Carolina was a good game.
Was a
UNC
good game.
Was my pick to win it. Now they're out.
Crazy ending the way that thing went down. But this time of year though, it's you're going to see some games that are pretty intense, and so I was trying to hit them all. I really was. And,
your package allows for it.
Yeah, I just paid for that, by the way.
The greatest.
Yeah.
It's a great package.
It's got a great aesthetic to it.
Yeah.
Hey, 5 questions here from Mashoda. Jump in the truckwreck.com fan text, by the way, on that subject. Are you finding time for the tournament still? Or do you like this tournament so much that it's actually more important than the local pro sports teams who are either defending championships or maybe hunting their first in a long, long time? But let's jump into Mashoda here in an interesting Cowboys topic. 5 key questions with Dak going into the final year of his contract. Wanted to get your thoughts on these. What would be the plan if the Cowboys decide to move on in 2025? How's the draft class shaping up? Would you want to see them go with Trey Lance? Is Cooper Rush still an option? Could he lead a playoff team? What do you say? If it's not Dak in 2025, obviously we're going into imagination world here. Okay, but if that does happen, what's the plan?
Hey, you know what the big rumor is right now.
Can you tell me if Mike McCarthy's still going to be with us?
In this scenario, I would say no.
Okay, if that's the case, man, then I think there's so many options that you could look at. Would the new coach want to be a guy that would be interested in Trey Lance? Now they'll invested 2 years in Trey Lance. Last year was every day at practice afterwards, we're going to work in drills. We're going to let you call plays. We're going to let you throw to scout team receivers and practice squad guys and stuff like that. So, now you have another year of that. Now, this year will be the interesting one because how does he look this summer? I think how he plays this summer will tell you a lot of what they might be thinking going forward.
Yeah, with Trey Lance, if he has a good preseason,
yeah,
that'd be cool. I don't think he'd have a good enough preseason, and his health history is so significant that I would want the Cowboys to move on and draft somebody. Hopefully.
Oh, okay. I think you're always open to that, and if you look at this draft. I mean, and I don't know if they could do it in this draft, but the middle of the board on this draft is not bad with the quarterbacks that you have out there. I mean, everybody's talking about the top ones.
Could you draft another guy this year with Lance sitting there and Rush sitting there in the middle of the draft?
They're able to use
I'll tell you what,
a quarterback this year.
I'll tell you what, if you found a way to get extra picks, I'd
then,
absolutely.
Maybe
our
you
guy
take
at Tulane.
Rattler. I like Michael Pratt a lot.
Pratt, I'll tell you what, though, they sent their quarterback coach to work him out at Tulane.
Pratt is good.
Yeah.
So he's kind of like this year's Aiden O'Connell for me.
But see, the problem is Mike McCarthy, if he's thinking about, man, I can't get rid of veteran players that can help me win games. I mean, he's not in a help you rebuild mode guy right now.
That's why I don't think they're going to take quarterback this year. The big rumor right now that Ryan Clark's been putting out there, other people are suggesting after what Deion Sanders said about he's going to be a little bit selective on where Shedeur Sanders goes. Shedor's the best quarterback for next year's draft class. Taking a peek ahead, it's not that good.
No.
Right now, Shedeur would be the best. He'd love Shedeur to be a Cowboy.
Yeah.
Now, can they actually make that happen? I don't know. The Cowboys would have to do a lot of things to get up the board.
Like a lot of losing.
I love that. The idea that Deion would steer Shedeur to the Cowboys. Do you think he would want to?
I think he would absolutely want
There were
that.
teams he named. He named all the teams that he played for, all the cities that he played for. Baltimore, Washington, Dallas, San Francisco. He named all those teams as possibilities. That's what he said.
Oregon State ran a great high-low, and they get Beers open for a layup, and they go up 67-63 with 26 seconds to go. The Irish are going to need a big hoop and a foul and some help or a steal, but they have to execute, and Oregon State has been the better team for the majority of this contest. Okay, that's the first question. Will be the plan if the Cowboys decided to move on in 2025 there from Machota. Why wouldn't Prescott just take a team-friendly deal? He'll be 31 in July. He's made over $200 million career earnings. I think that one is, fairly self-explanatory. Very few players do. And I don't think he could take a big enough pay cut to give himself a better chance of winning the Super Bowl. And I don't know. I don't think it's an appropriate question to be asking, players. Why wouldn't the Cowboys just give him what he wants? For me, the thing is if I'm Dak, do I believe you're going to spend that money wisely and push me over the top? And maybe down the road, you could make me believe that. But right now, based on the Cowboys' actions, I think they would just say, "Well, thanks. We need that to pay for guys we've already drafted," and that's not what I want to hear. If I could get a guarantee that you're going to be very aggressive with team building, and I'm going to free up like $20 million for 2 years in a row, and I can see a tangible difference in the players that you've added to try to get me a Super Bowl while I'm still in the prime. Maybe because of the opportunity to be on the Cowboys compared to other teams, I might be able to make that cash flow up. But right now, the idea that you would sacrifice a little money and the Cowboys would take that and have it spell championship is unfortunately a cruel joke on everybody involved.
Well, the fact that they've let him get to this point, he's seeing no loyalty there. The fact that they're letting the head coach go all the way to the end, there's no loyalty there. So why show loyalty if they're not showing loyalty to you and to the head coach? He might not like the head coach at all. I think, to be honest with you, I think that Dak's not forgiving them for getting rid of Kellen Moore and Doug Nussmeier.
Really?
Yeah. I think Dak puts on a brave face talking about a lot of things. I think if you had a beer with him, sat down at a crawfish boil, he would probably tell you that it pissed him off that he lost those coaches. And so, you're not going to be loyal to me with these guys. You're not going to, this contract thing should have been done a long time ago.
I mean,
it's
you can say a lot of that stuff, but I mean, they gave you the fatty boombot contract after you broke your leg. I mean,
But that's what they do. They give contracts to injured players. Am I right about that?
Unfortunately, you are right about that. That is a bit of their MO, but they did it for you. So, but Dak he's He would have to get a new agent to do something like that too. And there's also those things about like the Players Association and not wanting
They
to
frown on that.
They frown on that.
Yeah, they
because-
want you to keep raising the bar on the quarterback contracts for the others.
Right.
He's got no reason to give them any breaks.
Yeah, and
he really
I
doesn't.
think from the Cowboys' perspective, I'm not really blaming them for dragging this out. The agent is the one acting different than the norm. The agent is the one making it very difficult to get a contract done now because they're like, nope, we're going to hold out until the very end, and we want to see what the salary cap goes up to, and we want to be paid on an escalating way into the future because the cap is going up. And if you're not willing to do that, if you're not willing to give us the most money for any quarterback, I'm actually looking for the Cowboys to get more cynical about this. And that's what I would like to see happen. Them draw a line in the sand and be like, no.
They
Are
might
you kidding
be.
me?
They might be.
Do you see the amazing draft run that we went on? Yeah. We've spent so much money. We pushed tons of cash voidable years into the future for Dak and Zach, trying to fit guys like Gilmore and Cooks in. We still couldn't move the ball in the wild card. We still couldn't beat the Packers. Why should we pay this a client of yours like he's doing us this grand favor from being here? It's proven this model doesn't work. And we want to win the Super Bowl. I pray that the Cowboys would negotiate that tough.
I think that you might be very well onto something that the way that things are going right now.
I hope so, but the history tells me this is just them waiting until the end because they like to let the deadline make the deal.
Yeah, right. It's like the deadlines make the deals. But I like the way of thinking that you're laying out there. I think that's a great way to bargain. It's like, look, you've been fantastic. You were an MVP runner-up. You've had great success
I'm not
in the regular
bargaining.
season.
I'm done.
Yeah,
what do we have to show for it in the postseason?
Yeah, what bargaining are you doing?
Yeah.
He holds every advantage you got.
I'm excited to see him play for another team that we can easily shut down if you can't run the football.
Unless he doesn't really want to leave.
I want that working for us instead of against us. If he doesn't want to leave, we're going to find out about that. We're going to find out how he values it and how much he's willing to tell his agent, be quiet, this is where I want to be, and I'm willing to play here for 45. I'm going to make it up in endorsements, and I would really, push back on that way because the downside is, okay, we have to go find another quarterback.
Yeah.
And guess what? Teams are letting top 10 to 15 quarterbacks go because they realize themselves this model is not creating Super Bowl out of it. So if we go a couple of years with this and we're like, oh no, we don't have a pretty good quarterback, another pretty good quarterback is going to be available. And guess what? For significantly less than Dak is asking. Once the spell is broken that a quarterback was drafted and blew up into franchise quarterback, once they're out there, their value drops significantly. Those are the kinds of pretty good quarterbacks you should be snatching up, not trying to pretend like your dude's elite to sell season tickets. I think that's the reason why the Cowboys won't do this, and until they break themselves of that habit of building TV stars and instead building a Super Bowl roster, we're going to find ourselves back in the same spot with the next guy.
Yeah, probably.
We have to hope that they can get the cap in order, draft a guy, and then you legit have a 3-year window where the Cowboys Super Bowl winning strategy could work, where you haven't paid the quarterback yet and you have the cap space to build out the rest of the roster. That's how it could work. And so it's no disrespect to Dak. It's crazy. He is one of the best athletes in the entire world. But the Cowboys' lack of understanding on how to Super Bowl team build makes it impossible to win with him. And that just sucks. Best of luck somewhere, Dak. But I said it yesterday, and I truly believe it. If he does go to the Saints, it will help both organizations. The Cowboys can be back in the small window of time where their team-building strategy would actually possibly spell Super Bowl. You actually have a chance of it. And Dak is going to go to an organization that understands how you ride the salary cap roller coaster for success and team-building optimization. And I can't believe we're still sitting here talking about the Cowboys in this light, in this way. It is plainly obvious for everybody to see, but they just don't want to, and they're too sharp for it to be an accident. That's why I'm convinced we're right back in the same place of them just waiting. They're not reimagining things. They have this process dialed in, and this cost benefit analysis dialed in exactly how they wanted it to well-oiled machine. Biggest L, biggest dub coming up next right here. Then the C-Note top of the hour right here in the nation.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ. Sean is back. We've got the Final Four set. Rangers ticket giveaway in the Expressway. It's a Monday morning, The Fan.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Are your bad feet stopping you from being active? Hi, this is Brandy from the Good Feet store. Your feet are the foundation to an active lifestyle, and an active life.
at him yet, to be fair.
The crust was still in the eyes.
But, right.
But yesterday on the way home, I had one even better. I saved this lady's life. That's right.
What?
Saved a lady's life.
All right.
Pulling out of the Rangers yesterday. Okay. She's hammered on the phone yelling at somebody.
Oh, no.
Right. The sidewalk light lights up for her to go through. I'm stopped at the red, right? She's walking out in front, like not paying attention. And I look at her like, I'm going to stop for you. But I notice behind me a car is coming incredibly fast, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as she gets set to get to the other side of my vehicle out into the next lane of traffic, I fire my arm out to stop the car, simultaneously yelling, whoa, at her. Car's like, "Arr!" She looks up for a half second, notices the car like screeching to a halt, gets right back to chewing somebody out on the phone.
Wow.
Doesn't even tip her cap to me, mind you. But I saved her life.
Disrespect.
Could
dude.
you have hit the horn? Could you have hit the horn?
No,
and
it was
done
too
this-
fast. It was like literally like third baseman instincts.
Oh, wow.
Like,
No, your hand-eye is ridiculous, dude. Thank
you.
God you were
Thank
there in that moment.
Yeah.
That is crazy, though, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
Well, that squirrel, poor squirrel. But I'd still rather be that squirrel than Diddy right now. I think Diddy's taking the biggest L of the week.
Absolutely.
Holy smokes, what a whirlwind. He's getting houses raided. There's lawsuits where the details are as damning as anything you could imagine reading about somebody, and the implications for all these other individuals that are at the height of their industries in entertainment, athletics, and everything in between is pretty ridiculous, dude. And now you have like Pat Mahomes is deleting any tweet he's ever had that involved P. Diddy, like happy birthday P. Diddy, or something about, my dude P. Diddy. He's now deleting those. There's videos of LeBron James Instagram living together with P. Diddy, uttering words and sentences like ain't no party like a Diddy party. Videos of LeBron at a Diddy party dancing around, and it doesn't necessarily mean anything about those individuals, but anybody who's been in and around those parties has at least been within earshot of something absolutely heinous. Oof. And so Diddy and everyone around him, biggest L of the week, guaranteed. Huge dub, though, for the dad bod. Did you guys see the pics of Travis and Taylor out at some beach somewhere?
A lot of support for the dad bods going around.
Apparently. And he's been getting body shamed a little bit, because you imagine like a Hall of Fame athlete still playing. You just assume super ripped guy, but not the case with Travis. And he's in off-season mode. And apparently Taylor Swift, according to sources, loves his changing body. She loves it. Travis and his dad bod is the reward he is giving himself for having an epic Super Bowl winning season during the off season. Since he's been able to party and spend some quality time with Taylor, he isn't training the way that he usually does, as he is resting now. He's in rest mode. I don't know how many guys he's earned that opportunity, but most guys can't just go in full on off season rest mode
and then flip.
They talk about like 1 or 2 weeks of maybe like a exhale after the season, and then it's immediately back into the gym. Looking at him here, I don't think he's seen a gym, I would guess, in probably 6 weeks
since the Super Bowl.
The end is very near.
Maybe even more, which would be since the Super Bowl. Yeah.
It gets tougher for the body to bounce back. I remember the Mavs wanted to sign Jermaine O'Neal once, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm working out. I'm going to do it." And he couldn't get in shape.
Yeah.
So these things do happen. And I think last year his struggles should have scared him into it, but now the lifestyle is luring him. I expect a huge drop off from Travis Kelce. I don't think the Chiefs win the Super Bowl next year.
I think he needs to retire.
Unless,
I really thought he might.
Yeah, I mean, just go ahead. You've had the run you've had. Your legacy is what it is. You're one of the best tight ends ever to play. You're one of the best players ever played.
He knows he can go catch 10 balls from Mahomes in a big game anytime. He knows all my body needs to do is be prepared for about maybe 5 games throughout the entire season, and he'll be ready for it.
Go enjoy life. You have this girlfriend that you can see the world with her. It might be a tough life in the way of like privacy and things like that, but you've earned it.
It's the 3P. of it being the first
they
team
went
to ever
back to
three-peat.
okay.
I think that drive is probably why maybe this. I bet this is probably the last year.
It's clearly
Especially now that
driving
his
him.
brother went ahead and retired.
Yeah, I mean,
next year he's going to say, "Man, it took a lot of hard work to get back in shape.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done."
I kind of feel like that maybe that should be the mode right now.
I agree
with him.
I agree.
Like you
He
say,
will regret this
you
year.
Go and spend time with your gal now. You know,
Well, he might also know that the clock's ticking there. I mean,
On the gal?
Well, yeah, she moves through boyfriends awful quick.
Oh,
Right?
does she?
I mean, this is special
I don't
for
know.
us because we're in the NFL world, but pop music star Taylor Swift, yeah, she nearly marries like a new dude every 2-3 years.
Oh, dang.
He's just flavor of the decade or whatever, flavor of the
wow.
year.
You don't believe in the true love?
So there's a good chance that they're still not going to be together this time
I think
next
she
year.
truly falls in love with a lot of people. You know, and her track record supports me. So
We should go down the Taylor Swift
I wish
rabbit
them
hole.
nothing but the best. But if I'm Travis Kelce, I'm not prematurely walking away from my career to go hang with Taylor Swift. I'm not
I
considering
thought it was
this
like real love.
It seems like it.
That's how she rolls, bro. She is hard in love easily and quickly. Okay. Now you maybe you want to go there, right? And maybe your career is already over, but don't leave your career early for this love. Even though how special it is, that's
Well, if they break up, he could get back in then, right? Don't you think?
For sure. The door will always
this
be
age?
open.
We saw Gronk.
at
Yeah.
this age.
Gronk, yeah.
No, Kelsey's still going to have a huge
Gronk's
impact
different than Kelsey.
on the Chiefs winning another Super Bowl, I believe.
Oh, I've got a Swiftie that texted in. She was with Joe Alwyn for 6 years. I think that's her longest relationship.
It's a good run.
So maybe they can go 6 years on this.
945 lost my job at Amazon. That's an L, but I now work for the city, and that's a huge dub.
There you go.
Congratulations, sir.
Way to rally.
817 dub on my way to get my gold Seager jersey, large, $200, but worth it. He says.
Man, those
Definitely
hats we
is.
got yesterday were sweet.
Love them.
Beautiful.
972 biggest L. North Carolina losing to Bama last
Yeah,
night.
I
Biggest
took that L
dub.
too.
Bama beating North Carolina last night. Roll Tide. Okay. There was a lot of money
Matt Pittman on that one.
on UNC. There was like overwhelming money on UNC right there. So a lot of people taking that L.
Alabama's got this guy Nelson that was
Alabama, their
incredible
offense is
shooter
awesome.
from the outside, 6'11" guy. My gosh.
682 biggest L. Working Easter weekend, but big dub. It's baseball time in Texas. Time to two-peat. Shout out to Dutch.
Let's go.
There you go, boys.
Thank you, sir. Brian.
Did they have trouble with the banner last night?
Oh yeah, we'll get to that. I think
They
that's an
actually
L.
did have, I think, 3 people that were like trying to drop it.
I think
Oh,
the
wow.
banner.
There wasn't a button.
The banner is an L, and we will address it.
Okay,
The
sorry.
banner itself is an L. Okay, a lot going on there. Content coming up as we have 3 hours remaining, including a C note next. Chuck, what do we got?
Yeah, we've got a couple of possible Cowboy trade back ideas in the first round. Brian, do you like these? That's next.
Okay, I want to chat Frankels with you because if you are hurt in an accident and it is not your fault, I highly recommend you call the Frankels. I've done it twice over the years, and it's amazing to watch them work on your behalf.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby. It's hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We're living in a sports paradise here. It's a Sweet 16 Friday. It's a what you drinking, what you thinking Friday. Stars took care of biz last night. That was a win to give you some confidence, right? Let's go, Stars. Yeah. Mavs Kings this evening. Of course, Rangers have the night off after the big opening day win against the Cubbies with all the excitement there. And congrats to everybody involved. Of course, our Cowboys are always cranking out the news. And with an eye on the draft, here's your Wooly Bully, Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll get to some first-round trade options. Brian, I'd like you to go ahead and maybe temper some excitement on a story that I think people are jumping to conclusions on when it comes to Robert Prince, the Cowboys wide receivers coach, being at LSU's Pro Day a couple days ago.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of Cowboy blogs and writers that are saying that the Cowboys just tip their hands and show that they could be very interested in Brian Thomas Jr., the other LSU receiver. Malik Neighbors obviously going to go probably in the top 8 picks.
Yeah.
Thomas Jr., though, it is possible, could be around at 24. He was in our mock draft.
He was in our mock draft. I think we were pretty true to our mock draft, too, of not trying to do anything crazy on it and pick the team needs, and maybe not so much the guys that we liked, but maybe who a team would like, or that type of player, that style of player. This time of year, coaches go and work these players out. You know, the LSU players, the receivers didn't work out at the combine.
Yes.
If you remember that whole thing.
They did not.
They did not.
This was the first time that really teams could get a good look at them.
Exactly.
Within a workout setting.
Yeah, and I think this was one of those cases where Coach Prince, you know, they had a lot of, everybody was at that LSU Pro Day. So that was an opportunity to go see these kids. And, you know, if something happens, you never know. But when you start to make the schedules for these coaches, you try and send them to the top workouts. You try, because the coaches have to write reports on these kids. So they have to be able to stack them and then be able to present them to the group. And so by him being at LSU, he saw 2 of the top receivers in the country.
Right. So, I wouldn't jump to the conclusion. I'm
Not
sure
at
that
all.
they do like Brian Thomas Jr. There's a lot to like. But I wouldn't necessarily dot those lines and be like, okay, he'll be the pick at 24 if he's there.
I don't think so. No.
Here's some trade scenarios. Shout out to Blogging the Boys for putting these out. There's one trade up. There's 2 trade down scenarios. I'll give you the trade down because I think that's more likely what we're looking for. We want to try and acquire extra picks instead of move up in this year's draft. Trade down scenario, number 1. Cowboys trade down with the New England Patriots to pick number 34. So now you are moving out of day 1 of the draft. You are getting one of the top picks on day 2. In fact, you'd have the second pick on day 2. Terms of the trade, Cowboys get number 34. They get pick 68. They get pick 229, which I believe is in the 7th round. So you're picking up, what is that, a bottom 2nd round pick?
Yeah. You said 229?
Yeah. So 34,
round,
68, 229.
Yeah.
Essentially just for giving up 24 and moving down 10 spots.
Yeah, that's we talked about that yesterday in our mock and how far down we were willing to go. I'll tell you, pick 68 is very inviting, by the way, to me. Just because I want to trade with anybody that's in the top of the round, of course, just because give me the pick at the top of the round, give me the pick in the middle of the round or near the bottom of the round. You know, that's just a great way to operate right there. So I'm interested in any team that's willing to make that move. To be honest with you, to go 10 spots, I don't think that's a bad trade.
I don't either, because now you're opening up a possibility at 34, and maybe even at, with that extra pick in the 60s, that could be a running back.
Yeah.
That could be your corner. That could maybe even be your center or a linebacker. But I think you're opening up the conversation of an Edgerrin Cooper from Texas A&M if you move back to 34. Or maybe one of those tackles or the center like Zach Frazier from West Virginia.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Is still there and slides.
We lost both our centers yesterday. We lost Barton from Duke and we lost Powers Johnson from Oregon. They went ahead of us. So if you were interested in trying to grab the center, I wonder what tackle would be there. I wonder if one of those, we've kind of, it was interesting that we had Latham and some of those guys were there at 24 when we picked. Mims was there. Guyton was there.
Kingsley Suamataia,
it was there.
BYU guy.
They were all there. So, yeah, I mean,
Jordan Morgan, who I do think they probably view as a guard.
I think
but he was still there.
Yeah, he's the Arizona tackle, but I think they see him as a guard.
Yeah.
But that would be, you could do some good there. You really, really could. And would you consider taking the running back there?
That high at 34?
Yeah.
It's a little rich for me. But I think that
So you got him in the second round, right?
I do have him in the second round, but I think it's you're considering it. You are. Because I think they do really love Jonathan Brooks. And I can understand
I wonder what I'm going to be interested to try and figure out here before we get going to the draft is, what do teams feel about the health of Latu from UCLA?
Yeah.
The edge. Because that could be a trade back guy, too. And I think there's, and Chief, help me on this one.
Yep.
Or Gavin as well.
I'll do my best.
They could take any defensive player and it would probably help this team, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they have enough holes to where there's an endless amount of basically positions you could take that could be instant impact for you. You need so much. When you look at the depth on this roster right now, you have enough holes you could basically handpick what you want to do. I would just prefer to lean, obviously premium talent, but premium position.
Yeah, absolutely premium position. But at the same time, if you think that this guy has slipped to you and you're looking at a Jason Witten situation where this guy's going to have the potential to be a star player, I think you take him. You need great players more than anything. And while position value matters, you can't go away from great players because they play any position. I mean, other than punter and kicker.
Agreed.
Long snapper. No diss, Brian.
Here's the
diss
other
Nice.
trade down option for you. Cowboys trade down to the Ravens, pick 30. You get 30, you pick up pick 93 to move down from 24
Say again?
to 30. So you move down to 30,
Gotcha.
you add pick 93.
Yeah.
And essentially all you're giving up, of course, is the 24th overall pick.
That's a trade that we've talked about a couple of different times. I think we've talked about Buffalo was a trade at 28. The Raven trade at 30 would make sense too.
Pick up a third-round pick.
Yeah, you get two. You actually, if you did the Buffalo trade, theirs is a little bit higher at the end of the third round, but they're both, but because you don't have a fourth, and that starts the third day. You essentially get the jump on everybody. You could take whoever you want there at 93 and not have to worry about that fourth round.
I know you're depending on having a dance partner in the trade down scenario, but that is my best guess for what ultimately ends up happening in round one for the Cowboys. I do believe they will trade down. They value picks so much, and they're in a position where they desperately need
They
them.
have to have one. I think they're definitely, depending on how the board falls. Now, let me ask you this, Brian. Is this worth it to move down? Ravens come up, and they actually take Graham Barton. So Barton was there. Ravens end up taking him. Guyton then goes to Green Bay. Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois, goes to the Bucks. Powers Johnson, the center from Oregon, goes to the Cardinals. Adonai Mitchell, the wide receiver from Texas, goes to the Bills. Chop Robinson, the edge from the Lions, then goes from Penn State, goes to the Lions. Cowboys then take Zach Frazier, center from West Virginia, at 30.
Yeah, that's
still worth it overall.
Yeah, to me, because I personally have Frazier over Barton only because I've seen
he just played center more recently.
Yeah.
And then finally, the trade up would be Cowboys trade up with the Rams to pick number 19. So they get 19, they get back to 13 from the Rams, but they have to give up their third round pick 87 to move up. And they essentially are doing this to get one of those centers. They want to ensure they get a Graham Barton or a Jackson Powers Johnson. Is that worth doing?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think you wait and you let you see how the board falls.
Yep.
And let it come to you. Now we finally got, boys, details on the Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight rules.
Let's go. What's going to happen?
Is one dude wearing a helmet?
There's no helmets.
Okay.
The helmets are not listed on part of the rules. You guys tell me if you're excited about this or you think this is weak. We're doing 16-ounce gloves. Usually it's 10 ounces. So we're going bigger gloves.
I'm okay with that. I think none of this is going to reflect well on Paul. You can't even beat up old Mike Tyson. You're not a legitimate fighter. That's what I hear so far. But as far as the exhibition of it, I'm fine with that. Tyson could still hit him pretty dang hard.
It's going to be 2-minute rounds.
I love it. Get Tyson fresh.
So just as a novice, like, is the heavier glove more of an advantage for Paul?
Cushiony.
Cushion.
More
Less
cushion.
harder hits.
Okay.
It probably
Harder to
is an advantage for Paul.
Okay.
I mean, Tyson's shots are going to hurt no matter what.
But man,
the
they're
smaller
hard to keep
gloves
keep them.
Oh, a little bit heavier.
A little heavier. Hard to keep them up.
Could tire you out. Absolutely.
Could tire you
Could
out.
wear on
Yeah.
the arms.
Yep.
2-minute rounds, no official judges, and there's no winner unless there's a KO.
Oh, so they're just going to hug each other.
So there's going to be no decision.
No decision, no winner unless there's a KO.
I'll go because I want to see Mike Tyson in a ring.
Yeah, and that's kind of.
I want to see it. Yeah,
a bucket list item.
I want to know
see
how
a
hard
fight
he's
live.
going. I want to know how hard he's going on this. Is he trying to knock him out? Like, maybe that gives you more incentive. Like, the only way I can come out of here with the win, I'm not gonna get a decision. I can't just beat him up good enough here. I have to actually KO this dude, and
Yeah.
that's my plan.
And
I hope
feel like
that's the case.
Mike Tyson is just too crazy, and I mean, when it comes to, like, he's actually in a ring, and all of a sudden now you're in the moment, adrenaline takes over. I think he is going to try and knock out Jake Paul. I don't think it'll be like Floyd and what Logan Paul was, where Floyd is literally holding up Logan Paul. And you know that maybe there was a little bit of a conversation here. I think Mike Tyson, like just the wild animal within him, will take over. And it's like, all right, dude, you wanted to do this. Now we're here.
Right.
And he's going to try and take his head off. I'm hopeful of that.
That Mike has not made a public appearance since 1996, though. You know, the thing is you're not talking about you're not talking about medicated Mike or elevated Mike. However, he's transformed himself, whether that's antidepressants, mood stabilizers, mushrooms. I don't know, but like Mike is, much more cerebral now.
It was that toad blood or whatever.
I was going to say there's that frog
maybe the toad
venom.
Yeah,
the toad venom. That's what it was.
Maybe that's
that
what
might
did
have evened him out. Final thing is each fighter must pass an EEG and an EKG test. So
Go ahead and explain that to us.
Tyson's not having a heart attack. That's whether they're testing the chest and the heart.
Yeah,
the chest test.
They sound
we should
more
do
like-
that before we draft players to our team. How much heart you got?
Yeah, no doubt, dude. Let's take a look at your EKG.
Medical, yeah.
We want to see the dog in there.
Yes,
woof, woof, woof. It better be barking. It just seems like they're business partners. You with me on that? I don't know.
I do think more likely, yeah. It
Is it
seems
a real
like
fight?
it's a business move.
I don't know if it's a real fight. And then watching Tyson Roy Jones, like after the first 20 seconds, I don't know if Mike can get conditioned well enough to really stalk a dude and throw the bombs. You know how much that takes it out of you to throw one bomb? And when he was 24 and working out like a madman, he still ended fights in 90 seconds and the opponent was trying to tire him out. It's damn 40 years later. We got to run, G-Bag Nation. It's time now for the top 10 at 420. Wolchuk, what's the subject matter looking like?
It is Good Friday as we go into an Easter weekend. We've got the top 10 Easter candies of all time. What's your favorite Easter treat? That's next on the fan.
Top 10 candies. I got
Walk smart. A message from TxDOT.
Cool. Oh, welcome back, nation. We'll just get an update on Dale Hansen. Apparently, we frequent some of the same poker spots, so might have an opportunity to say hi to Dale and see what he's been up to. It's time now, though, for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segment is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your vehicle. Go online, carsforkids.org. Here he is, Zach with an H.
Thank you so bleeping much, guys. I know everybody's been, writing in, like, what the hell happened to those Penguins Yarmir Yager bobbleheads?
Dude, I haven't. I've been wondering about that.
I know you guys have been every day. First thing I walk in, did you get to the bottom of those bobbleheads? I'm like, not yet. Well, thanks to the Athletic, the Penguins have secured those. They said they were notified last week that a special cargo recovery team had negotiated the return of the stolen bobbleheads. A truck carrying the bobbleheads departed from Ontario, California, and arrived in Pittsburgh on Monday, according to a team statement. Bobbleheads are expected to arrive at the arena within the next week. So don't worry. They've been secured, and hopefully they go ahead and I think they're doing a redeeming for those fans that bought tickets that wanted them. April 6th and 7th. You can go ahead and get those in Pittsburgh. I know you Pens fans were very, very nervous about what happened to those bobbleheads. But, hey, package secured, boys.
Dawson, do you think these were the same, Pirates that got our flags?
Oh, it's possible.
These guys are just stealing all the merch.
Yeah, they figured out how to get flags and bobbleheads.
What the hell's going on?
And we have some problems.
Knocking off trucks in transit.
Yeah.
Times are tough. I don't blame them.
It's ridiculous. That's what it is. Okay, let's get into our top 10, boys. Best Easter candy of all time. 877-881-1053. Where is Easter for you? Obviously, I do not partake in Easter festivities. But I do like the colors and I like the ideas. I mean, is this like
You've always had beef with bunnies, though.
on the Mount Rushmore?
We don't like to talk about that, but
I think
just that one bunny.
Beyond the
squirrels,
the historical and religious.
That was a confession.
Components to Easter as a holiday to have a great time around. It was always a little bit cool, but also it ended up being kind of a buzzkill because it was mandatory church day.
Yeah.
Okay. But then all your buddies would come over and the Easter egg hunt as a little one. Amazing.
Right. That always seemed fun.
I think under 8 or 9 years old, Easter is an epic holiday. The older you get, the more stuffy it kind of starts to become. We weren't like a drinking Easter family.
Yeah.
It was very much like a go to church and, it was kind of like Christmas, but without the presents.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So the Easter egg hunt for me has always been something that looks incredible.
You've longed for it.
You've
never gotten to hunt Easter eggs with your boys?
No. In fact, when Eliza is able to walk, I'm going to bring her over on Easter just so she can experience with your girls the Easter egg hunt. I think that'd be a lot of fun. She'd enjoy
The kids
that.
will be in college by then, won't they?
No. I got
What
some.
are you trying to say? It's going to take her, 15 years to walk?
That's true.
What the hell?
Being a preemie and everything.
She was a preemie. I'm hoping there's no damage.
I just
hope she learns how to
feel so
read
good when he jokes.
quicker than Hagee's boy.
She can already read a little. She's doing her ABCs.
Good.
You haven't lived though until you've checked somebody into some bushes on your way to your second dozen chocolate egg on the Easter egg hunt.
Yeah.
Well, I had some great times back in the day. That feeling of anticipation when the parents are making you hide in the garage while they're hiding all the eggs and stuff. It's an epic time for kids.
Have you done this though as an adult? Been responsible for an Easter
Several.
egg?
Yeah.
Okay. Seems stressful.
Do you ever kind of feel like the kids just you hid the eggs too well?
Yeah, you got to help them sometimes.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. You got to. Sometimes
Yeah.
you hide it too well, and you're kind of like, "Oh, why'd I do that?"
And you got to slow down the older kids.
Yeah,
there's a lot of coordination.
They
that goes
push
along
down the
with it.
little
Yeah.
ones.
The little ones, they get beat down, and you got to kind of walk the little ones over there and say, "Okay, right there. Look,
Yeah, okay.
look." Right
They're
there.
dumping
Honey,
half
honey.
the stuff out of their basket while they walk.
Dropping eggs.
Yep.
Everyone else is just falling behind, picking up the dropped eggs. This is a great strategy.
I always
Photo
felt like
opportunities are great.
I felt like the game went on way too long. I hit them too well.
These things should go 2 or 3 minutes.
It was almost like a Monopoly game.
It should be a mad
It was
dash.
like 3 days long.
Yeah. Yeah, but my kids are still so young that it's really not even hiding them for the most part. They're just sort of sprinkled throughout the yard.
Oh, you just throw them in the yard?
Well, they've been like under 3 years old this whole time. Now the 4-year-old might need to hide a couple that she'll have to work for a little bit. But I think when they get like 7, 8, 9, now you're really hiding these bad boys.
Now you're going in the gutter.
No freebies.
Tailpipe.
Yeah, you're gonna have to work for it. You want that Tootsie Roll? You're gonna have to work
Tootsie
for
Roll.
it. And that's the thing too. That like if you're the real bleep hole parent, you put the crappiest candy in the most difficult ones to find. They work for it. They open it. I don't even like this.
Yes. That's where you get the Twizzlers for Brian or something like that. How intense was the
Those
Easter
foam
egg
eggs,
hunts
those
with you and
foam
your
bunnies.
brothers? Like, I could imagine Anthony, Mike, and Nick all just like, that must have been insane to watch you four going at it.
It was, but we also we would always do it with my cousins, and they were all females. So we were getting the talking to of like, hey,
Don't be too aggressive.
Don't be shoving your female cousins or whatever. Like if you guys want to shove each other, that's fine. But my mom was also cool with like, she was doing Easter baskets. She's making every kid had a giant sized chocolate bunny.
Yeah.
So it's
The
like
hollowed one?
Okay.
Yeah.
And they talked about this on
the hollowed
Fancy earlier. Is that somewhat disappointing? Like I
With
have
the hollow bunny?
No,
No,
I look
absolutely
forward to the
not.
hollowed bunny, but then
No.
on the inside there's like nothing there.
No,
I'm thinking
no.
I'm getting so much more.
Easier to eat.
disappointing.
Easier to eat.
Yeah,
Well, you
that-
would break off break off pieces. It's easier just to
Yeah,
eat.
but I wanted the whole thing to be a solid.
I'll tell you what I do with that thing.
Block of chocolate.
I'll melt that damn thing down and cook with it.
Ooh, that would be like a fondue.
makes a mean hot chocolate.
Yeah.
At 11 years old, you're breaking down the ingredients and different. Dude, come on.
Willy Wonka
No,
over
today.
here.
Today I'd break it
Today
down.
you'd break it down?
Oh yeah, I'd get that double boiler going there and get that chocolate done right.
Man. All right, Chris, what's your favorite Easter candy if you have one?
Dude, I feel like Hershey's Kisses, for some reason, have been a staple at my house. Whenever they hid the eggs, you just pop it wide open, have like 5 Hershey Kisses in there. So
Okay.
that's my
probably-
move.
That's
Probably
not
a good
a
one
bad
to stuff
play.
the eggs with because they're tiny.
Perfect egg stuffer, yeah. And they are delicious. Like, everybody wants to, sometimes they want to start
peanut.
outthinking the room with these different deals. Classic Hershey's, bro. It's
Yep.
always going to get the job done.
You can't go wrong with it. And also, like, I think there should definitely be something inside the big Easter bunnies as well. Like, it's kind of fooling you on the side.
Thank you very
Isn't there
much.
some with
Some
the
peanut butter.
like the
versus
cream?
one.
Isn't there some with cream in there? Like
Those-
a
are those the
Cadbury, whatever?
the Cadbury ones are good. Like, trust me, growing up, I sampled the damn
You've
Easter
eaten
candy.
chocolate Easter
Oh, I've eaten the
bunnies
goodies
before.
no doubt.
You cannot have a solid like 6-inch bunny thing. It's just too much.
Too much chocolate.
Too much
Yeah, but like, I'm not
chocolate.
going to eat the whole thing
bunny.
at one time.
Yeah.
But I think
you
know
can't have like a bobblehead bunny size and it all be chocolate.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah,
No.
you know what?
Oh,
This is-
okay.
This is like your croissant.
Did you guys ever dye real eggs, or is that totally
Yes.
gone?
Yes, dude. My
Yes.
mom, that was a
Yeah.
huge thing. As a matter of
Yeah.
fact, my mom's keeping that
Oh, yeah?
tradition going with my
Good.
daughters. So
Yeah.
they had a full the
That's
other
a-
day. They did a full, grandma and grandkids Easter egg dyeing bonanza,
Is that
and they loved
still
it.
with the boiling water and the food
Yeah.
coloring where you dip it in there with the little like wire thing that doesn't work worth a crap?
That's how we did
Somebody
it.
needs to make it a better one of those.
That's
I
right.
don't know. I have seen some leveled up TikToks of these
Create
new
your
age
own?
moms doing something else, but it doesn't seem quite as
DIYs?
fun.
like painting them?
No, they're like putting it. They're like putting it in like a box with the color, but there's like rice in it. So they're putting like the color dye with rice, and then you put the egg in it, and then you shake it all up, and then all of a sudden you've got a dyed egg.
Huh.
That was something I saw the other day. I'm sure there's different iterations of it, but the way you described it, Broadus, is
Yeah.
how I used to. I need to ask
Yeah.
my mom what she did with the kids the
There
other
used
day.
to be the poorly constructed wire thing that you would
Yeah.
dip the egg in.
Right. It wasn't strong
And
enough.
it always just would fall off.
Yeah, floppy.
It just completely falls
Too
off.
much flop.
Yeah, way too much.
But I loved that you could, you have that like invisible. Did you do the invisible crown on it or whatever before? So you would write or draw something, and then you dip it in, and then that part of
that's
it
cool.
doesn't get colored, so you could write something or
That's
draw
neat,
something
like
or whatever.
a message or something.
Yeah.
Little stickers and whatnot.
We
Yeah,
got
stickers.
Whoppers Robin's eggs from the 817.
Yes, I was gonna say those, the malted milk balls that are the little eggs.
Okay, I think I know what
You
you're
like
talking about. Are they
Whoppers?
mini
I do.
ones? Mini eggs?
I would have
Whoppers,
never. I would have
Robin's
never guessed
eggs.
that. Never.
I like a good
Starburst
Whopper,
jelly
especially out of the
beans.
freezer.
Whoa.
Ooh, they would probably be good at it. Yeah.
I learned something
chocolate out of
today.
the freezer is kind of always a good move, depending on what it is.
The Reese's
Until it
eggs,
chips your teeth.
totally good.
A lot of love for the Starburst jelly beans.
Yeah.
Reese's Egg conversation over from the 972.
The standard jelly bean just does not stack up. Against what has ventured into its territory.
If anyone says Peeps, you should be canceled immediately.
Is that the foamy?
Yeah, that's
the
the
foamy
marshmallow
bunny thing.
It's really, really
sprinkled marshmallow.
disgusting.
It's just overly sugary.
It's a garnish. It's a
gross.
decoration.
Yeah, right. It
Yeah.
should be just a decoration.
For what?
The Easter
for
basket.
Easter.
Yeah.
It's like
They're colorful.
It's fun to look at on Easter, but the taste is just not good.
Are egg salad sandwiches a big thing for Easter?
No.
Four texted that in.
Ham.
Ham?
I don't know.
Ham turkey.
Lamb.
We're doing a brisket Easter Sunday.
Oh.
Gee, it follows, bro.
I'm doing a
excited.
feast. I'm gonna do some beef ribs.
Are you?
That
Dino
sounds
bones.
delicious.
Good
too.
call.
I'll be over. Nestle Butterfinger Nest eggs and Hershey's Easter Solid Milk Chocolate Bunny are the honorable mentions.
Solid bunny. I can't believe it. Is it more than 6 inches big?
Well, I mean, you what you're gonna do is break off a little bit at a time.
You can pull that if you want,
You're coming
Chris.
back to that.
That's a gut bomb. You eat all that.
So what are you thinking? 3 inches is the perfect size for like a chocolate bunny?
I'm thinking
6 inches is too
You know,
much.
you
I'm
can just
thinking
bite it and then save the rest. You don't have to consume it all
The
at
kids
once.
stop when they're eating chocolate. No,
Well-
they don't. They continue on. I've watched you eat. You don't stop.
No, that's actually a great
Child.
point. I can't stop
Yeah,
myself
child.
either. I see it. I have to finish it.
Child.
Listen, not all of us have the ability to put that bunny
I don't know
away
whose eyes
after
were bigger
chomping
yesterday when
off
that
the
food
ears.
showed up. You or me? That
You
food
were
showed-
pretty excited.
I was very
I
excited.
was surprised nobody really went for that hot dog.
Yeah,
I was
Blake,
eyeing it
Blake
for a
ate the
while.
hot dog, right?
Yeah, 3 hours later.
But Blake, I do
Blake
wonder how
didn't
that's
care.
at.
Blake did not care.
That's
at
a
all.
lot of sitting out pork there. I believe that was a hot dog wrapped in bacon.
It was.
He
Yeah.
didn't care. Young Blake was good. He was fine.
Number 10 is the Snickers egg. That sounds delightful.
I haven't had that. That does sound amazing.
Snickers in general are
egg.
good.
Yeah. Number 9 is the Jelly Bellies.
Jelly bellies. Okay.
Jelly
Dominant. Give me a yellow belly instead.
Right, yeah, now you're talking.
Yeah, with Christmas, and we had somebody text in the Easter beer. That's what we do for the adults. Everybody brings a 6-pack, and we just go ahead and share those.
Cold beer.
Number 8 is the Hershey's Solid Milk Chocolate Eggs. 7 is the Whoppers Robin Eggs.
Yeah, those are good.
6 is your Cadbury Caramel Egg.
Is that a
Caramel.
high-end candy?
I think
Cadbury
is
sounds
high-
very high-end.
It is a bit high-end.
We found some mini ones the other day at Target in their Easter section. Fantastic. They're about the size of a Hershey Kiss.
I love
Tiny
them.
egg. Yeah.
The cream-filled egg from Cadbury is number 5.
I just
What is it? Like, what is the cream?
I don't really know exactly what that cream. I don't know what you would just. I don't know what that is, but it's just not. It's not for me. You know, I don't like the eclair donuts with the cream in there.
Okay.
You know, I just think some people love it.
How about cherry-filled, the cherry donuts?
No, can't do. I'm not. No,
jelly?
None of
no.
that stuff? The jelly? None of that?
Even though I love jelly, I don't really do the jelly donut.
What about a
thing.
chocolate cream donut? I think you'd like that one.
The Bavarian cream is what that's called.
You don't like the Bavarians.
Bavarian.
That is okay. In the middle,
You hate Germans.
in the middle of the Cadbury eggs,
I support the
Look, we just
Wolfchucks,
don't
is
mention
what
the
I
war.
do.
it's like a sugar fondue they make. It's just sugar and a little bit of oil.
Really? Okay. Yeah, it's just there's so much of it. If it was
Yes.
just like a light amount, but it just seems like there's so much.
Okay, and I'm with you. I think that was one of the benefits of the mini egg. The ratio of that stuff was a lot more heavily weighted towards just the milk chocolate.
Okay.
So the cream was more of an accent than a dominant.
okay.
Yeah.
I like what the 302's doing. They do a roasted duck for Easter every
Duck
year.
is so delicious.
It is
Versatile
Too
holiday.
fatty.
I think we're
I
going to do
know
a
you don't
barbecue
like
feast
duck,
as well.
you know.
But I love a good
Try some orange magic.
Peking duck.
Too fatty.
4 is the Easter pastel M&Ms. I guess they're like lighter colors.
Yeah, you know, 'tis the season.
3 is the chocolate Lindt Gold Bunny, and the Lindt chocolate is where it's at.
I'm a
That's
bunny.
a highfalutin chocolate there. 2 is the Cadbury mini eggs that you brought up, Gavin.
No way.
It is. Yep.
Okay. I thought they were fire, dude. I
Yep.
thought they were a game changer.
But number 1 is indeed the Reese's peanut butter eggs.
Yes,
Those are the number 1 Easter
Yeah.
candy in America right now. And happy Easter to all those that celebrate. I love you, and I wish you well.
Thank
happy
you.
hunting.
You doing okay, buddy? It sounds like you're getting a little allergy season going on.
You know what it is? I didn't take my allergy medicine today. I've just
Oh.
started trying to take some because my
Yeah.
nose, I don't know if it's just the weather change, but I've started just getting some leakage
And some stuffage.
I didn't take any today.
Right on. Well,
Need some vodka in your life.
You want to go get some?
you have good color in your face. Energy
Yeah, I feel
seems
fine.
good. Yeah.
It's just a little bit of congestion.
We got a Run Nation Little rim sesh coming up next, Chief. Take a look at the association.
Yeah, and we're going to combo it with some madness next here in the nation.
Coming up on the next KNC.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a good one. Brewers and Mets got rowdy. Boy, that was a really
Tough
dangerous slide.
That was a really tough slide into
Reese Hoskins with the slide on Jeff McNeil.
That's old school right there. We're definitely in a new school era.
Tomorrow's going to be an interesting game between those two because Reese Hoskins was giving him the crybaby. He
was giving him the cry.
I think that's going to boil over to tomorrow.
It's going to get heated. Okay. An edition of the Finest is coming up at 5. Here's Chief with that afternoon rim.
Yeah, we got to have a big baseball discussion, Rangers discussion at 5 o'clock. We need to address this banner situation, and I would like for the Tolos to text in what their own newspaper headline would be for last night's Game 1 victory. So what would that be for you? 877-881-1053. That's coming up in 13 minutes. But right now, we cut the lights out. We put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
It's always a special occasion when the Mavericks have an opportunity to even the playing field, level the playing field versus these Kings, and go back-to-back, getting hopefully some victories in Sacramento. That's the opportunity that is there for the taking tonight, and I certainly look forward to watching this. Playoff atmosphere is what it's going to be. You just mollywhopped these dudes a few days ago. They're going to come back with a bit of a vengeance. They're going to be hungry. They're going to be ready, and hopefully the Mavs are even more ready than that. So we do look forward to that. But we got some madness. We got some NBA that we got to get into. There were some funny things that took place. We know UNC, of course, lost to Alabama last night. There goes Wolchuk's bracket.
Thanks a lot.
And the bracket for a lot of people. You know, UNC being the big name program that they are, tons of brackets had the Tar Heels winning it all. But that won't be the case because Bama got the job done. It was a good game. It was a close game. I believe there was a player for UNC at the end of that game who is like 20% from the three-point line, and he's the one who took the shot. And that, of course, is not what you want to have happen. But the day before the game, they played at Crypto.com Arena, which is really just Staples Center.
Yeah, that's
in Los Angeles.
Always going to be Staples Center for me.
And so these guys were excited to play there, of course. And one UNC player, unnamed North Carolina player, with the quote of the day yesterday was, "I just took a S where Bron takes a S."
Yeah.
I guess.
How exciting is that? We went cheek to seat.
Oh, he was flexing that he got to share a commode with the king himself.
Yeah.
And I got to imagine, like, if you're LeBron, don't you...
Who knows if he's really actually done that there?
It's a fair question. I would assume all the time that he's gone, and a lot of people pregame, you know,
That's true.
They need to clear themselves out a little bit. But if you're LeBron, unless you're just a savage animal like you're Brian Baldinger, doesn't matter what the toilet is, if he's got to go, he's got to go. But if he's got a little Wolchuk in him, then he might, you know, contractually throw in there like, hey, and I need my own personal King James bathroom.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. They probably have some private spaces back there, you know, for just those type of situations, a family bathroom, something. But I hope he doesn't, you know, require that. I like to think of him as, you know, a little bit tougher than that.
More of a team guy.
Yeah. And no disrespect to Wolchuk, you know. I don't look down on you.
Thank you.
When I was in public school, I wouldn't go because the door was open. You know, they didn't have doors.
I think that's, you know, that's a big part of it.
Like it was a gross lack of privacy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if I know nobody's going to be in there, like we've got the ladies' room up here, where at a certain time we know there's no females in the building.
Yeah. I might have just capitalized on that.
Yeah, there's privacy to be had in there. So if it's a situation where I can't hold, we'll go. Otherwise, I'm going to wait till I get into the friendly confines of home plate, you know?
Yeah, I understand that, dude. Home field advantage is important. Let's get to Nate Oates, Alabama head coach. They just beat North Carolina. What's on your mind here, Coach?
How about this response?
That was great. I mean, Grant stepped up. We were able to guard Bacon a little better one-on-one. You know, Charles Barkley called us frail. I don't think he was frail tonight. He showed up tonight. But, yeah, they stepped up big in the second half.
Okay. He's got some words for Charles Barkley right there. I guess Chuck called him frail.
Auburn man going after an Alabama team.
That's true. There's bad blood there.
Bad blood
Understood. But all these coaches are really getting it done here.
Oh, yeah.
From Nate Oates to the next guy. Let's go Dan Hurley, my personal favorite of the coaches in the NCAA tournament. UConn's coach. They are just mollywopping teams left and right. And after last night's dominant victory, here's Dan Hurley addressing the most important thing to this UConn run.
My wife Andrea, who never gets enough TV time, by the way, it's always others. She's got to get the hand washer going to get these Dragon underwear clean for a quick turnaround. Well, she did say she was going to get it going right after, just for you.
So we acknowledged this the other day, the superstition that Dan Hurley has. I believe he's got a couple of them, one of which is the red Dragon underwear that his wife hand washes for him at all times so that he can stay ready. I don't think the opposing coach did what we told him he should do, which is garner his own red Dragon underwear and like kind of counteract
Psych him out.
Superstition,
very least,
of Dan Hurley.
Hey, if it's in the air, I think you should go for it in 48 hours. That's nothing for a super sports wife like that. You know, she probably got him banged out already.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, she's on it. She's on it. Clemson coach. Now, this is not Dick Bender, because Dick Bender's just the assistant coach.
Come on.
But their head coach was chiming in. You know, they do, when they get to the post-game presser, it's like coach and a few players. It's not necessarily just one dude at the microphone at a time.
No, it's usually the coach and three.
You know
coach and three players.
Yeah.
We need to get Nick a raise.
I get like the Last Supper up there sometimes.
Yeah, dude. Sometimes it gets a little bit packed, but
yeah.
Clemson went over there and they did what no one thought they could do, which is really just win one tournament game, let alone now find themselves in the Elite Eight. But their guy, Ian Shiflin, was really impressive in the game, and he was wearing Kobe's on his feet. And so he was asked about wearing Kobe Bryant shoes and if he sort of channeled that a little bit, and the Clemson coach interrupted and was not having any of it.
Shout out to my brother. He's a big Kobe Bryant guy, so you know, I guess you could say that.
Let's please not compare yourself to Kobe Bryant. Like you're playing well, but let's.
I mean, RJ Godfrey called me Kevin Durant sometimes, so I don't think that's much closer, but
that's great, man. I know a lot of hoopers that are now looking for Kobe replacements because they're much more difficult to find these days. So, like, what shoes give you the same performance, look, and feel of the Kobe, especially the low-top ones,
Yeah.
that remain so dang popular?
Did you guys see the new Kobe Girl Dad shoes that are coming out in June?
No.
They look awesome. I might have to get myself a pair.
Really? They look sweet?
They look sweet.
I'm going to have to Google those up here in just a minute.
I know that Sabrina Ionescu has a signature Nike shoe, and like shoes specifically designed for the girl or woman athlete is an initiative right now at Nike. They're coming up with cleats and like performance gear that's
good
specifically for their foot.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, the other night you had Lakers versus Grizzlies, and it was the oldest player in the NBA, LeBron James, versus the youngest player in the league, and that's Gigi Jackson of the Memphis Grizzlies. And LeBron had himself a night. They went one-on-one with each other a handful of times. Gigi Jackson, what did you make of your interactions with LeBron?
Did you get any interactions with LeBron today?
other than him hitting fadeaways and f***ing us up, not really. He just told me that he was proud of me. The last time I got to talk to him was when he came and saw me Peace Jam. And I think I got a little bit taller since that time because he had looked taller, but I think I got him on the edge this time. But it was pretty cool.
That's a great start to that.
It's so good.
Can you play the first couple seconds of that again, Chris? Because that's a great start to a quote.
Did you get any interactions with LeBron today?
Other than him hitting fadeaways and f***ing us up.
Fadeaways and episode.
Yeah, that can hurt, man. That can hurt a little bit. And then you had Draymond getting another ejection 4 minutes into their game the other night, and Steph Curry was seen like shedding tears about it. Like I think he might be officially at his wit's end with his teammate Draymond Green.
I think it just
something to monitor.
It hit that this is over for him. I feel like it's just settling in. Like this run it's done. Their time is over.
They've been trying hard. Draymond almost got ejected last week, and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." So it's like the
boy who cried wolf. It's like it's the same thing over and over again.
It's not something he can control. I think it probably breaks Steph Curry's heart to know how much Draymond Green wants to be able to control his emotions and end this like toxic cycle of behavior, but he can't. And on top of that, it's becoming painfully obvious that they got to blow this thing up, try something new. You know, you don't want to play this string out anymore.
No,
it's becoming like embarrassing and not fitting of the champions that they are and were.
It's run its course.
Yeah.
There's your rim sesh, boys.
Thank you, sir. Every afternoon here in the nation, we try to get you at least one rim session. I know how much you appreciate it. But coming up next, it's time for an edition of The Finest. Eric, where are we going?
Baseball's Finest, your Game 1 Rangers newspaper headline, 877-881-1053. You get to create the headline, and we'll give you some observations from night 1 of the World Champions next year in the nation.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, boy. It's Hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We are 20 minutes from what you're drinking, what you're thinking. Eric Nadel going to join us to kick off the phone calls. That's at 5:20. We'll get into the expressway, take you commercial-free to the top. We'll be rocking and rolling. In the meantime, it's an edition of The Finest. Here's Eric Chiafalo.
Baseball's finest, featuring El Blondie.
The pitch is swung on, hit high in the air, deep right field. Suzuki back, he's at the wall. That ball is history. Travis Jankowski with a pinch hit home run has tied this game. He hit one home run all last year. It's the Rangers 3 and the Cubs 3.
El Blondie, El Bombi, both getting it done. Jonah Heim, this was fantastic last night. What a great way to start. The festivities began with celebration, and the night ended with walk-off celebration, 1-0, and the championship tour for the two-peat is already back and underway. 877-881-1053. What is your newspaper headline? You get to be the editor for a second. What's your newspaper headline for the Texas Rangers Game 1 victory? Brian Broaddus seems to have some confidence about his particular headline. When I teed this up, he started jotting it down. He got to work. So with confidence, Broaddus, give us your headline.
Justin Heim.
Oh, my goodness. See, I was going to taunt you and say that mine is probably better, but it's hard to say that mine could be better than that.
I was driving in today, and great minds think alike, me and the 972, because the 972 texted this in, and this is what I was thinking, and it involves Jonah as well. Redemptionheim.
Redemptionheim.
That's great, too.
Because of the ridiculous situation that needs to be addressed.
Yeah. It was terrible. He got screwed over.
He got absolutely screwed over. He owned his portion of it, which is, hey, play it through. But that was BS, and I know he felt like garbage, and then he capitalized when it mattered. So I went Redemptionheim the same way the 972 did.
Okay. Like now mine is a play from about 1989. Of course, I know you guys. Everybody's heard the song "Hammer Time."
Hammer Time.
Okay, so this is Stop Heimer Time, okay? Because he stopped playing.
Yes.
And then it was Heimer time.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, we get points for that.
Thank you.
I like that quite a bit.
I don't know if you should explain the joke quite to the extent that I had to there. Maybe in the digital version, you could be like, hey, kids, there's this Hammer Time song.
Just like in parentheses, go YouTube
Here's
this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if this was in that early 90s, late 80s situation, I think you wouldn't have to explain anything.
Okay, but, while we wait for the text, I do have some others, Nadel did, and the celebration begins.
Yeah.
Right? So you just do, the celebration continues. That's what yesterday was.
The celebration continues is beautiful.
Yes.
I do
Very
like
nice.
That.
Yes.
I like that.
Texas Rangers will smack your pitch up, if you wanted to go like shock jockey.
Yeah. The Cubbies got pitch slapped last night.
Yeah. It might not be as funny with, if you brought in Trevor Bauer, but until then, it plays.
It does play. 972, Heim licks Cubs.
I like a wrinkle in Heim. That's pretty good.
Wrinkle in Heim? Is that a play on the banner, Wrinkle?
It could be.
It's the old book, A Wrinkle in Time.
But yeah, Wrinkle in Time, which they also, I think, have made a movie about.
You could say Banner Night.
Banner Night. That'd be good, too. I like that. I was thinking something with Heim Time in it, like Heim Time Redemption. But Redemption Heim I do enjoy. Prime Time Heim from our buddy Churd. Hank Spank. Jank Spank.
That's pretty good. Hey, speaking of Janko, so that's his first dong of the year. Let's go ahead in the post game.
Maneuver.
Why are you so excited about this? He's got 2 hands worth of home runs now in his career. Take it away, Janko.
Should we expect a home run in your next at bat?
Guys, that's my one for the year. I'm back to hitting singles. I checked that tally box. I'm back to hitting singles.
I've got like a 5,000 OPS right now.
Yeah, that's not sustainable. Let's put it that way.
So Power Boshi said that nobody really expected a home run in that spot. What was the reaction like when you came back to the clubhouse?
Electric. I think when I came back to the dugout, a little bit of shock. I think.
Sorry, the dugout is
I think all of us were shocked, including myself. But no, it's one of those things. That's baseball, right? Like anyone can be the hero any night. Crazy stuff happens in this game. I finally can count in more than 2 hands how many career homers I have, so that's nice. But again, don't expect many more this year.
He knows. He knows what he's capable of. I did like he was like, okay, now I can finally count how many home runs I've got on more than just 2 hands.
That's right.
Which is fantastic. And I did like the Mike Leslie response where when I got back to the dugout, at the clubhouse there.
Yeah.
It happens.
Tomato. But we got to go back to the clubhouse spring training when Janko gave us this interaction just a few weeks ago.
How many dong balls you gonna hit this year?
Hopefully 1.
Just 1 dong?
That's all I need.
Game winner?
Yes.
Walk-off dong?
Yeah.
Janko, baby. Glue guy champion.
One, that's all I need.
It wasn't necessarily walk-off dong, but it was. You don't win that game without the Janko dong.
I love it, though, man. It's great.
Just 1, that's all I need.
He called his shot right there. That's all we need. Yeah, if he doesn't give us another home run for the rest of the season, it's fine. It's fine because he gave us that moment. That was absolutely fantastic, and this team continues the DNA of this team, which is just, hey, we rise to the occasion. Anybody can step up at any moment. Bochy's pulling the strings, and this thing is clearly this train's still moving here, and that was very, very exciting to see last night. Obviously, there's so many observations that I want to try and squeeze in. I mean, when you get to the Jonah Heim play. And obviously that ball was foul tipped, and the umpire after the game, I saw Levi Weaver tweet this out. The post game pull quotes from home plate umpire Chad Fairchild.
Yeah.
Question: could you explain the ruling on the pass ball in the 9th inning? Yes, I ruled it a swinging strike. Have you had a chance to watch a replay? I have. What are your thoughts after watching that? This is how he responds. Well, I'm just going to stick with what I did on the field. If you've got questions for that, I'm not going to talk about videos. So this umpire sucks.
That's well, he said he couldn't hear it. Like he didn't hear the ball hit the bat, and that is fair. If he just leaves it at that,
I guess he couldn't see it either.
He gave you a window into the ego of what you're dealing with,
yes,
and why you got to get these nimrods out of the game.
Yeah, a lot of them can't. A lot of them can't. I mean, Boach said that they didn't even hear it in the dugout.
They can't hear it. Yeah,
and
because computers do a better job. Okay.
That's the human error element.
If computers could play the sport better, we'd let them do it, but they can't. So you're done, though. Bye.
That was when we should have reviewed.
Yeah, can we not review a foul tip?
We should have been able to review that.
I mean, can we not review one? We review ground rule doubles and
it makes
stuff
no
like
sense.
that. I mean, all kinds of things, but we can't review a foul tip at home plate.
Luckily, the ball don't lie. Rangers got the win there, but that would have been a crappy way to lose.
Yeah, 682 with the headline ball don't lie. 214 headline blondes have more fun. 469 it's baseball Heim in Texas.
I like that a lot.
Nice work, 469. The wrinkle in the banner's driving some folks crazy. We do need to address that. This banner situation is now the whole festivities. Bochy at the mic, that replay, that 3-minute montage of highlights from the postseason run last year, where all the players stopped in the midst of their pregame routines to all gaze up at the video board and soak in that moment, and that was fantastic. That was everything you would have wanted it to be. It felt amazing in there. Reliving that postseason run was phenomenal. But, I mean, we talked about this the other day. When it comes to the banner, I mean, first and foremost, the way they're bringing that thing down, you asked, like, is it going to be human beings doing it? I said, no, you've got to have a championship banner button in that stadium.
You would think
every stadium should have all. You just got to, boom, make technology on this, because these guys, they definitely hadn't done a
practice?
A dry run. There was no dry run, and the right side's coming down much faster than the left side, and it's like, oh my gosh, what is going on here? It's a bit wonky. And then it's like, okay, it finally gets unveiled. It's a little bit underwhelming.
It definitely wasn't too big.
It wasn't?
No, definitely not too big.
Definitely not too big.
You could argue maybe bigger would have been even better, but just some general, like, I'm wondering how many seconds of thought went into the creation of this.
Yeah.
And it's not actually a bed sheet. I just want to confirm that for everybody.
No, it's not actually a bed sheet.
Despite the fact that it looks identical to a bed sheet.
It's because it's just like white with the World Series champion logo on it.
It's interesting because I always imagine these banners being more vertical than horizontal.
Like what the Mavs one looks like.
Correct. And then there's usually like some type of border trimming, and it's usually like stitched.
Yeah.
This looks like they hot press, like Fan Fanatic, these jerseys where they're not stitching them anymore and they just pressed on the logo. And it was definitely
not their finest work.
Finest work.
In the moment where it gets unveiled, it was just chills, and I don't think anybody cared what the hell it looked like.
No.
Like, it was just a beautiful moment. But then when you look back, and it's still ours, no matter what, I love it. But it was a little bit like, oh.
I think they needed a guy
Broadus.
I think they need Broadus to go show them how to properly hang a flag at the Globe.
Yeah.
He killed it yesterday with the G-bag flag. Great.
Yeah, that was sharp.
Made me emotional right there.
Yeah.
But when we run it back, we'll have better
DJ
practice
was huge help with me on that one.
Yeah.
DJ and I teamed up for that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys did a great job with it.
That's before beers. Yeah.
That was the most impressive banner that got, I guess, dropped last night at the ballpark.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
They got a lot of smart baseball people. They don't have any aesthetic people over there at that yard, right? The functionality.
We love everybody over there,
The
though.
functionality
Deeply.
of the stadium is second to none.
Yes.
The comfort of the stadium, the concessions. There's all these great things about it, but they don't have anybody to be the interior designer or the exterior designer. I mean, the roof is a magnet for dust. It looks dirty. There's just weird stuff about the stadium.
Dawson.
It looks like a giant barbecue. These things are true, Brian.
Oh,
I'm not hating. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not hating. But I think when you walk around inside the stadium, they've got some cool paintings and
The
things
murals
like,
are badass.
like of the players and the jerseys and stuff. That part of it, I think they do a really great job.
You go over to your buddy's garage. He's not a designer, but he's got at least one badass thing in his man cave hanging on the wall.
Yeah, but I mean, like when we were going to the men's room, along those suites, they got all those paintings, Juan Gonzalez and Pudge, and I mean, it's like you're kind of like, man, that looks cool.
They probably brought in somebody to design the suite area because they knew the rich people would have high standards, but they didn't do that anywhere else. And I'm not necessarily complaining. I don't need my stadium to be like a museum or be like a posh architecture,
you don't need,
right?
You don't need
I need my
sky
sports
mirror
team
and all
focused
that,
on winning. And the design features of the Globe suggest that the front office is focused on winning.
That's
And I like that.
So
celebrate it.
The World Series champion.
Headlines as well, or just observations from the game. Walchuk called it in the pregame festivities when they were announcing every player. Adolis Garcia.
He did.
By I would say a large mile.
It was me and you. We were sitting with our buddy Tolo Will Blair, and I was like, okay, who do you think is going to get the biggest ovation? And Corey Seager was definitely one of the selections. I went with Doley, though. Doley's just always been the fan favorite. But I will say, Wyatt Langford got a huge ovation as well. Wyatt got a bigger one, I think, than maybe even Marcus Simeon got.
Yes, and even Janko, when it comes to the reserves, Janko got some love, and that was really cool. And then he went and proved everybody right in that ballpark, being deserving of that love. But Wyatt Langford yesterday, I mean, being intentionally walked, I think is just ridiculous.
The respect being shown.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
The way he was able to get on base
he flies.
That speed.
He is so quick. The Rangers need to be a team, and now that they've got it, they've got more speed on the base paths this year. They need to be more aggressive. I think the stolen bases should be up this year. I think you just need to let Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford, and that's probably the reason why you went with Janko Leote, absolutely, because there were no outs, and he's a guy that's also pretty fast over at Jared Walsh. But I think they should be running a little bit more.
Especially if you can't bunt, get anybody over. I mean, might as well steal.
Well, I mean, with that kind of speed, and I saw it, for the first time, like in game, there's no reason he shouldn't be an elite defender. I mean, your brain and eyes have to be slow, and if you can hit like that, you can see it off the bat and play outfield.
Those are going to end up being, I think, the two biggest overrated talking points is Evan Carter and the left-handed and him hitting against lefties, and then Wyatt Langford being underwhelming as an outfield defender. I think both of them are going to be way better than we give him credit for.
Well, you're the baseball expert, Wolchuk.
Langford, big league debut, first ribby, first single, first intentional walk, and then the intentional walk was just the second in franchise history by a player making his debut. The first since Jim French in 1965.
Frenchie.
So you remember how Evan Carter, it seemed like every day there was a new historical achievement he was making throughout September and October last year? Wyatt Langford's already off to historical moments there in game number 1. So, but that speed we haven't done much in the way of like underestimating Wyatt Langford over the course of the last few weeks, but the speed was something I definitely did underestimate.
Can't teach it. Yeah, me too. Show is brought to you by our friends at Kissable Dental. Little Expressway coming up next. We're going to have Eric Nadell join us to kick off an edition of What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Next, The Fan.
G-Bag.com.
All righty, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It is time now to talk with the play-by-play man of your World Series champions. Eric Nadel set to join us here, and then we're going to get into a Friday edition of What You Drinking, What You Thinking right here. Segment is brought to you by the On Time Experts. This segment of the nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids as well. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And here he is now, Eric Nadel. Good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Excellent. How's that one go? That's very memorable for an opening day, isn't it? Right? We're not going to forget this one.
My goodness, what else do you want in a game? That game had everything, including the comeback, the umpire as the villain, redemption for Jonah Heim, first hit and first RBI for Wyatt Langford, and the biggest crowd we've ever had for a regular season game. What could possibly have been better?
I don't know, man. It's like we're just living in some dream world, and with the Janko homer, considering how the run ended, and it just seemed like it was an echo from last October.
Yeah, the magic is still there. We wondered how soon is it going to fade, and with the banner being unfurled last night, and the one more piece of reinforcement that it really did happen, then for the Rangers to go out and win the way they did. When you think back to last year on opening day, they had a 9-run inning to come from an early deficit to win. Could be a really good sign.
Well, watching that banner being displayed, we certainly were not dreaming anymore as Ranger fans. Eric, I wonder how you felt getting to see that moment as it kind of puts a bow on what was such an amazing run.
It was really emotional. I've had a number of opportunities to be with the trophy, at various places in the Metroplex since November the 1st. But to actually see that banner come down in our ballpark, it was a pretty powerful experience. We saw the flag be raised in spring training at Surprise Stadium the first day of the Cactus League schedule. But this was different with 42,000 people on hand. To see that thing come down, it really was a strong emotional moment.
Wyatt Langford, of course, the debut was something that a lot of Ranger fans were excited about. I mean, heck, he got intentionally walked by Hector Neris in this game. First player in club history to get intentionally walked in his MLB debut. I mean, what have your thoughts been from watching Wyatt Langford in the start of his young career?
I think that we have to realize that there are going to be no free lunches for Wyatt Langford. He's not going to slide under the radar into the big leagues as an unknown guy, and take advantage of the fact that pitchers don't have scouting reports on him or are going to take him lightly or anything like that. He has been so ballyhooed, and he did so well in spring training that teams are going to be prepared for him. The fact that he got walked intentionally in his first game, I think, was a pretty good indication of that. He was so impressive in spring training, even in the at-bats where he didn't get hits. And there was a good example last night, too, where he didn't get that run home to win the game in the 10th inning, but he had a really good at-bat and put the ball in play. And I think he's going to have success in a pretty high percentage